nation. We support no such flawed imagination. We support application over theorization, real measurement over derived calculation, empirical observation over imagined correlation. Just forget the animation. This is the globe cancellation. No amount of rationalization can bring enough justification for this abomination. This backwards postulation of fundamental entropy violation. There would be an equalization and gas evacuation that will lead to asphyxiation and globe deflation. Regardless of the gradient summation, it is within expectation. More gas with evaporation and vaporization, less gas with condensation and precipitation. I can show you a citation, one of the many facets of creation. A solid flat earth foundation, how the globe fails examination. Have you heard of falsification or scientific verification? Do you really need elaboration? You saw a curve, a hallucination, or lens manipulation. What you see, a manifestation in your mind's eye, an interpretation through light localization of solar radiation. All light has attenuation or light limitation. It's an oscillation or perturbation subject to magnification and polarization and Mertz experimentation. That's it, a globe decimation. It just doesn't fit observation. They want you to believe in undetectable gyration with 1,000 mile/hour rotation. Yet we see no deviation, it's lacking validation. And mass on mass acceleration, an incorrect postulation, the down vector an average approximation, an assimilation of inverted flotation, a needless complication, the latest globe iteration maintained with medication or complete lack of maturation, and non-stop masturbation. But I forgive you. You're a victim of a psychological operation.
That was awesome. Thank you, Drace.
Yeah, I don't feel like you rhymed words with Asian enough. Could you throw in a few more next time?
Yeah, Black Asian. That's like Tiger Woods, where he's like half black and half Asian.
You didn't get Blasian in there.
Caucasian.
No, that's seriously good. Very, very nice.
Yeah,
I'm offended.
Fire.
I never heard Caucasian once.
Spit that fire. My goodness, he needs to go like to the top. Like I could hear that on the radio. Like literally. Both of the songs. Mortician, Global Mortician, and Global Cancellation is so lit. Woo!
Yeah, Drace, keep them coming.
Yeah, that was hot.
All right.
Psychological operation.
I burned these all to CD. I got quite the collection now.
I was waiting for I Have Become the Globe Mortician. I was like, oh, wrong song.
Boys, you can talk now. You don't have to stay quiet
if you want to.
Okay.
Men,
boys,
fellas, gentlemen.
I'm still gonna hang around for a little bit though.
Yeah, me too.
How about you, Lulu? Yay!
Yeah.
I'll let you
Pippo is still here.
I think you mean manly men, right?
Yeah,
we'll let the boys go first. Go ahead, Crypto.
I haven't been a boy for 20 odd years, man.
Sonic Boom.
Round here, we say you see a boy knocking down and playing with his thing.
What?
I did not make
that's
that
a good
up.
thing.
No, that's a Michigan thing.
Oh.
We don't like that word boy. By God.
Well, I don't know what the plural for Hercules is. Hercules.
That's part of mutual combat.
Wait, what? A plural for Herculi? What?
How about
Like,
Alpha,
like Hercules?
Omega?
I don't know what the
Like many Hercules?
yeah,
Hey,
many
isn't that-
Hercules is.
So is it
Isn't
kind of
that
like cactus and cacti, so Herculi? Is that what you're saying?
Hercules.
Yeah,
Give it a
it makes sense in my head.
Testosterone supreme.
When did we start throwing that word around for to refer to men, right? Like, yeah, me and the boys we're like, isn't that propaganda, right? Because people don't do that in the past, right? It seems like something modern. right? Yeah, it's like propaganda. You know, this whole men be more effeminate and women be more. You know, this whole movie. Well,
Yeah,
boys
of
will
course
be
it is.
boys, right? That's a culture.
Men will be men.
Well, they want men
Well,
to call themselves boys, right? Well, you play,
but
football. Go ahead,
Bong,
football.
they don't like that term though. Boys will be boys is like a trigger for some people.
That's right.
Yeah, but see, like,
That's
Right.
because of how it's been used sometimes.
Next you'll be calling your homie your boyfriend.
Like we call it friends, girlfriends. Hey, girlfriend.
Yep. Hey,
It just
boyfriend.
doesn't roll off my
Doesn't work.
tongue. I just can't. I can't get that.
See,
So,
I always
like,
thought the whole girlfriend was weird because we have a special word that's vinkona, which literally means friend woman.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think women
yeah.
are too competitive to call each other friend.
That depends
just
on the
my
woman. If
opinion.
you're too masculine and you're imbalanced, you're going to be competing with other women constantly. However, if you're imbalanced with your femininity and your masculinity, you can make girlfriends all the time. No worries. And see, I feel weird saying that. I just feel like you're saying lovers, because to me this sounds like kairasta, which means girlfriend in the lover sense. Why do you not have separate words?
Yeah, this is English. You guys have a word for everything, but here, I mean, technically, yeah, girlfriend would be a lover, but I don't know.
English has like
Well, I don't
subcultures,
think
right?
it's the English
of
problem.
meaning.
I don't know. Tell that to the
It's a
nerds
culture
stuck in
problem.
You're right,
the
Bob.
friend zone.
Right. Go ahead, Hank. Hit 'em with it, Hank.
Yeah, Bong's
You ever
right.
been in
There's
the friend
subcultures
zone?
in the English language.
Mhm.
Yeah, the friend zone, it means that, yeah, I like you as a friend, but I see no reason why your genetic material should be passed on in the future. But back to the girlfriend thing, it's Ebonics, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we have
Well,
other
the
words
friend
for
zone can
girlfriend.
also be for other reasons. For instance, if the girl is afraid of romantic relationships, that she will friend zone everybody. Or if they dance and
Yeah.
don't pick up on when you're hitting on them.
That-
I've had cases where somebody had a crush on me for a year and I didn't fucking know.
Yeah. I accidentally, when I was younger, I wasn't bad looking, but I was pretty dense, so I didn't notice that the girls were hitting on me. So
Yeah,
So
it takes
I-
strong men and women to get through that and just come up and tap you on the shoulder and like, hey, I'm over here digging you. What's up?
yeah, I went through that phase.
I have
We have
never
other words.
noticed first when somebody likes me. Always somebody else points it out to me first, and I'm like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "They're like, yeah," and I'm like, "I thought they were just being nice."
But yeah, it's weird. I would never call a guy friend a boyfriend. Like he's my boyfriend, as in he's my friend, but a boy. It's only to
Yeah.
girls that I'll do that.
Yeah. I had a
What
good
about
father.
man
I never
friend?
had-
He's my
I
man
never
friend.
had problems.
Oh,
Dude,
man.
My
She'll
dad
taste
said,
bad.
You're just people. You gotta tell them.
Yeah. Oh, I remember. There's an old word for female friends. Bosom buddies.
Well, that's
should
what
just
we
use
call
that.
homos.
Lulu, you're
That's
my
what we
bosom
call-
buddy now.
Okay,
She's an
okay.
acquaintance.
It's
Not a
also
friend.
Learned
sexual
that. No,
reference.
acquaintance
Only
is
an
already
acquaintance.
acquaintance. That's not friends, man.
She's
yeah,
an
but we can have a
associate, not a friend.
bosom acquaintance.
Yeah, a
Here in
bosom buddy
America,
is somebody
bosom
who
buddies
so
get- now
obviously
get
has a bosom.
married.
It's your buddy. I learned that
Well,
in
some
the
men have
Austenland
bosoms.
movie.
Yeah, we call
Yeah, but
them
like
butt
this
buddies.
is specifically, butt buddies.
No, that's something.
Yeah, that's a bosom
That's
buddy.
a very
Is a
different thing.
homosexual. in
Has
America.
somebody been asking you to be butt buddies? Because I think you might have misunderstood that.
No, I fully understand what bosom buddy means here in America.
No, I butt buddies. You said butt buddies, right?
Bosom butt. Yep,
Bud?
butt buddies.
Like
Yeah,
Bud?
Americans
Bud buddy?
Americans have a funny way of
Not
doing
the same
things.
thing.
So like,
B-U-T-T,
So, Carmen,
your
in English-
gluteus maximus? Buddy?
Yeah, I'm saying the gluteus maximus buddy does not sound like, a buddy who's platonic.
What-
It sounds like a dude
where's
who
your
wants your
bosom?
butt.
Where's your bosom?
Crypto,
That's
go
what I'm saying.
In England, in England, if you say fanny, then that means like a lady area. Whereas in America, if you say fanny, it means arse. So when they come over here and they're like, I'm wearing my fanny pack, that sounds really funny in England, and they don't realise it.
Dude, a fanny pack is a little pouch you wear in the front.
Yeah,
I always wear a fanny pack.
Fanny packs. There's no other words for it that I know of.
Nick is
That's when you don't want to wear it. You don't want to take your purse.
Only
You're
nerds
going for a jog.
wear.
Yeah.
Come here and say you
still
smoke
have to carry
faggots and see what happens.
Only
You still have
nerds
to carry
and drug
your stuff with you,
dealers.
right? Just in case you have to take a
Only
stop
nerds
break.
and drug dealers, Hank, carry fanny packs. So
No, that is making a comeback.
I have a fanny
No,
pack
I-
every day because I work with kids.
Not true. not
It's
true,
it's coming back,
I
guys.
have a
All the cool
military
kids,
fanny
the
pack.
young ones are wearing
It's called a
fanny
hip
packs.
pouch, yo.
It's getting really popular, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
isn't it
So,
called a man
I use it
purse or
because it's
something
great
like
with the
that?
kids because you don't want dangling purses and shit.
mhm.
Isn't
when
it
you're
called a
running around with
merce?
kids.
No, merces are like actual purses, but a man is wearing it, so it becomes a merce.
Yeah.
But a
It's called
fanny
a fag
pack.
I
bag.
lost my.
I like ours better. It basically says waist bag. But like waist as
I
in,
couldn't
like,
believe
waist.
they made a word for
That
it,
sounds
right?
like
I
waist
was like, they
bag,
made
garbage.
for some useless ass thing. It's like, yeah, a merce.
Bag.
Yeah.
Dude, in the Corps we called it a belt bag,
I like that.
What?
where I
The-
kept
the
my
fanny pack?
my ammo. Where I
In-
kept my
in the-
ammo.
Oh,
In the army,
I
it's
just
called
want
a.
you to feel manly when you're wearing a purse. That's all. Listen, I'm not trying to effeminate you. It's a merce.
Well,
Yeah,
it
well,
depends
hand-
on what kind of purse
Only
you're
got
wearing.
5 hand
though.
grenades in there. That's all.
No, like it depends on what kind of purse you're wearing. If you're wearing like those like high shoulder purses, then I don't know what to say. But some guys have these across the shoulder backpack, but
Fag
it's like
bags.
smaller.
Yeah, fag pack or a
Oh,
fag
yeah,
pack.
you're right.
No,
I remember.
like they're
I remember.
backpacks, but they're smaller. You know?
I
what I mean?
remember
A
wearing
small
a
bag.
And the
merce.
tiny ones?
I had a merce.
Yeah, they're like across
we
the
used
shoulder.
sea bags though. You know, our merces back in the military, we used to call them these big green duffel bags. Which it's a merce, right? It's a man purse.
Yeah,
Fit
there was
your whole
also
life
like a
in sea
squad.
bag.
There's a squad
Mercenary.
leader. Oh, go ahead.
Mhm.
Also, there's like a squad leader's bag that is like a map case where you can fold the maps and then put it in there, and it kind of looks like almost like a satchel, but it had like a buckle on it, so they called it the fag bag.
I'm gonna carry a crossbow. Yeah, I'm gonna carry a crossbow in mine. You think it'll show?
Nah.
Like that's not a bad merce. I don't know what to call it.
Hey, Battlemod, you there?
What do you call the skirts?
Yeah.
I ran over to Gems and I brought up the combat sports type of event for like late August, early September. And yeah, they weren't having it. They were just like they would say it was a trap, like we're gonna kill them and bury them in the fields, like they would only show up there with weapons, like. At first, they were kind of playing it straight. Like, Blue said he would challenge QE. Like Kosho versus Jeremy.
Listen, bro, I know a tapology place where it can be a hosted event, a tough
Okay.
contest, a registered event with county sheriffs there. Tell them they don't have to be scared. If they're scared, go to church.
Yeah, that's really good because
Are you talking about actually fighting?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
then I said like, what would you guys be
That's
into?
a bad idea, man. Don't,
for
don't
Michigan-
get our server name. Don't get our server name involved with like with that these kind of
MMA, dude,
things,
signed a
man.
waiver.
In Michigan, you
No,
can,
but don't put our name in there. Like FE or Discord. You know what I mean? Just make it a personal
No.
thing, please.
well, see, in Michigan, it's
man.
legal.
Right.
Yeah, in Michigan, you can do
MMA is
this.
legal with what?
Listen,
In America, MMA is
man.
legal. What are
we
you
didn't
talking
join
about?
this server to prove. We didn't come here to prove anything to anybody with these stupid
We're not saying
MMA
you
friendly
did.
fights, bro. Like people can get hurt. Things
We're
can
not
go
saying
wrong.
you did.
Shit can happen.
Yeah,
Right?
Bomb.
We
This
still
is
got a
what.
lot of work to do.
Bong, it's supposed
Not the fighting, man.
Yeah, Bong is supposed to be like a man sphere, like all the men of Flat Earth and Globe Earth get together, do some
That's
combat
some
sports.
bullshit. That's some fucking boy shit, man. That's some little kid
That's
shit.
a liberal response, bro. No offense, but it really is.
Man, we
Are
got
you
all this
offended?
fucking work to do. All these people to
Are you
talk to, but
offended?
we're gonna go fight with these
You want to
dumbasses from
restrict my
stupid
freedoms?
server.
What
You
if
wanna
you do it
restrict
in a
my
super
freedom?
friendly way?
I'm-
where you
I'm
do,
I'm
like,
just
Censor my
swords
civil
and stuff?
liberties?
I'm just giving you my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
Well, here, this is what they offered. A tweet said, "How about a game of tug of war, like water balloon fights, or like paintball?"
Farm swords, you have that at work per kid.
Yeah,
hold
paintball.
on, hold on.
Too
We can
much
do
violence,
paintball,
man.
man. I can set up a hell of a course on the farm.
Yeah, that's why I said too. I go paintball would be.
Paintball?
Okay,
You wanna do
paintball
paintball?
can be dangerous. You can hurt yourself a little bit, but if you use the foam swords like we do at work, it's super.
Paintball is about proper equipment.
Okay, Dre
You
said
shouldn't be
paintball's not
worried
dangerous.
about
I
well.
guess I'm fine.
You should
What
just
a- what
be
about
worried
a
about
cook-off?
losing an eye, but you should.
What
make
about a
your
barbecue?
basement.
Yeah, the barbecue.
And
I
you-
said at
you
the end.
compete cooking.
I said at the end that there would be a barbecue, and everyone after we do all the events, and everyone have a barbecue and go home.
Yeah, see who
So
makes the
which one
best
do you
food.
think you can roast a pig better than me?
Yeah, all kinds of
Obviously,
competitions.
Obviously, I'm the best at roasting pigs. I mean, come
I
on.
doubt it.
See, Bong, I think the idea was to kind of defuse.
I'll judge. When is this
Can we have a
happening?
cake
You can pick
decorating
one.
competition?
You can pick up
A cake,
hog,
yeah.
my litter.
A cupcake?
Me, you, and the pig. Then, Mike, we'll see.
Who said a cupcake baking competition?
No,
Some beers.
cake decorating competition.
Oh, cake decorating.
You get a
Okay.
base
Cupcake.
cake
We're
and all
cooking
kinds of different
hogs.
frosting and colors, and then you have to make it into something cool.
Now let's just have a fair then.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. Crit, where is this happening?
Oh well, originally it started off with BattleMod offering its farm and to do some sort of MMA style combatives, and then with Crackville
Or
instead,
boxing.
Too
Or
violent.
boxing.
Yeah.
yeah, boxing, yeah, or
Well,
kickboxing.
it's
barbecue,
too violent
man.
for some, but those who listen, it's for the people who choose to. When you sign a waiver and it's sanctioned, it's legal.
You just have to have different sections
Boys
for
will-
different people with different interests.
If it's not for you, it's not for you. But you
Okay.
you signed the waiver, meaning you're aware of the risk.
But
You
hey,
can make it a
I'm
whole
just saying,
family
right?
thing.
Boys will be boys. Now that's true. That's what I mean
You
by
have
this
fighting for
culture.
those who like
This
to fight.
culture,
You
know?
have cakes for those who like to decorate, and then you have
That's
little
right. When I
contests
get
for the
done-
kids. You could have everything, man.
I know.
You know, when I get
yeah.
done
But
kicking
if it
some
was-
over ass, I'll come get
No.
some cake and some hog.
What I'm saying is, if it was just us flat earthers hanging out and doing MMA, that's great, right? But because it's with
Uh,
Well, I
the
want to kick your
opposition,
ass.
there is hostility, right? That can cause some problems. You
Yeah,
don't
but
know
it's
what-
supposed to
you don't know who these people are.
It's supposed to defuse the hostility and make it.
that could be all. Yeah, that could be all smoothed out.
Yeah, I would like
I'm
to
just
release
saying.
some tension.
Damn Skippy. You're damn Skippy.
I just think the violence is not going to help. That's all I think. You know,
here-
Don't
here's-
sign the waiver
here's
then.
what I-
it might be.
Might shut a few people up.
It might help me.
Yeah. See what happens.
I suggest that you guys do a sumo costume fight.
I'm not bad enough for
Wow.
See, that's better. Right?
But that's why you
Yeah,
have to
that's-
say
Yeah.
I got that covered.
With
I
air?
got the sumo fight covered.
Yeah, these
But I'm not wearing a
types.
thong.
Okay, minus the thong.
Not a thong.
To actually do it.
I'll sumo fight you, Luluka. What's up? In a swimming pool full of jello.
Hmm.
Mud wrestling?
In the swimming.
We got a mud pit out here. We got a
You might
mud
have a
pit
game
out
of
here.
nights where I don't know if you ever used to play this as kids, where like the boy would be the horse and then the girl would get on the back and like joust. So you'd have like like kind of knights facing off against each other with like
That would be fun.
That's more fun when
spears,
you're
whatever.
swimming.
I even said like if they wanted to do pillow fights or
Chicken
thumb
fights.
wars. Like
Yeah,
I-
swimming. You
Thumb
can
wars
join the
sounds
game.
awesome.
yeah, thumb wars or
I
pillow
actually like
fights.
the paintball.
Pillow
I like
fights,
the
I would go for that.
paintball idea.
Pillow fights.
Paintball,
Wow.
of course, would be
My
awesome.
my
Check.
my
The
thumb,
whole the whole idea is to get people off the internet and go face to face and hopefully diffuse all the toxicity.
You can even have a talk area, and when people get too heated, they have to go to one of the activity areas where you have like foam swords or whatever and the harmless stuff to get rid of all that excess energy.
Yeah.
We can have a softball tournament. I don't give a fuck. I just want to beat a Glover at something. We can have a round robin.
They gotta hang on the. They gotta hang on the slide.
Double
And
elimination.
they gotta
Lose
drag.
one of their teams out.
They gotta hang on the swing and drag their head in the mud like that one kid if they get too toxic.
Oh, and we also have wood throwing competition.
We'll have a tissue area.
I got 1,000 acres, man, that I could just clear off down the road and use.
Why not a measuring contest?
5,000 acres, dude.
A measuring contest.
I could definitely host a fair.
Hold on. A hunt, right? Curve hunt. What about something like that? Right? First to find the curve.
What would it be named? Because I think that's important.
Find the curve.
No, the whole thing.
Fair Earth?
No.
Say we invite the blues bands and call Flatapalooza.
Flying the Curve is
We have,
already
of course,
copyrighted
a
by the
lot of
globalists.
talented musicians in this server, so we just use them for music talent.
Flat Palooza. That's a good idea.
Or compete measuring, right? Who has the most? Who can measure it the most accurately, right? Who can get the most accurate measurements for the same, objects or something? See, like, because now you can focus on getting correct measurements. Yeah, but at the same time,
out here with equipment.
Well, no, observations, right? Observations and measurements. You know what I mean? Like, the more accurate, the better, because you're educating and you're proving at the same time, and everybody gets flat smacked.
I got survey equipment
And everybody
here on the farm.
Everybody off your skates starts measuring their feet and stuff. The ones that don't do the proper job.
Hey, what are you doing? Why are you measuring that car? What? Over here, man. Like, hold on, let me go measure the store real quick.
I can tell you how long the Corvette is. All you got to do is ask.
Good.
How do you know? I invented a new word for the Globers.
How do I know? Go ahead.
Since they want to waffle back and forth about whether the horizon is geometric or optical, it's now the geoptical horizon.
Wow.
Yeah, I love that.
Geoptical.
Yeah, it's the geoptical horizon. It's whatever you need it to be.
Yeah, it's because how do you know?
Yeah.
That's how
Can
do
you get that in meme format?
Yeah, I think
you gotta buy the contradictionary.
Hey, Tom's just worried about those Michigan newspaper headlines. Flat Earther kills Glover in a cage fight.
Yeah, but
they'll spin it. I mean, anything. Like, you give them anything. I mean, if I was the media, shoot.
Yeah,
combat veteran kills nerd in cage fight.
I would turn Flat Earth into like.
Guess what though? If you sign the waiver, it ain't murder.
Yeah.
I don't care how you spin it. I got a team of lawyers.
Oh, we should have a turtle race.
Oh,
Wheelbarrow.
actual turtles though, or just like
No, real turtles.
I mean,
A
Jim
wheelbarrow
Panda?
race.
no turtles are harmed.
You know what those are? You ever did a
I
wheelbarrow
think Jim
race?
Panda's a turtle.
Yeah, their feet make them run on their hands.
yeah, that's awesome. That you could do some serious damage like that battle mod.
Yeah. You know what we do for the kids at the family reunion? We take a big area and put down a tarp and fill it up with sawdust and wood chips, and we throw out $300-400 worth of change, and we let them all just jump in there and fight for it. They gotta find it. 3 hours later, there'll still be 5-year-olds over there digging through the sawdust. Like, I didn't find any, Uncle Mike. I keep coffee cans full. I'll dump it. Kick it.
Yeah, buddy.
There you go. Funny. Keep looking, kid. I'll keep the bigger ones away. You got to find it, though. I'm not handing it to you. It's a family tradition.
We could also have a game where you
with a
have
10
to
stack.
take a note.
and a bunch of adults. Eh? You guys be fist fighting for that. I know there's $10,000 in that pile.
Can I come to the reunion, bro?
And the whole thing too is like I told right from the start that this is not a challenge. It's not a throwdown. It's not trying to goat people into a fight. Whoever wants to participate or doesn't want to participate, they get to make the choice. It's not like, hey, I'm calling you out type of event. That's the way they took it at first. They took it as like somehow some people are getting called out. I'm like, not at all, because the guy rocket scientist said I would never participate in something like that. I'm like, well, certainly. I mean, would you? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Me and Zanny could have a stock car race.
How about if you can beat me, then the Earth is a ball. A student.
I don't know, man. I think I'd pay about $2,000 to beat the crap on Curve. As long as he was fighting back. If he stopped fighting back, I'd stop.
Yeah, I mean, Curved is always talking about punching people in real life and stuff. Here's his chance to actually do it sanctioned and legal.
Yep.
I was wanting to beat up on Team Skeptic.
I'll take a flight from here.
You guys seen Punch Man? You know, only
It's
one
an
punch,
awesome
right? Yeah, that's curvature, right? Because that's all it takes.
Yeah,
right? It's
his
one
name.
punch, right?
Yeah,
It's
his name's Curved Water. Yeah, he's always trying to invoke some sort of. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the actual curvature.
Oh
being
no,
the one punch, right? That is the one punch. Because every time they come here, you just ask them about curvature, and it's like, well, the stars in the sky. Yeah, it's over. You know, it's like.
But airplanes.
Yeah.
Like another thing
The
too.
other day, dude, where's the curvature? He's like, well, airplanes, like.
If you look at the moon and your butt at the same time, you can see it.
Let me check my pockets. No, hold on. Let me check my other pocket.
Let me check my fag bag. Maybe it's in my
See that
fag
in
bag.
this guy? Yeah, like what? It's like, and he's gone. You know,
Yeah,
you
I
look
mean,
back and he's gone. It's like, where's?
I'm saying like 90% of global arguments now that I've ever seen are if Earth is a ball, therefore Earth is a ball. And it's just about like finding out
Only
how
90?
they've done it.
Come on, man. Way over 90.
Well, no, the other 10% are just like you're retarded or strong man. Yeah.
Yeah, but if the if is a if, then if.
Or actually, no. To be fair, they do sometimes say the Earth is a ball because if the Earth was flat, therefore I misunderstand.
Sometimes they say imagine.
Yeah. Yep. The imagine or the if? Imagine if.
Imagine you're on the planetary scale. Yeah. Yeah.
If Mr. Tumnus, therefore Mr. Tumnus.
Imagine
space. First of all, imagine you're on a ball. And then imagine you're in space looking at a ball.
I don't have to imagine. I know I'm on a ball.
If dragons
Everybody
exist,
knows.
therefore dragons exist.
Hocus angel dust.
Everybody knows it's a ball. Like, what's wrong with you? You guys go to school?
Did you go to school?
Yeah. Have you ever been?
Have you ever taken a flight before?
But have you ever even been on a plane? Jeez.
If we put you on a rocket and sent you to space,
then you would believe it.
Then you'd be Rocket Man.
Did you even go to school?
The Elton John's best friend, Rocket Man.
Oh yeah.
Good.
They come in.
You think that you're smarter than all the scientists in the world?
Oh my goodness. Yes,
I love that one.
I do. In fact.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's they don't realise that there's a bunch of scientists who are secret flat earthers and won't talk about it because they don't want to lose their careers.
Right, like literally they're just not, they're like, you know what, I'm dealing with chemicals, I'm not even dealing with that, you know what,
yeah,
I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut.
I like the millions of scientists all around the world.
Yeah.
I mean thousands of scientists all around the world.
I was just talking to
two
somebody
people
too.
on TV.
I was just talking to somebody too. She's talking about how she rubs shoulders with all kinds of, people, and like she's been traveling all over the world for 15 years, being a lawyer and a psychologist. She says that she has never met one single scientist. She is literally in doubt that the career itself even exists.
I would agree with that too.
Like physicists, theoretical physicists, stuff like this. She's like, they don't exist. And then if you do point out, like, okay, where do those people work? They say, well, at the universities. And so it's like, okay, so they're professors, they're teachers, they're not scientists, they're not physicists, they're just teachers teaching. And then
the word scientist kind of covers big fields, all these fields of experts, right? Like this, biology and all this. But even say I practice voodoo, right? I would be considered a scientist. Because I study the science of voodoo.
Yes, that's right.
Voodooism. Like, I mean, it's a word. Yeah, it's like a.
The queen
bell
of voodoo is buried
science.
in a Catholic cemetery. So if the Catholics accept it, it's accepted science, right?
Yeah,
It's science. It's the science of.
Have you guys heard of like Witch Car magazine?
Which
there's a pseudoscience version called Witch Doctor magazine. If you've ever seen that.
But they're riding on brooms. They're riding on brooms.
Yeah.
That needs to be.
How old is it? Like
that needs to be
like
spread.
100 years old?
That needs to be spread to all the medical offices worldwide.
My goodness, Geoptical, this is the third time today. No, that's the fourth time today. Who is messing with you so hard?
No, this is
you guys
Indio's great term.
Oh, okay.
Have you guys never even seen the ISS live stream?
Oh man, I did. Except, why do they only do it 12 hours a day? Huh? Weird.
What are the right
And why does it not look? And why do the clouds not look like they're 250 miles away?
Right.
And why
Or like I just learned.
Land?
I just learned that the ISS is going 17,000 miles an hour. Like even right, but nothing's moving. Oh, but they're keeping up with the Earth. No, the Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour. It's going 17 times that. What's the deal?
Yeah, it's like, are you on the no-fly list?
Where's the motion blur?
Where's the motion blur?
It's real because it looks so fake.
Oh man. I actually had a kid in, what was it? It must have been Cogdis that was pointing out that he goes, do you guys have Instagram? And he's going to point out that, or not Instagram, TikTok. That you guys have TikTok? I'm going to send you this link. I'm like, oh no, dude, we already saw that when it first came out. We've already been laughing for 3 days about that.
I think 17,000.
What are they doing?
If you don't have TikTok, then you don't know Globe.
Glob. Yeah, without TikTok, no Glob.
I don't know.
Hey, what are they doing on the ISS? I don't know. Check TikTok. No? Okay. No. Yeah, that was bad.
Is that true, BattleMod? Oh, I'm going to keep that consideration.
Never mind. I thought it was good. Never mind.
Ground targets? Yeah. It's a good way to strengthen your It's a good way to strengthen your shooting ability. Is set your target directly on the ground and walk 30, 40 yards away rather than have it propped up in the air.
Yeah, I always have mine on the ground.
They're way harder to hit. Then if you do that for a few months, then when you raise it up 4 foot off the ground, you'll be way more accurate.
Interesting.
Shoot around that refraction. Oh, watch out for that Coriolis. Whoa.
Well, that's why, dude, that's why bows work the way that they do. Didn't you know that they arc? Okay? It's because of the curvature, bro.
Arc right at the right time. Every time they arc like that, right at the right time.
Yeah, I shoot.
I could think
I
of some
shoot a
golden
crossbow
arches. I'm
too.
not talking about
I own a crossbow.
Hey, guys! You guys want to see me eat some peas?
I ain't got no pictures of my bows, but I like
You guys want to
compounds.
see me eat some vegetables?
I don't know if I want
in
to see
the ISS.
I don't know if I want to see you eating.
I'll eat them without hands because
Look, here's my
playing with my phone.
grandson.
Hey, look, Ma, I'm playing with my phone.
Because gravity. I get it. Yeah.
I started young. I started young on a bow around here. It's my 5-year-old grandson.
I don't.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to give me a recurve.
I think I'd be too dangerous.
The only thing I buy in recurve is Fred Bear. I got one Spalding recurve, but that's an Olympic style. It's made for 100, 150 yard shots. It's a big bow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
I
shoot.
think my strongest is like 100 draw. So
that's a good draw.
yeah, it's not bad.
Most people can't do that. I got wrench arms. I don't like to brag, but I can go above 100.
I don't know if I could go above 100 for too many shots anyway.
Well, I'd admit that too, but yeah.
That actually means that. Oh, okay.
That means
I like the whistle though. I like the whistle above 100.
Ooh, yeah.
It makes a certain noise. Impact is crazy too. The sound of the impact, you can hear a arrow cracking ribs from 30 yards. It's a solid dud.
Love the sound of cracking ribs from 30 yards. Like, take that, ribs. Yum, ribs. That's what's for dinner.
Is that eggs cracking jokes?
Actually, that is what's later.
What an
After the rush
omelet.
slows down.
I don't know why the ladies had to all leave. Like they just cleared out, man. Like,
I mean, Geoptical's still
What, do I
here.
not?
Karma,
So am I not a lady now? What am I?
I'm sorry. I thought you were there.
Now you have to call me lady.
Tracy's still here. Truth is still here.
Apologies.
Spyro here. Saturnine here. We've got so many girls here. He's like, why'd all the ladies leave?
I just don't think
hear them. I didn't hear them. All you rumpusers. Gee whiz. That was like a 3-minute.
Prevails is all challenging me to a bow shoot. I'll kick your ass. Why are they so far apart? Like, oh my God, woman. I gotta see it to believe it.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, I know he's probably a good shot, so you're probably trying to hit the outline of the image. So I'd say if that's true, it's a good shot.
Hey, Truth.
Yeah.
Hey, Truth.
I don't doubt it, though.
Your mic sounds really. Truth's mic sounds really like. Is it me or is it?
No, she's breaking up a little, but my younger sister can outshoot me, so I'm not saying women can't shoot a bow. My younger sister can outshoot me, but she does it more often.
Practice
Just don't hit it. Just don't hit it in the stomach. Hey.
She won't marry a man, but that damn bow goes everywhere she goes. Trying to marry her off. Who needs a new truck, guys?
Warrior
I
woman.
have a question. If you shoot an animal in the stomach with a shotgun, the poop comes out and ruins the meat. But if you shoot it with the arrow and you hit it in the stomach, does the same thing happen?
Where's
Mike?
the discussion come from, bro?
Well, if
Depends
it's
on
a
where
big
you
enough
get that,
shot, they're gonna poop.
No,
Where
I mean,
did you get that, Wise?
inside it ruins
It's not a
it.
catfish. It's not a carp. You're not.
Ah, you mean if you if you rupture the bowels and the poop goes everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruins
I guess it
it.
just depends on how well you hit it.
That
Right.
doesn't ruin everything, though.
So you hit it in the
Who told
ribs.
you
You just
that?
don't want to eat the thing that's covered in poop, maybe.
Want to rinse it
So
off.
you hit it. So you
Rinse
hit it in the ribs, right? So you
Rinse
don't hit
thoroughly.
the.
You use the intestines to make sausage. Who told you shit ruins the meat? Come on, man. It's a wise tale. It's a lie.
Well, where I'm from, it does. Yeah, where I'm from, it does. Yeah, because sometimes the guy they
You
use
clean
shotgun.
out the intestines and make blood sausage, right?
True.
No, I'm talking about
So
the
I
actual.
just
I'm
joined
talking
the
about the
chat and
actual.
Oh no,
talking about food.
Islanders did. They made blood sausage out of the intestines after they cleaned the poop out of them. That's what I'm talking about. So didn't the
think we have
poop ruin
something
the
there.
intestines?
We have someone questioning what we're talking about that just joined the server. Hi, Chong.
Sounds like we're talking about food. Yeah, processed
Okay,
food.
so, yeah, let's get
Started
it
with
back.
archery,
Food on flat Earth.
Chitlins.
Highly
Yeah, we're talking
processed
about
food.
how to
No.
process food on a flat plane.
It's different when it's field processed.
Trying to figure out how Coriolis affects the poop if you rupture it when you hunt it and shoot it.
Yeah, does your intestines compensate for the spin? Or?
Is there an apparent deviation of shit when you got shot, or is there not?
Is it,
Does
is
the
it pressing
aberration
against the
light matter with the
container?
moving target?
Wait, he had a question.
Yeah.
Right. The large intestines extracts the water, but the water is constantly rotating. So obviously, there's some sort of thing going on there, right?
I don't know.
No.
See if it's a ball.
Something going on within your intestines? Yes, always.
I
What
think
is
you
that?
failed biology.
What's the point?
I know. I'm just joking around.
Okay.
Hey, he's just trying to fit in, guys.
That was a good one, actually.
I've had a lot of bad ones, man.
Moving water in bowels. That's nasty.
Bong's been bombing out a few times.
Yeah, I'll take 2 burritos, Indio.
If it was from spinning, your vestibular system would pick up on it instantly.
Well, what about the arrow? Is the arrow affected as it flies through the air? Just the mass.
It just bends and warps
the
and then hits
projectile.
it hits the apparition. It's hitting a
So-
mirage.
I actually saw a video on YouTube about the vestibular system recently. Does that have to do with the air pockets in your joints?
No.
No.
What?
No,
Or is that ears? Is that your ears?
It is your inner ear, yes.
Your
Yeah, it's
balance.
like a gyroscope. in
Your
your
balance
ears,
supposed
or-
to
Do it, yeah.
One at a time, guys. Come on.
It's like a spirit level and a gyroscope at the same time.
I think it's got to do with your armpits.
Water in your ears.
Yeah. It's connected to your armpits, bro.
Well, someone's typing.
Yeah,
I have my very own video on the vestibular system. Let's see here. Let me search that up real quick. Look at there.
You think blind people? You think their vestibular system is more developed than?
There we
normal
are.
people?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Daredevil? Obviously.
Yeah. People think that's true, man. People think they can really do that shit. It's hilarious.
Well, you have the mind's eye still. You know, even if you're blind, you have visualization in your mind.
Even when you're falling onto the concrete. Yeah.
And you can memory map everything.
Because you think you can
I love
fly
that
like
movie
Daredevil.
Daredevil because Jennifer dies.
What's up, Hank?
Yeah, I'm just saying I like the movie Daredevil because
sonar. Bats use.
Has everybody watched my video on the vestibular system?
Blind people
I
also
don't
use
believe so.
sonar. Blind people also use sonar. They tap with the stick, or they've got these clickers.
Bong's still talking, so I'm guessing Bong, you didn't see it.
Yeah, I said I have not seen it.
Okay. Well, your excuse. You're kind of new here. But the other people.
Oh, Bong. I thought you said Chong. Sorry.
No, the other.
Sonny, he's not new.
Oh, he's not new. Okay. Well.
No, he's this is Jabari.
Yeah, I haven't been on in over a week, but I'm back.
I don't know. Sound like a flat earther to me. I don't know what it is about people's voice, but
Welcome back.
is that true?
Yeah, he's the guy that gets his girlfriend on here to convince her to
Yes.
yeah, if you guys remember him. How is your
Yes.
girlfriend? Is she still a Glober?
She's out of town right now, actually. She's getting her teeth fixed.
So you're a flat earther and you live with a Glober girlfriend?
Absolutely.
Oh, interesting.
Bro, what did you do to send it to the dentist, bro?
Say that
Smack
again?
your bitch up.
That was a joke.
She was like,
Hey, I'm a gentleman, all right? I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are kind of crazy.
What are those globe earth girls like? Just kidding.
They got no teeth, apparently.
Here's the thing is I can actually talk to her about like 95% of the things that I can't talk to like a normal person about. But one thing is that she's so hooked on the Corey Good inner earth beings thing. You know, people come from outer space and all this stuff like that. And I'm like, no, like you need to like ground yourself a little bit here.
Yeah, that's
You know?
that was the new age. The new age seeped its way in. It just snuck its way in like through the back door and just like quietly snuck in and planted itself. And all these people who are sort of spiritually minded people, they needed some kind of direction. They saw the hypocrisy in all the churches and all of that, and they got drifted over. And kind of, I see it as kind of being, misdirected actually to another false paradigm.
Right. Like I always tell her that like you come in from left field, far left field with the things that you say. And I've always told her like you need to like use your eyes and use your mind. You know, don't let them create that space between your ears that you believe in, because you need to like use your brain. She has a great brain. She's a very smart gal. I love her. But you know, that's kind of like the rift that we have between each other. And at the end of the day, it comes down to agree to disagree. And that's, you know, that's where we're at.
Have you considered inviting her for ladies' night?
If she could stay sober long enough to stay awake for that, yeah. But we'll see about that.
She's been here before. I remember her. Interesting.
Yeah, she didn't contribute a whole lot. She was just like, well, I just don't understand. That's all she said. And
Can I ask you a question about your Glober girlfriend?
yeah, the one with the alien tattoo.
Does she have anger issues?
Any what?
Does she have anger issues?
No, she's just very strong-minded, and I respect that about her. But I mean, I'm still trying to like, you know, persuade her. You know.
Well, you can at least tell her that we'd be happy to have her for ladies' night if she ever wants to join.
Yeah, and I actually, she made a Discord name, and her name is G9. If you ever see her, her name is capital G9 for Janine G9. It's like she calls it her rap name. And I gave her login information because I found her
My
on
wife
phone
has one of
randomly.
those too.
I keep my eyes open.
Hey, you never know. She might log into Discord and hop in because this is the only channel that she's on Discord. She made it deliberately to come here on my behalf. So,
Oh, that's nice of her. Shows she's open-minded enough to at least give it a try.
She is very open-minded, but she's also very headstrong. It's a little
I get
warning
that.
for you.
Might take just some time and gentle approach.
If she comes in, we're going to be nice to her.
Compliment her nice new teeth.
What was their name?
Janine, yeah, she was born
Like the first
without
thing you say to her when she comes
sockets.
in. Your teeth
so-
are lovely. And she's like, how the fuck do you know about my teeth?
Well, she was
No
born
shit.
without sockets, like, so she has like teeth missing in her mouth. So
Oh,
Is that her Discord handle? Her Discord username? When she joined?
yeah, How to Train Your Pet Girlfriend. Her name is Toothless.
Oh shit! No, no.
Oh wow.
Bam.
Hey, if you guys gonna make jokes, I can make fucking jokes.
Yeah, he
I say that shit to her
on his
face.
own girlfriend. That's fine.
Take her
That
to,
was
on a
funny.
holiday to Seattle.
No jokes until we get to know her. Please, thanks.
Well, you can take the piss out of everyone. That's kind of the standard.
P.I. Bong
but
on the trail. Sorry.
Bong, she's been here before. Like she's had.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I remember her. She also went by like Nene or Nini, something like that, right?
God, you guys are good. Yeah, that's my nickname for her. It's my little pet name for her.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like a collective memory here. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, it's really weird. I feel like I'm talking to the CIA or something. Like, is this a recorded message? Like for quality assurance?
Well, technically it is recorded, but
Yeah,
There's nowhere to hide.
I just want to confirm I'm not CIA, I'm MI6, but yeah.
Right, we're international here. I get it. Trust me, I get it.
Welcome to Welcome to pre-thought.
Yeah, we're international.
Bro, I feel like I'm in preschool all over again. I gotta relearn all this shit.
We'll think what you're thinking before you even see, just like Bong there. Sorry.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
Well, think what you're thinking before you think it. Someone will come up with what you were about to think. Welcome to pre-thought.
I'm trying to get somebody to stream the Atlantis movie. Brett is willing to do it. Do you guys know what role he needs? Like the cinema something?
Yeah.
Do you know what role it is?
Cinema.
Cinema. I'm like looking through everybody's roles to see if I can find it.
What? Wait a minute. What are you doing?
I think there's a cinema role.
Oh, not
Yeah, it's called
No, stream. To stream, not
I
to.
believe it is cinema host.
Oh, okay, cinema host. Crypto, do you mind giving that to him?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Who am I giving what to, sorry?
Brad. Oh, Brad, sorry.
Flat Brad.
Yeah. He has every single role in that one.
So I'm giving Secret King to Flat Brad.
I think he already has it.
You're so hilarious, Crypto. I already have Secret King, alright? If you want to give me all the other roles while we're at it, that's fine. Just
Bro,
don't
you have every other role.
Just don't do role complainer, because then Crack Villain will be very mad. Because I do not complain about him.
I don't understand how there is a role you don't have. This doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, I only have half the roles I had at once. I don't have all of them anymore because Ravenous Brad took him down to one page, and then Crack just gave me a page yesterday.
Right.
Because he was like, I don't want to get in a battle with Ravenous. But here, I'll give you some. Click, 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 click.
So cinema host, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go. That.
You were when I spoke to you up there earlier.
Say that again.
I didn't realize that was him. He just sounds totally different from the last time I spoke to him. Anyway, I just didn't know it was him. I saw Flat Bread, but I didn't know it was. I didn't even check your name to see who it was.
Oh yeah.
So, will you be able to stream it?
I'm gonna go try right now.
All right. Let me know if it works.
Okay.
And if anybody else is interested, we might possibly be watching Atlantis. What was the name of the movie? Atlantis something the anime.
Oh, you're talking about the animated movie with Milo and the submarine.
Yeah, that one.
The glowy lady.
Oh, it's called Atlantis: The Lost Empire. There you go.
Milo Stephanopoulos.
Loved that as a kid.
Yeah.
The guy with the bombs is the best.
Oh yeah.
And please take note that all those people are self-serving Satanists, except for Milo. And then by the end, he shows them all that, you shouldn't be a self-serving Satanist. You should, serve mankind. But yeah, don't analyze it like I do. Just enjoy the film.
It's better if you analyze it. That's how you enjoy it. Otherwise, how could you enjoy a children's movie?
Not always. Because then you start looking at like, oh shoot, I actually say here like fudge.
You just do the analyzing as well as
Satanism or
immersing yourself in it, man.
Yeah.
Let's get to both. Then you can enjoy it twice. First you enjoy it while immersing yourself. Second time and then you analyze it, so you're enjoying it for a second time.
I'll try to do that. If it actually
It's
works.
especially fun if you're watching it with someone. You analyze it together. But yeah, this Atlantis one and the Sinbad one with the giant bird and the Eris goddess was one of my favorites when I was a kid.
Sinbad. Which one was that?
It's where he deals with like a goddess of destruction and chaos, and there's a giant bird they fight. And the thing I remember best is when they're all of a sudden everything freezes over, and the guy who was shirtless walks next to the other guy who's shorter than him, and he turns around and goes, put a shirt on before you poke somebody's eye out. And I couldn't understand it when I was younger, and then I watched it again and laughed my ass off.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's pretty good.
Can you post it in the live stream?
I'll Google it.
Thank you.
That's astonishing, Crit. Look at this guy. I'm so glad he got banned. Unbelievable.
No, is it the Laurie guy again?
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on it. It doesn't deserve the attention. But yeah, the movie sounds good. Look at all the programming in the movies. Wow.
Oh, I remember this. It's been a long time. I remember like their faces. I just don't remember
I had the DVD.
Oh,
I still have it somewhere.
Wait, this is the pirate thing, right?
Yeah, he's a pirate.
Oh yeah.
Sinbad's a pirate in this.
Sinbad.
And they go off the edge of the earth.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I remember now. Somebody needs to stream this.
The Sinbad I remember
they sail
was
off
the
the
guy
edge
who
of
was a
the earth and into the realm of the chaos goddess, where all of the star signs and constellations are alive and attacking them in the desert.
Hmm.
Which has sunglasses and stuff. A lot of symbology.
It's interesting. Yeah. But
Also,
do you
I
guys
like how I
remember
tricked
the
goddess.
that movie, the Pirates of the Caribbean, like the fourth? I don't remember, but where they go to the edge of the, and then they go into like this. It like the ship flips or something, but they're in like an interdimensional place.
You cut out a little bit in the beginning, so I only heard
Oh, I'm
something
sorry.
pirate.
The Pirates of the Caribbean, the third or fourth or fifth movie.
David Jones Locker, maybe.
Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. It was on
The third one at World's End.
Oh yeah.
Is
I
that
just
where they
remember the
go
song
into
from
the
that one.
to the end of the world?
At World's End?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
Oh, I think I might have cut out. Are you saying yes or I didn't hear
Yeah,
you?
the name of the third one is called At World's End.
Oh.
I'd be saying this as well.
Okay.
As long as it's the songs moves, I just
My-
remember the songs.
What songs? There were songs in there?
Well, okay, the first one is the song when they were hanging all the pirates. They had a pretty nice little ditty. And the second one is, of course, with Michael Bolton and The Lonely Island. You know, this is the time.
To be honest, it's been a while since I've watched those.
If you haven't heard the Michael Bolton song, you should listen to it. It's a great song. He goes through a bunch of movies, but it starts with Pirates of the Caribbean.
He's the worst.
Yeah, with Justin Timberlake.
Yeah,
Wait, there's not Justin Timberlake on that one, but Michael Bolton. And
Yeah,
the
Lonely
rest of
Island.
the
Yeah, I know
Lonely
what you're
Island.
talking about.
Yeah.
Like my favorite bit of that is where he goes like, "Yeah, that was kind of weird, but we're back in the club," and he's like trying to.
Yeah.
They were
When
trying
we're
to
trying
rap
to bring
about being in the club. Yeah.
That always gets. But they're like, oh fuck, and stuff like in between that always makes me laugh. That gets me the hardest.
Yeah.
Andre's
And
supposed
like
to-
whenever they cut to the chorus, there's just him on like the crow's nest, just with a fucking tricorn or whatever it's called.
Oh,
They're all like,
but I love when he was like, now I'm a legal lady. Aaron Brockovich is my name with a baby on his shoulder. Just Michael Bolton and drag was just enough to set me off laughing hysterically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this. I don't remember any of this. Why?
You have to see this.
Initiation
It's a classic.
process. Drag on.
Watch it.
This will be your new favorite song.
Was this in the second one?
No, it's not in the
It's a joke song.
Oh, my internet is.
I posted it in the live stream voice text 30 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to watch, and my internet is loading.
My condolences for your slow internet.
Now back to the good part.
Oh yeah. Life is a box of chocolates. My name is Forrest Gump.
Can I have a chocolate, Forrest?
Yeah.
Boy, them some nice running shoes.
Run, Forrest, run.
I like Forrest Gump.
Yeah,
I used to
Forrest
wear nothing
Gump
but
is-
steel-toe boots until I started working with Mexicans, and I was like, "What the hell are you wearing on your feet?" And they were like the most comfortable shoes I could find. And after working with the Mexicans, man, they were right. Comfortable shoes is where it's at.
I bet you could walk around all day in shoes like that and not feel a thing.
That's why I like paratrooper boots.
That's why I wear boots too. You break those things in, they mold to your feet. Those comfortable things you ever fucking wear.
If you've never had paratrooper boots, they got, you can get them with Nike Air soles, cushion soles. They're comfortable boots. military surplus store. A good set costs you a couple $100 though. But you won't even know you're wearing them. They're not like normal heavy work boots.
Closest thing I could find is a pair of Red Wings. If you got wide feet like me, Red Wings are where it's at. They're nice and light.
Yeah, Red Wings are good boots. I got a few pairs of Red Wings. I shovel shit in Red Wings. I don't like to get shit on my paratrooper boots.
I'll tell you right now, we got 36 inches of snow where I'm at, and I walked down the street in those things when it was all melting. I had the puddles up to my ankles, and my feet stayed dry in those things.
I'll tell you the best redneck way I can, by God, the livestock shits daily and eats daily, you know? By God, it's the only constant here is cleaning up shit. Mm-hmm. You got cow
French fried
patties,
taters.
You got cow scat, you got goat scat, chicken scat, deer scat. My God, pig scat. There's all kinds of scat on the farm. That's why we make them big ass compost piles. It's all shit, you know.
Scat, possum scat, raccoon scat, squirrel scat.
Well, the possum, they shit on the shit pile when they're eating the rotten food that we put in the shit pile. See, they go out there and they clean what's good out their shit and they eat it. And they shit too. So.
Bitty mice scat.
I used to throw empty jars of peanut butter with just the scraps inside out to the woods for the possums.
Dude, I'll set Jiffy Mix and crackers with a dog dish full of water out for the raccoons so they don't fucking dig in my garbage and put a camera on.
They don't get up on your deck and fuck your shit up, right?
Yeah, just so I can watch them on the camera, dude. And they'll eat that fucking peanut butter till it damn near chokes them and then stick their face in the water and suck it down and sit there and lick their fur for an hour. Shit's funny as hell. They get it on their hands.
Paramount, send that to me, please, bro. Please.
We used to throw that stuff out there and shoot them when we were fucking kids, man. I know that seems kind of like cruel to some people, but like they're rodents, they're pests. You know what I mean?
Me and my daughter do wildlife videos. One day we seen a blackbird, a robin, 2 squirrels, and a raccoon all fighting over some nuts and some bird feed, dude. And we thought, yeah, that'd make a good video. You put the animals all up fighting over the bird feed and play that song in the background. And everybody was kung fu fighting. So, yeah, so my daughter did it, and we've been hooked on it ever since. You see deer come up and punk a raccoon out of a loaf of bread.
I want that peanut butter clipper.
Yeah, like once you get done with the peanut butter, you just you can't scrape any more out. You just throw that out into the woods, and they'll just munch on that for days because it's hard for them to get in there and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll drop a large pile of pulp from the cider mill, and I watch the deer circle around this shit and run all the other animals off. They'll be fighting turkeys out there for it. Like, get the hell on, we're eating this right now. Deer don't play, man. They'll run a flock of turkeys over. That shit's funny as hell. The funny thing is that they don't fight to the death, but they literally get in some shit you could call WWF, you know, play fighting. It's funny as hell.
Yeah, it's like 3 weight classes going on at once. You're like, okay, let's see how this happens.
Yeah, I've seen a robin taking a piece of bread from a squirrel while he's fighting a blackbird, pushing off another squirrel, and he's got nuts everywhere under his arms and his cheeks. That shit's funny as hell, dude. Squirrels and birds be like fighting. The birds don't play either. The blackbirds, they'll leave and come back with 10 of them.
Yeah, that's amazing.
They're like, we're getting that bread, motherfucker.
Yeah, birds are pretty smart. They're fun to watch. Like if you have a bird bath in your backyard, they're hilarious.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you should see the squirrels getting our bird bath. The birds fucking hate it, dude. They'll circle them, and you can see on the squirrel's face the minute he knows he hung out too long. Oh shit, there's 30 of them. I'm fucked now. You try to scurry out, they peck him all the way. Ting, 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 ting. Die, pecking him and all that. They're fucking ninjas. Wildlife are ninjas.
Yeah, crows are fucking mean. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear or anything like that, but crows are mean.
Yeah.
They're pretty smart though. They're very smart. They like work in packs and stuff.
Yep. That's what birds are smarter than you know, man. I've noticed that all birds will work in a pack. If one comes up and they're getting beat down by 5 little birds, they'll come back with 10 big birds.
Don't crows have lifetime mates too? Also,
I'm not sure.
Quite a few species of bird actually do mate for life. Yeah.
Yeah.
We get bored out here on the farm sometimes, so we just sit there and play with the cameras.
Yeah.
I got cameras on everything, dude, and you can zoom them in and rotate them. I can see.
That's pretty cool. That must be kind of neat, actually. I bet that's all right. Must be really interesting.
It's an old surveillance system for my yard. My yard's in town, the equipment yard, kind of by a ghetto, so I had to upgrade the alarm system. People were going and stealing shit. Mostly gasoline and diesel.
Oh yeah, big thing that's stolen around here is propane tanks.
Yep, they steal them too. We use a lot of propane doing asphalt. My hot patch trucks that do potholes, they can have 100-pound tanks on them.
You have to lock those suckers down.
One truck.
Put a concrete
put 'em in a
slab with a ring or something in it.
Oh, they're on a hard top.
There was a story around here, like a story like a month and a half, 2 months ago, kind of before that big freeze happened all across the country, or however long ago that was. I mean, a woman and a man came into a propane encampment, and where they refill all the stuff and everything like that. They stole 20 tanks in one night.
What?
See, what you got to do is you got to get that propane without the container. That way, no container, people can't be stealing the propane.
Yeah, we need to see that, Globers.
Right, exactly. It's a high pressure bubble, and it's see through, and they still stole.
Yeah. It's a high pressure gas pocket containing more gas.
Yeah, they can't grab onto the gas, so they can't steal it.
The gravity is what held it all in, because they had a superconductor magnet inside.
Have your girlfriend bring us some gas without a container, Chung.
Trust me, I've been on that one. Trust me. My favorite meme is it's like a Jeep, and there's just a rim on the back. You know how Jeeps carry the spare tire in the back, and it's just like a bare rim. What's that meme? You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Got a bare rim. What's that mean? You got no air around that rim that's bare.
I forgot the name of the meme, but you guys know what I'm talking about. And pictures are worth 1,000 words, and you can go on ad nauseum about these types of things, but people are just very headstrong. They have their strong belief systems, and it's hard to crack. You know what I mean?
Did you say
that's why they indoctrinate people when they're young?
Did you say ad nauseum?
He did.
Fuck yeah, I'm all about those Latin fucking words, man.
No.
A lot of Globers, go after flat earthers in conversation with ad hominem attacks. They're attacking you and your character as a person, and not the subject at which you're trying to discuss. So yeah, I'm all about that Latin shit.
And they also use stultification a lot, right? So they'll say, "Oh, you're a janitor, or you're a pizza guy. What the fuck do you know?" Which is a very dishonest tactic, right? I mean, if it was like, if you lived under a rock for 10 years, it wouldn't be dishonest, right? But who actually lives under a rock and doesn't come out, right?
Well, Einstein was just a patent clerk, so what does he know?
Right, especially in this day and age where we're all connected. You have the power of information at your fingertips, like I do right now. You know what I mean? So what it comes down to is how you delineate this information into your mind. Like I said, get rid of the space that they create for you in between your ears. That's all fake. Get rid of it all and use what's really between your ears, your brain. Use your brain. Apply logic to like the world we live in, right?
Yeah, your mind, your brain applied to the actual reality that we live in. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, and the fake space that they create is the space between your ears. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Totally do. Yep. They use that desire to like use the imagination, that really powerful imagination we all have, and they infiltrated that against our will with another paradigm, another alternate reality.
Yeah, I remember when I first came on to Flat Earth. I think it was like maybe an Eric Dubay video or something like that. It was 2017. And once I really started to like understand, not just dismiss the things that, the arguments and everything like that, I didn't sleep for a week and a half. I'm telling you right now, once it really clicked, I think that's why it's so hard to like, for people to kind of get, because it's almost like, algebra, people who are bad at math. And at one point it finally clicks, right? And when Flat Earth finally clicked for me, it opened my mind to all these possibilities and all these, deceptions and things like that. And it just, I'm not going to lie, it ruined my world in my mind. And then I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? This all makes sense all of a sudden,
Yeah. Yeah, it's like finding out Santa Claus. It totally ruins your paradigm of understanding or belief. And what's so funny is that all these Globers come back saying, no, Santa Claus is real. You just don't understand elf magic. Okay, so let me explain to you elf magic, like as if another explanation on how Santa Claus works is going to get us back there. Same as with the globe, like just some other explanation that we used to already accept and have now discounted. Repeating it is not going to help, and they still think it's going to help.
Oh, like them coming here and trying to teach us. That's the most astonishing thing. Like how they approach us sometimes initially is like, have any of you flown in an airplane?
or they'll go and they'll look up on Google for 5 minutes. Like, guys, we didn't think to Google this shit. Oh man, someone dropped the ball.
Yeah,
yo, come on.
Yeah,
no one thought to Google this.
Let me go look up that.
Right, and then if you have like a norm, like a mind that actually like is able to observe things for what they are, you're like, hold on, this just opened up Pandora's box. Like this just opened up a whole realm of possibility of like, holy shit, I'm not just gonna read this shit and be like, hey, well, I mean, it said it. That's what's true.
That's why I pick and choose my battles if we're being truthful. I won't play with them them idiots that assume a 40-year-old man's never read some shit they read on Google.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're that dumb, you're not at my level. You're not worthy of debate. I mean, no offense to anybody, but I'm here for the advanced debate, not the children. I get annoyed by them quickly. I think we all know that. I make no qualms about letting it be known. Can't believe it's Friday night and it's quiet as hell. Where's all the Rumpus gang at?
Well, I'm doing my best, buddy.
Dude, I've been trying to get Pippo to talk. He won't talk. He won't talk to me.
My mute game is in effect.
Pip,
stopping that Rumpus game.
Pippo. Sorry.
I need a co-pilot. What's up, Luke?
Rumpusing the Rumpus King. Sorry.
No, muting them. So good, productive conversation can happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Pippo to talk. He keeps lighting up, but doesn't say anything. He was here for ladies' night for a little bit.
The Flat Earthers got to teach him how to use Discord.
Okay, didn't 5 minutes
do
ago
we?
you say that like Globers
Oh, hey, can you speak up a little bit?
level or something? I didn't actually know that I was in this school.
What?
Speak up, Pippo.
No, I was in this school.
In what court?
He didn't know he was in the call. He must have clicked on an invite or something.
Oh, you didn't know you were still here?
No.
So that means you don't want to kick it?
Hmm?
You'd rather not have a conversation?
I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so no, not really.
Oh, what else do you got to do?
So our friend Pippo made a brave appearance.
Yeah.
You playing
that's
video
flat,
games right now?
Yeah.
So Ian, I mean, dang.
Yeah, Pippo, you know the Earth's flat, right?
Yeah, sure. Believe what you want, I really couldn't care anymore.
Well, I mean, it measures flat, so.
Yeah.
Sure, okay.
I mean, if it measures flat, it is flat, right?
It's flat. Yeah.
Okay,
It measures
no,
flat.
I get the point, man.
Yeah, but I mean, how else would you find the shape of...
Oh, he muted himself.
Damn it. Crypto done killed the lobby.
It's perfect. It's perfect timing. He's in that lull state at 3 o'clock in the morning, so it's perfect. So, yeah, it's flat. There's no measurement of curvature. They never measured any curvature in all of human history.
Damn,
Pippo.
Krypton is undeniable logic.
I was thinking the same thing.
cheer
It's
up,
like,
man.
oh, I've just accepted defeat. You know what I mean? When you accept defeat, you aren't accepting.
How do you want it?
Right?
Yeah, it's not like it's the end of the world. Oh wait, it is.
Right. The sun will rise tomorrow on a flat Earth, and you're finally like coming to the realization, right?
Keep in mind,
I think
it's
he meant, like, how people think that-
Sorry.
Yeah, I think what Bong was saying there is like how people think the Earth's a globe, so it would literally be the end of that world.
Mm-hmm.
Why he's so sad.
Keep in mind that it is the sun that rises.
Watch it burn. I love globe tears.
It illuminesces the gas around it.
It burned. That's funny. It's on fire. It's a
Sun is on fire.
fire.
Like people with scientific degrees will say, you know, the Earth, you know, the sun rises, but someone who actually knows what's going on will say, well, the sun illuminesces the gases around it as it travels upon its trajectory, right? Am I wrong?
What? Are you saying that it's burning? It's exhausting gases on the way along its travel?
Yes, it illuminesces the gases in the atmosphere, in the sky. Okay. And it comes across, and it uses its energy, and it illuminates the gas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it also charges the blue and all the other colors.
Right. Okay. So you could put gases, different types of gases, in test tubes and apply light to it, and they
Well, noble
fluoresce.
gases, let's be specific. Noble gases you can. So, I mean,
That's where I'm on. Okay.
this
I'm
is
not.
speculation. I know where you're on. This is speculation. We can't actually prove it, but it's good speculation.
Which, okay, so if you're going to speculate that, you can speculate that it's local and that it localizes the gas around it. It illuminates it. It fluoresces it. Right?
That's what electricity, magnetism does to noble gases. But I mean, I generally stay
Electricity
away
and
from
magnetism.
speculation unless I'm in a group conversation where that's what we're doing.
So I'm just throwing stuff out there willy-nilly. And I like how you're like, let's talk about this more specifically, because that's why I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here to learn.
most
at
of
the end
us
the
came
day.
from an electronic universe, and that's one of the first principles. It's the same reason you can have light in what should be a shaded area when the sun isn't shining into it. So I've talked about this in depth, but I just want to put out there, it's nothing we can prove or demonstrate.
But
we can demonstrate the luminescence of noble gases, but we can't demonstrate that's what's happening in the atmosphere.
But we can observe, right?
That still doesn't change what I said. We can
I understand that, but I'm trying to lean more towards
We just
an
can't test it.
an observational perspective of things.
Well, I know, but most of us here are trying to get away from that. We observe this and we assert that as the cause. Most of us here are trying to get away from that. We want what is empirical, what you can demonstrate, test, and repeat. And that's what we'll build our concrete reality out of. But I mean, speculation is fine on a certain level.
Yeah, it's kind of
But then
repeating
you'll
the
just have
globe
Glovers
mistake.
coming in here. Yeah, you'll have Glovers coming in here all of a sudden wanting us to replace something we refuted just because we refuted when falsification is independent of replacement. You don't have to replace your theory to prove it doesn't make sense or it's undemonstrable.
Okay, so let me.
So I don't worry about replacement. We keep this on science.
I understand what you're saying. I understand completely.
Because it
I'm
can't
not
be
trying to put
replaced.
anybody in a basket where they end up having to defend my assertions or my presuppositions that I can't demonstrate. I 100% agree with you. And I can explain how it works through the dielectric nature of the electric universe, but I can't prove it.
So what I'm referring to, it's like an aircraft going from nighttime into daytime, and from where, crossing into like the night into daytime at a high altitude where you have gases being electrified by a unit, the unit being the sun, right?
That's one ideal, that the main source of electric power for that is the sun, but there's a lot of electricity in the atmosphere too, so you're leaving out a lot of variables.
Right, but when you go from complete night to the sun coming up, when you're way up in a jetliner or something like that, and you see the sun coming up above in a certain, obviously there's a lot of variables in the atmosphere, right? But what it comes down to is the sun illuminates the gases around it, and that's the sky that we normally
How would you
see.
demonstrate that is true?
I saw it in a video.
Let's take that route. No, that's not what I asked.
Well,
It's not
that's
even close
what I
to what
have.
I asked.
That's what I have to go off of, though. You understand?
I'm asking about a practical demonstration that your presupposition or assertions are true in reality.
It would be it would be gases in a test tube, different types of gases and how they are
Yeah, you know what
illuminated.
Globers say, that there's not the concentration of noble gases in the atmosphere that there are in a test tube.
I've never heard that, but I'm sure you have.
Do you know what part of the atmosphere is made up of noble gases? Is it 7%?
I don't
maybe
know,
15?
but I know that as you go
How high
higher,
of a concentration
there's
do
different
you need?
concentrations.
How high? Not of noble gases make up 7% of the atmosphere. It's that simple. They're found suspended in a certain layer of the atmosphere, not the entire atmosphere. They do rest at a higher level than most gases, yes. I mean, you're really on one of my major topics right now, but I don't cover it for a reason.
I wonder if I could find that video that I'm talking
Is
about.
it Purple Dawn, Electric Universe? I'm sure I've already watched the video.
Well, I know you're like,
because right now you're preaching to the choir where I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, and things that I bring up, I seek more knowledge on. I'm, like if I say something and you're like, well, this is why it happens, like I'm all ears. You know what I mean?
I can give a million assertions of where the propagation of light come from. The problem is I can't prove any of them. I don't try to back all my people into a corner where they have to defend my presupposition. I can't repeat it enough.
If I could find
Put
that
us all in
video,
one basket here, bro. So the things you say, I'll have to defend.
yeah, I understand that. There was a video that there's a video that I watched. It was from an airplane's pilot's perspective, airliner, 35,000 plus feet, and flying at night.
Yeah, it's
and
by
you're
Electric
flying by your
Universe, Purple
instruments,
Dawn
but
Society.
then okay, tell me more. Purple Dawn Society.
The Purple Dawn, Electric Universe. Yeah, those are all Electric Universe concepts. Electricity could even be demonstrated to power the seasons and the weather on Earth, the tides, the flow of dielectric materials.
So gases on different types of gases emit different types of energy. And you can, see that
Not
with
all
the
gases illuminate.
colors that they illuminate. That's a illuminescence.
Not all gases illuminate, only the noble gases.
And that's what I'm talking about.
I know, they only make up 7% of the atmosphere.
So is nitrogen, I mean, I could look at this stuff right now, but is nitrogen a noble gas? Yeah, I just looked it up. It's not.
No. It's, I didn't answer because I want you to know when you talk about noble gases, what the 6 naturally occurring noble gases are. Can you list them now?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess what I understood before, I thought that they were the reason why you see a blue sky during daytime.
There have been people to assert that. Mainstream science says it's polarization.
Yeah, sunny here.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I just checked. Never mind then.
Incoming in like 10 minutes.
Yep, we got some new ones coming in.
I just wanted to talk about one of the links that he sent. It's at 2028. It's about the Antarctic Treaty. Basically, she's reading an excerpt from the encyclopedia that predates the things that are put out today. 1958. And I've seen that video, and basically what that encyclopedia section says under the Antarctic research section, it talks about a dome, right?
A structure.
Well, there's also mountains that are described as domes. There are different categorizations of mountains, and obviously there's a lot of mountains in Antarctica. There's probably more than we could even identify, but I think that, when you go out to a certain point, you see the big dome, and maybe it was mistaken for the dome above. I've seen that video before, and it was just always kind of like one of those things. It's like, well, it's either this or that. Antarctica is such a mystery, and I wish that we could just explore it more and document it, journalize it, more accurately than any scientific journal is ever going to do. You know what I mean? There's a lot there that we could learn from.
I've speculated, and for me, if I was God, if the creator, and I knew the past and the present, and I would know that people would come out this far, so I'd probably move it way, way, way back, so that no human, no matter what technology, can get to it, or in whatever allotted time that you've set for humanity to exist, so that they can never reach the ends of this creation, or whatever his will is. That's just me, though. I don't know, right? But that it's probably even better. I don't know, but that would make sense to me.
What if you just flash like some text in front of their eyes and say, "You can't go any further in this direction, turn back"?
Right. What if he painted a wooden sign like, "Hey, do not enter," right?
Well, it's kind of obvious if you see something very dangerous, right? Like preventing you from, that would be the sign, right? Like, yeah, you're not going to make it across that.
Well, there was a time, probably about a year ago, and it was on a different phone, so I'd have to bring up the files that I have saved on that different phone. But I was looking up Sir Admiral Byrd. I don't know if he's a sir or not. Admiral Byrd. You all know that name, right? And basically they did a series. Right. And so they did a series of high altitude observations over Antarctica, and they mapped out mountain features with, heights and everything like that. And it just, what seemed strange to me is they published these maps, right? But it was almost like they were leaving little breadcrumbs, for us to follow. And they'd name it Mount Deception or, just like weird cryptic things like that. These, land features that they observed, right? Not exactly sure where I found it, but trying to find those old maps that they published, and I actually had it downloaded on another phone, and they had all these kind of weird, breadcrumbs is the best way I can, describe it, about like what's going on, right?
I think older maps are not as accurate as newer maps. As you go back, it gets less and less accurate. But
And
it
that's
doesn't mean it doesn't mean there's land that was there, even accurate that they.
And if like someone were to fabricate something, and this is like my big thing, is like if someone were to fabricate something and try to lead you into a certain direction, at what level do you really verify besides your own observations in your own person, right? Which is where you kind of develop that, like, yes, this is absolute solid evidence, but when you like see things like that, it's like, in which way are they really trying to persuade us with this information, in this information age that we live in?
Guys, we just checked in Jesus, if you guys want to chat with him. He's a Glober, but he seems respectful.
Hey, what's up, Jesus?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Welcome to the server. This is where you ask all the questions. If you have any questions, chime in. How are you?
I'm
Good.
pretty good. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How are you? How are your beliefs in in your reality? You must be here for a reason.
Well, if we're talking about reality, I wouldn't believe that we see exactly everything for how it is. We obviously see a slightly skewed perception. Researchers have talked about this. I can't remember their names right now, but I have read very factual things, and not like skewed perceptions as in like something different. I just mean we see things different than other animals on this earth. For example, like colors.
It has to be.
Colors, yep.
Yeah, we obviously see colors different than an animal, and so reality.
How do you think a fish? How do you think a fish sees its world? A fish, how the eyes are in science.
Oh, I don't think it thinks very much. It's not very I wouldn't believe that with that. It's like we humans obviously have pretty big brains. We're I wouldn't say we're wise. We're not intelligent, we're wise. We understand the the principles of what
right.
we are.
Okay, let's do an example. Okay, when you stand at the beach, have you ever been on the beach and looked out at the ocean?
Yep.
Right. Well, what do you see? Do you see features of a ball that with the radius, or do you see flat level?
Well, if I see a ship sailing directly down the water.
No. Forget the ship, right? Like there's a horizon, right? And there's water.
Of
right?
course,
You
but
see
like
features of a ball, of a curving.
it's obvious. Like think of if we look at the current measurements of the Earth. How small are we? How insignificant are we?
Okay.
We can't
Maybe that's too
see
much.
the curve.
Let's start over. Let's start over. We're at a swimming pool. Okay, we're at a swimming pool. We're looking at the top of the water, right? Can we see features of a sphere when we look at the surface of the water? That's small.
Obviously not.
Obviously not.
Obviously.
Right. Okay.
Nobody could see it that small, except maybe like an ant.
Right. So would you say that this pool, right, the surface of this water is level and flat? Can we safely assume that and say that?
On a scale, obviously, like everything's to a scale. If like the Earth is round to a degree, like we're not looking at like a little tiny ball. We're looking at like a massive.
Right. So yes, we'll say yes for intents and purposes, and because of the scale of right said ball, yes, it should appear flat and level at the surface. And then we go to something bigger, right? Like a lake, right? And we ask the same question, right? And the answer would most likely still be yes, right? Is that what you would say?
To a degree, depends on how big the lake is. If we look at something like Lake Ontario, I'm based in Ontario. I've seen Lake Ontario 100 times. I could go into the middle of that and see nothing but water around me. That's about like I'm guessing I can see about 3 miles out. So that's about how far the horizon would be. So, but that's what I've heard, according to other people. I wouldn't know that for myself. I haven't looked up what the horizon is for myself. That's just what I've heard. So, I've heard it's about 3 miles out. So, I'm gonna assume from what I heard that would be true. About 3 miles. So, but if we look at, and obviously there is going to be a certain amount of curve, but how much are we going to notice of that curve? Is it
helping you an Earth curve calculator in the chat right now?
What chat? Live stream voice chat.
Live stream voice.
Never seen this thing, and I'm not too familiar with imperial measurements either. I'm good with metric measurements. So.
Change it. There's a button that change it to metric.
Oh, okay. Eye height. I'm about.
Anybody want to do Black Swan?
Oh, I thought you were. I got cut out. I thought you were continuing. Can I just continue then and finish this real quick? What I was gonna get to. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Jesus?
He's just looking at the Earth curve calculator. If you want to.
Yeah. I wanted to bring in radius because he kept saying scale, right? Scale, it's too big. But now we have a size, we have a radius. So now you can't say that the Earth is too big anymore, right? Because this is where your locally flat idea stops, right? And where the globe should begin. Because now that we have a radius, when we go out to the ocean and we see something that we shouldn't see because of the radius, then you ask the question again, do we see features of sphere? Do we see curvature? Yep. I wanted you to think about it, because when you think about radius, that's when curvature enters the picture, right?
Well, he left, so I don't think he heard that.
Yeah, we also checked in a couple other people. I see Noob Dog was up there. How are you doing?
Yeah, we can pass the point to them, right? I mean, till he gets back.
Also, Flatty Patty. Both of those guys were really respectful. So if you guys want to pipe up, now's a good time.
What did you guys say to them, man? If you scared them.
No, I mean, Flatty Patty seemed like he was getting it. Same with Noob Dog. So if you guys want to put your 2 cents in, feel free.
Yeah, sorry, I just jumped on my computer. Are you saying something about me?
Yeah, just welcoming you to the live stream.
Oh, thank you, bro. Pleasure to be here. Ready to learn?
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, actually, there was a really good point someone brought up earlier about ships and the ocean slowly falling, and then something about the Black Swan. I'm curious about that because I believe Black Swan are oil rigs, but I'm not sure though.
Sure. I'll go ahead and post a couple things in the chat for you.
It sounds good.
Flatty Patty, do you know what the radius of the globe is?
Like 3,000 kilometers, I believe.
3,959.
3,959.
Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know why that is important?
Well, I believe that's when you should you can calculate at what point, at what distance you should be able to see curvature.
Right. At what point should we not be able to see things because of curvature? Right.
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 And I'm guessing that's
So-
related
so-
to the other rigs.
So it's not too big. It's what the radius means is the Earth is not so big that we can't see curvature. That's what it means.
Yep.
So let's do the walkthrough of the Black Swan. Flatty, can you click on that picture and open it up?
On voice stream live text.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah, I see it.
Cool.
Sorry.
Anybody want to take this?
I'm gonna fall asleep.
Hank?
No, actually, I'm trying not to fall asleep while driving, so
Oh, gotcha.
probably not good.
All right.
Oh, you should take this then, Hank.
I'm almost there. Plus, I just smacked the crap out of myself. I don't know if you heard that.
Okay, so what are we doing? What?
We're gonna do Black Swan.
The Black Swan. The Black Swan. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Do we understand what that means?
Not really. Can you go more in depth?
Okay, so if P means if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, 3,959 miles. That's P. If P, right? If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, then Q, right? Then every horizon distance measurement. Do you know what that means? Every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square root observer's height in feet. The whole thing is Q. You guys get that? So if the Earth is a ball this size and you're standing, 1 foot above sea level, right? Then the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see past this distance. But it is not Q, therefore it is not B. But we can see past this distance, therefore it is not a sphere, the radius of 3,959 miles. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you guys get it? Just like saying, if swans, right? If you find one black swan, then so the statement is all swans are white. Okay, all swans are white. But if you find one black swans, then the statement that all swans are white is false. Therefore, the statement that the Earth is a sphere with this radius is false. So it's either not a sphere, right? Or it's a sphere with the radius of, I don't know, millions or billions of miles. Who cares, right? Because it's not a sphere of this radius, of this size. It's flat. Go ahead. Does that work, anybody?
So Flatty, why don't you try repackaging it and putting it back towards us to see if you got it?
Well, with the radius we're given, observably it is not curving, because it just doesn't make sense. So visually, like Long said, it's either going to be a radius with millions of miles wide or long, or it is flat.
Right, because if there were a radius, there would be a geometric sphere edge and with curvature, and so yeah, this black swan is a problem.
I used to think it's probably a sphere that's way, way bigger. But then you're still going to have to throw out all that astronomy, all that astrophysics, right? So why assume a ball in? Why not just say it's not a ball until proven ball? Why not just, you know what I mean? So it can't be a ball that's way, way bigger because you're still assuming something, and it still has to be somewhere, which is in space. And now we can talk about gas pressure, right?
I don't know if anybody has ever asked this, but let's say the Earth is flat, like 100% definite. Let's say it is. Well, why would it be? Why would it not be common knowledge then? Right? Why would it need to be hidden?
The educational system.
It was common knowledge, dude. Yeah, haven't you seen all the models from the past? This is the only model that's not a flat Earth. So the question is, why are they hiding it from the world, right? But it doesn't matter. They're hiding it from the world, and that's what matters, is that the Earth is not a sphere. If it's not a sphere, then WTF.
Like I personally couldn't comprehend it being flat because common sense would say to me, "Where's the edge?"
No, that's not common sense.
Just what would normally come to me, and
but don't you reckon a common sense, right, is sight? When we see something and we both say, "Yeah, that looks flat. That definitely looks flat," but the teacher, but scientists say it's a ball, right? So here is our common sense. We're both agreeing it's flat. That's common sense. But we're saying that our common sense is wrong. Doesn't that work? Don't you think that's true?
I meant like as in common sense, as like what I would normally think and what.
I think the word you're looking for is common knowledge.
Yes.
But it doesn't have to be true knowledge, does it? It just has to be common.
I like if the world it was flat though. Like I always would wonder this: where would the edge be? How far out would it be? How? And if it was infinite,
it would be at the 60th parallel. If you know where that is on the globe, that's the edge. It's somewhere in the ocean. You're not allowed to go past it. That is the virtual edge for us.
You keep on asking,
who says we can't go past it?
You keep on asking if the Earth was flat, but we've already measured, so it is flat.
Yeah.
So you might ask this question.
Well,
because it's flat, where is the edge? You might ask that question, but saying if the edge, like that doesn't make sense because we already measured it. Like it's flat.
No, but like in your eyes, like we all have.
No, it's not in my eyes. It's not in my eyes. We're talking about objective measurement.
Yes, but like I would say like there's a split that between people who. Now I'm forgetting what I'm saying. What was I saying?
Between people who measured the Earth and people who didn't. Yeah, you're right.
No, what I was saying before. I'm trying to remember.
The Earth is flat, you were saying if the Earth is flat, where's the edge?
Yes. But
you're supposed to say because the Earth is flat, where's the edge?
I don't personally, and
why are you acting like the Earth flat is an opinion? It's not.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up.
It was both. Obviously, one of us is wrong. So like
you,
there can only be one or the other, and you have to be
right. Okay, let's clear that up. Because you probably don't know. I used to be in the military, right? I was a radio man. I deal with radio frequencies. We were told to assume that these radio frequencies are going across a flat plane. It's called line of sight. Okay, you can look into other professions. Pilots, surveyors, people who deal with long distance, they are all told that they must be assumed that they are working on a flat plane because that's what they're working with. We're told by Neil deGrasse Tyson because of the Red Bull jump that went up to 128,000 feet that at that level, at that height, you're not going to see curvature. And then he specifically said that stuff is flat. So you see,
in the camera, if you've watched that video, you do see curvature.
Right. The reason why he got on is because of the camera that's inside the pod, looking out, seeing a horizon at eye level. Now, see, that's the reason why he had to get on the camera on TV and explain it. Because if it wasn't for that camera, they might try to pass that footage off as the curvature of the Earth. And now the Earth is the state of Nevada. You know what I mean? So think about it like this. we all have to assume that the Earth is flat, even though we all believe we live on a ball. Okay?
We don't
Do you
have
understand
to.
that? We have
We
to.
don't
I
have
just explained to you that pilots have to do this, radio men have to do this, surveyors have to do this, architects have to do this, people who build
maybe with
railroads
radio.
have to do this, people who build bridges have to do this. You have to find a profession or some kind of trade or some kind of thing that someone does that accounts for the curvature of the Earth. And then you can say that we're wrong. Okay, you can say that the whole world is wrong, and you're the only one that assumes curvature. So, let's get through it, right? Go look it up right now, or take our word for it now, so we can move forward in the conversation. Or you can look it up.
I just want, like, of common eyes, like, the percentage of people who believe the Earth is round is more than the Earth is flat. There is a higher percentage of people who believe it.
Statistics on that.
Yeah, but why does that matter anyway?
Because, like,
people think things, therefore it's true.
So we just told you
I do not know what black swan
when
is.
you're told that something is a ball, even though it's not, and you go out into that world, you're going to think you saw a ball, even though you didn't. Those are all the people you're talking about. But when you go measure that thing, it's not a ball. That's how you stop seeing balls where there are not balls, by measuring them.
You still didn't answer his question.
He went to all these countries and asked all the people if they believed the world was a ball, you know?
How we answered it, the edge is the 60th parallel.
Well, I understand that, but like, I mean, he's fallacy upon fallacy upon fallacy. Like, he stacks his fallacy high.
The edge question is a natural question.
Jesus. If everyone in America thought the grass was blue, would grass be blue?
Obviously not, but based on the common, like...
Yeah, but based on
it'll start looking blue,
then
bro. Yeah,
grass
it'll
is
start
blue,
looking
right?
blue.
So grass is blue because most people believe it, right?
No, obviously not. I do know the fallacies.
Yeah.
I
So
have
why
another-
are you
I have
like
another
why are you insulting our intelligence with such an obvious fallacy?
I have one more example.
I'm not.
Oh, man, he's just trying to make a
most
point.
Of America. Most of
Yeah, it's a
America,
really shit point though. Come
They
on.
believe in Christianity.
Okay.
So, you believe in Jesus because most Americans do?
Oh, obviously not. I'm like, I
so then
believe
what's your
in
point?
stuff that I have seen enough evidence to believe. I'm an atheist. My name is a joke among friends. It's kind of an inside joke, but because
Yeah, you're not
like,
insulting anybody but yourself. You're only making yourself look bad in front of people you're trying to insult. The same.
Yeah, so
Be
so what
better.
evidence have you seen for this globe?
Well, I had stuff here.
Perfect sound effect.
Oh god, the cricket noise.
It's only joking.
Stuff.
Anyway, carry on.
How are the atheists the most religious?
Hi guys.
Don't care about atheists. I'm talking about for fuck's sake. Right, whoever's got that PSP, you're getting banned. Yeah, please tell us the your best proof of curvature while I ban this guy.
Well, like I know people who've like obviously who've seen it, and then also, have you ever? I've seen this many times. I've chilled by the beach and I've watched I've seen like boats. They when you see them sail off in a certain direction, they do drop. They drop off kind of. You
Right,
see
okay.
them kind of go down. You don't see it fade off.
What's the cause for that?
The curvature, obviously.
How do you know that?
Because if you
Because is there
the
no
curvature,
other explanation at all?
the curvature goes
Is there
to
no
a
other
certain distance.
explanation? Yeah, all right, fine. Is there any other? Is there no other explanation for this effect?
You can probably make up so many different things that make sense.
Yeah, there's tons of different ways you can get this effect. So you're just assuming it's curvature because it already fits your worldview. This is called cherry picking. Now, regardless, we can replicate this on a flat plane just fine.
You can literally you can back up anything so much that okay, sure, you can believe that if you want.
Yeah, but we can demonstrate that
back
this
up
is
so much stuff.
replicatable. Yeah, but we can demonstrate this is replicatable on a flat plane, bro. So it's not proof of curvature, is it?
Well, it is proof of
Well,
curvature.
if it was not flat plane.
Proof of it falling off the Earth. It can be proof of literally anything.
No, it can't. It can't be proof of curvature if it can be done on a flat plane. This is like obvious.
No, if it can be done on a flat plane, then there wouldn't be curvature. But is there a perfect flat plane? I don't see any 3 mile ish flat plane or I would say 5 mile even, because it's a
You've never been next to a lake?
We can demonstrate this effect on tables, on flat tables. Unless you think a kitchen table has got curvature.
With a large body of water, does that have curvature?
Can you shorten your view to the size of that table? And could you diminish your view?
Bro, if you can demonstrate it on a table in your kitchen, definitely demonstrate it on a larger scale.
Well, then you can say that if I have a ball in my hand, then you can demonstrate that on a larger scale, saying that the whole globe is round.
He's saying that it must be curving because of this effect. I'm saying that this effect is possible both in his scenario and in the scenario that it's a flat plane. So therefore it's not evidence of curvature. This is really obvious.
Sure, man.
No, but that's just true. I mean, like you saying sure, man, or I could have a ball in my hand. None of this matters. The fact is that effect is demonstrable on flat surfaces and on curved surfaces. So it's not proof of either. The end.
Okay.
Get wrecked.
Do you have any other proofs for a globe you think are exclusive to a globe?
Okay, how do you believe the moon and the sun works? I want to know.
You want?
Well, they're obviously they do exist. I'm gonna say that.
What exists?
Yeah, everyone knows the sun exists.
Moon and the sun obviously exist. If it was on they can't be. They're not fabricated. I can feel the glow of the sun on a I felt this a million times. I can go out in the sun.
No one denies the existence of the sun and the moon. Can you move on, please?
Yes, but they are spheres, so why would it be any different?
They're not spheres. How do you say they're spheres?
You said they were spheres.
Because you can see them rotate. We rotate around them.
No,
bro, you can see the sun and the moon rotate around us, and we can only see one side of the moon. So to say that it's a sphere we've not seen the other side of it. So
you only see the face of the moon. What are you talking about? You never seen the other side of the moon.
Exactly, because it rotates around us as we rotate.
People have been to the moon, so.
So how do you verify this? All you've done is seen it on TV.
This guy thinks people
So,
into the
do
moon.
you believe that the moon is a flat thing floating above
No,
the flat Earth?
You're mixing up the models, bro. You're thinking that we're on a disk, so
I'm just
the
trying to-
other planets.
I'm
Bro,
just trying
think
to
about it. Do you think, bro? Do you think that the Earth is a disk? Do you think that that's what we think? Like water pouring off the edge?
I'm just trying to learn.
I honestly don't understand what you guys think the Earth is, because
Yeah,
you say
I can't figure it out.
don't
You
know.
always get so defensive about it. I
Flat
just want to know.
is the answer.
Okay,
we know it's
so how do
just
you
because
flat?
it measures flat.
How do
Well, that's the
you
answer.
feel?
You said, what do you think the Earth is?
Okay,
I'm trying to ask the
what
question.
shape is the flat?
I'm trying to ask the question, and you're not letting me speak. You're trying to ask what the
Yes,
what
you
the
said
Earth
it's
is, right?
flat. What do you think the moon is? I would like to know that next, please.
How
We
the
don't
fuck-
know for a model.
You don't know.
How the fuck would I
No, we
know?
don't know what it is.
You don't know.
You're asking.
What's
You're
that-
asking
what's
for a
that thing in
model.
the sky that no one's ever been to? I don't know.
Yeah, you're coming from a belief that requires a model that puts everything in your hand, puts the whole universe in your hand, and then you come here and then you're asking for that model. Well, guess what? How can we have a model? if the Earth is not a ball,
Then the whole
what kind of
thing's a
model are
bit
you
flawed, isn't it,
expecting?
if you don't
What
understand
kind of model do you expect us to give you that will replace all the explanations that model has given you? What is the moon? How far is it? What is the sun? How far is it? How far are the stars? Why is the sky blue? Why do we have 2 arms and not 4? Like seriously, like what do you want? A model? We don't have that. Can't you understand that?
Why not? Why not? Why are there models
guys,
for
what's up?
What's
Why
Earth?
Because they're
Not
unverifiable, bro. We don't know what these things are. We can observe them, and they've been observed for hundreds, if not thousands, of years.
Well, then
Right.
the whole thing.
Your model is explaining you how stars work, right? But
Flatty
in that
fatty, you
model,
sound like a
you're
fucking spick,
in that
you
model,
Hispanic. Fuck you,
In that-
illegal.
in that model, you're in
Fucking leave the
Narnia.
country, bitch.
Okay, you're in that. You are in Narnia, right? You may as well be in Star Wars in that model. You up there. But I can tell you a story about how those things up there work. But then you're going to need a model, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense, but
And it's not like
You're asking for something that we can't give you.
okay.
Why
man, I
can't we
didn't
give
know.
you? Because I
didn't
can't
know.
make up a story about Narnia and tell you that's what those things are. I can't do that because that's a lie. So we can't give you a model the way you think a model should be because we can't know that.
I
The
don't.
people
I
that know
literally
this,
don't-
check it
I-
out, check it out. The people
don't
that know
actually
this, check this out. The people that know this are the same people that gave us this model, right? The people that know this are the people that have sent things up there to the ends of it and have sent things out there. The exploration, the age of discovery, and today we have world navies, we have the Antarctic Treaty. Those people know what's out there, right? So how can you ask people who cannot know that? How can you ask them for a model?
I literally don't even know what you think the Earth is, or the sun, or anything.
But you believe a story. You believe a story about Narnia, right?
Okay,
You
I'm
think
trying to
that's
believe your
acceptable.
story,
You're
and
saying
I'm
no.
just
You're saying the story that I have about Narnia is way better explanations than having no story.
I
That's what
dropped
you're
the
saying.
Narnia
That
stuff.
having a
I'm literally just
lie.
trying to
You're saying
see
that
what it
having
means, man.
having a comfortable lie. You're saying this. That having a comfortable lie is better than having nothing at all, even if that's the truth. That's what you're saying, right?
That's not what I'm saying, man. I'm just
Shall
trying
I
to
answer
understand
the
what you
question directly
believe.
then? Right,
just
let me
trying to
answer the question
understand what you
directly.
believe.
Most people here will say that Earth is the floor of the universe, to give you like a picture, and everything that you see in the sky happens above the floor, which is the Earth, where we, to give you an idea.
Okay. So,
But that is what you observe, and it is what we measure. So it's not a crazy idea. However,
Yeah, I know.
don't think of us as being like the third disk from the sun, right? That's not how we see it at all. We are the floor of the universe. The sun, the moon, all the planets, they go above our head in the sky. They have cyclical patterns. We call these either orbits or eclipses or whatever you're talking about. We have names for. And that's all we know. We have these cyclical patterns. We don't move. We don't measure movement. We don't measure curvature. I don't know what else to tell you.
okay. That's literally all I wanted. Thank you. I literally don't know what you believe.
We also don't live on a model, and models are reification fallacies. So when we're talking about flat Earth, we're not talking about models.
Okay.
Because I don't live on a model. I don't work on a model. Right? Do you? Do you live on a model?
I do, because I do believe that Earth is a globe, but I'm just
Why
here
though?
to understand.
Right. That's a belief, right? Like
Yeah.
you just said. Yeah, that's a
Can you
belief.
just accept that
Excuse me.
I'm just trying to see some insight into what you think.
Okay. I get that. I get that. But what crypto was trying to get you to understand is we don't assert a model, right? You don't need to do that.
So you just don't know. at all.
They've excuse me?
So you know that it's not a globe.
Well, I've never experienced the globe, have you?
Well, I believe, in my opinion, that
Yeah. You believe. What have you actually directly experienced though? Globe?
all the horizons and the stars. And
Yeah. What do
don't need to go
horizons
into
look
this
like?
again.
What do the horizons look like?
They're curved and things go over them. Because
They look
I
like
believe-
curved? Can you show me a curved horizon?
I've never seen a curved horizon.
Come on, this is kind of
Come on, what? What do you mean, come on? Come on, man.
I'm literally just trying to see, and you're flipping it again to try and get over me.
I'm not flipping it, bro. What I'm trying to get you to see is that your direct experience is better than any model that somebody can hand you. You want us to hand you another cartoon to replace the cartoon that we just debunked, right? Well, I don't want to hand you a cartoon because I don't live on one. So I'm not going to hand you one and tell you this is what we live on. Okay? So try to use your senses because you live on Earth, right?
Yes.
And your senses have gotten you to this point in life where you're here on Discord talking to us, right? So I'm pretty sure you trust your senses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do your senses tell you the world you live in is?
Yes.
Yes?
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really listening.
Oh, okay.
So has anybody ever here seen an eclipse?
Yep.
Wonder. And what shape does an eclipse make?
It looks like one disc going in front of another disc.
Yes, but what are they discs? And do discs make?
Well, they don't. They
circular
don't make
shape?
it. They certainly don't make the shape of two spheres going in front of each other.
Can I have this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Hold
So
on. I don't know if I'm able.
here's the thing. Here's the thing about the eclipse, right? You ever seen a red shadow? Like the lunar eclipse, it glows red like blood, like dark red, right? I've never seen a shadow glow red. So how can you say for certain that that's a shadow? Because I've never seen a shadow like that before in my life. And the thing about the solar eclipse is that when you have a solar eclipse, the totality is actually very small. It's only like a couple 100 miles across, right? Well, the thing about it is that the moon is supposed to be causing the shadow as it passes in front of the sun and between the sun and the earth, which is not really a problem for the flat earth. It's a problem for the globe earth because the globe earth model says that the moon is 1/4 the size of the earth, but it only makes a shadow a couple 100 miles across. Well, how is that possible, you might ask, on a globe earth? Right? Because it's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the earth. It should take up the entire United States to get the totality, not just a couple of states in every time zone. Yeah, so how does that work?
Sorry, John.
No, you're good.
That is.
How does that work?
That's not true.
Well, it is. In fact, I think he's actually overestimating the size of the path of totality. I thought it was about 70.
Yeah, he said well.
The moon is a 50th of Earth.
And the sun's supposedly 99% of the solar system. I mean, that's insane. Are you keeping an eye on the live stream voice text while we're having this discussion? People are posting images and memes and comments.
Yeah, what about?
I'm gonna repost this picture that I saw, and this is. I feel like this isn't understood exactly well, because light doesn't just travel in straight lines. It travels in every direction, and like
Not according to
just travel
Eratosthenes, it doesn't. According to Eratosthenes, it comes down at 90-degree angles. That's how you got the circumference of the Earth. Eratosthenes and his 90 light from the sun. So now you're saying that doesn't happen. Well, now the Earth's no longer revolves. So which is it? Do you want a big moon, or do you want a spherical Earth?
Did he just debunk Eratosthenes? That's a shame.
He did. Yes, he did.
He accidentally debunked an evidence he didn't think he had.
Damn.
That's hilarious.
Those self-debunking globers.
And again, guy, how can shadows be red?
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Seen any red shadows?
Can I just take a moment to show some appreciation for our boy Creation Bear, who's got a sick soundboard?
Right.
Oh yeah, all day.
Send requests.
No. Metal Gear Solid.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. We can hear you.
And I'm trying to get my girlfriend in. Can anybody let me into VC1, or she's having trouble getting into it? Her name is G9. G9.
Yeah, I'll sort you out. Is she actually in the server already?
Yeah, she's in there right now.
In where?
Tell her to go with VC checking.
She's not very tech savvy, and I'm trying to involve her here in the conversation. And
Ask her to go to like interview or VC check-in, one or two. And they'll go
right, I'm trying to get her up into that point. Can someone like boost her up to that point, because she's really like technologically speaking, she's really out of date. You know what I mean?
Right. There's
She'll need
nothing
to
we
go-
can do if
Bro,
she's not
the
in
worst case scenario, you at least have to try to get her in here. Like we
Yeah,
can't
any
go
VC
out there to get her to bring her in here. You got to
No,
at least get her on the server.
I get it.
Feel me?
Yeah, and she's still on the server. Yeah, and now.
Okay, but like you got to get her to try to, like, if she's a member of the server, she could click into a room, like VC check-in, and come in, and then we could talk to her from there. If she's not
Right
in
now,
here,
I'm trying to
there's
get
nothing
her
we could do.
into the lobby right now.
Yeah, you need to get her into one of the VCs, into the voice rooms.
Okay. So one of the VC 1 or 2 rooms. Do you have any guys in the VC 1 room?
Someday will go up. Crypto said it would go up.
Get her in there, and we'll drag her in here, and then we can give her.
Can I go in there with her?
One second. She needs to join a voice chat, or there is literally nothing we can do.
All right, let me try to contact her then. Thank you.
Okay.
Come on.
How can I get access to post pictures?
You need to be around for a little bit. Just like once we tightened up the security a little bit. So once you've been seen and known to not be a troll, not be posting crazy shit, if you want to post something, post it to one of the silvers, golds, or the mods, and they'll post it for you. But if you're chilled and you're here for a little bit of time, you'll get image permission.
By the way, Panto, good to hear you, brother.
All right, bro. How you doing, chocolate?
Chilling.
Alright, man. I've not been in
Crypto,
the
my guy.
VC so much,
What's
man.
up?
I've just been in the texts trying to get people here and stuff, like over YouTube posting links and stuff. But,
I know how you do, bro.
What's up, bro?
You good? Bong was good.
Goku.
what about the new guys? See, I think I checked in 5 or 6 of them. Is any of the new guys there wanting to speak? Don't know if you're
Yeah, a
still
couple
in
of them
here.
have got, a couple of them have got
Strong
server banned already, but most of them are still.
Aye. Time
What did they
wasted.
say after I told them about
Yeah,
the
sorry,
eclipse?
mate.
I know I heard
Man,
one
see,
of them
the
say,
chicken-
yeah,
about your
that whole red shadow thing, like, that doesn't make any sense. I know I heard one of them say that, but yeah, that makes sense. That doesn't make sense, because I've never seen a red shadow.
Not just that, bro, but the shadow is is it over 50 times smaller than the object casting it? Is it like 60 times or something like that? I'm not 100% sure.
Well, what's the rate? The radius is something like 9. Is it? No, what is it? I forget what the radius is supposed to be, but it's like hundreds of miles.
No shit.
So actually, diameter is what we. The
What are
diameter
you
of the
talking
moon
about?
is
The moon?
supposedly 3,470 K. So yeah, 2,160 miles roughly, and it only casts a 70-mile shadow.
Possible.
You can like.
Well, you know, light
literally
bends all kinds
Hmm.
of crazy different
or anywhere.
ways as it comes from 93 million miles away and then passes by the moon to the Earth. You know, it just goes through all kinds of left and right turns, you know, because it can't travel straight. That's politically incorrect. You know, it's got to take a a gay at McDonald's and all kinds of stuff like that.
Had to stop
According to this other guy, yeah.
Bruh, maybe it was traveling at the magic speed.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah.
Bro, that's it. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Yeah. I do have a question for one of our two globe friends. So, you know, in Eratosthenes, light rays are supposed to be parallel.
Yeah,
with the Eratosthenes supposed proof. Okay, and you know with eclipses they're meant to be converging rays.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So, are the light rays from Earth, from the sun, parallel or converging?
I don't know, man.
I think both.
Both?
Both?
Yes.
Both?
Now,
that's
listen.
awesomeness.
Are you serious?
Did you just throw that out there like... Let me see if this sticks to the wall real quick.
Now,
you know what? I don't want to take the chance that I'm wrong, so I'm going to be Buddhist and Christian and Jewish and Muslim, just in case.
Why not, man?
Now, so what do you mean by both? Do the photons come from the sun and go straight down to the surface of the Earth, or do they come from the sun, take a few dodges and dives, or left and a right, and then go to the Earth? Which one is it?
Okay, so at the top of this diagram, I'm gonna put a dot and then tag it. So that diagram on the top, that is pretty accurate, I'd say, according to what I've heard.
How could you possibly know? How could you possibly know?
So let's say we make a ball of fire. Let's say we make a ball of fire.
CGI is accurate, even though I can't possibly know.
What's that? Now, what direction would you limit the light to one direction? You say no, it can only go in that direction, not any other way. No, it
Bro,
floods.
we're talking about how we receive light on the Earth.
Yes.
So is it parallel or is it converging?
What I mean by both is they can converge. Definitely can converge.
How could parallel rays converge? Are you even hearing yourself speak?
Not the parallel ones, but not all rays are parallel. Who says it's like a sparkler. It's like a sparkler, and let's say the whole sun is made of little sparklers.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That shoot laser pointers, right?
Is this Sex Robots 2.0?
This is so confusing for how I'm saying it, but let's say there's sparklers that shoot laser pointers, and there's a ball made of this. Okay.
I hope someone's recording
this. It's because the model that you're trying to defend requires you to be this confused in order to defend it.
No, I'm not confused. I just don't know.
Yes, you are. You just said you were confused, my man. You're so confused. Bro, you just said you were confused, my man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Brother. It's either the rays are parallel or they're not. They can't be both. And you know that.
Can't have your cake and eat it too, bro.
This is why you are saying you're confused. This is why you're having trouble. Because your model says that these rays are parallel, and therefore that's how we know it's a globe. Because Eratosthenes assumed it was parallel. But then all of a sudden, when an eclipse happens, now it's like, oh, wait a minute. Now they converge, right? And now we get a tiny little shadow from something with a 1,000-mile radius, right? 70 mile.
Yeah.
But it's got a 1,000-mile radius. And
what's funny is that we never see
yeah, right. And the only help that you got is to say, well, no, now it's not parallel. And what do? You present us with this cartoon.
All right, let me take over just for a second. Okay, so
go for it.
What other way would light get from here, from 93 million miles away from the sun? Like it would have to go in a straight line, right? Because if it didn't go in a straight line, it would miss us completely. So you ever hear about the coronal mass ejections, right? These little things, yeah, they look little, right? But they're actually massive coronal mass ejections, right? Well, if they're Earth facing, that's very bad, right? Because it could knock out our electronics because the electromagnetic pulse and the waves and stuff, right? But if it's not facing Earth, it doesn't really affect us much. So the part of the sun that's facing away from the Earth, that light is going to completely miss us by a long shot. But only the light that's coming from the spot that's directly facing the Earth is actually going to hit us, and the other 99.99999% is going to miss us completely. So think about it like shooting a rifle. If you're off by a little, you're off by a lot, especially at 93 million miles away.
So you're saying that the sun is missing?
Not all of it. Only most of it.
I think
Yeah, because it's so
the
big.
bottom one is right, but like on a much larger scale, like this, what I just posted, it definitely is like that. But it goes in every place. It's not like limited to just that little V symbol. It's everywhere on that ball. It's every particle that's producing light. It's going everywhere.
Bro, the rays are either parallel or converging.
Look, you can literally
This is
prove
not
this
a question
with
of
torch
scale.
and any object. If you put it closer, the shadow gets
Bro,
bigger. If you put it further away, it gets
the
smaller.
rays are either parallel or converging. They're your options.
What everyone else is
Pick
saying.
one.
You can't have your cake and eat it, bro.
I don't think he knows what converging means.
You know what converging means.
Okay, so which is it?
So saying that they can't converge is.
I didn't say they can't converge. I said that they can't be parallel while converging.
No, they're obviously not all not all of them. Actually, it wouldn't even make sense. Nothing can technically. It's like making a perfect circle. Can anyone make a perfect circle? No. Can anyone make a line?
Apparently, gravity can, but that's a different.
No, but
Dude, you can easily make a perfect circle on a computer.
No, it wouldn't even be perfect. It wouldn't even be perfect.
Right, okay. Well, you wouldn't see it as perfect because you're not perfect. But you can certainly make it.
Well, hold on. There's a condition here there's a condition here. If parallel light, right, then you need a round surface. If diverging light with angles, then it works on a flat surface, right? So how would it work if it was parallel light on a flat surface? Does it even exist, parallel light? But that's why parallel light, because ball. So what is parallel light rays?
I think we should just go with his first answer, that light doesn't travel in a straight line.
Yeah, well,
Earth's not a globe. Welcome to Flat Earth, homie.
But as soon as we think about that, he just destroyed his seasons model because that requires straight parallel light.
Parallel light is required because ball Earth. You get it?
But only sometimes.
Like if you look at a flashlight, does it shine in only that direction? No, it it kind of spills out.
You're missing the
parallel
point
light rays.
Again, you're missing the point. It's not that a flashlight either has parallel rays or diverging rays. It's that a flashlight cannot have parallel rays that are diverging rays. It can only be one or the other.
And think about it. What's the shortest distance between point A and point B? A straight line, right? And what is light going to do as it travels through a vacuum and no other different densities to cause refraction? Let's think about it.
Light travels in straight lines.
Yeah, in a vacuum it travels in straight lines. What is space made out of?
Vacuum doesn't travel.
How much light is being produced, though? Like,
this isn't a question of quantity.
It's not a
It's a
limited
question
amount.
of direction.
You're right. It is a question of direction, and
So how could two things? Let me put it this
For a
way.
long
Right? Let's say I've got a set of train tracks. Yeah, the train tracks. As I'm walking along, I'm measuring the distance between the train tracks. They are always a meter apart. How could those train tracks both never separate, but also separate at the same time?
Horizon.
What?
Bro.
Wait, did I don't know if I'm. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm kind of tired right now.
We can regroup.
I've been
We can regroup. It's okay. Ask him again, Crypto.
Right. So I'm walking along and I'm measuring the distance between two train tracks. And I'm walking. Every single time I measure the distance, there's a meter difference, right? So I know that those train tracks are not separating from each other. They're parallel, right? How could those train tracks both never separate from each other and also separate from each other at the same time?
But it depends on your. They aren't converging. It's perception.
I didn't ask about perception. I asked about what they're actually doing in reality.
He wants you to give.
In reality, they're never touching.
That's not what I asked. How could they be a meter apart always, but also
wants you to say
not
that they can't.
be a meter apart always and
They can't.
diverging?
There you go.
Exactly, they can't. Well
No,
done.
I got you
That's
now,
what
I
I've
got
been
you now.
saying. That's what I've been saying for the last 20 minutes. Finally, you said
It's a
it.
true dichotomy.
You only want the answer that they want to give. You
Bruh,
only want to
it's-
accept
No.
the answer that you want.
It's the
it's a
true answer.
dichotomy. It's not that we want it to be true about railroad tracks. It's just obviously true.
Yeah, in that instant, yes, it is. But you are not
Something
accepting
that-
a word he says.
Exactly.
Well, then here's this is my counter argument. You only want us to say what they told you to say, what they told us to say. What's the difference? The difference is what we're saying, we can prove and verify it. But what they're saying, you can't. Bro, you're saying to him that we want you to only answer what. Okay, that's not the case. You can prove and verify what we're telling you. You can't prove and verify what they're telling you. In other words, you want us to say what they're telling us to say. So that's not an argument, all right? Get rid of that attitude, man. Like, do the math. Sorry, go ahead.
What did you just say?
I'm.
Drop the attitude, okay? It's not. We're not asking you to answer us because we want you to answer these. We want you to think for yourself, okay, and then answer the question.
Thinking for myself, and I give my answer.
Yeah.
You say that is not the question. So what do I
Then
say?
Drop the attitude, man. Like,
Drop the
try to
attitude?
learn.
That's not the question.
attitude, yes.
Exactly. How do you like it now?
Bro, do you know what a dichotomy is?
Oh man.
I've heard the word, but I can't remember it.
Fucking don't, to be honest.
Okay, so I'll tell you what a dichotomy is. It's a choice between two things.
You come here to have a conversation. What are you all?
Yeah, he's mad because he's getting slapped around.
Are you doing the two snaps and a twist too? Like, what's wrong with you, man? Relax.
Yeah, yeah.
Just have a conversation. If not, if you're tired, go to bed. It's okay.
Yeah,
we'll be all right.
I've only been up for like 25 hours. I'm not sleep deprived.
Yeah.
I
So
could
dichotomy is
answer
a
some
choice
of those
between two
questions
things,
too.
right? And there are two types of dichotomy. There's a true dichotomy, which is what I presented you, or a false dichotomy, which is a false choice between. Now, what I presented to you is a true dichotomy. Something cannot have a fundamental nature of being parallel and also divergent. That's impossible, right? Just like something can't be both solid and a gas at the same time, right? It has to be one or the other. These things are they're mutually exclusive. So when you say that the rays are both parallel and converging, this is patently ridiculous. And to be honest, the fact that we've spent 20 to 30 minutes showing you this is also patently ridiculous because it's so obvious that they can only either be parallel or converging. Now, the reason I asked you whether they're converging or parallel is to show you that the globe model requires compartmentalized explanations which aren't consistent. So it doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not about the yeah, I know they can't be the both of them. I'm just saying you're talking to Jesus and you're not letting him speak
to Jesus then.
anything other than you can't. That's all you were letting him say. You just said that's not the question.
But I was talking to Jesus then, and now you're talking during his answer time, so I don't know why you're doing that.
Because he wasn't.
It's all good. It's all good. I think this is like you guys are. Everyone's taking this like really seriously, and I think this is meant to be kind of like a peaceful thing. We should all just chill out. Everyone.
Yeah, I'm perfectly calm, bro. I was waiting for your answer.
Chill. I know.
Warriors forged in battle.
What I meant by the converging end thing is the light kind of splits off, and every particle it splits off. So those lights converge. They never converge.
Not parallel then.
That's called scattering. That's not propagation.
100%. And it's not parallel, then, is it? If it's not parallel, then it's not parallel.
So it's not parallel if it's splitting off, right? Because if it's parallel, it's not splitting off, right?
What's better about that chocolate is that now he's actually saying that it's diverging, converging, and parallel all at the same time.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
I was waiting for that.
That is called scattering.
In the globe model, the light diverges, but only very slightly, like 0.00493 degrees.
Now, here's a question for you.
Oh, you got numbers and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if I presented either you, Jesus, or Pippo with such a glaring and obvious contradiction to prove the flat Earth, would you accept it?
Oh no, we gotta have absolution, bro. They can get away with assertion, but we have to have absolution.
Yeah, of course.
So I heard a bunch of numbers. Does that mean that the light rays are parallel or converging?
I'm trying to it's kind of hard to process because I think of it as I don't want to think of the sun as like a single point because let's say it's like one particle.
It's not a single point. It's a single point on the surface of the sun that is Earth-facing, right? And that Earth-facing point is releasing photons, right? And they're headed this way, like rifle bullets out of a machine gun, right? But as soon as the sun spins in the globe Earth model, or the Earth is revolving, those bullets that were coming from that spot are now completely missing the Earth. Does that make sense?
But are they? Because they're shooting in every direction. They're not just specifically shooting.
Right. Right.
And no matter what, it will always hit it the same. Unless something is blocking it, like the moon.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that, say you got a gun floating out in space, right? And space is 360 degrees, right? But it's also up and down, right? So you got a target 93 million miles away, right? You got to line up your shot perfectly to hit that target with your rifle. And it doesn't matter if you're shooting a grenade launcher, the only part of the grenade fragment that's going to hit that target 93 million miles away, it's going to travel in a straight line. Right?
Yes.
Because if it weaves to the left, it's going to miss. If it weaves to the right, it's going to miss the target completely.
Well, what if you line up the shot perfectly, like another one would be doing?
Then it's going to hit it, and that's what I'm trying to describe.
If you look in live stream Vortex, this is your model. This is what your model says. This is how they say sunlight is propagated and distributed from the sun to the earth.
Uh-oh.
That is the positive claim.
So is Matthew here? Because Matthew's one of our resident globers.
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, I'm here. Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah, Matthew. Do you think that Matthew? Do you think that light can be convergent, divergent, and parallel all at the same time?
No, obviously
from a
not.
single source.
No.
Okay, why is that, Matthew? Is it because a human can't be a rhinoceros and a human at the same time?
Yeah.
It's a true dichotomy, right?
It's a true dichotomy. It's the law of non-contradiction. Light can't both be parallel and diverge at the same time.
Right.
Oh,
So either a creator created the universe or a creator did not.
That's right.
Okay. See, we can have conversations with Matthew and he doesn't piss me off, right? Because Matthew's going to try to stay as honest as possible, I think. Because if he doesn't, he'll lose his credibility.
It seems to me like they were trying to be honest. They weren't like actively trying to deceive or lie. I think they were just not explaining it very well. To be fair.
Oh, they were debunking it pretty well, though.
Yeah,
they did debunk Aristophanes for me.
Yeah.
But I did set them in a trap. They sprung it.
I mean, you understand, Matthew, that that's a problem for the model that you're representing, right? Because sometimes
in my conception,
it's parallel, and then sometimes
in my
it's not.
conception of the model, it doesn't seem to have any contradictions.
Even though you just said that would be a contradiction, right?
No,
it couldn't be parallel, converging, diverging all at the same time, right?
That's right. Yeah. So
right.
the sunlight.
So why is your model representing it like that? Why is in the Aristophanes story it's parallel, but we ask how eclipses happen and all of a sudden we got converging rays? How does that work?
Because they're leaving from different.
Is there a dimmer on the sun?
No, because the sun is not a point source. You would be right if
so now you have a reasoning behind why what you're saying doesn't make sense.
I have a reason for why I think that. That's right.
Do you
you're
have
right.
any validation for that reasoning, or that's just a cool story? Because, like you said, that would be a contradiction, right?
It might take more than half a sentence to explain.
Okay.
It's because the sun is not a point source. If the sun were a point source, then yes, it would only be diverging rays. But because it has a little bit of width, the rays from the top of the sun and the rays from the bottom of the sun can converge, whereas the individual rays from the top of the sun always diverge.
How much bigger than Earth? How much bigger than Earth is the sun, though? Hold up. Let's cover this.
Yeah.
Do you think the top rays or the bottom rays would hit the Earth with the size difference between the Earth and the sun?
Both would. The sun.
How much bigger is the sun than the Earth?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Maybe 200 or 300 times.
109 times?
That sounds reasonable, sure.
So there's no way in hell that the top convergent light would ever reach Earth. That's why they show it like this. That's the only thing that makes sense in your model if you look at my Livestream voice chat. Because of the size relationship, the ratios.
If it's I think if it's far away enough that the angle is so small that it would still work.
But that's an if.
Yeah, it is an if. It's because
in that if, though, let's look at this if. In that if, the top sun rays, instead of propagating exponentially 360 degrees, they'd have to propagate down, inward. They'd have to converge while everything else goes radiant, exponentially.
So you're talking about
Would that make sense? Excuse me. Wouldn't we see a spherical uniform distribution of propagation of light?
You're talking about the one that you posted at 26 after the hour?
Yeah, and that's not even close because the sun's a lot bigger than the Earth in that.
Yeah, and it's a lot farther. Yeah.
Yes, it is. So we'd only see a solar minimum of light. We wouldn't see the propagation from the tops or the bottoms, which there is no top or bottom of a sphere, but just for relationship purposes.
Yeah, but
never. And see, 5-year-olds are aware of this, right? When they draw a sun, they draw the rays. They don't draw the rays like pointing in different directions. The rays that are coming off of the sun that makes up these little triangles that children use to represent light rays. They're pointing in the direction away from the surface of the sun that they're coming off of. They're not taking any angles or any left of McDonald's or anything like that. They're just going straight away from the surface.
Yes. But still, in our model, the angle difference is only like 0.004493 degrees, and so it's basically parallel. So that's why Eric.
At 93 million miles, at 93 million miles is not parallel.
That's the distance. What do you mean?
At 93 million miles, your negligent degrees is not parallel. It's even worse now, right? I mean, like, how much light do you really think is hitting the Earth as parallel?
Yeah, that error is exponential, right? It grows.
Right.
Over distance.
So, right. Plus, there's no curvature, so what are we talking about?
Well, no, it's like a triangle. Like if you draw a triangle that's 8,000 on one side, and
over 90 million
miles on the other two
it's
sides.
going to be so wide or so small, depending on which way the
I think you
triangle
meant to
is
say
pointed.
93 million miles, not light years.
So basically, you don't know what's going to happen, what's happening, right? After 9 million miles, so it's basically just a calculation, right? That's all it is. And then this is
it's a calculation.
Yeah, but then you have to believe that the light is doing what they're telling you it's doing for 93 million miles. Is that science?
That's true. That's
when
what
it
I
enters
believe.
the atmosphere, right? When it enters the atmosphere, we see the light as diverging, right? So what light is hitting the shadow? What light is causing the shadow? Diverging light. It's not parallel light. The only reason why it has to be parallel, the reason why it has to be
I don't
parallel,
say diverging.
the reason why it was calculated as parallel is because reverse engineering. Remember, they want to build a ball. So to turn it into a ball with the radius of this size, light has to be parallel in order for the shadow to be what it is on a flat plane. Do you get it? It's only on the paper, in the mind. It's not in the real world. I mean, it's ridiculous if you believe that. It's crazy if you believe that. It's not even
So
science.
in my model, the sun rays are parallel.
Are perfectly parallel for 93 million miles, and then when it enters the atmosphere, right, it's supposed to still be parallel, and then when it hits the wells, it's still parallel and casting the shadow. But you know that at 93 million miles, the light, you have to assume that when it enters the atmosphere, that it's still parallel. But it's not.
Yes,
when you look at the sun, it's not a parallel light rays you're seeing. It's diverging rays. So when we see the lights entering the so-called atmosphere, it is no longer parallel. And the shadows that are being casted are not cast by parallel light. This is the
Okay,
real
so do you
world.
see the image that Jen posted at 31 past the hour? Or both of those images? You see the light rays there?
Right, that's what I mean.
My claim is that those rays are parallel.
No matter what distance, you could do this experiment. No matter
They're
what
actually
distance
described
you move
as
the light.
crepuscular rays. That's not parallel. You're denying mainstream science right now.
No, mainstream science says that crepuscular rays are parallel.
Right. So listen. This is just what we're looking. The rays that we're looking at is caused by the trees, right? Now remember,
Listen, I want to be specific about that. They don't say they are parallel when they're crepuscular. They say they came that way and then were diverged or scattered.
No, that's not what. That's not what.
See that photo? Check out that image that Royal posted. See that? That's the kind of light I'm talking about.
Science says clouds create crepuscular rays through scattering.
Yes.
Right. So minimum clouds, no clouds when he did it on that day, all right? That is still the kind of light that he had to use to do the shadows. It's not parallel light. You see, it's parallel light on the paper, but it's also a ball on the paper. But in the real world, it's not parallel light. As you can see, and as you know, in the real world, you're looking at flat. So it's only on the paper and the math and the model. Because the Earth has to be a ball, Therefore, light rays must be parallel to match the flat Earth experience. Or the real experience.
So yeah, my impression of what crepuscular rays are is ones that appear to be converging but are in reality parallel. I think that's what people describe that.
But then but that's the same thing as saying it appears flat, but in reality it's a ball. It's not there. Any light source, wherever you can create crepuscular rays, it doesn't matter how far. As soon as that light starts refracting through some kind of medium between you and the light, you'll start seeing the diverging rays. It's always diverging because it's always refracting. It's coming through the so-called atmosphere. So the light rays, the parallel light rays don't exist.
What about this image? Are these railroad tracks parallel or not?
That's different. See, a point of light. Okay, right. That's what I was going to explain. A point of light. We know, right, when we look at light, that it's coming from a point. That the rays are diverging. That they are not appearing to diverge because of perspective. It's up there, right? So even your light that you have in your house, you know that it's coming from a point. Therefore, you know the rays are diverging, right? But this is perspective. Okay, parallel lines look like they're converging because of perspective, because they're going away from you. But that's not how light works. Light is always diverging. It's not parallel, but appearing to diverge or converge. They are actually converging and diverging because it's coming from a point.
See, here's the difference. With railroad tracks, you can confirm it, right? You can walk as long as you want to until you get tired, or you can force gump the shit out of the railroad tracks and just keep going, man. Right? You can't do that.
Neo, you got some background noise, brother. Sorry, Hank. Neo.
No, it's okay.
I find it super funny that he points to perspective when they deny perspective when they use Earth curve calculators. So I find that super funny.
Right.
Okay, so I guess I'll just say that in my view, in my belief, all of those pictures of crepuscular rays, all of those rays are actually almost parallel, like basically parallel.
So light doesn't bend when it goes through the atmosphere?
No, not much. It does some, but not much.
So how do you explain the black swan then?
Because light does bend a little bit, especially near the horizon.
Oh,
they do not.
That was the quick change.
Hold on, man.
Double.
That does not.
Wow, like bro.
That's a false statement. Those light rays do not appear parallel. If you retrace those light rays back, they're going to.
I didn't say they appear parallel. I say they are parallel.
Okay, they're not parallel. If you trace those rays back, you obviously are going to reach a point, so they're not parallel. What do you mean?
I mean,
like show us an example, right, of what parallel light looks like.
It looks.
Can you think of one?
Yeah, it looks like when you're on railroad tracks, down low, looking down the track.
No. Demonstrate parallel light rays. I don't think you can. I don't think you've ever thought about it, but try to demonstrate it.
Well, okay. Here's an example.
So how can you assume parallel light rays are hitting this and causing the shadow, right? How can you assume such a thing when it's almost impossible? I think it's impossible to demonstrate it. How can you assume that those things are causing the shadows after assuming that it is a ball? I mean, now there's two assumptions that don't make sense.
Is that picture supposed to be parallel?
No, I did the wrong one.
What if we got some laser beams and like strapped them to a drone and went up like 400 feet? Do you think they would shine down like that?
You're saying you're basically. Sorry, Hank. Go ahead.
No, you're good, bro. I was finished.
Yeah. You're basically saying, right? It appears like they are converging and diverging, but I must assume that they are parallel because of my model, right? Just like curvature, right?
Yeah. No, it is because of I'm assuming it because of my model. That's right.
If your model. Well, now we have two things, right? Now we have to assume that it is curved even though it appears and measures flat, right? That's one. And now we have to also do the same thing with parallel rays.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, the boat is sinking, right?
Oh, there it
you
is.
see it sinking, right? It's time to abandon ship, right? You see that sinking, right?
Okay, so thanks, Truth Prevails, for posting it. I don't know what went wrong with when I tried to post it, but at 38 past the hour, that's an example of sunbeams being parallel if you're looking at them from farther away.
Not.
It looks like it's near sunrise or sunset, and the picture is taken from way above the clouds.
Again, you can, if you retrace the rays, again, you can probably do this in a computer, print it out, do it on a piece of paper, retrace those rays, it's not parallel.
No, they're not exactly parallel, but they're really close.
Right. The point is, the point is, you're never going to be able to demonstrate. It's always going to be like this, parallel, because of course,
it's not a proof.
Look,
you're right. This isn't a proof of the globe.
I can eyeball it and see that it's not parallel. That's coming from a point.
So you're right that this isn't a proof of the globe. I was merely trying to show how it's consistent and it works within my system, and within my belief system, there's no contradictions, is what I was trying
This doesn't work, though. This doesn't work. We haven't found curvature. You have to assume it, even though it measures flat. I don't know how that makes any sense.
I don't think it does measure flat.
I don't understand. Have you ever considered that if the Earth is a ball, that you've never ever seen a straight line? Have you ever considered that? That when you draw a straight line on a piece of paper, that is actually a curved line, right? And you might say, well, I've seen it on the flat computer screen. Well, no, you haven't, because it looks exactly like the one you drew on the paper, which is actually curved. Therefore, what's a 90-degree angle? So it doesn't even make sense to assume that it's a ball, even though it doesn't measure as a ball.
I think it's hard to tell the difference between perfectly straight and perfectly straight with a little bit of curve in it. The Earth is so huge, it's hard to tell the difference sometimes.
But it's not so huge. But it's not so huge. That's why we bring up the curvature. I mean, the radius. That's all. That's small.
But so, for example,
it's not so huge when a person's at the beach and just looking at a boat and can think that boat's disappearing because of curvature, right? Then it's not so huge, right?
Exactly.
So
you can bring it back.
Yeah, I don't think that water is perfectly.
Do you not realize, like, the globe model that you're defending requires you to do such double speak?
No, like, to me it makes perfect sense.
Bother you?
It doesn't bother me.
Doesn't it bother you that makes sense? That you have to say like complete opposite things? Because if we were talking about a boat disappearing at a beach, right? Well, then all of a sudden it's not so huge, right?
So you're absolutely right. If an idea says contradictory things that don't make sense and can't be reconciled, then yes, obviously that would bother me. What I'm telling you, and you'll have to believe me on this, is that
I mean, look, I get
in my perception, it doesn't.
Like a cool guy.
Yeah, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth when I say that it makes sense to me, and I'm trying to figure out how to explain it, not to convince you, but to explain it.
This is brilliant.
Well,
but I like this.
What was that?
So denying your senses, you don't know how to explain how denying your senses feels like.
But here's the thing: why do you feel like you have to explain it to anybody though? Like,
I think it would be helpful in the conversation to help you guys have an accurate understanding of what we believe.
Oh, to help us understand. So your explanation is going to help me understand my experience on Earth. Really?
No. No, not your experience.
Do you know who you're dealing with here?
Yes.
Do you think you have a better understanding of the globe Earth model than we do?
Some shit to say, bro.
I do.
Like, you came here to help us understand. Some shit. Bro.
Challenge accepted. Go ahead, Talker. You start him off with the.
Please help me understand, man. Help me understand my experience on Earth.
Let's do this. Curvature.
Where is it at?
First round knockout, right?
What do you mean? You're asking about what?
Is someone else talking? Because I can only hear Chocolate and Bob.
Matthew Learns is talking.
I can't hear him.
Whatever his name
Really
is.
weird. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. I cannot hear you.
No, you're good.
He might have me muted. I don't know.
He's speaking right now. You just heard him, or no?
Crypto, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear him.
No, I can't hear him at all.
May leave and rejoin. That might fix it.
Yeah, I did. Matthew, can you leave and rejoin?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Oh, hold on.
He hears you.
Go again?
I say he hears you.
Yeah, no, I'll send to Matthew. Go again.
Okay, Crypto, I'm back. Can you hear me?
There you are. Sorry, mate. For some reason, I had you muted, and I guarantee I didn't do that, so I don't know why that's come on. Anyway, my apologies.
Pretty odd.
That must make for a pretty funny conversation if you only hear half of it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I assumed that Chocolate and Bong were replying to something that you were typing, so I was looking for the typing, and I was just like, he's not typing anything. I don't understand. Anyway, carry on.
Hold on. So you're saying you understand the Van Allen belts more than we do? Is that what you're saying?
So I think I probably have a good understanding of the broad scientific idea of the globe model. There may be specific things, obviously, that I don't know as well as certain specific
How about
things.
gravity? How's your understanding on gravity?
I like thinking of gravity as a force because that makes it easier. I understand that there's a way of thinking about it.
Hold on.
Checking my calendar. Oh, it's 2021. It's not 1915. Shit, look at that.
Yeah, no, I understand that the Einstein series.
So that's weird that you would say that.
Go, Hank.
How about
Yeah,
this?
I think like a whole bunch of stuff about gravity and about how we get that number with 120 zeros. 120 orders of magnitude is what we see when we expect to see the forces of gravity, and we don't see the force because there is no force. So why is it in those experiments that we don't see that? And then you still think because that experiment's been done a bunch of times. A bunch of times. And we don't see it. So how do you still claim that it's a force after we don't see the effects of this gravity's force?
No, I understand that that some people say it's due to the curved space-time, and that's fine. I just say it's easier for me to think of it as a force, and that's one way to kind of estimate it, and you can get pretty close, assuming that it works.
Why is it easier to think of it as a force? Because it's hard to think of it as what?
As curved space.
Can it be anything other than a force? Why you must try and think of it as a force?
I think what he means as a describe it, like not as like a general sense, but like as kind of like I think what he means is like he's just using a force.
It's
as a
not a
broad
force, but you can think of it as a force. You think that's what he means?
That's right.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. So it's not. Oh, Creation Bear, you are awesome. Play it again.
Yeah, go.
They're not a fictional force. Or a fictitious force.
Panto,
Hold up.
wait. Craig,
1
do it
second.
again, bro. Everyone shut up.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Nice one.
Is it not a fictitious force, or is it something like that?
Like if you take physics 1,
This is what I wanted to say to. This is what I wanted to say to Jesus earlier. You know, I was talking about dichotomies earlier, and how you get false dichotomies and true dichotomies. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a false dichotomy. The fact that you have to quote unquote choose between Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity, when option C, gravity doesn't exist, is actually.
What shows the gravity doesn't exist, right? Like
it not existing.
You're asking me to. You're asking me to prove a negative.
The fact that it
You have
doesn't exist shows that it doesn't exist. Sorry, Chris.
It does exist.
I want to add to that. When a cup is resting on the table, right? They say, right, what you're told is that it's at rest. Okay, that that there's nothing, no force is acting on it, but this gravity is, right? They say that gravity is pressing down and something is pressing and it's balancing, something is pressing back up, whatever, okay? That's what they're telling you. In other words, while my cup is resting here, nothing's happening to it, it's just resting there, but I'm supposed to believe that something is acting on it. Right? Just like parallel light rays and just like curvature. Don't you guys agree? Isn't that what we're doing again? Pretending like something is there even though nothing is there?
Wait, so if you're standing on a scale and your scale is pushing back up on you, what counterbalances that pushing up?
Well, what's pushing up on my cup?
Force that's not a force?
Yeah.
Is that what
What's
you're
pushing
gonna,
my
is that what
cup
you're gonna
back
say?
up?
It's called the normal force, is the things that push back up.
It's called.
So a normal force would be a force, so it would not be a force that's not a force then, right?
That's right.
So it's not a force.
Then gravity is not a force.
Exactly.
All right, I got a question for Matthew. Matthew,
Yeah.
can you define specific gravity for me and explain to me why it's better than other theories of gravity, or it's worse than other theories of gravity?
What do you mean by specific gravity? You're talking about the density?
Yeah, the buoyancy and density gravity, because that gravity is demonstratable, right? We can demonstrate that gravity, right?
Yeah, I mean, you put stuff in liquid and they float or they sink. I think that's what specific gravity has to do with.
Well, it doesn't have to be liquid. It could be any fluid, right? Any fluid.
Doesn't even have to be a fluid. It could be a gas.
Well, a fluid is
Yeah.
gas is a fluid
Yeah.
in my definition. Some people disagree with that, but
Yeah,
yeah, fluid is anything that's not solid, right?
Yeah.
Well, plasma is plasma a liquid then?
Plasma would be a fluid and a plasma.
He
I
didn't
don't know
say
anything about
liquid.
plasma.
He
That's
said
weird.
fluid.
Fluid is not a state of matter. Fluid is a characteristic, right? Liquid is the state of matter, right? So plasma has fluid, air has fluid mechanics. Yeah, fluid mechanics.
Okay. I was.
Yeah, that tends to throw people off, but it's the way that I understand it. You either have a solid or a fluid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so water is a fluid, water vapor is a fluid, ice is a solid.
Can someone please explain what Black Swan is? I have no idea. I've heard you guys bring it up several times, and I have no idea what it is.
Oh shit!
One at a time. Who wants to take this?
Yeah, one at a time. I was talking to Matthew.
That's okay.
Why
We
is
can
that
move
gravity?
on. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you don't want to
Matthew's like, I
discuss
don't want to talk
specific
about
gravity?
it.
No, I can talk about it. I just didn't want to derail the conversation if it was moving on. But what is it you want to talk about specifically?
Let's all work. Let's all finish gravity. Right. Let's all finish the gravity talk, and then we'll all move over together to the Black Swan.
So why does it got to be bending, warpy space-time or mass attracting mass without a tether? Because anytime I ever play tetherball, there's this thing that is required. It's called the tether, right? And without the tether, there is no attraction.
Yeah, but
you might
electromagnetic forces don't have tethers.
Right. They don't
I would
need
call
them.
the tether the medium.
Electromagnetic forces.
That's because they have a force. Gravity isn't a force, but you try to describe it as if it's an electromagnetic force to give it some kind of weight.
The tether is the medium. It's the connection between the two, right? That's how everything is connected through a medium: soil, air, water.
Electromagnetism is a tether. It's tethered by force.
Right.
And we can demonstrate and prove this.
The medium is what connects the ball to the pole, right? It's what connects the object to the. Yeah, go ahead.
And why can we demonstrate it? Because it's true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Facts are demonstrable.
Yeah, if Matthew doesn't have anything else to add to the conversation, somebody can do the black swan for the
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there was a question in there or what, but yeah.
That was all statement.
Okay, that's fine.
Gravity is like God on the globe Earth, so we don't even have to talk about it until it's needed, right? Black swan in one.
I mean, you have to assume gravity works like a force if you're doing basic physics. I mean,
well, if they have to make it, actually, you don't.
That sounds like my man.
It's a relationship in physics.
You see the quote by Mr. George.
Hold up, I would like you to give me one specific physics example where you absolutely have to describe gravity as a force. You can't do it in any other way.
Well, like even just basic physics problems where you're, I don't know, blocks sliding down an incline or something like that. Like in physics 1, you end up seeing all kinds of problems like this where you're calculating how fast something will slide down an incline. And so you calculate
equivalence. What's the
you don't have to. You don't need.
I was saying that when you take physics, you end up using
on a sign.
Wait,
it's rate of fall on the elevation, dude. You're just calculating terminal velocity.
So what would you call the force W? What do you call the force W in the physics problem I posted?
What would you call it? Weight? By weight, you would attribute it to gravity. But I say you can't demonstrate that gravity is the cause of weight, so it's just weight and an unknown cause.
Yeah, but if I draw another line in the middle of F and W, what are you going to call that weight? If I just add another line.
They try to use weight of an object to cosine their attraction. They say weight is caused by attraction, therefore the force of gravity in newtons is converted to weight.
Yeah, what would you say causes that force?
Well, I don't have to have, say, a cause to debunk your cause, you know. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to replace your theory to call it ludicrous.
I disagree with that statement.
Well, you can disagree with it, but I can prove you wrong without being right myself. I just know damn well you're not right.
Okay, so if I'm mathematically debunk Santa Claus,
it is a window into your amount of maturity and intellect.
Yeah, I would say falsification requires replacement.
It does not. It's independent of replacement.
It doesn't. If it was a lie in the first place, you can't. You don't have to replace it.
Let's deal with this.
Basically, what you're saying. Excuse me. Basically, what you're saying is you have to replace it to prove it wrong. It's just ludicrous.
Yes. So for example, if you want to prove that Santa Claus doesn't exist, go ahead.
Yeah, this is super simple. So you and I, we walk to a bank and we look in the vault, and there's innumerable amounts of gold bars, right? Like hundreds and hundreds of gold bars. And you say to me, there are 2 gold bars in this vault. Am I required to know how many gold bars there are to know that there aren't 2?
No.
Exactly.
But that's just a difference in quantity. So let me give you another example to explain what I mean.
How do you not understand that? That's the most basic analogy I can possibly come up with.
Let me come up with another analogy to help you understand what I think I'm saying. Maybe I'm not saying it well. If I wanted to disprove Santa Claus...
No, before we move on, yeah, I'm quite obviously not having to replace your wrong statement to know that there aren't 2 gold bars there.
Yes, but you have to say there are more, right?
Like, let's say there's 100 gold bars there, and I said, oh, there's 99 gold bars there. Would you be able to debunk it without counting?
No, so falsify
I didn't use the example 99, did I? I used the example 2. The point is that I don't have to know how many there are there to know that there aren't 2. That's the point.
Right. That's right.
So the fundamental statement that you must replace it is wrong, as demonstrated by the analogy.
I would say you are replacing
falsification. Hold up. In science, falsification and replacement are actually two different things. You need a whole new hypothesis, theory, experimentation. The falsification is the fact that your theory has to be falsifiable.
Yeah, so if I say there are 2 gold bars and you walk in and you say, no, I want to falsify that and replace it with a statement that there are more.
No, I don't have to say that. I just say
I don't have to listen, the falsification principle stands alone. Ask Karl Popper.
Yeah.
But you're okay. So
Stands alone by itself. By itself.
I could just say, no, I disagree. There are not 2 gold bars. I don't have to replace it with anything.
No, you don't.
But I think implied in that you're saying there are more or there are less.
No, we're saying your theory's been falsified.
Well, okay.
Falsification doesn't require replacement at all. The principle stands alone on its own. Doesn't need help.
I didn't hear him say there are more or there are less. I heard him say there are 2. Right?
Yeah, so if I say there are 2...
Is that what he said?
Replace?
There are 2, right? He didn't say there are more. He didn't say there are less. There are just 2.
To replace the model, we're going to have to do everything that they did to develop the model. We have to send things up.
Hypothesis and theory and falsification, those are all parts of the scientific method.
Okay,
but replacement of theory is not a part of the scientific method. It's in a whole other category.
Yeah, it's in logic.
Or you can put it right back in the method and call it hypothesis and theory. So if your theory or your hypothesis isn't falsifiable, then it's not science. Falsification stands alone, and it's a requirement of the scientific method. To say otherwise is illogical. Faulty reasoning.
If somebody put us in a prison and gave us a model of what the world is, right? And we find out that the world is not this prison, right? How can you replace a model that was fake, right? That was given to you as a lie, and how can you replace that model? You have to know everything. So how can you do that when the people that are keeping you in the prison are the people that gave you that model? You have to think about it.
It would be helpful to have a different explanation that works better than the globe model. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, that would be helpful, but that's not my problem when I'm proving you're wrong.
Okay.
But we cannot get that information because of the prison guards that has kept us in this prison. So to get that information to replace the model, you have to break a lot of laws.
Okay, I think I'll concede that falsification and replacement are not connected the way I was saying always. So
it would be connected in an ideal situation. It's true, right? Because in an ideal situation, everyone is honest. But this is not an ideal situation.
In an ideal situation, bro, somebody would be falsifying your premise because they have a new premise that they can demonstrate. Right. That would be ideal, but we don't live in an ideal world.
May I give my Santa Claus example to kind of try to explain what I was trying to get at?
But it's not going to prove what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not trying to prove it. I'm just trying to explain.
It's a category error.
Yeah, so... For example, what if a little kid comes and says, "Oh, there are presents under the trees. It must be because there's Santa Claus." If I want to falsify that, I could just say no, and tell them all these
really came from.
Yeah, all these problems with it. I would need to replace it and say
that's the problem with that analogy. There's a truth there that there's a truth there that somebody's hiding from the children and a child who's unaware of the scientific method. So it.
Right.
Sorry, but
it would be a cause. You would have
that analogy. You're the cause of the problem.
No. To establish the cause of the presence appearing, right? You do an experiment. The presents usually appear after I wake up, so you stay up, right? And then you see mom and dad put the presents under. So the problem. Cause and effect. The problem is, exactly in an ideal situation, that's a good replacement. But the problem is, you cannot sneak out of your room to check on the tree to see if mom and dad is putting presents under it because you're locked in the room.
Because they don't want you to know that they fucking lied.
Yeah,
That's
they
the cause.
cut off the access to
The cause of the
access
president's
to
my
that
lying to you. I worked my ass off and I bought them for you. I just want you to think somebody else got them because you were a good boy, and then you'll be a good boy for the rest of next year.
But the question now is, would mom and dad do this to me? But remember, they're not mom and dad. They're not
I want
benevolent.
to bring something up, Bong. This would be analogous to modern science because the cause here is the lie. The problem is the parents lie. And modern mainstream science, they don't really lie, but they're disingenuous. They omit the truth. They give you what you accept. And if you don't go with the mainstream, you will get ridiculed and you'll no longer be a scientist like Fred Singer and climate change.
Okay, I'll concede.
Battlemont, okay, we accept your concession. Battlemont, there's 3 ways to tell a lie in the court of law. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The first one is just an outright lie. The second one is a lie by omission, and the third one is a lie by addition. So if you're cherry picking the results that you want to benefit your scientific theory, it's still a lie, right? Even though you're producing true information, but you left out the other half that discredits your theory. So they're still lying.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Who's ding-dinging? Is that Santa? Is Santa in here? I hear ding-a-linging.
So I will say that I would prefer a replacement in order to falsify something. That's my preference. How about that?
Well, you can
happy
say
hunting.
that, but it's still not a requirement of falsification, right? So
Okay.
Luck.
there
I'll
is no
concede
need,
it's not a requirement.
there
You're
is
going
no
to run in-
need for replacement to falsify.
The problem with that, approach, right, is you're going to be doing the same thing that NASA did or anyone else does, right? You're going to start assuming, having to assume certain things are real because you can't know certain things,
Which
and
is
you're going
not
to be
true with
developing a
everything,
model.
Vaughn. Listen, if we're in the garage and I say, "Hey, don't put that carburetor together that way. You're doing it wrong," and you disagree with me, I can take the fucking carburetor from you and show you the proper way. And I can falsify and replace all at once. But we're not talking about natural science. We're not talking about the place where we live. We're not talking about things we see in the sky that we can't verify, test, or measure.
Well, how can you possibly replace every single explanation they've given to you when most of them, if not all of them, right, were created specifically to
Every
get you-
time I hear that, Bong, I hear until you replace our entire fairy tale, I'm going to stay living in this fairy tale.
It's like
That's what I'm
saying,
hearing.
it's like
Because
saying
it's a
I'm going to
comfort
replace.
blanket.
It's like saying I'm going to replace Santa, even though I can't sneak out of my room, right, and find out that it's actually mom and dad. Remember, you don't know that it's mom and dad. You think it's Santa, right? But you have a suspicion that it could not be Santa. What else can you possibly assume, right, if you cannot go out of this room? Other than your mom and dad, you already know certain things. What else can you possibly assume to replace a man that comes down your chimney, right? Who else?
Gotta be
can
our dog.
give you gifts, right?
Dogs are Santa's elves.
Yeah. Who are the suspects here? Who are the main suspects here? Mom and dad. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So
Are we doing
what else can you assume? Yeah. How are you going to replace this model without saying it's mom and dad? Who else
Why
could
are we
it be?
doing Santa?
Because he's saying that he prefers to replace the model first. He refuses to say, I don't need to replace the model. He's saying, I prefer to replace the model. So I'm asking, right, if not mom and dad, right, and not Santa, then how are you going to suspect? Who could it be? How are you going to replace this model?
Yeah, in other words, I'm not going to give up the globe idea and just sort of have nothing. I will only give up the globe idea if I find something better.
You're going to create a story, yeah. But now you have to come up with somebody, right? You have to come up with somebody.
That with your direct experience. Why do you need a model? Why do you need a cartoon that's been placed to you as your world?
It's
You have a world that you already live in. That
I'm
you
more
already
comfortable-
experience and perceive.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with an explanation. I'm more comfortable.
You're comfortable with the cartoon that you see on television. And in your text,
The mailman.
you're more comfortable with that, even though you've never experienced that ever.
No, I've never experienced it. But
No human
in
has
my mind,
ever
it makes
experienced
sense.
any of that nonsense they tell us we're supposed to.
I've
As a matter
already
of fact,
come
they
up
tell
with
us
a
we're not
model.
supposed to. So
I've come up with the
how silly is
replacement.
that? I mean,
The mailman delivers the gifts. See, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna have to come up with the model, and this is what you're gonna do. The mailman brings stuff to our house, right? So it makes sense that it's the mailman that brings the gifts, but it's all wrapped up on Christmas. I have definitely, and now you're gonna go tell the world. Did you guys know that it's not Santa Claus? It's the mailman. Now you're gonna start telling people that, right? You've developed a model, right? You created a model from your imagination by guessing without even opening the door and going out and finding out. It's not the mailman. But so it can maybe you'll say it's probably the dog. My dog is smart, he knows how to get. It could be anything. But the point is, you're never going to find out what it really is.
I get that you're comfortable with it,
No, I
and
understand
that's
that, and
you're perfectly, it's your prerogative to believe and cherish whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you take your own authority. Well, I don't know. I guess you're giving yourself the authority to believe that story, but it in a way, it's I don't know. It bothers me when people just give their authority to others to believe a story just because it makes them feel comfortable, when they have a whole world of experience that completely negates all of that.
I see what you're saying.
I mean,
just comfort is not a good enough reason, and I should be comfortable with not knowing. If I determine that I don't think the globe is real,
and you feel,
I would be that I should learn to be comfortable with living in that tension of not knowing what the truth is.
You don't like not having answers.
But I don't like not having answers.
Well, no, it's not just. It's not just living and not knowing what the truth is. Life is about searching for the truth. The search for truth is about power. You're always searching for the truth. That's why it's awesome. Remember when you were little, you used to explore, adventure?
Yeah,
Remember that feeling?
I love learning new things.
That's what it is. It's not that you can't know and you're gonna live freaking not knowing, accept it. You keep learning. You keep learning real stuff. No more bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I can buy that. I will admit that I'm comfortable with the globe model, and it makes sense to me still. But if I come to a point where it doesn't make sense and I think that something's wrong with it, then I will consider other options and see.
So the black swan doesn't make you uncomfortable?
No, not at all. I think it's just simple refraction.
Simple refraction.
No, we don't need to litigate this. In fact, maybe this would be a good transition.
In order for refraction to be your argument, you have to have a curving atmosphere.
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
And because you can't measure curvature, there is no curving atmosphere. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You think the horizon is loomed out 10 miles greater than the possibility on a geometric shape?
That's right. I think
refraction extended the horizon. That's such a fucking joke.
Oh, that's it.
But there's no curving atmosphere.
Isn't that supposed to be the curve of your Earth? Isn't that supposed to be a physical location where ships are supposed to be disappearing over? Now you just said, oh yeah, I perfectly agree that it's 10 miles further than where it's supposed to be. Are you serious, man? Come on.
Yes, the most uncomfortable, man.
He's like, yeah. Brother, all you're doing is conceding our argument. The horizon is an optical effect. It's only the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's not your curve of the Earth. That's why it's 10 miles further than where the hell it should be. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. I know you've heard the Black Swan enough to understand this.
I've heard it plenty,
So for you to just say, yeah, it's just refraction, bro, welcome to flat Earth, man. Like it's ridiculous that you would say that. How is your curve of the Earth 10 miles further than where it's supposed to be?
Because I think squinting at the horizon so far away and seeing these minor differences up and down slightly doesn't tell us anything.
That's not slightly.
It's
measurements.
Wait. The Black Swan has nothing to do with
squinting at the horizon.
Oh, hold up.
Good.
But the Black Swan has nothing to do with minor differences. It's the distance, the horizon. Modus Tollens is the argument. Black Swan is the example.
Yeah, but all of this changes if the light bends slightly by like maybe 0.1 degrees.
Well, can you demonstrate light bending?
Yeah, it happens all the time with refraction.
And what type of medium? And what type of medium? Can you demonstrate it happening in the atmosphere?
Yeah,
I can,
different temperatures.
I can prove to everyone in this call right now, you could do this yourself. Does everyone have a clear glass and a glass?
Yeah,
everyone
listen, bro. If you start talking,
everyone knows that light bends.
Yeah, through water.
To say
wine
that
glasses.
means that you don't understand the argument. Yeah,
But it also
the
bends
argument.
for the ozone.
Yeah, can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
I feel like we're getting in the weeds.
Can I
and
finish?
Me talking
Do I
about
get
it.
to finish?
It is.
No,
Do I
no.
get to finish?
Sorry.
We're not in the weeds.
No? I have to keep asking if I get to finish until everyone
Go
shuts
ahead,
up.
Crypto. Go ahead, man.
Okay,
Go
cool.
Crypto, man.
So, the problem with saying refraction is that you require it to be a physical place, as Chocolate has already said. The second you say refraction, you admit that it's not a physical place, you admit that it is an optical phenomena, and therefore there is no reason to believe that there is a curve in the first place. That's the point.
Yeah, the dip in the horizon proves the curve, right? But the horizon moves.
Uh-oh. That's a physical location, right? It's supposed to be.
Hey,
the curve of the Earth can't be just moving back and forth. We don't live on a handball, do we?
Dip slappy Mike Al. Dip slappy Mike Al. Al
Okay.
Baruni.
So we're talking about some details about the Black Swan. A few minutes ago, Jesus or somebody asked about it, and it might be helpful for somebody to lead him through it from the beginning, because
somebody got a lot of noise.
Yeah. Someone's mic just rolled onto a carpet.
So does somebody want to go through the Black Swan with
devoured.
Jesus?
Do you? How about you try it?
Oh shit! You want to do it?
You go ahead and try it, new guy. Go ahead, and explain it to him. We just explained it to you. You say you understand it, so go ahead, try. Seriously, go ahead.
Let me find it in the. Could somebody post it again? It's way back in 51 past the hour.
I got you, Matthew. I can drop.
Okay. So, let's see. There it is. So, Jesus, you see it in 15 after the hour? Are you there, Jesus?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello?
So this
Is my mic working?
this is no, I can hear you now. This is called the Black Swan argument, famously invented by somebody named QE or quantum eraser, and it starts with this Modus Tollens logical statement: if P, then Q, and then not Q. And if you assume those two things, then you must assume therefore not P. And so this picture was taken somewhere off the coast of Santa Barbara at 1 foot above the horizon. And you can see the Platform Hill House at 6.21 miles, another one, well, as you can see. And then behind that second one, you can see the horizon. And so as it says there, if the Earth is a sphere with a certain radius, then every horizon must be no more than that other distance. So that's the if P then Q. And then this picture shows allegedly that not Q, that the horizon is obviously in this picture more than 9.41 miles. And so if those two things are true, then not P. So the P is Earth is a sphere. And so this logical conclusion would be Earth is not a sphere. So that's the argument.
Okay, I'm just going to go over a few things. So
Sorry, Matthew.
if I claim that there are no black swans, it only takes one black swan to prove me wrong. Is that right? Jesus.
I wouldn't know. It's a little confusing. I'm gonna be honest.
No, it's real simple. If I make the claim there are no black swans, and you have a black swan, it only takes one black swan to prove me wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what the argument is called, the black swan argument. Because the horizon is not where it's supposed to be, one time, therefore, the Earth is not a globe of this size, and there is no geometric horizon. Because it only takes one time for us to see past the curve, because you can't see a deer on the other side of the hill, right? You can't see an airplane on the other side of the building. Right.
I can't see through the hill.
Right. So we're claiming that you can't see through the hump of water that has to be there if the Earth is a globe. Therefore, it's measuring flat. Do you get the argument now?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, so you might think to yourself, if you think about this for a couple days, what if there's other factors and other variables that you haven't taken into consideration? This isn't a still shot image. I mean, it's a still shot image from a video, right? So you can watch the whole video. They give you GPS coordinates, landmarks in the video so that you can verify the GPS coordinates are correct. And then he literally almost puts his camera in the water, and it was 1 foot above sea level, not the horizon like Matthew misspoke accidentally.
Oh, sorry.
So that's all right. It's all right. So because the camera is 1 foot off of the sea level, right? It's looking straight down the level of water. And the thing is, we're seeing way, way, way too far. Because if you look at the entire video, the horizon isn't allegedly past the platforms. It's absolutely past the platforms. And if you look real closely, it's actually past the landmass that is on either side of the platforms, but further behind it. So it's actually much, much further than 10 miles. But it needs to be, 2.25? 1.25? I can't remember.
1.225 miles.
Yeah, it needs to be a lot closer, but it's way further. It's proving the globe.
Now you understand that what he's telling you is that based on your globe math, right? Your curve of the Earth. Wow, that's a lot of noise.
Sorry.
Your curve of the Earth can be no further than 1.225 miles away, right? But as we can all see where the horizon is in this picture, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's a problem for the ball, right? Because you have a specific radius. And your curve of the Earth, this math was based on that radius. So if this math is wrong, what does that mean about the radius?
Kill shot.
I'm just giving it a little thought.
It's all right. Try to understand the definition of the horizon, right? What's the horizon? You know what it is? The definition of it? I'll tell you. It's the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? The key word being apparent, right? Because the sky doesn't actually meet the ground, right? The horizon is not a place that you can get to, right?
Yeah.
So if it's not a place you can get to, it's not a place that ships can disappear behind, right?
Well, it's not really like a place that you go. It's a place that it's the.
Is it a place?
It's the furthest you can see.
Yeah, meaning it's an optical effect, right? An optical phenomenon. Because you can go out one day and your horizon's, I don't know, looks 5 miles away. Next day it could be 10 miles away. In 5 minutes it could be 10 miles away. Right? The horizon moves back and forth, right? We all know that. But they're trying to convince you with this math that that horizon is the beginning of your curve of the Earth. The physical curve of the Earth of your ball, which cannot move, right? Based upon your observer height. So when somebody wants to clarify this with saying, oh, it's a refraction. Oh, really? You're saying it's an optical effect. Our point exactly. You're saying it's refraction because it's not geometric. Had it been geometric, it would be at 1.225 miles where it should be, at a 1 foot observer height from the beach. And the last time I checked, we don't live on a bouncy ball or a handball or something that changes in size, do we?
Yeah, and also fundamentally, you have to understand that you're only coming up with these ludicrous arguments because you already think it's a ball, right? If
Exactly.
you didn't already think it was a ball, you wouldn't need to come up with such ludicrous arguments.
Here's the thing: if scientists have defined the shape of the Earth to be a solid measurement, then you can delineate that where you can measure the curve, and you can see too far where you don't see a curve. The curve is non-existent.
I'm curious to know what Matthew thinks about the FE core demonstration.
So first, I'm just curious. Have you guys ever had a Glober explain the black swan like that? I was wondering if that's a first for this.
No, that's basically the best explanation. You're probably one of the only Globers I've actually ever met who knows the argument, to be fair.
Yeah,
Okay, so which FE core?
It was a good effort, man.
Oh, thanks.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Which
you know the
FE
argument. I find your rebuttal to be wholly unsatisfactory, but at least you understand what you're up against.
No, yeah, I understand. And I guess my question would be, was it Chocolate who was saying, if we go one day and we see the horizon at 5 miles and another day at 10 miles, my question would be, why do we see differences in your view?
Because the horizon is apparent.
And what causes the differences?
See, Matthew, the refraction. Matthew, this is something we've been arguing since 2015, right? And 2015 to 2018, to the end of it, people on the globe side were arguing that no, it's not refraction. It's not, it's a geometric horizon. That's what it is. It's only a geometric horizon. And we were saying, no, it's optical, right? Because it moves back and forth, right? And then in 2019, QE made this argument, and then all of a sudden they started making our argument for us and saying refraction. It's refraction that's causing this. And we were like, oh, that's what we say. Glad, you caught on. It took you 4 years, but hey, you're late, but you made it, right?
It started agreeing that it was apparent when we've been telling them that it was apparent all the time.
But they don't at the same time. Like they'll come up with all these. Like I remember Brenda saying that there were 4 horizons.
Yeah.
I mean, they come up with these ludicrous arguments that just, they literally pull them out of their arse and then just stick with them because they have to contradict whatever we say.
It does make sense to me that there would be 2 different types of horizon. One is where you see it, and then another would be where it actually is. You can't tell where it actually is, but
no, because the horizon is defined as apparent, so it can't be an actual place if it's not an actual place by definition.
Yeah, notice that you were just imagining that other one. It was something you couldn't see.
That's right. It's something you can't see.
Well, if you can't see a horizon, can't be a horizon, can it?
How can something that's defined as apparent not be apparent?
Let's see. How could I describe it? Oh,
It's
the
perspective.
Yeah. So, for example, the pencil in the glass example, if there's an apparent position of the bottom of the pencil, and then there's also an actual position where it really is. So we can see one thing,
I
and then
understand the
there
concept.
then there is some other
you
place where it
understand-
really is.
Okay, so you understand that the effect that you're seeing with the pencil is different to the actual pencil, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying
So
there too.
if I was to
There's the
say to you that the refraction that you see is the pencil, that's absurd, right?
Yes, the refraction is
Okay.
apparent. Right.
But that's what you just said.
So I would say the black swan shows an apparent horizon. The actual horizon is somewhere.
I was talking about Matthew. Stay with what we're talking about. We were talking about the fact that you just claimed that there was a horizon that you can't see, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
That's ridiculous because horizons are defined as apparent. if you can't see horizon, it's not a horizon by definition.
Right.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
Right,
there is only one horizon.
Although it does make
Fine,
sense.
And there is
what-
only one horizon. Beautiful. So all the
Yeah, I just
people
wanna-
that say that there are 4, 5, 6 horizons, that's ridiculous, right?
You
Right.
want to go to the pencil, right? So when you look at the refracted part of the pencil, not the top, above
Yeah.
the water, the refracted part, which is actually below the water, right? That part is the part that you're measuring. Let's say you're trying to measure the pencil and find out its location, dimensions, etc., right? Well, when we look in the sky, we're looking at the refracted sky because it's coming from a so-called vacuum in your model to a non-vacuum, which is the atmosphere that we're breathing in. So whenever you guys take measurements of distances and triangulations in the sky, you're measuring the apparent location of Venus, right, as it transits the sun to get the location or distance to the sun. You can see why this would be a bad thing to do, right? Because you want to measure the actual, but you can't see it.
I
You can't
agree.
see the actual position.
I agree, but the refraction diminishes the higher you get above the horizon, such that ancient mariners didn't shoot the stars below 15 degrees or so above the horizon. But above that, the refraction was negligible. So I'd say if you're looking straight up, you don't have to take refraction into account.
How far are the stars? So, like, why do they do that? Look, the difference is the distance of the stars versus the distance of the objects we're talking about.
No, yeah, I wasn't talking about the distance. I was talking about the apparent elevation above the horizon, 15 degrees above the horizon.
The stars are not on the plane that we're talking about. The stars are somewhere else that we don't know the distance. They are accounting for something else, right? They are accounting for something else.
I'm not talking about distance. I'm talking about using a sextant to see how many degrees above the horizon it is. Ancient mariners and anybody who used a sextant would learn to not measure stars below 15 degrees.
Why?
Not distances.
Why?
Because
Why
the refraction was too much. Yeah.
Exactly, because of the distance of the stars. Because once the stars get higher, that means they're getting closer and out of this thicker medium. But what we're talking about is not up there; it's on the plane that we're on, and it's very close. Close, not far enough for you to invoke that kind of refraction, right? To see that far around the ball.
Yeah. So we're agreeing. I'm saying above 15 degrees, refraction doesn't really play.
That's not what refraction is when you're using.
Anyway, we can get back to the Black Swan if Jesus is still there and has questions.
This is the Black Swan. This is where we're at with the Black Swan. You have invoked refraction.
Which is what we've been saying for 6 years.
I've been over this
Not a lot of new
20
people.
times. I'd be curious to see what Jesus would say about the way I presented their
His
argument.
name is Jeepers. Everyone will now address him as Jeepers. Welcome,
Thank you.
Jeepers.
I appreciate that.
You guys want me to change my username so that I don't have to be Jeepers?
Yes, please. Just don't do anything, provoking people. Yeah, nothing trolly, please. Go ahead.
How about we have a vote, like a live stream group vote?
That's not our problem. Just get it done and get back, or Jeepers.
Because
Yeah,
I
I'll
am
change
curious.
your name. Don't worry about it.
I just want to. I want to hear what you think of the argument that I presented, the Black Swan argument.
It's still confusing me. Like, I know, I'm just like, once we started talking about all that, it just started getting confusing and jumbled together, kind of.
Yeah, it's okay if you don't understand. But here's, I'm going to put it in layman's terms for you. The size that they give us of the globe, it was proven incorrect by this observation, meaning that there should have been a hill of water covering the first platform completely, and it wasn't there. So the horizon isn't a geometric horizon, meaning a physical, pile of water caused by curvature and gravity, right? It's actually measuring out to be closer to a flat surface. So it's measuring That's as basic as I can get.
I have a theoretical question. What do you guys think it would look like, this picture would look like, if there were no atmosphere, if there were like a hard vacuum? I know it's a theoretical question and that, obviously there is atmosphere, but
You mean if we remove the sky and everything?
What do you think it would look like?
I think in that case, then the horizon would be only 1.25 miles.
No,
really?
You would see
Got any
more.
evidence for that?
You would actually see more.
Really?
Yeah, but have you got any evidence for that, bro?
No, that's why it's a,
No, didn't think
it's a
so.
thought
Matthew,
experiment.
listen to what you just said. You said, hold on. You said if it was clearer, you wouldn't be able to see as far. And if,
That's right. That's fine.
But if it was more
That was my point. So
you remove all the atmosphere completely, and you feel like the horizon will magically appear at 1.2 miles from the observer.
Problem is,
Because
No, he thinks by removing refraction, he thinks that by removing refraction, right, we'll actually not be able to see over this edge, that the edge
Exactly
will
my
appear.
point.
Right?
That's
what
exactly
he's
right.
saying.
Yeah, by
But-
removing refraction.
Right. So,
yeah, because
yeah,
it's
right, but
always
in
refracting
order-
all the time, everywhere, always, right?
Just near the horizon. But yeah.
Because the
But
only
you've
reason,
already-
because I've heard this before, the only reason we don't see the geometric horizon, which is where freaking boats are supposed to be disappearing, so I don't know how we don't fucking see that shit. But anyway, the only reason we don't see that shit is because we have an atmosphere, right? That's a funny statement because who was here when we didn't have an atmosphere to tell us that, to confirm that, validate that for us? Anybody? Or is that a cool story?
Yeah, it's just a thought experiment. It's a cool story.
Right.
Universal Studios, Hollywood.
Problem is, even if everything were in a vacuum and you were still looking out, you would still have perspective view because things would still get too small for you to see. So you'd
Yes.
still have a horizon you wouldn't see forever. The only difference is maybe if you zoomed in with a camera, you would be able to see much further.
Could you see China?
The point is, if you can't see the edge at 10 miles, which you obviously can see things behind it, right? 5
Right.
miles, then you can't see it at any higher. It don't matter what you do, removing the top. No, it's because it's not there. It's not there. No matter what you do with the you can't evoke that refraction unless you have curvature. We did this experiment to see that there's no curvature. Therefore, you cannot say that it's refraction because you need curvature. Like you're going in circles here.
Yeah, and I'm
it
sorry.
just sounds like it almost sounds to me in my head when you say that. It's like, oh, it's a really, really foggy day and I can't see shit. But if all the fog goes away, I'll see less.
Yeah, I know that's what it's like. You know, I realize
That's not right. That's not right, bro. Don't do that to me.
I mean,
right, does it?
I don't
the
want to. I
laser
don't want to
pointer?
process that.
How's the laser
you got
pointer
some
hitting the
Unwanted
target?
pile.
Yeah,
What's
that
up,
was
Isaac?
good question, Kai. Because we were talking about that a while ago. I wanted to get Matthew's impression of the FE core, but do you want to go ahead with it?
Yeah, sorry. We were talking to Jeepers
Laser
earlier,
tech.
and I asked a question. We never got to hear back from him. And wait, he changed.
I changed my username.
He's
Earth is a glove.
now.
So sorry. I asked what you thought of this argument.
Again. I don't know why it's Earth is a gub. I have no idea what that means.
Glob.
Glob.
But go ahead. What do you think?
Earth is a glob. Is that what he calls it?
That's what you get for
I have
having
no
bad taste and picking names.
Coaching.
I did
But
not.
I would like to hear from Earth's Glob, and then I'd like to hear from.
I vote that my nickname is
Yeah, one second.
removed.
I didn't
from the
finish.
actual
I
name
didn't
show.
finish. Didn't finish. Yeah. So I'd like to hear from Earth's Glob about this, but also Kai's question to be answered as well. So yeah, whatever order.
Well, yeah. Well, he wanted to. Matthew wanted a response from him as far as the Black Swan. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
'cause
they could
we
talk.
took
Maybe
him-
they could talk about it.
We took him through
Amongst-
it, but we didn't give him much chance to respond. So
All right.
There's a demon here.
Well, he did say he was
There's
kind
a-
of
there's a
confused about
demon.
it still. So
It does
why
make
would be
sense that there wouldn't
confused?
be a physical horizon.
Hey, can we check in Demon real quick before we move on? Sitting here without a rope. Up to you guys.
Okay, that's pretty simple.
Demon.
Sup, Demon? You are now VC verified. There we are.
Jin, hold on. Jin, you got some bad feedback, bro. You're cutting out, roboting. You're doing the works, man.
I can't even
I
hear
don't know
him.
if you can hear me.
Well, and Urfa's Glob might be able to answer Matthew's question better if Matthew can answer the question about the laser.
Sure.
Yeah, so Matthew, what do you think about Iffy Core?
Crypto. I heard the beginning of your sentence, but
Oh, I was just asking Kai's question again. What do you think about Iffy Core?
so you mentioned that earlier. I wasn't sure what specific thing you were talking about with FE Core. Sorry.
Okay, Kai, do you want to go through it?
Oh, I just wanted to know what Matthew's excuse was for why the lasers are able to hit the targets if there's a physical curve in the way. Sounds like a problem.
Sure. To quote QE, refraction, bigok.
How is that? But think about it again, like a laser pointer.
Sorry, that was great.
That's pretty good.
So my answer
laser
would be that the laser pointer doesn't go in a straight line. It can also be refracted. That's what.
But when we observe laser pointers and they are intercepted with a physical barrier, what happens?
So if they do hit a physical barrier, then they can't go on, but they can curve slightly due to refraction and can go around a physical barrier sometimes.
What about the Dr. John D test where you could actually see the point transmission of the laser?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a violation of Occam's razor.
And you must also not forget sometimes you can see the reflection as well, which is impossible.
The reflection, no, that just comes back the same way that the pointer went.
It's also known as a laser beam, yeah? A straight beam of light. Laser beam. A precision instrument. Please. Let's not lose that fact in all this confusion.
So when shooters are using laser beams, how would they? Why would guns have laser pointers on them then? Because then the laser pointer would be warped, according to you.
Yeah, it is sometimes warped and sometimes it's not. Generally, it's not
warped.
Why would they continue to put it on a gun for precision? That seems very funny.
Because generally, you're not shooting through a distance that has a lot of refraction in it. Most of the time, you aren't.
You're saying that this is happening
Military
all the time
doesn't
now.
paint lasers at distances? Is that what you're saying?
Bruh.
No.
But you're saying that there's this magical refraction that could happen at any possible moment. So what would the point of using a laser on a gun be? If at any point of any moment that laser could be curved or bended?
Because generally it only happens...
bent.
Yeah, generally it only happens if there's a significant difference in air temperature and humidity, and generally that happens like just above water surfaces where there's a lot of humidity. But if you're doing sniper rifles in the mountains or whatever, you don't have to worry about refraction as much because it doesn't happen.
Can you show us that? Or is that a cool story?
It's a cool story. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I like cool stories.
I'm glad that you admit that. Cool stories,
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, I like that too, man.
Can we have, after story time, can we have sing-song time?
You know what doesn't make sense about this refraction story though? Because temperature changes between meters. So in 10 meters from here, it will change to what it is 10 meters later. So it's going to refract up and down straight. It's not going to go in a curved linear path. It's literally just going to go up, 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 down, up, down, up, down with what the temperature change is. So you're not going to be able to see it, even if it's refracted.
What's up, Fatso?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but
because it changes the angle of incidence constantly.
Now, can we just take a second to appreciate Drace's top quality shoop?
Yes, I like that. I'm going to save this. Drace, thanks for putting me in a meme. I like that.
Well, normally I'm at my computer and I will literally just write in whoever I'm talking to. I'll just write in their name. And Drace has just like scrubbed it out in Photoshop and then added Matthew.
Nice.
Yeah, and sorry, hey Chuck, haven't spoken in a while.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, just so busy.
Yeah, no,
missing all the live streams.
Yeah, bro. It's all good. Still out here wondering where that Earth curve is at. Apparently, it's just apparent. So.
Apparently.
So I
You
said
like that,
earlier
right?
it was a violation of Occam's razor. If you assume that the light is curving at the same curvature as the Earth, right, but you really have no way to demonstrate that because you can't prove that the Earth is curving, then this is kind of circular, isn't it?
No, I agree that this laser thing, my explanation of refraction for the laser thing is not a proof that the Earth is a globe. It's a fix for assuming that I already assumed that the Earth is a globe. It's an explanation how that doesn't violate that. So I have to assume the Earth is a globe first.
I mean, that's a shitload of refraction you're needing right there.
I can appreciate your honesty sometimes, bro. It's
a bit sickening at times.
Sometimes I'm just like, wow, but hey, go all in, brother.
So you have.
I've got.
So you agree that you just believe? Then you agree it's all a belief.
Yes.
And you now change that.
I'm sorry, Jin, you're roboting.
Oh, okay.
Then try to hop in and hop out, brother.
Has anyone went over the Selenian eclipse with you, Matthew?
Yes.
Change the subject. Does that not bother you slightly? Like just not even. I know people say refraction for that as well, but the shadow issue, when the shadow travels from the top to the bottom of the moon, does that not bother you? Because you did say you've not got any issues with the model.
That's right. That doesn't bother me.
Why?
Because in my mind, I can explain it.
Just in your mind.
You got a beautiful mind, Matthew.
If you look in the live stream voice text, you'll see what I mean. That's impossible. The shadow cannot travel from the top to the bottom.
If it's far away enough that it can. Here's my explanation of what's going on.
Not if it's in your sky.
That's my explanation of how it works. The red guy and the blue guy.
No, he's not talking about the angles, which by the
We
way,
went back to the red guy.
He's talking about the direction of the shadow.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
If the sun goes down, the shadow must come up. But what we're seeing is the sun's going down and the shadow goes down. Now, if the Earth is causing the shadow, that would be impossible because the sun goes down, the shadow must come up.
I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying. In my view, the reason for the shadow moving is the moon moving.
Hold on a second. Hold on a cotton picking second. What did you say the angle was of the rays from the sun earlier?
Like 0.00493.
Does that image there look like 0.00493 degrees?
The one at 44 after the hour, which one?
Yeah, the one you just posted. 46.
Oh no, yeah, I exaggerated quite a bit just to show.
Okay.
Obviously, in my model, those are like way far apart.
So you're doing the same thing that Earth's Globe did earlier, having rays that are both, well, basically parallel and converging at the same time.
No, every ray is diverging.
But you've got converging right there.
No.
Yeah,
where
they
do I
have to be converging
Yeah,
for that for a lunar eclipse to work.
Where do I have converging rays?
Specifically for your explanation of what Panto brought up, you have converging rays. Earlier you said they were diverging.
Which two rays are converging? The yellow ones?
Bro, all of them have to be.
No, the yellow ones are straight lines. One comes from the bottom of the sun.
So
one
there's
comes
only
from the
2
top of
rays
the line.
converging and the rest are diverging. Are you serious?
No, all of them are diverging. All of the rays are diverging.
You've got converging rays there.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
Which ones? The yellow ones?
They're going together. They're merging together.
But they're from different. They're different sources.
You can't see the end.
What?
They're from different
They're
sources.
both from. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. One's from the top of the sun. One's from the bottom of the sun. Different sources.
You guys are forgetting when it comes to belief, light rays can do what they want.
No,
Yeah, this is absurd, Matthew.
Listen,
Come on,
I'm
bro.
trying to be consistent here. We're not talking about.
You're not being consistent. You're not being consistent.
I'm consistently saying that these lines are straight here.
You're consistently saying that you can have diverging, converging, and parallel rays.
Are they straight or are they divergent? Or are they converging? Because
each individual ray is straight. They slightly diverge from their source. Each one diverges. So if you look at the bottom of the picture, there's a blue ray and a yellow ray, and those are obviously diverging from the bottom of the sun.
Yeah, so obviously, sorry, go on.
those are those are converging. If you look at the Earth, like I see the yellow rays, the one at the top and the one at the bottom. If they were actually divergent, it would look from the perspective of the Earth, where they're coming away from the Earth. They're not meeting. They wouldn't meet together.
Yeah, that would happen if you had a point source. If there were a point source, this wouldn't happen.
I think the way he's weaving this lie is that the distance to the sun and the moon is the same. In this kind of, I'm not even going to call it a model, it's like cartoon. Whereas if you were to actually do it to scale, there's no way that this would work.
Yeah, if you do this to scale, it would be a lot farther apart. These lines would be almost parallel. They'd be, 0.
Yeah, but you would have to have them converging
They
and
won't be.
diverging simultaneously.
They won't be parallel. They won't be parallel.
Sun's rays
Doesn't
are not
matter the
parallel.
distance.
Sun's rays are not parallel.
Doesn't matter the distance.
I'll tell you what, Matthew, come back to us with a scale cartoon.
Why
And then
does NASA say it's doing this though?
So hold on. What if this were the
I don't
actual
get
scale
it.
model? Would that make sense?
That would be
what? So
impossible.
you're telling me that the sun and the moon is the same distance from the Earth?
Let's
well, I
pretend
mean,
it.
that's kind of what we think. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking sort of a theoretical question. If this were the actual scale model, do you see that even with diverging rays, the two yellow lines are
But it
diverging?
would still be contradictory, right? It still couldn't be doing one thing and doing the other thing. So it's either converging, diverging, or parallel.
Both yellow lines are diverging.
Why does NASA have it coming off the sun parallel when you got and you said none of these are converging?
That's right.
Do you know the difference between converging and
I do.
diverging?
The yellow line on the bottom is diverging. The yellow line on the top is diverging.
From where?
Because they're from different places, they converge.
Where are they from?
From the bottom of the sun and the top of the sun.
The sun, right? So converging would be the rays coming together.
Yes.
Right? Is that not what's happening in this diagram?
It is, but it's because they're from different
So
parts
that
of the
would be converging then, right? Okay. So why are you saying it's not?
Because they're not, each individual one is not converging. The two from different sources are. That's all.
What do you mean individual?
What different sources?
What's the different source?
What different sources?
Wait. The top of the sun is a different source than the bottom of the sun?
Yeah.
Bro. Do I have to go pack another bowl right now? Are you serious?
No, that's
Matthew, do you have the full scale image of this at all?
It would be unuseful because it's just two dots way.
Okay, so are you just confirming? Are you confirming that there is no actual full scale real representation of what is occurring for a Selenelian eclipse in the heliocentric model? You're saying one does not exist.
I'm saying it would be hard to make one. It wouldn't be useful because
so you're confirming there's not a real picture, a real accurate model at all to describe a Selenelian eclipse. So why are you using one that you know is wrong? You know the one you're using is not accurate. as Crypto pointed out, the distance between the sun and the moon are the same in this picture, which is not what's happening in your model. And second, the real picture, one doesn't exist. The real accurate representation of a model that could show what's happening has never been made and doesn't exist. That's a problem. That's a really big red flag.
The purposes of images and cartoons is to illustrate certain truths about the way things
There's no
work.
truth in that image. You just admitted that it's inaccurate.
Yes.
And there's no accurate picture.
It's not
There's no accurate representation. There's no accurate scale of what is occurring for a selenite eclipse. That's a big problem.
I would say if you take this image and stretch it out to the actual distance.
But why? No, there's no one that exists. No one takes one.
Go and do it, bro. Do it.
I mean, it could, but it would look like, I'll tell you what it'd look like. It'd be one dot and then like 1,000 pixels to right, another dot, and then a few pixels to right, another dot.
So you're just admitting, though, that no one's ever actually drawn the scale out to see if it really is the explanation. How can you be so confident in the explanation when no one has ever drawn an accurate scale? How would you even know it works if no one's done it?
Because this diagram works to me.
No, it doesn't. You just admitted it doesn't work. It's not actually.
I admitted
it's not a real
it's not
representation. It's not a real scale. Am I sounding crazy? But like, he doesn't have. You see the problem, right?
No, he was the one that just said that the rays that were converging are not converging. So
You see the reason nothing's going to make sense is because he admitted it's all just a belief.
Yeah.
So he has to make it work, even though it doesn't work.
I'm just trying to show him, like, how can you be so confident in your explanation when no one has ever drawn to scale your explanation?
What?
I will draw it
right now. I'm flabbergasted that you guys don't understand this diagram.
I'm so flabbergasted you're using a diagram that doesn't work to prove a diagram that's never been created before.
I'd say this diagram would work if those were the actual sizes.
So it doesn't work.
Matthew, it's not that we don't understand. It's that you are trying to reify something in your mind that you know doesn't work to work.
And also, your argument appears to be like, well, if my pet horse could fly, had wings, and was magical, then it would be a Pegasus. I mean, that's nice, but that's like, we're not working with your imagination. We're working with what is actually.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I'd see my argument is like that horse.
You understand? We like to deal with the really is level here, right, man?
Yeah.
Like.
Let me say something real fast.
Yeah.
Just real quick. So let's say you get a clear light bulb that's mostly spherical, right? And you paint the very top, let's say square inch. Let's say you paint it red, right?
Yeah.
How much of that red light is going to be on the wall as opposed to the ceiling? Because the light is facing up, the red part is facing towards the ceiling, and the walls are black, so it's not going to reflect to the walls on the side. The ceiling isn't going to reflect to the walls. How much of that light is going to be on the walls if it's pointing up?
You mean it's like a regular light bulb just sitting by itself with no lampshade or anything?
Yeah, like a lamp with no shade.
Well,
Right?
I guess
You paint the top of the clear light bulb a square inch. You paint it, in like a circle. You paint it red. It's going to be red on the ceiling, not on the wall, correct?
it'll be red on the ceiling, and then the wall will have some red in it. Yeah.
Well, you'll have to demonstrate that.
Well, from the wall, if you turn around and look at the light bulb, would you see half of it red and half of it white? The top half is red.
No, I'm not talking about painting the half of it, right? Because you're showing sunlight in that eclipse model. You're showing like 15 degrees top from the top.
Yeah.
So that's why I said like a square inch, because that would be about 10 to 15 degrees. You're not painting
just
half
a little
of it
bit
red.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant painting half of it. Got it. Yeah.
Biggest size of pixels that a Discord photo can be. Just wondering.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Have you guys gone through the 3 questions with him yet?
Yes. Do you see my rolls? I've been through I have the 3 points participant role, so I'm familiar with Miggy's 3 points.
Cool.
So you're familiar with the 3 globe lines?
So you would at least try and be honest with yourself and actually try and go and debunk the 3 points then.
Yeah.
And come to the conclusion that we've all come to and realized, wait a minute, we are contradicting ourselves, so it obviously isn't the globe.
No, the measure of the curve, my answer is Eratosthenes did it, spinning on a vertical axis, number 2. My answer is it's not relevant.
Yeah, but you just debunked that. You just debunked that because with the parallel rays.
Can you let him finish?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so number 2, spinning on a vertical axis, my answer is actually that's not relevant to the shape of the Earth because you could say the Earth is a globe but stationary. And number 3, vacuum of space next to an atmosphere, I'd say it's just like the pressure gradient with no container. There's no pressure between the top of Mount Everest and sea level. So I have answers that make sense to me for those 3, but we don't need to relitigate those. But you're right.
Ad hoc explanations.
Even those answers, that's what I'm trying to say, even those answers aren't honest.
No, I'm saying they make sense to me, and that's my explanation for them. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. So would you be honest with yourself and actually try and look at those answers and figure out for yourself if they actually work or not?
Yeah, I have looked at them, and yes, I would be honest if any of them seemed problematic to me, I would reconsider.
So what's problematic about the flat Earth? The fact that we witnessed a flat and stationary motionless plane? What
Sure.
would you say is problematic?
Sunsets over the ocean, the constant size of the moon, the full moon all night, flights between Sydney, Santiago, Johannesburg. A 24-hour sun in December in Antarctica that goes the wrong way. On the equinox, the sun rises in the east everywhere on Earth at once, which is coming pretty soon, March 20.
At once?
A couple days. No, I mean,
once.
Sorry, not at
Wait,
once.
You mean the refracted sunlight rises in the east?
Exactly in the east.
Yeah.
And sets exactly in the west.
That's not true. I'm in South Africa. It doesn't rise exactly in the east and set exactly in the west. Never once in a year. Never once in a year. Never once in a year.
Ooh, this is perfect. Now we have some way to test it. I say it will on March 21st, and you say it won't. And so now we can test it. Go out there and look at the sunrise and see if it rises exactly in the east.
Well, it's never perfectly vertical east.
Exactly.
It is on the equinox.
No, science doesn't know.
Okay.
No, the equinox is about equal day and equal night. It has nothing to do with the position.
Okay, so Matthew. So
on
Matthew,
the globe
if I take
model, it does. Go ahead.
So if I take it on the 21st for you, with location, everything, showing you it doesn't rise in the east, would you then agree that your globe is a lie?
I would find that problematic and have to figure out what went on. But it would be strong evidence against the globe, I admit.
Cool.
So wait, where are you located?
He'll do it.
I know.
I'm in the bush. I'm in Tapazumbi.
The bush is bright.
I'm right under the Milky Way.
Nice. So you're one of the rare southern hemisphere flat earthers. That's rare.
What's a hemisphere?
Sorry, you're one of the rare people who lives south of the equator that still believes in the flat Earth.
No, they're not rare.
Not belief.
No, he doesn't believe.
Not a belief.
Well,
sorry.
Rarity is a lie too.
And Matthew, I think you'd be surprised. I think there's more southern flat earthers than there are northern.
Yeah, he's trying to imply you a southern area. People don't believe in this crap, but truth is, there's a lot of them from there.
So actually, yeah, you're from South Africa. When the sun sets, does it ever set? If it doesn't set directly in the west, does it set to the north or the south of the west?
You know that changes throughout the year, right?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Changes constantly. Yeah.
Sure, but in South Africa,
daily.
what does it look like?
Daily. Would we expect it? That's the thing. The question isn't expected. That's not what we predict on a globe anyway. Directly west and directly east.
It's always roughly. Yeah, it's always
your
roughly.
model doesn't predict that shit. Learn your model. I thought you said you knew your model well.
Yeah, my impression is that the equinox.
So it varies from southern to northern position in the east or in the west.
Except on the equinox, it sets on exactly west.
That's not true. You should read up further on the equinox. It can vary north side of the equator to south side of the equator. It can vary.
Yeah,
but
generally it does.
The equator is dictated by where day and night are equal or seemingly equal. They don't even have to be 100% equal.
Matthew, you know what doesn't make sense on your globe though? I've got family in Cape Town, so I used to go there a lot. Now what happens is, especially in summer, when the sun sets, it usually goes down, it's still light there about till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. Where I am, 5 o'clock, 5:30, it's already dark. And if it's on the globe, the way it's tilted, they should be getting darker first, not us.
Okay, so I'm looking on timeanddate.com, and it says in Cape Town on the 21st that the sun will set exactly at 270 degrees west. So, and it will rise on the 21st exactly 90 degrees east. The 21st is near the equinox, and so
I'll ask my brother to take photos and stuff on time for us, and I'll do the same, and then we can put it in there. Yeah.
The easiest way to do it would be to find a hill that has a straight east and west street and go to the top of the hill at sunset and see if the sun sets directly in line with that road.
Yeah, you know 270 degrees west isn't direct west, right? Absolute west. You know that, right?
I don't. Why do you think it's not?
Because it's 270 degrees off of west. What the fuck?
No, 270 degrees at the on the compass. It's just a synonym for west.
Yeah, I can show you that too.
So I just meant west.
Either way, even if you're right, it's still a formological form of a consequent fallacy. So because the sun does this on a certain day, therefore the Earth is.
No. I'm just saying that the globe model predicts.
Look up the definition.
Okay, so the globe model predicts that the sun will set exactly in the west everywhere on Earth on the 21st. That's what the globe model predicts.
And it doesn't happen in reality, so you just debunk the globe model then. That's what I'm trying to say.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
If I'm wrong, then I did just debunk it. So I would be super curious for you to try it on the 21st and see what happens at sunset. In Cape Town, it sets at 6:55.
Yeah, it never sets at 6:55, but okay. Even in winter, the sun only goes down at about 8 o'clock.
What major city are you near? I'll look it up for your city.
Me, I'm in Limpopo.
But Matt Googles everything he can and accepts that as truth, whether he can demonstrate it or not, or he's verified it or not.
I'm just trying to get him some information.
Wait, why are we measuring the sun to see for Earth curve?
Oh, because it's just predictions. Like the globe model predicts one thing, and he's saying that.
So it's like a calendar then. So the globe model is like a calendar then. You know the astrolabe? It was before the globe model. Also did the same predictions.
Wouldn't the first thing to predictions, or are you just recognizing a pattern?
Why don't they use the heliocentric model to predict all the eclipses and stuff?
I think they do.
No,
they don't.
Sure.
The Soros cycle is off by 36 hours or so, so you have to use the globe model to get the exact minute of the eclipse.
Oh.
So
why don't they just throw it out and use the globe for the whole thing?
It's the same as like with it.
They were wrong.
It's the same as like what they had on FED the other day. Why aren't we walking around with pendulums to know where we are on the Earth?
Okay, so I did look up in South Africa. I don't know how to pronounce the city. I'm sorry. Polokwane, is that how you say it?
Polokwane, yeah. That's actually Pretoria.
Okay,
They
so
changed it, yeah.
the globe model predicts that the sun will set around 6:11 on the 21st, which is Monday, 6:11 p.m. and it predicts that it will set precisely in the west, exactly in the west.
Okay, but I'm not in Pretoria though.
No. Okay.
If you go further up, if you go further,
the precession of the seasons was kept track of for thousands of years. That's really not a prediction; it's a post-diction. We kept track it in the Farmer's Almanac. We didn't compare it to a model. We kept track of it, so we know how the seasons wander. We know when the days shorten and when they lengthen, and we've observed it. So it's not really a prediction. We know the cycles.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Leo. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same as if you actually observe nature, and when they have their different times of migrations and stuff, it's just all observed. You can predict exactly when it's going to happen because it's been happening for centuries. It's the same with the luminaries. You've predicted it because it's been observed. It's nothing new under the sun. It just goes through the same cycles.
Yeah, it's not a prediction. It's a post-diction.
Okay.
Happening once, it'll happen again.
Sure, that's fair.
We don't need a model to predict any of that crap. Just observation. And statistical probability.
It's always going to come back to Earth curve. Like, you can do all these predictions and measure the sun and all this and that, but if you can't measure the curvature, you got to have one with the other.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I love doing. That's why I love
equal causation.
Yeah, that's why I love going out and doing demonstrations, mimicking on a flat surface what we see in reality, instead of just saying, "Oh, look, it's Earth curve." If it was Earth curve, you wouldn't be able to mimic it on a flat surface.
Yeah, I agree. Like, go outside and do your own research is always a good thing. Yeah, so I'm excited for you to check out the sunset on the Sunday, tomorrow, Sunday or Saturday. Actually, it looks like Saturday is closer to the eclipse, the equinox.
It is Saturday by me now.
I went to Jim Panda's.
It's tomorrow, yeah.
It's tomorrow.
Sorry. I asked them at Jim Panda's, for like 30 minutes, does light travel at a perfect 90 degrees or does it converge, right? And it took them like 30 minutes to finally answer the question, right? Because they know me by now, right? I like to set traps for people, right?
Yeah.
And it took them 30 minutes to answer that question. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what they were saying. I mean, to me,
they were saying I was a pizza guy and that I wasn't trustworthy and I had no what's it called? Yeah. They were using. They were saying a lot of stuff, right? But they weren't answering the question.
Those kind of ad hominem attacks aren't helpful for anybody, so they shouldn't have called you names. They should talk about the evidence and talk about specifics.
Because they've got no evidence. That's why people throw insults.
Their favorite word. You don't understand. Okay. The argument I'm bringing forth, I don't understand. Very interesting.
Yeah, the one you have no response for. I don't.
Yeah, right. I try to avoid ad hominems.
Yeah, no, you're actually very respectful, and I respect you for that.
Yeah.
And likewise, you guys are very reasonable. And
they kept saying I didn't have credibility. Sorry, man.
Sounds like they're just angry.
With Globers, they, always ask them how much curvature drop after 10 miles, and they just, I put like 1 out of 10 will answer me.
Yeah, I see that the actual moment of the of the equinox is going to happen in like 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Location?
The actual moment of the equinox happens all over at one moment in time. It's the point where the sun is observed to be directly over the equator. If you're on the
3
equator,
hours from now, 9, 10, 11. It's around 12. Well, might be an hour earlier than it is by me.
So it's going to be Japan, right?
In Johannesburg, it says it's at 11:37 a.m. in Johannesburg is when it will happen.
So it should be about 12 by me. So I'll go outside and I'll take a photo and I'll check.
Well, no, that's when it's directly up. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it should be directly up by me as well. Directly up by everybody at the same time, as you said. So everybody go outside and take a photo.
No, it's directly above one spot on Earth. Like just only one spot on Earth. Like it's going to cross
on your model. On your model.
On my model, the point that is directly under the sun for the past 6 months has been below the equator, south of the equator.
So I'm gonna stick up a stick in the ground, and we can see if I got a shadow or not. If I get a shadow, what's going to happen?
There will be a shadow where you are. It's only one point on Earth where that happens.
Yeah, but it should be a shadow towards a certain degree, should it not?
So it depends on how far away from the equator.
Because you're claiming it's parallel rays.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's not parallel. That's the problem. That's my whole point.
Are you talking about the equinox, or are you just talking in general?
Yeah, equinox, the sun. That's the thing. Didn't Eratosthenes use the equinox?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. This just debunks the whole Eratosthenes' so-called demonstration experiment. Because then he proves that the sun's rays are not parallel; it's divergent.
He was assuming that they are parallel, and he was assuming that a globe existed. So he had those as assumptions. He wasn't trying to prove that there was a globe.
Yeah, he was. He was already begging the question that it's a sphere and then trying to work out the distances based on that. And because he assumed the wrong thing, he just debunked the globe.
That's not begging the question. Begging the question means that you assume the thing you're trying to prove.
You just said he assumed the thing he's trying to prove.
Eratosthenes.
Well, you say that he assumed it, right?
No, I see what your problem is.
Usually the claim is that he's the one who's proven it.
Okay, right? In that case, yeah, then that would be begging the question.
There you go.
He was not trying to prove that the Earth is a globe. He was trying to measure the size.
We're not saying that he's begging the question. We said he's assuming. Those who say that he is proving it are begging the question. That's the point.
That's true. Yes. People who say that Eratosthenes proves the globe are wrong. Eratosthenes measures the globe, assuming that the Earth is a globe.
Correct. Incorrect. He does not measure the globe. He calculates and assumes it's a globe based on the calculation, which assumes it's a globe.
I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah, he assumed that it was a globe. Well, he used that assumption to measure the radius. That's all.
That's it. If he's assuming the globe, like he's assuming the globe, he's doesn't know what he's measuring. He's just measuring sticks and shadows.
I think he and other people assumed that the Earth was a globe.
He didn't measure any radius. He just measured shadows and imagined radius.
Yeah.
After that.
No, you're right.
But it comes out to two conclusions where it's, the sun's really far away or the sun's really close. Like, far away and round or close and flat.
Yeah, I think he was assuming that it's far away.
So the next logical thing is, because he's assuming the sun rays are coming in parallel, so do we have any evidence of sun rays coming in parallel?
I think I made my diagram.
So you made three assumptions. One was that the Earth is globe. One was that the light comes in at parallel rays, and the third was that the sun is really far away.
Correct. Those are the three assumptions that he assumed.
My diagram is finished, guys. Finally.
So today I'm going to do their solstice experiment for everyone. Check out my channel.
What if you assume that the light wasn't coming in at 90 degrees because of crepuscular rays, and what if you assumed that it was a lot closer and the Earth is flat? Did you prove the flat Earth?
No, it wouldn't prove it either way. So if the sun is close and the rays are not parallel, then it would be consistent with the flat Earth.
So if it doesn't prove it either way, why do people come in here day after day, hour after hour, week, month, year?
That was going to be my
probably decade. Yeah, sorry about that, Chuck.
Because they're uninformed and don't do the research.
No, because they're desperate and that's all they
I mean, that could be part of it too.
I agree with Matthew's answer on that. I think they're uninformed and don't do research. But yeah, I also
but they measure the radius.
All of the yellow in my picture is light.
What?
Like the black is just to point out parts of where show the triangle.
Are you trying to post something?
I forgot what I was trying to do, but like, yes. But like, I think I was trying to. I think it was something about what I was saying about the converging and parallel. They're all the lot. Like, do you see how I made the background kind of like yellow?
Yes.
The light is just going in every possible direction. So it's converging from different points, but it's also like
filling the whole space.
Yeah, I understand. So that white is the shadow then?
Yeah.
Yeah, the white is the shadow from where it
the Earth's shadow. No, that's a good diagram. That makes sense.
So why would the shadow be going the opposite way during the Selenelian, Matthew? Which was the original question that I asked you.
Because if you're standing on different parts of the globe Earth, it would be going in different directions. It would look, for one person it might look going up or down. The other person would be upside down.
No, these have been recorded for centuries.
Yes.
It's called the impossible eclipse for good reason.
So,
again, why
can
does
you clarify
NASA
your
do
question?
this though? It's weird when I see things like that because NASA does this. So which one is it?
Well, light travels in every possible direction. So, if it can only be.
Yeah, but you see how this is from NASA, right? The guys that you guys all trust and believe.
That diagram wouldn't even work at all, if I'm being honest, because if you connect
your diagram.
No, not the diagram that says this diagram is not to scale.
So NASA's diagram wouldn't work, but yours does.
No, that would definitely not work. If we connected lines, so the moon would have to be way closer for that to work. Like, do you see how far away the moon is in that picture? It's just like, it's basically like, hold on. Like, it's equivalent to the same distance as the sun. So there would be no shadow. in that picture.
Bro,
The shadow
why
would
are
never
you
hit.
complaining about scale when you look at your diagram? Are you serious?
Yeah, well, I know, but like,
all right, so that's not what we're talking about, right? It's not scale.
yeah,
It's
but
what's
like
going on in the
parallel
picture. You're
parallel
trying
lines
to.
don't work like that.
Mate, the rays can do anything they want. Parallels coming sideways. They can just do whatever.
Yeah, nobody says that. Everybody says, all globers say, or they should say, that light in a vacuum goes in a straight line, and light rays from the sun diverge.
They're not diverging in any of you guys' diagram. They're not diverging.
I think they are. They're two
But-
separate lines that are converging.
Are you saying it's like a huge?
Here we go again.
Are you guys trying?
Are you?
Are you guys like?
Go ahead.
Are the guys like trying to claim that the sun is like a concentrated light beam of a laser or something?
Dimmer. That's
Yeah,
what
the
it's got
sun-
a
the
dimmer
sun
to
is-
it.
The sun, it would be completely different if the sun were like a single point source, just like a dot in the sky, but it
It's
has
like a
width
mag
to it.
light. Right?
Yeah, it has width to it.
It's got width.
So this is actually stupid. It's like saying if I go to the equator and I look up at the sun, I'm going to be blinded. If I go to more further south or more north, where it's not directly looking parallel to the rays, it's fine. I can look because the light rays aren't going to be parallel towards me.
Yeah. While looking at the sun.
So how would it be different, Matthew?
How would it be different than that? Like, first of all, don't ever look at the sun without eclipse sunglasses.
Right. I have.
Yeah,
I think everybody has looked at the sun.
I gave.
No, they don't
I
want
met,
you to look at it in case you see possibly any of the other bodies that have been seen for millennia.
I gave Nathan Thompson a pair of eclipse sunglasses so he could do some sun observations. He thought they were pretty cool, but that's the only way to look at the sun.
Directly. I do sun gazing, man.
Sun gazing.
Sun gazing, existing, debunks that entire notion. People look at the sun.
The diagram took me way too long.
I mean, it's not your fault, bro. I mean, try to understand that, again, the model requires you guys to have to double speak, right? This is a form of double speak, which you're doing. You're saying the rays are parallel while trying to say that they're not parallel.
Like the Squirtiner's cat, almost. They're parallel and they're not parallel.
Yeah. Does that make any
Globers
sense?
say that the sun, each individual ray is perfectly a straight line. From each point on the sun, they diverge. The reason it looks like they converge is because you're talking about two different light sources, the top of the sun and the bottom of the sun. In
Bro,
that case, they
the
do
top of the
converge.
sun and the bottom of the sun are not two different light sources because it's just the sun.
Well, it is.
Obviously they are. They're two different locations.
Bro. Two different locations or two different light sources?
Two different. Okay, so the same light source, but the light source has.
Thank you.
Okay.
The sun has tracer rounds.
Thank you.
The sun's got some of them tracer rounds, where you shoot it once and then it always goes back to that spot no matter where you're shooting the gun. Kind of like on the Fifth Element.
All right, I have to go. Nice chatting with you guys. I'm gonna dip.
Yeah, you
but
too, man.
I would say, hey, tomorrow.
You too, Matthew. Cheers.
Great time. Everybody go out and watch the sunset tomorrow and see if it's exactly west in your city. Because my claim is that the globe says that it will set exactly in the west tomorrow night, Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna do it today later. I think it's at quarter to 12 here, and then I'll do it tomorrow.
I can actually
I can already disappoint you, Matthew, because the sun always sets to the north for me.
Not on the equinox.
Oh, it does.
Okay.
It never sets in the west for me because I live in Iceland, and it always comes from the north and it goes back to the north.
And tomorrow will be a good day to test your theory.
Matthew, I think you've got the globe model wrong.
I don't need to test it.
Matthew, I don't think you understand the globe model is asymmetrical, and such a thing doesn't occur. Even here in the southern hemisphere, quote-unquote hemisphere, it's been setting in the southern quote-unquote hemisphere summer, way west, southwest even.
Yeah, and so
can you demonstrate where everywhere in the world is the sun is going to be setting in the west exactly everywhere in the world?
That's what I claim will happen.
Okay. Do you have any documentation or diagrams or something you can post?
That would make sense.
No, this is a claim, and this is a claim, and now we can find out. You guys can find out.
But is your claim based on, like, do you have any sources just to help us, at least with a diagram or something?
Sure. My claim is that that's what the globe model predicts, and if you go to timeanddate.com, you can look up any city in the world and see when the sunset is predicted for that city, and it also shows which direction. It shows in Reykjavik that tomorrow, the 20th, in Reykjavik, the sun will set at 7:44 p.m. At 272 degrees, which is west.
Ah, I see. Which section of Time and Date is that?
Time and Date, then you pull down the menu where it says sun and moon, and choose sun calculator.
Sun and moon, sun calculator.
Uh-huh. And then in the top right, you can type in a city, like Reykjavik. And then you go down to March 19 or 20.
Okay, sunset today, 270 degrees west.
That's exactly west. Yep.
Let me check, because it's happening right now. It's 4:30 in the evening. I will check on that and get back to you. Thanks, Matthew. I didn't mean to be too hostile, but sorry for that. Yeah.
No, I agree with you guys that people need to do their own research, and I'm saying we have a rare opportunity because it happens to be the equinox tomorrow. We have a rare opportunity for all of us to go do some research, which is see when the sun sets. Or if you're up early in the morning, does the sun rise exactly in the east tomorrow morning?
Yeah, it's funny that they claim.
Cody, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I'd recommend using the push to talk. We have a new person. Her name is G9. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, Gina. Whoever
Hello.
introduced you and whoever said that, you're really low. I could barely hear you.
What's up, Truth Prevails? How are you?
You need to unmute yourself, and you need to be able to talk to the people, okay? All right, you unmute yourself.
Okay. Hang better.
Okay, you there?
Yeah, I just hit the wrong button.
Okay, everybody, this is G9. She's new, and she doesn't know anything about flatters.
I'm not talking.
Do you know anything about the globe?
We don't know anything about you either, except for that you had some dental work done today. How you feeling?
I feel good, actually.
Glad to hear it.
G9.
Go ahead.
G9, do you know anything about the globe model? That I take it you still believe in what you've been taught at school and stuff. Do you know, were you into space and stuff like that? Do you watch documentaries and stuff?
Plenty of all of that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, model of that sort. I'm just confused. And I don't know why I'm even here, to be honest with you. But thank you.
You're welcome to be here. So what would you say, out of all the stuff you've been taught and you've seen in like the media and education system, what would you say is the best evidence you have that all that's true?
The things that I think are true about flat Earth or about the global thing?
About the globe, what would you say, like all the things you've been taught, all the things you've seen, what do you think like backs that up in reality? Is there anything that you can, like something you've experienced that makes you think that that's all true?
None of it makes anything true to me. I feel like parallel universes, if things are parallel, then the Earth can be flat, but it's like, I don't understand. And I have friends that are flat Earthists, and it's like, if it is, it is. If it isn't, it isn't. And why does my meatball fall off my spaghetti? And that's all there is to it.
Well, as far as we're concerned, we don't see any curvature and we don't experience any kind of movement. We can't register it with like gyroscopes and stuff like that. So we all experience the same thing, a flat and stationary Earth. However, we're taught that we live on a specific shape and that it's moving in specific like vectors and speeds, but none of it's actually verifiable. You've just got to agree with what you've been taught and what you see on the TV.
I'm not a sheeple of the people. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, you're in the right place. Welcome, Gina.
Put it this way, she is, really informed on a lot of things that go on around here, but one of the things that she's not informed on is why is it not a globe, right? Yeah. And okay, so I think that we should start with that point.
Panto, may I come in just on the topic as...
On you go, bro.
Yeah, sure. I was talking to Matthew, right? Time and date is definitely wrong because time and date is showing that the sun where I am, I posted a screenshot, is 280 degrees west and it's going to 270 on sunset, but it's already it's already almost 270 west, and then it's going even more southwest. So it definitely it's wrong. So, but he's not here. I wanted to quickly mention to him.
He'll be back.
So I just want
time and date is nonsense. Yeah.
Janine, we've been, talking about what's wrong with the globe for the past couple hours. We've been talking about things that both can't be true at the same time, right? So the light can't come in straight rays, and it can't come in all mixed up angles where the light's intersecting with each other, right? Both of those can't be true at the same time, so it's one or the other. So the light from the sun, when it passes the moon for a solar eclipse, that's when it's daytime and the moon goes in front of the sun and it looks like it's nighttime for a moment.
I've seen that before.
You've seen that before?
Was in the heart of it.
Right. You have to be in the path of totality for it to completely look dark, right? And that path of totality, it's only a couple hundred miles across. Well, the moon is actually one. That's not very much more. It's like, a bullseye. It's very small, right? Well, the moon is actually 1/4 the size of the Earth in the globe model. So how is it possible that an object can be smaller than the object casting it?
The moon is towed in on purpose.
Sure what you mean.
Yeah. Shut you guys all up, didn't I?
What did you say there a second ago, Gina?
I said the moon was towed in on purpose.
It was towed in from another entity on purpose, okay? That's what she's saying.
There is, I know the Aborigines, and I think it's the Jinn or somebody else, I'm not 100%, but I know the Aborigines, they've got, ancient myths that the moon was placed in the sky by some kind of entities.
See?
Like the reptiles, just like what some of the conspiracy theorists, what's his name? And they got banned off YouTube. David Icke, the same sort of stuff as him.
Hearing you.
But I don't know.
Heard.
None of that's verifiable. That's the problem.
Thanks for understanding. Thank you for understanding.
It's just a good server. It's a good place to be. Lots of good conversations. G9, welcome.
Thank you.
Up, guys. Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you later, bro.
Yeah, we're kicking people off of here, man. Hey, Chong, what about your thoughts?
No, I want to ask you a question because now that you're here, okay, I want to ask you some questions, okay?
Oh, God.
And we all want to ask you.
Don't make them numbers. Don't make them numbers because I don't want to answer numbers.
All right, so define why it's a globe. That's all I ask, okay?
Incapable of doing that.
Same to everyone. We all experience the same thing. A flat or stationary Earth.
I can't identify why it's flat either.
Well, do you know? Well, I'm sure you know if you've been to the sea, like especially on a calm day, you know, water always tries to find its equilibrium, seek its level, and it lays flat when it's not being moved. So you've got 71% supposedly of the Earth's surface is covered in water, always trying to seek equilibrium. It's always trying to lay flat. Apart from waves, wind, tides, etc., it's always trying to lay flat. So how can we be a ball of water? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, that brings me to my question, but I don't usually go to the ocean, but why is there depth in the ocean then?
Right. Why is there what, sorry?
Why is there depth in the ocean?
Depth? I mean different depths.
Yeah.
Like one place deeper than another.
Yeah, but hold on, because we're not saying the Earth is 100% flat. So why wouldn't there be depth? Length, width, breadth, and depth. We're just saying it's not a sphere, so you're acting like it'd be totally flat and all things would be totally flat. We don't mean totally flat.
A lot. There's a lot of the ocean surface is flat as well. So.
Well, there is, but she asked why would there be depth? There's depth because there's topography on land and water flows to low standing points and fills in the depressions. You know, there's hills, valleys, all this such.
So it seems like there's always land being produced by volcanic activity, as well as there's always land going under the water. So it's just like a big cycle. I don't know how to explain it, but it appears that there's land coming and there's land going constantly. And then possibly it fills up with water every so often to cover more land.
So basically, if you had a bowl on your counter and it was filled with water and you put a rock inside, that doesn't change the fact that the water fulfills the space within the bowl, whether or not there's a rock inside. That's an explanation of depth.
But what about when you put that rock in? Why does it cause that water to rise like it does if there's no gravity?
Taking up space.
Because water displaces.
It's
the rock displaces the water, right? So think about like it moves the water over. So you got a full sink, right? And you set your infant in the full sink, it's going to overflow because the infant moved the water out of the way.
But the water remains at its level regardless what you put into the container. And if you have to look at the Earth as this big container that holds water at a level, it's a level.
That didn't make sense to me, but what about this? How come I can climb to the top of a mountain at 10,000 some thousand feet? 10,500 feet. Why is there height to a mountain then?
And how can we answer this?
Topography. We've already covered that. The same reason there's mountains is the same reason there's valleys. How does that prove a globe? Hold up. How does a mountain or a valley prove it's a sphere? This is what I'm lost for. I don't understand that.
All right, Nini, ask yourself, what is mean sea level? What is
I kind of wanted a response to what I asked.
I'm not talking.
See, too many people you just overload people, man. It's hard to take in a bunch of stuff at once. You got to talk to people, not at them.
I'm just sitting here.
You remind me of the kid that's being forced to go to church, if I may be honest. You don't sound like you want to be here, or you're very interested in the conversation, but you're being forced to stay. Is that right?
That is not true.
Okay. Maybe I was wrong.
Were you told to say that?
I have not been told to say anything. I'm talking on my own free will.
Oh, you're cool.
I'm just kidding. It's like I was. Tell me, people, am I the only one? Like, has this not happened before? Seriously. Maybe I just need to go to sleep.
Seems like a deja vu to me, Drew.
Yeah, I mean,
Deja vu.
The mountain thing, like the way you get her in here, everything. The spaghetti fall off. Anyway.
You love it.
Listen, okay, here's what she's asking is, okay, there is a mean sea level. There's a mean sea level, MSL. There's a basic level that the water sits at. And why does water flow down and why does it not go up? It's because the mean sea level. The terrain rises above the mean sea level and it also goes down below. That explains why there are mountains and why there are,
mean is just an average level that rises and falls due to what's frozen and what's not frozen.
I'm just gonna sit here and listen.
You got me confused now, dude.
Right.
Yeah, the mean sea level is just a datum set, so you have an elevation standard.
Yeah, by datum he means measurement, and so it can rise or fall above mean. Mean means approximate.
There's a level.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's
a bunch of natural processes that create mountains, valleys, hills, such as erosion through the flow of water downhill due to hydraulic pressure and weight. But the mean sea level doesn't create anything. It's created by all the processes, which also create mountains and valleys.
What she's asking is there are things that fall above and below, and she needs clarification on why
depth and height. Why is there depth and height?
It's a legitimate question, man.
It is if you think we're talking about a flat sheet of paper, but we're not. Topography. Do you know what the word? Excuse me. Do you know what the word topography means?
Yes.
Okay, so that should answer both questions. It has length, width, breadth, and depth. So it also has topography, or the layout of the land due to natural processes such as weather, rainfall, accumulation, hot, cold, spring, winter, fall. All the seasons shape and form the face of the earth.
I learned something. Hold on. All right.
Anyone here? I'm disconnected.
I'm here.
Yeah, it just went quiet all of a sudden. I thought I disconnected.
No, I'm missing. Mine does it every like 5-10 minutes.
I'm not here, you've got disconnected.
I did not get disconnected. I just muted because I went and asked somebody how to do this because I realized you guys were hearing everything I was fucking saying. So.
We're not attacking you. Like, it's not personal. We're not trying to attack you.
You either set it to push to talk, or otherwise it's voice activated. Okay.
Well, I muted myself and then I couldn't hear anybody, and I thought that I got fucking disconnected.
Well, that's deafened. You clicked the headset and you deafened yourself, so you couldn't hear nothing.
Okay, guys, if you want to take Janine, if you don't mind pausing for a while, just on the previous topic of Matthew Learns and even time and date. Yeah, it's nowhere close. It's the location that time and date gives. At least I've demonstrated is false. The sun at this latitude sets way further south than they say it is.
I've had the same problem a few months ago when trying to show all of this. And they just said, no, my compass is out and all this number jumbo. You know how it works.
It's also showing that the sun direction is going the wrong way because they say it's 277 west going to 270, meaning it's
starts. It sways on its path,
Yeah, so even the wait, sorry, I'll get back to that.
The arc leans. I showed a GIF for that earlier. It's a leaning arc.
Yeah, they're saying it's going further west, and they say because it's the equinox, it's going to set directly 270 west. But that's not true because I've already shown it's already 260 something west now, and it will set 250 or 240 west southwest. And then during the so time and date is disproven basically. That's what you found as well, huh, Flats One?
Yep, it's been a few. I've done this. I actually went on a time that I did for 2 weeks. Every morning sunrise, every evening sunset, and every time it was out sometimes 5 degrees. It's not. It's roughly what they say, but it's not exact.
Oh, in my case, it's not even close. I'm having a look at Battle Mods thingy now. One moment.
Dude, Indio's one to talk to about this because he's read a lot of shit on this, and he says they have a projection for how it maps. It actually maps out, not what they tell you in the remedial articles you read. This is one of his pet peeves. Where that guy reads too many books on that shit.
This just
because the one you posted, Battle Mod, that's for the northern hemisphere.
The Earth shape actually a moon.
Because in our winter, the sun will be further north, and our summer, it's further south. So it's slightly reversed, but it's also asymmetrical. Even by their model, it's asymmetrical, but time and date definitely is totally wrong. Someone else was saying? Sorry.
Yeah. So, hey, G9, do you have any like basic questions about the shape of the Earth?
No.
So,
dude,
what
did you
would
literally
say?
just cut him off for that?
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That was
so
rude.
Oh, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Well, he's probably frustrated now, but I just
No, he didn't cut me off. He asked. He said, I said it's okay.
Right. Okay. So with the space that I'm given, basically G9 is a total beginner. She is here and she's open-minded, and you know, she may not say that she has any questions, but Janine, do you think that it's a globe or if it's not a globe? Which do you and it's a yes or no, globe or not?
No comment. No comment.
You have to have a bias, please. Is it a globe or is it not?
I think it's swollen.
So with you saying that it's swollen, you think that you can observe curvature, right?
I didn't say that. I sent you a picture the other day and I asked you a question and you never responded back. I showed you a picture of a boat on top of the ocean, like sitting up well above it. I'm like, is this a flat earth thing? Like the Mirage thing. Duh.
Could you send it to one of us?
Everybody that's listening to what she's saying, it was that picture of the tanker over the sea that appeared to be above it. Well, when you delineate that, picture down, you can actually see the horizon beyond that boat.
Can you post the image? Have you still got the image in your device just now?
Chong can do that.
You send it to one of us. Send it to one of the mods or golds, and we can post it for you.
Chong can do that. He knows what to do.
Let's start with boats.
No, just go ahead and post it. Bro, hold on. We all want to look at this image, please. We're not in a hurry. We're not crowded. We can be calm and laid back. We don't have to force people into a position.
Took me hours to get here. Okay.
I gave you the perms. You can post the image.
Chong is going to do that. I think he's working on that.
Yeah, well, I remember the last time you came here, and you have genuine questions. You just get so tired of these people who want to corner you into some kind of argument when you're just trying to ask questions.
I got kicked off.
I want people to know to back the hell up and slow down. We don't force people to take a position just so we can have somebody to argue with. That's not what we do here.
Thank you. I just got kicked off a couple of times, so it was like unfair. Because I actually am asking my questions because I'm confused about stuff.
Yeah, so there's not a problem with you being uncertain, but as a flat earther, I have no problem with ambiguity. If you're unsure about what it is, why should I, as a flat earther, have a problem with that?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm wondering if Chong is trying to get that picture for you guys.
Well, go to your message where you message him. Just copy it from there.
He's not here. He hears me. I think he's trying to get that picture for you guys. The picture that I asked about.
Is it just a picture or is it like a GIF, like a little video clip?
It's a picture of a boat hovering basically above the ocean.
He doesn't have posting for.
So like the Flying Dutchman.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And that's the exact one, Ether 1000. That's the one you saw, right, Nini?
Do you have it?
So what you got to do is you got to hop down into. You can still talk, and you can press the push to talk button, but you have to go into live stream voice text. That's where everybody in this channel that we're talking in talks and pictures. Okay. And
I thought I sent it to you. I'm on a different little over here.
No, you've
Right,
got
guys. He's
permission.
new to the whole platform, so if anybody has anything better to explanation, for it all.
Open. Okay. Am I here still or not?
Do you see live stream voice text?
Yeah, you're here. Can you see this lobby here where I tagged you?
Live stream. Oh, live stream. Oh, the one with the red button?
I think
yes, should have a red notifications sign above
I
it.
got
Yes.
it. And then
just click on that and then look up. You can scroll up a little bit, and is that the image you're talking about?
I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Like how to message you guys.
Are you on a phone?
Yes.
Just touch the screen and move it up or down. Scroll the comments downward. Swipe them down.
Right, so you can be in the voice text, and you can be in the live stream, but the voice text is also a different channel.
If you want to comment, you have to touch the comment box.
I got it. Hold on.
All right.
Let me look. Okay. I have to grant us permission. What's wrong with this fucking shit, man?
It's complicated.
All this verification shit is bullshit.
It is.
I did a screenshot on it. Oh, it's right here. That's my picture. You guys see it?
Yep. So, pretty much same picture. So what's the problem?
Really in the water? Is that a mirage and all that kind of mumbo jumbo? Is it the flat Earth thing?
Yeah, they say that's looming. I don't know how we could verify this image, though.
Like, what if it's really sitting on the water way back in the distance, and it's a hot day, and because I've heard and researched that kind of stuff before in the past, like the mirage-looking thing, it can make it look like it's actually hovering because it's flat, and I don't get that part.
Yeah, like the water mirroring the sky, and some of it just looks like the sky because you got a mirror image of the sky and the water.
Right.
That's possible.
I asked this question the other day and I got no reply.
That's actually what lumen is. Where the sky is cast down onto the water. Like that's actually what lumen is.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, for the globe, they try and say it's not actual boat you're seeing; it's the hologram of a boat because of the mirage. But in actual fact, it's just the mirroring of the sky on top in front of it, giving it the floating effect.
The name is very deceptive. They should have called it Caston or something instead of lumen. But I guess they named it with what it appears to be doing and not what it's actually doing.
Exactly.
But you're absolutely right. The boat is on the water. It just appears that the sky has been cast down, and it makes it look like it's in there. But that's exactly what's happening with it. The sky is being cast down onto the water.
Okay.
Right, and so when you look out upon the horizon, it's straight up an optical the law of perspective tells you that when you look down on a railroad track or a hallway, it comes down to the vanishing point, right? But when you're on the ocean, it acts a little bit differently because there's a lot of atmospheric distortion between as far as you can see. And a lot of times what you observe is something above or in front of the horizon, so you can see things, and then you can see beyond it, right? But either way, it's beyond what you can see over a curve over a certain set distance.
It's beyond what you can perceive. Layman's terms, right? Like simple.
So here's the thing, like
it's beyond what you can perceive.
So here's
So
the thing.
it looks closer than it really is. It's kind of like a mirror on your car that says objects appear closer than they really are. That's what we're seeing right there. And the objects may appear closer, but that mirror is a little bit like swollen, right? In order to make things look closer than they may appear, but yet it's in a mirrored image. You got.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I don't know about making it like look closer or anything like it, but if you look at now that you know what you're looking at, like if you look, you can see the actual horizon, right? You can still see the, above where it appears at the right. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see that line behind the boat? It's like where there's a different contrast of color. Like you can still see. That's that more than likely, right? I can't verify it. Is the actual horizon? And if you scroll up into the other pictures of lumen, other examples of lumen, you can do the same thing with those as well.
Okay.
See, like the difference in the contrast of the color is, you can tell where the actual horizon is.
Go down a little bit more, and Gemsy sends another picture just like that. Once you look into infrared, it's clear what's happening. It's the same thing. Like you're telling me, like you see the horizon back there.
Yeah, it's just casting an image of the sky down onto the water.
Yes.
That can only happen on a flat plane, by the way.
So basically, if you observe water in a bowl in front of you, it's going to be a flat plane. If you scale it up to your bathtub, it's going to be flat. If you scale it up to a small pond, if you scale it up to a lake, if you scale it up to an ocean, it always observes flat. Okay, and a lot of the things that, like Bill Nye, for example, they tell you that, we can observe those things going over.
Come on it. I do not do Bill Nye the Science Guy. Don't bring him up.
Okay, right, but
do a different one.
But the basic model is that they say that they can observe those things going over the horizon, when in fact you can zoom back in and observe those boats, on a flat plane of water, and you can see the horizon beyond it. Means that it doesn't.
I'm trying to figure out what Barber Scientific is. What is he showing you? Grace, love, wisdom, harmony. I don't understand. I mean, that's what they did to prove that to scientifically prove that the universe was flat.
Well, here's what's crazy is that they actually, the big mainstream scientists of, the things that pertain to the things that we are, existent in life. Let's talk about NASA real quick. They say that the Earth is of a set dimension, right?
Investigator. No, I'm talking to Brian Spape Investigator.
2,959 miles is the radius.
They pointed laser beams to one side and to the other, and they were like saying that. And then there's parallel universes, and we talk about that kind of stuff. But
we're
it's
talking
like
about the Earth that we live on, though.
Oh, okay.
I hear many times people talking the universe.
We're talking about the Earth that we live on. So they defined the dimension.
If the world that we live on is flat, then the universe is
You're not listening.
John, didn't you bring her here so that she could talk to the people in this Discord
Yeah,
instead of.
fine.
It's up to you.
I was just
Thank
checking.
you.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I've heard all of his little stuff that he talks about, and it's confusing to me because he talks so scientifically. And I can't, he's not a scientist, but I listen to him because he's very intelligent as well. So that's why I'm here. And I was looking at this picture that Drace Love Wisdom Harmony sent, and there's the laser beam. And they did this, scientists have done this, where they point a laser at one point of the universe and then they point a laser to the other point of the universe, kind of like what I'm seeing here, and somehow they determined that the universe is flat. So I say,
No, they didn't do that.
I say if the universe is flat, therefore the earth can be flat. So I'm not denying this by any means. It's just not proven to me, and neither is that either. And then if there's that, then there's parallel universes and everything is flat.
No,
And
the Earth has, according to them, has a defined measurement which you can delineate a curvature that you cannot observe. That's the biggest thing. Water does not bend. Water is observably flat, no matter if you observe it in a bowl.
What if you you're letting water out of your tap, and you have a spoon underneath it? Doesn't it curve then?
Water droplets it happens due to surface tension. Okay, it's different. I'll let anyone else take this from here on out.
How did you know that they shot a laser through the universe? I mean, come on.
I read about it and I heard about it and I looked into it at one point. They shot they point a laser light beam to one direction and another laser light beam to the other direction, and somehow geometrically, all that scientific things that they do, they determined that the universe is flat.
Which is ridiculous, because a laser. So the universe is infinite.
What's that picture that Drace Love? What is he doing there? What is this guy doing with the water?
That is total internal reflection, which is when a light hits a different medium at a certain angle, it is totally reflected internally within the medium. So that's what you're seeing when you see the boat flying in the air. You're actually seeing the sky being reflected off the water due to the angles.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat and the universe is not.
So what is the universe in your...
Nothing to do with any flat universes.
It all has to be included, man. We're not the only things in this world, are we?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. That's the whole point of it, is that we've been created to be existing here.
Somehow you have this
the entire universe.
Yes, somehow you have this image in your head that we are a flying disc, right? And that we are in space.
Obviously we are a flying disc in space.
No. Nobody says that.
Yeah,
no.
well, if we're flat, we're a flying disc in space.
No. All of space, the images in your mind are not something that we experience.
You must try and throw away space completely. That's just the paradigm from the globe. If you take it, Earth is the ground level and space is above the Earth. Not we are floating inside space.
There's a specific level to the ground and has a negative charge. You know what I mean? Like, there is a basis to where we are situated at.
I mean, if you think about it, what was first? Was it the water or the land? If it was the water, you can say it's an infinite plane of water with land on the water. And then you've got the space that separates.
The first thing was night and day.
Yeah, but he hovered over the waters.
Land and water. I could be wrong on those ones exactly, but you know.
Yeah, he hovered over the waters. He didn't hover in space. That's the point.
The truth is you do not experience axial rotation. If the world that we live on, if it were to be on the assumption to be, a globe and it to be spinning, right? You do not experience that. Do you not? Do you experience the world, spinning beneath your feet?
I hear sounds. I feel a lot of shit. It's probably all underground work.
So what you're saying is it could be an entity digging down underneath the ground with massive machines, but you still do not perceive any sort of rotation on your day-to-day life.
Only when I'm really drunk.
Good answer.
Well, that's a different story.
Right?
Yeah, the only earth motion I ever felt was earthquakes.
I felt an earthquake the other night, laying in bed. It shook the whole place around. And most people don't feel earthquakes below a 3.5 on the Richter scale. I can feel them at that point and less. I feel them.
Yeah, we had 20,000 earthquakes in the last 2 weeks, over 3.5. So.
Don't you think it's amazing when there is an earthquake that it doesn't just go in one direction?
No, it goes both ways, man. It goes all over the place, man. Things start falling.
Yeah,
You've ever been in one? You would know.
System.
Everything starts falling in all different directions. There's no ands, ifs, or roundabouts.
Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you have something that is spinning in a certain way, and you have that kind of magnitude of, how can I say, deviations, it's not going to spin the same anymore.
Right? So are we spinning then?
Nope.
So the universe is spinning around us?
Yes. So earlier we talked about space. Wait. I was going to talk to you about that. No, you can talk about it. Go ahead, I'll let you.
They said we're not going to talk about the universe because I was talking about, well, if the universe is flat, the Earth has to be flat, and therefore I can be a believer in that. And nobody's on board with me on that one. But at the same time,
I was working.
I believe in parallels, and it's possible. That's possible. And if the universe is flat, the Earth can be flat, and I can respect that. It's not that much to talk about right there. I mean, I get it. So it is what it is. Whether the textbooks say it or not, I don't give a flying fuck about the textbooks. I don't believe in them. I believe in what I want to fucking believe.
What belief were you talking about? We're not talking about belief though. In terms of the physical reality of the Earth. No one's asking you to become a believer. We're not a cult.
I know.
So what do you mean by belief when you say belief?
Chong?
Okay, so what she's saying is like, okay, if we have earthquakes on an Earth, well, how does that prove that the Earth is flat? Right? Am I on tracking? Am I tracking what you're saying?
A little bit. I mean,
no, but I was asking what do you mean by why you can become a believer, and that didn't make sense.
If you guys aren't on board with me believing in the universe is flat, and a universe, which one person is obviously on board in understanding what I was saying, if the universe is flat, therefore the Earth can be flat, and there is a universe on top of us in parallels, and it goes beyond just being flat.
Yeah, what you got?
Yeah, but that's more like speculation, though. We're talking about what's provable physically first before going to deeper speculation.
Well, I said that I'm.
Like, how do we know the universe is flat? Like, that's. I mean, I had a read up of some things that you posted, but that's very speculative. Whereas we can test the surface of the Earth.
How about I find that research and then I send it to you? Okay, the next time I'm on board.
When you hear flat Earth, okay, mic check. Okay, is my mic okay?
Yeah, Jamesy, go ahead, please.
So the two words flat Earth, the world, the universe. When you talk about the universe, everything in existence, the two words flat Earth cannot describe what the whole world, the whole universe is as a whole. You know, so don't stick your mind into just flat Earth. It's not that, you know, the universe is more complicated that we can describe with two words. That's what I'm saying. Is when you talk about the universe, the word being flat is a description of this surface that everybody's standing on.
Yeah,
it's a description.
We don't know the actual how the universe is. They derived what we thought of the universe before with the galaxies and all this stuff from lights in the sky. So you saying the universe could be flat could just as well mean that the ceiling is flat. We don't know. We haven't checked the ceiling.
Yeah, we can only verify what we can see is tangible.
Yeah, we can say universe, but remember, when we go into the speculation side, when they give you these images and videos and cartoons and movies of these far distances of trillions of miles and all this, if you are trying to put that into the world that we experience, it don't. Because if you're saying the universe, I'm breaking up. My bad. Mic check, no good.
Yeah,
You're good now, but you're breaking up there in a minute.
You weren't breaking up. You were cutting out.
All right, go ahead, guys. I'm gonna check my mic.
Well, if you said you don't believe in the textbooks, right? You're saying you don't believe in that. Well, yeah. So just look at it this way. Like, let's say that everything we've been told, like from, anything, like just don't assume anything we've been told is the truth about anything, right? Say you were just born on this earth, and you were just like, and you grew to be an adult. You were never told anything about flying around the sun or spinning in circles without feeling it, or the universe, or shown any pictures of space. You're on the earth. You would assume that you're on a stationary plane, right? Like that's all you would know, because that's what it seems like, right?
Right.
You don't feel spinning, and it seems level. When you look at the horizon, you see a straight line across. Water always finds its level. So, and they call it the horizon because it's based on the word horizontal.
Okay.
Right? So that was your reality, and someone came up to you and said, okay, here's the actual truth. We're actually on this ball where people walk upside down in Australia, and you're spinning 1,000 miles at the equator. Unless you're in a different spot, then you might be spinning like 700 miles or 600 miles. But if you're at the very top of this ball, you wouldn't be spinning at all. It'd be 0 degrees. It's just ridiculous in your mind at first, because you're like, that's exactly the opposite of my reality. It doesn't seem like I'm spinning. It's a level plane as far as I can tell. That's my default reality. How are you going to convince me that I'm spinning? Well, I'm going to show you pictures from this place that you'll never be able to verify, and it's called space. And the stars are up there, and actually they're trillions of light years away, because you just can't. The light travels forever, and you see them. Oh wait, now you got a P900, and you can zoom in on them and actually see definition on these stars, proving that they can't be trillions of light years away, because there's something called an inverse square law where the light would never reach us, and that can be mathematically shown easily. So, like, let's just say our default reality is a level plane. We don't know how far it goes out. We have no model. We don't have any idea. But everything we've been told that we can't prove wrong, they just made up, including everything you think about a universe. And they're gaslighting us now that they know this is a topic people are talking about. And they came out and said the universe is flat to like poke at the idea that the earth being flat, right? It's all gaslighting. They know what
and at the same time, they also fucking sold you the fucking lie that like, oh yeah, the inner core is something that we can't reach, but it's a molten fucking solid You know,
Iron
think of
core, a
iron,
molten iron
and that
core.
you know what I mean. It's like when I was a kid, and then they were telling me that like they told me all these things about the molten core of the iron. You know what I mean? It's an inner core, it's an outer core, and then it's the magma, and then it's the crust, and we can't even permeate the fucking crust.
It's like a
You know what I
gobstopper.
mean?
And they can only go 7 miles deep.
Yeah,
and then they
exactly.
hit something really
It's
hard.
everlasting
So
gobstopper.
these
You
are
know what I mean?
And it's just think about it. The story, we're not believing in anything here. We just no longer believe that we're spinning without feeling it, and that we're on a ball where people walk upside down relative to us, where there's force of gravity is somehow sticking them to the ground. But when you pick up your feet, you don't feel suction cups. Wouldn't you think that force should be felt when you pick up your leg, instead of just like, feeling like you're just picking up the weight of your leg? The mass of your leg is what it costs.
How do you think that like pollen is able to go across the fucking go across the pollen verse? Pollen is lifted throughout the fucking wind.
Yeah,
blows.
like the force, like butterflies can defeat this force of gravity that's keeping millions of tons of water stuck to a ball underneath.
Sorry, what
without
force?
Any kind of difference between the top and the bottom. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just have to point out what force.
Exactly. That's what they're telling us, is there's this force that keeps all the ball together that's so strong that it could keep all the ocean water around this ball, but then we can defy gravity very easily, including little insects.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
What's the force on a flat Earth?
That density.
You don't need a
It's all
force.
relative density. It's everything. If you're denser than the air, you go down. If you're less dense, you go up.
Gina, and I'll post a video in for you on relative density I did. With experiment.
Uh-huh. I'm heavy, so I have a lot of density. Water weight.
But do you think there's a force pulling you to the ground? Do you think you would float up in the air without gravity? Does that make any sense?
I do in my sleep.
What do you mean?
I can fly in my sleep.
That's different. You're
She's a
talking
lucid
about
dreamer.
reality, not dreaming.
Oh, different topic. Sorry.
Are you trolling us?
No.
You understand what I'm saying? The default reality is that you're on a
What
level
you
plane,
said-
right?
What you said was totally spot on. I was listening to that. But once we started getting into density and force, you got me there.
It's just like
Because-
your weight, if you lift up your leg, it's going to have a weight to it because it has mass, right? There's nothing, doesn't need gravity. It's just heavy because it's denser than the air.
Here's the thing is if you take a ping pong ball in your left hand and you take a bowling ball in your
Right hand.
You cut out.
Ping pong in my left, bowling ball in my right.
Now
Go on,
there
Sean.
is the number, the gravity can be attributed, or there's a rate of acceleration that things tend to find their equilibrium at, right? And that's 9.8 meters per second squared. That's
I've
the
been told
number.
that
That's the
gravity
rate
doesn't
at which
exist.
things seem to have an acceleration. Pardon me? What'd you ask? You cut out, or maybe I did. I thought you just asked a question. Anyway, gravity, they say, even the scientists on the side of the ball say that gravity isn't a real force. They even acknowledge that. They say it acts as a force. They're still calling it gravity as if that's the thing rather than density. And if you look up specific gravity, it just says relative density. So it's like, because there's an acceleration that things find their equilibrium at, there's a number, and it can be used within equations. But when you actually look at the equation, gravity cancels itself out.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it was
To me-
always seen
okay.
as a force. And then with Einstein, it came out it's just time bending space. And now they're even trying to throw that away because it's not working with this dark matter. So now they're going to entropic gravity. So even that
Yeah.
gravity is going to go away.
What's the new one? I didn't hear about this. What is it? Oh,
Entropic gravity.
entropic gravity. That's a new one for me. Okay.
Also
How was
known
that?
Yeah, Eric van der Linde.
So that's not the warping of space-time, which is ridiculous when you think about that, right? Warping of space-time. Time's a concept. How do you warp a concept?
Yeah, you can't. That's the whole reason why they want to go into tropic gravity now,
Okay,
because
how
then
do
they can
they
work with the
explain
laws of
entropic?
thermodynamics.
Oh, the thermodynamics. Okay, laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait. How do they explain entropic?
Hey guys, I got a question. I got a question for Nini.
What?
All right. So go ahead and explain how gravity is a force. Why is gravity a force? Why is it something that we need to be really important about?
Well,
You guys are funny. I'm reading this stuff. How is
No,
gravity a force?
yeah, this is a question for Nini. Why is gravity a force if it's so important?
Well,
I never
but
said it wasn't important.
I think
In
think
fact,
he's just
most
trying to say
people
how
would like to not have gravity because then we wouldn't weigh so fucking much.
No, but it's the gravity doesn't make you weigh anything. The mass of your body makes you. That's the point.
Right. Okay. So, Nini, I want to ask you this quick question. It's a basic question. If you were to hold a ping pong ball into your left hand and a bowling ball into your right hand, and you were to drop those two into a swimming pool below you, below those objects, what would happen to the ping pong ball and what would happen to the bowling ball?
Well, duh, the ping pong ball is going to float and the bowling ball is going to sink. Ding dong.
Yeah. Okay. So what does that prove?
Well, that's a question of buoyancy.
The bowling ball
Okay.
is
Well,
heavier than
does
the ping
that
pong ball.
prove?
The ping pong ball has air in it. Are you talking about density at that point, Chong?
Is that a proof of gravity or buoyancy and density?
Hey, Chong, how's my driving?
Buoyancy and density.
Am I driving good?
If you realize the weight comes specifically from the density. I mean, the density is just how much matter is crammed into an area. So the more matter that's crammed into area is what gives its density, its weight. So there is no such thing as this gravity bullshit that they push.
Yeah, the idea that like an elephant would just float up in the air without gravity. Does that really make any sense to you?
They both react on the same way, whether you react to them one or not. Okay, gravity or not, they all react the same way. That's my point.
Okay, but anyway, so do you get what we're saying? Mass is it's denser than the air. So I mean, how does helium go up? Why does the helium balloon go up instead of down?
Because of the structural support of the medium. It's pushing it upwards.
Because helium is lighter. It's a lighter density than the air, right? So there's no gravity pulling it up. There's no like opposite gravity of the clouds pulling it up. Right?
Hold on, I gotta recycle.
Time to recycle.
I had to recycle. Recycle.
Anyway.
And anything else because you guys are killing me. I get my 17.5 out.
What?
Yeah, what?
What's 17.5?
17.5%.
Of what?
Relative density. Relative density in my stomach.
Oh. There you go. You already get it. You already get it. You understand what we're saying, don't you?
Well, you understand what I'm saying. Believe me, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't doing this. This is my last.
It's amazing. It's amazing how gravity has never gone through science validity, but relative density can be validated scientifically daily.
Yeah.
Okay.
There may be some kind of electromagnetic thing, but we don't know. It's not like a pull. It's not a strong force. You know.
No, because dandelions, the way that they propagate their their next generation. Like, you can just blow a dandelion and wish for something different, right? But in reality, it's the wind that blows all that out into the next generation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Dandelions are actually seeded after they bloom.
What were you saying, New Perspective?
I'm not sure. What was the last thing I said?
You were explaining how electromagnetism. I thought you were going to explain.
Oh, well, there's like that when they talk about seven. Well, I was asking Anthony Riley the other day because he was talking about Bob and the specific, or the whole idea of that there might be some kind of downward bias. There's kind of on the table right now with a lot of the discussions. And I was bringing up that if they go, supposedly from what we hear is that when they go 7 miles deep, that there's something hard that they can't get past.
I remember that one.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then if we are on some kind of structure that's been built for everything to work right, then maybe there is some kind of big magnet underneath us, and that would explain a lot of things if that's the case. Not that it's a strong magnet and that's what's causing gravity, because densities explains it all. But he did say there was some kind of a little bit of a force that could be detected that could be seen as negligible. But if it is a magnet and we're not magnetic, maybe it's not detected within us as much. But I was wondering if maybe heavier metals have more of an acceleration because there could be some kind of effect, some kind of plus effect to something that's magnetic. I don't know. But the way that the electromagnetic fields work, that if there was a magnet underneath us, then electromagnetic fields would make a lot more sense if they were also connected to the stars in some way to make this whole structure work. If there's like a unified system here with some kind of magnetic give and take, then that would make a lot of sense to the way everything moves. Works like clockwork in the sky. I don't know.
Those are all legitimate thoughts right there. I'm on board with that one.
That would make sense if there's electromagnetic fields. I don't know how we get those. Maybe it's just a grounding, and that's, I don't know. I mean, we don't know anything is the point anymore. We don't know. It's all speculation at this point. Now that we know that the biggest, what we all thought was our world is not thought.
Who is talking? Who are you?
Not sure who it is.
New Perspective is his name. The one that's been telling you about the
Dave, yeah.
New Perspective, okay.
Is my Dave. But the stars work like clockwork. I mean, it's amazing the way the stars are so consistent.
Can you send pictures of these people, please?
Sorry?
That was rude. No, who was it? I can't read the name. Blah, 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 blah. AC. Send a picture of a fat lady running on a treadmill.
Oh, you getting trolled? Fuck that.
That was rude.
Anyway, yeah, we got trolls in here. This is
she
like
has way better cardio than that. Come on, man.
I knew you'd be on with that one.
She's got a sense of humor too.
Oh, come on. Yeah, she's got a sense of humor. She knows what I'm saying.
Stop it, people. Good God. 17.5
going
down.
her, but, I mean, come on. She's a good girl.
I'm ornery. I know this, and I believe, but, I just don't understand all the numbers that other people are talking about, like that.
You don't understand
what's the
numbers that the
9.8 meters per second squared.
Astrophysicists say either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, they made up a mathematical. This is how they did it.
Plus 1 minus 3.5 might 1.74 pi.
Yeah, don't worry about the numbers as much. Right away, first, just think about the conceptual. Just think about it conceptually. Like I said, it's just your default reality. That's you start there,
but you get,
and then
you get what I'm saying, right?
Consider that your reality is as it seemed. Big surprise, right? So reality is more like it seems rather than the opposite of that. Oh my God, what a surprise!
You want to know what the reality is? The reality is that there's 36 inches of snow out here.
Yes.
How is there 36 inches of snow if the Earth is flat? Another legitimate question.
Oh yeah. Let me just ask what state you live in.
Oh, I'm in Wyoming.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what shape is Wyoming?
Oh, Wyoming, it's fucking bare and desolate. I hate it.
No, what shape is it?
It's oblong and weird and bumpy at times. It's bumpy.
Bumpy, right?
Like
But if I ask you the shape, you might be tempted to say what the
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like
what?
Asking. Think about it like this: asking you what shape your state is the same as asking what shape the world is.
It's
Because
bumpy
your
and rocky
state-
and it's weird.
Yeah, the
but
world is rocky and bumpy, but is it
a
a ball? Would you ever think about your state as a ball? Can you imagine your state was a ball? Just imagine that it was a ball. People walked upside down in your state compared to the other people walking right side up. Think about it like
I almost said something. I almost said something. I'm not going to say it. No. Yes, I can understand what you're saying. I almost
Yeah,
said something.
we don't know
I
how
wasn't
deep
about-
it goes. We don't know how it's underneath us.
said something about
Space is
ball.
not, doesn't seem like space is underneath us. That's what you have to get into your head. We don't know what's underneath us. We just know the sky's above and we're on land. It could be infinite land. We don't know.
I've done research about what's under, though.
We can't go further than like
I
7
hear
miles.
it. You guys don't hear it? You don't hear it? You don't hear the underground digging that's going on?
Oh, there's a lot of fracking and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I
There's
hear
tunnels.
it.
There's tunnels and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Especially where you are, probably. Yeah.
Yes,
No,
and I am. I'm incapable of sleeping at night because of the sound.
Right now.
Underground
sleep because of that.
cities and shit. That's not really even like a conspiracy. That's kind of acknowledged, isn't it?
Right.
Thank
Do you know
you.
what drums are? DUMBS?
What are you saying?
They're direct underground military bases. That's
Yeah,
what she's
yeah.
talking about.
Right.
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
And then-
We couldn't understand you right first.
There's one directly under I-80. It runs straight through, and there's Amtrak's under there, and there's other things going on underground. And if we only have 7.5 feet, is that what somebody said? 7.5 feet underground.
7 miles. 7 miles.
Oh, 7 miles underground.
That's
okay.
the furthest they could go before the heat gets up too much.
That's
So
not.
in reality, it's actually a lot less than
I'm about to get kicked off. I just about told you that's not true.
You're not going to get kicked off for saying it's not true if you know reasons that it's not true.
I've been kicked off twice already. Okay.
Oh, okay. Were you why? What would you say before?
I'm curious how do we get Amtrak's underground at 7.5 miles, and then but the digging underground, so the Earth necessarily isn't flat.
So do you think
it's
you might
oblong? Maybe oblong, maybe
a
like
level
thick?
plane? We don't know.
Crazy about the
You
Earth
can
that you live
speculate all
on,
you
and
want.
there's an upper and a lower limit. Okay.
It's so it's thick. Is that what you're saying?
Who knows?
There's a lower limit and there is an upper limit. Okay.
Is that why we have sister cities?
That could be a possibility to why you believe that there's underground tunnels and underground cities, and you know what, underground certain strategic pieces of land. Absolutely.
They're the under-earthers, the under-earthers. They're a fourth dimension, unlike us, who are third.
Right, the extraterrestrials, the one from extra lands that we don't know about. That's what you're saying.
Correct. And there's underground waters and tunnels and all this stuff that's going on down there. And I hear it in my head and I feel it in my bones when I'm sleeping or I'm laying still. I feel all the motions underground. I hear them. You guys don't believe me. It's true.
No, you're crazy.
Wouldn't be a
Yeah,
normal day if
crazy.
somebody didn't call me crazy. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be a normal day if somebody didn't call me crazy.
Oh,
At least.
if everybody calls you crazy, then it must be true.
That's his way of saying hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, who the hell muted me?
I did not do that.
I did.
Why'd you mute me?
No reason to insult her, bro. Places that's just normal.
It
So
might
y'all
feel
don't
like
sit around and sip on Jack Daniels whiskey, but some of us do.
I like Jack. I used to do Jack like shots. Like they had the little hourglass shots. And you pour like Jack in the bottom part, so the full shot, and then you put Coke in the top, like Coca-Cola, and then you take it and it's like the hourglass, the Jack and Coke shot. God, I've been there. Good
Did
Lord.
you just growl? You just growled, didn't you?
Yes.
Did.
Yeah.
I'm sensing
It's
sexual
called yum.
frustration.
That was a yum growl.
All kinds of stuff.
It was a yum growl. Yum
From
yum.
your local sex therapist.
Hey, so anybody? This is Nene talking, or G9. Okay, that's also known as Nene. I'd like to do a dink, pink, and sink with anybody who's willing and able and willing. Chong,
Sing.
you dink, you pink, put your pinky, and then you stinky. With your pinkies up.
You down your
That's what I'm guys.
It's
Yeah,
like,
good
you
job.
ever watch that YouTube guys? What are they called? Link and Red.
Red Link.
It's kind of a tradition that we do, and so now that she's in the chat and she's fully fucking indoctrinated, whatever the word is.
Yeah, after drinking a whole fucking fifth of fucking vodka. You.
Yeah.
Vlad is the vodka man.
No, he's just doing his bang for his buck, okay?
I'm the one to drag her ass in here, and you know what? It's been fully.
It took forever, didn't it?
And you know what? It's been very.
You think it would take less time, don't you? Because you guys are repeat offenders. Right?
It's
Every time you
educational.
come here, you think it'd be quick and easy?
What?
I said as many times as you guys have come in here, you think it wouldn't have took so long. It would have been quick and easy, right?
You would think, but my Accord wasn't working, my Discord wasn't working, and Cody was like getting frustrated, and then we had to do like all these things, and we're not right in the same room with each other. In fact, we're in different towns from each other at the moment. I mean, Chong. Chong is Cody. Or Zach.
I did bring her in here, and I think that she's learned a lot, right?
Yeah, too bad she's not going to remember it in the morning.
Heard. We might have to do this again tomorrow.
She even admits it. Like, what's the
Here,
point?
that song's for you too.
God
Hey,
damn.
17.5. Going down.
17.5.
All
That's
right,
the
let's
strong
do it.
line.
Dink, pink, and sick. Ready?
I'm ready. Dink.
All right, ready. Dink, pink,
Dink.
and sink.
Pink. Thinking. Oh,
think I'll just sit here and
Right now, spin around in circles.
That's good shit, man. Fuck, I'm getting another rumkin. That's like a $10 fucking beer, a 12-ounce fucking beer for $10 fucking dollars, man.
And
Oh my god,
that's a score, bro. That's a score.
Nene, that sounds.
they have the best liquor stores here in this town.
No, they don't.
So what do you know about
You don't know what liquor is, lady.
What's that, lady?
what do you know about movement of the earth? Well, I'm sorry. I'll just let you stop it.
No, get ahead, Truth. Yeah, let's go, Truth. You and her. I want to hear this.
Oh no, I was just okay because she's been in here, right? And she's learned, and nothing was ever mentioned tonight. I mean, we talked about gravity, talked about refraction, talked about all kinds of things. Never talked about movement of the earth. I wanted to know, what her view of the movement of the earth was, whether there was any, or whatever, like where she stood with that, how much she knew, what her viewpoints were.
Well, I mean, I want one thing. Did she even finish high school? Like, I doubt she finished high school,
Yeah.
man.
I did. I actually have actually a college degree too.
No way. Well, what program did you
Yes
finish
way.
in college? What did you finish in college?
I have an associates of science degree.
Which kind of science?
Awesome.
And I'm a grammar hammer
No, but
individual.
what science? What sciences? Like, which science?
Legal?
Legal science?
Yes.
Associate degree in legal. So what, are you like a lawyer? Or like you want to be a lawyer?
Paralegal.
Yeah.
Okay, advocate of it, yeah.
Fuck.
Is that a bad degree?
No.
to have?
I mean, but it's.
You need work?
Yeah.
You want to hire her, bro? I wouldn't hire her with whatever, bro. No one wants to hire her, bro. Okay, go ahead, hire her, bro.
Oh, the standards. Do you even know what a paralegal does?
Yes, I do actually.
It's the office
They
clerk.
do all the research. too.
Not you, Vlad.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, it's like the office clerk for the lawyers.
I'm gonna not talk to you guys.
Finalize paperwork, do research.
Yeah, the office people at the lawyers, they're not the ones that are going
you
into
also
the...
a notary of public?
Are you a notary, G9?
I can have that ability. Yes, I can.
You can, but you're not yet.
Well, it's valuable to a company that
They didn't hire me because I was pregnant, and I ended up becoming a delivery driver, and I moved a lot of heavy stuff around. Okay, and I'm only like 4 foot tall, so
you can't do
like
that.
one of the.
Okay,
You guys,
she may tell you
don't
that
knock
she's 4'11", but she's 4'10 3/4, guys. Okay, listen.
I'm not knocking you. I'm saying we can't have you at work doing that if you're pregnant. That's all.
I understand that. That's what I'm going to get help with. Okay, I got some shit going on right now.
Well, are you pregnant now?
Well, you're pregnant. Just build a healthy baby. So I would probably disagree.
I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant.
Yeah, I don't think she'd be thinking like that if she was pregnant.
My mother
About
was
what?
working cornfields and berry patches and gardens when she was pregnant.
Tell them about your teeth.
I don't really give a shit what other people say.
I'm working on getting some denture work done first because I have some things going on my face hole, and I have a very lovely friend who's helping me out in the town that I'm at to help me out with that with other people, and then I'm going to go and get another really great job, and I'm going to be back in the public and smiling happily.
And I can't wait for her to drop those dentures out and say hello to me, man.
Dentures. What?
But your boyfriend's real SOB, isn't he, by God?
You said you had dentures.
Leave them things on the dresser, honey. You don't need them in here. Oh,
shit.
My God, a happy wife needs a good love life. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know about you guys. How did you all ever get past Vlad? Vlad, how did you? Like, that's what they do to us all the time. They appeal to authority and like, and then you appeal to like, well, I bet she didn't graduate. Like, what? And then turn around. It's like, I wouldn't hire her because she's been drinking when you've come on here after you've had a few drinks before.
Mad as hell, ready to whoop everybody's ass. Damn.
Hold on. I actually graduated with a 3.98 GPA.
What the hell does that mean?
Means I'm smart. Means I'm really smart.
You're a 4.0 average, and you're asking about.
The only reason I didn't get to 4.0 is because
Listen,
No.
4.2 is summa cum laude. What's
the
one
only
below
reason
that?
was my accounting teacher did not believe in giving A pluses.
Yeah, that's still summa cum laude, right? That's graduation.
Handwriting is an issue. You have to type everything, and your handwriting skills can be off.
Yeah, it's an honor graduate. You know what I'm
Actually,
talking about?
I actually,
It's summa cum laude. 3.9 to 4.1.
I was salutatorian.
So I mean, so you are a smart lady, right?
Yes, I am. I was.
Especially when you're sober.
I've had some brain damage in the recent past.
You
Okay.
had some what damage? Brain damage?
Yeah, my daughter came in and beat the fuck out of me. Okay.
It's a concussion, maybe.
Yeah.
I
was there.
Well, why would she beat you like that, man?
Because I do what I do. 17.5.
Oh, because your daughter doesn't like that you're drinking?
It was a multitude of what she was entitled, that she think that she was entitled to that shit, man. No.
Where do y'all live? What state?
We already said that.
State of Wyoming. What you want?
We're in different counties right at the moment. ATM. Ass to mouth.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm from Canada, eh? What
You
state?
can't. Oh,
Yeah,
hey.
I'm Canadian, eh?
Hey, what's up, eh?
Hey, what's up, eh?
Oh, hey.
You know what? I think I like Canada. I was talking about this, like, what was it, 2.5, 3 weeks ago? Like, I'm just gonna, like, walk across the border.
Well, now we're gonna let the moose loose.
Oh yeah, man. Manitoba's fucking straight up like North Dakota.
Yeah, you can come over. You guys can easily come over. Trudeau's giving everybody like 20 grand if you're like a refugee.
Come over there and take your fucking tapioca, man.
We'll take my tapioca. I don't even have tapioca, bro.
I'll be there in a heartbeat. I'm getting my coming up.
Savages right now, man.
20 grand? Oh my God, you're kidding me.
No, not only 20 grand. He's giving you houses, right? He's giving all these refugees free houses and then 20 grand on top of that.
You're
Well,
kidding me.
bitch. I'm not a refugee, man.
Cody, Chong, listen to that shit.
Yeah.
Look into
But it's
that
a
one.
communist country. You have to wear masks and get vaccines and all that shit.
Man, I used to fucking haul that shit, man.
Yeah.
No offense, but G9 and Chong, you guys sound like you've done a lot of stuff and you're kind of paying the price for it.
Oh, fuck off. You don't know us at all. You can have...
Oh, wait, goddamn if he didn't just curse you out.
Right, yeah, you can have some, like...
I reckon I was talking about you, know what I mean?
Take care of your kids.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Like, my kids are in the Philippines, and I don't know them, and I don't plan on... Is that terrible of me? I don't know, man.
It's hard to defend you guys when you keep talking.
Well, obviously, it's hard to defend them, bro. I don't even know what you're trying to.
Glad you're not helping.
I'm not trying to help, bro. What were the first words out of my mouth?
Damn it.
Remember what I said the first time I started talking just now?
My God, the boots are off, God damn it.
No, the gloves are off.
Yeah, the boots are strapped up tight, and it's like
I'm a fucking barefoot brawler, bro.
Man.
I don't need no boots to beat a motherfucker's ass. I take that shit off.
No.
That's my nickname. The barefoot brawler.
Yeah, no.
Barefoot brawler. Oh, that's a good one.
From you, man.
Yeah, I'm the Michigan Mauler.
Chong is Drool Bear.
Right,
Drool Bear. Drool Bear. You're the barefoot brawler.
Seriously.
I drill a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, while Chong's drooling, I want to ask you: Do you have any interesting flat Earth questions?
Let me see.
I've been waiting for one.
G9.
Oh, how come a meatball falls off my spaghetti?
Is that a flat Earth? How's that relevant?
Because of old Smokey?
That's a troll ass question. You fucking know.
Okay.
You've done mention the spaghetti tonight anyway. Maybe you forgot.
No, I was actually
Why is it
having
that?
fun.
Hey,
with
G9, why
talking
is it that when I look outside, I do not see any curvature? G9, why is that?
How come when I smoke, the smoke comes up?
Exactly. Thank you, G9. Why? Why is it going up and not down? Where's the gravity?
There is none, obviously.
There is no. I agree with you. There is no gravity ever.
Not with smoke. That's for
With
damn fucking
nothing. With
sure.
nothing. There is no gravity.
Fuck. Am I
I
up
know.
late? Hold on. I
What
gotta see
about
what time it is.
curvature?
Oh, shit.
Is there any
What's this
curvatures?
have to do with?
Glad it's just a
Let's
nightmare.
not talk about curvature. Let's not talk about curvature
Four
because
in the morning,
I
man.
can't grasp my mind around that one yet.
You can't wrap it.
I don't understand that one yet. I'm
What,
still trying to get grab.
you can't look outside towards the horizon and not see curvature. Is that the issue? Like, do you see curvature?
I actually do. I'm sitting on a doorstep, smoking
Right.
a cigarette. My smoke
Yeah.
is going up, and I'm looking uphill and I'm looking downhill.
Okay, but where's the curvature?
Maybe
So
at
what
the
do you
top of the
experience
hill?
when you go somewhere where there are no hills and there's just like water, like stretching out for as far as the eye can see?
Let there be a plane.
Let's put me back into the mountains, okay, where I'm used to. Like, why can I not see that?
Yeah, but that's
stuff?
Why can you not see what?
Because you're in the by God Valley. You're down in the hollow, see, and surrounded by, the mountain walls. You reckon you with me? You know what I mean?
Not me.
So in the valley, the sun even sets sooner because it's blocked by the mountain peak. By God.
Is your name Dan?
Like, so you said you were up in the mountains and you couldn't see curvature at the mountains?
No, I've climbed to the top of mountains before, 10,500 feet. Like, how is that possible?
Well, how's that possible
Why
that
do
you
they,
climb the mountain?
why
What's
do
the
they make elevation? Why do they make elevation?
Who makes
on
elevation?
land? They make elevation. I've climbed 10,561 feet, Homer Young Peak.
When you
Yeah,
look
it's
up from
from
the
sea level.
mountaintop and you look at the other mountaintops, do you see the other mountaintops out from you tilting away from you?
Usually go to the toppest point. So no, they're all down below.
The toppest point?
I know I'm difficult. I'm telling you, I'm a mountain woman. I've been to the top of the toppest peaks, and I look down and I see
How
the
does
peaks
that
down below. And I can still see them. And yes, I can. Yes, I can see the horizon outside. That's why you go to the toppest peak, to see the horizon beyond you. It's like,
Listen to this. If you're on,
it's just gorgeous.
if you're on the highest mountain peak, all the other ones are going to be lower at a level, right? But I'm talking about the angle at which they are. They're all at the same angle. Like none of them ever tilt away. For as far as you can, see, where if you were on level land, if you're on flat land or over the water, then the water would extend out. But if you're on a mountaintop, then the mountaintops.
I don't do ocean. I really don't do ocean. I'm terrified of water. Okay, I do mountains.
Let me guess, you're a Taurus and your birthday's in May.
December
December what?
8th.
Oh, you're a Sagittarius?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no wonder you're crazy.
Oh, it wouldn't be a normal day if somebody didn't call me
You're
crazy.
crazy. You already said that. That's the second time you said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too.
but I just said Sagittarius are crazy.
Anyway, the point I was trying to make is if the Earth were a sphere, then when you looked out across the mountaintops, that the mountains would be like tilted away from you. And I was just asking you what you observed when you looked out across the mountaintops. Do you ever see them tilting away from you?
I see nothing but beauty when I look out at the top of a mountain peak.
She asked you a direct question, though. Like, why do you have to obfuscate like that?
I see beauty when I climb through a mountain peak and I look out to the horizon and I
Maybe she
see
wasn't asking a Glober's
everything.
question when she went up there, but what my point is, how does any of that prove a globe, or is this saying how is this possible on a flat Earth? That's what I don't understand. Is it? Are you just making a statement, or is this a proof of something?
Talking to you, not me. What? It wasn't the question to me. I don't believe,
Yeah,
was
I
it?
think I'm pretty sure all the questions are directed at you right now. You're the center of attention.
No. G9, G9, G9?
Yeah, obviously. Who else are we talking to?
Oh, I thought we were talking to the other lovely lady.
Yeah, she asked you the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to you, but you're very difficult to talk to because you come into a flat Earth server and you come in and present yourself as if you're interested in flat Earth. You have no, like, you might have asked. I don't even know that you even. I don't even remember you even asking a good question about gravity. I think they just kind of like explained it to you and told it to you. I think you might have asked, how does this happen and how does that happen or whatever, but it's like nothing really relevant, nothing really of substance, and you're not really interested in it because you're playing it all off as a joke. So I mean, I'm trying to figure out what your expectations. Okay, well, let me go over, because I don't know what happened with you in BC check-in, right? So let me go over the one and only important thing that I think that is, like, I want to make sure that you're aware of, right? This server, what it's to share the information, to present the information, and have a discussion about flat Earth and about why the Earth is not a globe, because there is no curvature measure, and there's a lot more to it. But I'm just saying that's what it's for, right? That's the topic, okay? And we're not like here to convince you, but we're also not here to just like it's not a party house either. I mean, I know sometimes it might seem like it is, but the only thing we expect of you is like honesty, right? So if you just be honest with your responses, be honest with your questions and things like that. And it just, I don't really like, okay, so I'm looking for it because I want it, right? I want this from you and I'm looking for it from you. And I'm trying, it's like pulling teeth to get it from you, like some honest interest in flat Earth. Honest interest in what we have to offer. The information that we are here to share.
Listening.
Yeah, okay, so let's see. Is there not any, are there any other VC verified people that may have some questions about flat Earth?
Chong?
No, I don't think so. It looks like it's only these two. Northern Light is in here. I don't know who this guy is.
No, I know a guy who's called Northern Light, but
Yeah, it seems like a flat earther anyways.
Yeah, I can't see because I can't scroll up. My screen's froze or whatever. Well, since there's no one else to ask any questions, I would like to touch on something that was mentioned to you a little bit earlier. And I'm going to like pretend that you're actually interested, because even if you're not, there may be someone that is, you know, I don't know, because the only thing really that had any substance to it was to talk about how gravity hasn't been established. And New Perspective explained that to you very, very well, how electromagnetism could be effectual in determining whether something rises or falls. And that, but he did specify that it hadn't been validated. However, it's like I kind of want to like not really say that it's been validated to be the cause, but it has been validated to be one of many variables that do affect it, right? How, and gravity has not. So Electromagnetism has been demonstrated to affect whether something rises or falls. Electrostatics have been demonstrated. Varying the medium or the density of the object has been, and so none of that is gravity. Now, what did you say? Because I didn't hear you. G9. What did you? I did not hear what you said. But anyway, my point was that those things have actually been like demonstrated to like play a role in the to not be the only cause, but they have been demonstrated to affect whether or not an object rises or falls. It's not the only variables, but those have definitely been proven to play a role. And I think it's important that people know that they're aware that gravity has never been established nor identified nor proven to be the cause of anything.
It's like she just doesn't want to learn, bro.
No, she doesn't, but maybe someone's listening who.
It's like desperate.
Yeah.
Oh, she left. Look at that.
Why is my screen froze, man?
Maybe you need to restart your computer. It happens.
No, I figured it out. Okay. That's where I've got the stupid things that don't push to talk.
My question now is like, Chung, how is it possible? Well, I guess I don't even know the kind of person you are. You're a flat earther, right? Chung, you there, buddy? What the fuck?
He's preoccupied right now, probably in the DMs with G9 because she addressed him in the live stream voice text and told him, said, do it, Chong, and then with the exclamation point. So I guess when she left, she wanted him to do something and he's not doing it. So he's probably busy with her right now.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Whatever that is.
Oh, they're in different cities right now, counties right now. They're separated. They're not next to each other. Yeah, funny. Yo, Northern Light, you there, buddy? Come on, guy. You're unmuted. Oh no, he's server muted. Who kept him? Yo, Northern Light, you there? I unmuted you just now. Mic check. Northern?
I want to leave and come back in, Northern Light, because you're staying lit up, but we're not hearing anything.
Well, somebody kept him muted. That's why I was like,
Oh, I don't know. I don't recall him getting.
no, he was. It's just, it wasn't red. Now I have to mute him back. I don't know. Somebody kept him muted. Let's see. Oh, man. What's for in the morning in standard? What's up?
We have some BC verified in here. So we have, but I don't recall if they're a flat earther or how long they've been in here. I don't think I've ever spoken to them. Bear Cryptos?
No, that's a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure of it. I've seen all these names. Oh, well. What you gonna do when they come for you?
We have Tracy hanging out with us tonight.
Oh, yeah. I see that.
Yeah. She may be asleep though by now. She's been here for a while.
4 a.m. on the east side, so yeah, I guess people are. Let's grill ET. Let's take ET's flat earth roll away because he's not a flat earther. I asked him 3 questions. I'm like, okay, tell me 3 reasons why the earth is flat, and he couldn't do it. I'm like, bro, after all this time that you've been here, you're pretending to be a flat earther. You were given the flat earther role, and you still can't answer those 3 questions. I mean, 3 reasons, or give me the 3 reasons. So you're not a flat earther.
Name?
No, it's always ET.
Okay.
It's the cancer from Calgary that's always drinking all the time.
The cancer from
He's a cancer. Well, yeah, I remember a lot of people by the horoscope in their name, right? So,
Yeah.
especially if I interact with them for a longer time. And I've had arguments with this guy. It wasn't really arguments. I was more like yelling at him all the time. You know, but he doesn't want to change. Nobody wants to change. I mean, I get it. I don't want to change.
So ET, I didn't hear you when you responded to Vlad and shared your 3 verifications that made you realize the Earth was flat and stationary. Would you want to share them with me? I'd like to hear them.
He's not here? Probably not.
Who's this Zedek? I know I've seen him.
Yeah, he's a new guy.
Flat earther, but
Yeah, he's a flat earther.
see, I was only away for about 2 days. It's like I come back and it's like tons of strangers. Don't even know who they are.
Yeah, it happens, but then you get used to it again. But it's like we have a lot of like new people coming in constantly, and then older people, they come in and out. Like, you know, there's always like close to 30 people here all the time. And now that it's warming up, less people are going to be at home sitting on their computers. You know, there's going to be less people during the summer, especially now. You know, it's getting warmer and warmer every day. Thank God. Gotta go find a job. Fuck. I'm gonna fucking.
Summer.
What's up, Pantho?
Hey, Banto.
Happening.
Gotta get a job, Pantho. Gotta pay the rent. Gotta pay the fucking bills. God damn it. So hard. Like when you don't work for a year, try to go back to work. It's actually hard.
And even though everybody will be going outside here when it's summer, it's like the other half of the world, it'll be winter, so they'll all be cooping up inside and hopping on their computers. So we'll get a new group, a new crowd.
Yeah, the Australians. Yeah, you're right. The South Americans, like the super South.
Hopefully we get a good raid soon.
Well, today there was a lot of action. There was a lot of, but it didn't really. I didn't see anybody squeeze through, but there were some bad people coming in for sure. With their pictures, their profile pictures of like stupid shit. The Bong, you there, Bong? Best friend, Bong. So Northern Light, you there, guy? You just kick him so he comes back. No. Oh, Bong's here. No way.
I'm gonna give you his 3 proofs. And
Yeah.
then some. Sure. I don't know, man.
Fucking sound. Oh, look at this guy. Tuka Wagon. Did you invite this guy in here?
Oh no.
Yo, Tuka Wagon. I unmuted you. Say hello. Oh, and then you leave. But that's okay. You'll get muted again. Yo, Crypto, is that you, Crypto?
Hello, yes, what's up?
So, no, I'm just wondering because I just saw you pop in. I was like, oh, you must.
Yeah, yeah, just literally.
Just are you? Is it? Oh, it's like 6, 7 in the morning where you live, no?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Oh shit.
Oh no, hold on, no, it's 20 past 8. Sorry.
20 past 8. Oh, yeah, 4-hour difference. Okay. Yeah. So you going to work or what?
Kind of. I was meant to be on work, but we have reserve days. I'm on reserve today. And
Wait, are you wearing masks? Are you wearing are you in a job where you have to wear a mask?
I don't really want to say.
Well, obviously you don't want to say.
Well,
because now I know how they force you to wear a mask. Sadly. No, what you gonna do?
Did that just ruin crypto street cred?
No, not really. No, I mean they pay me to fill a bunch of criteria, and I fulfill them. Whatever.
Well, I get that, bro. I'm like, fuck, man. See, that's the one thing I'm gonna have to go to my boss and be like, yo, listen, I ain't wearing no.
Fine, I'll go into it. Basically, yes, I should, but my boss is really cool and he doesn't mandate it.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. No, you don't have to. No, listen.
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
You say I have a health condition. I have a health exemption. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had to bother with that yet, though.
I'm gonna have to bother with that. Medically exempt. If you want problems, let's go to court. That's what I'm gonna say. You want fucking problems? Let's go to court. I'm medically exempt. You know? Okay, you don't want to hire me because I have medical conditions? Okay, well then now you're gonna have to fill out a piece of paper, motherfuckers. For discrimination, because that's you're being discriminatory. I have a medical condition. You're discriminating against my conditions. Prove that you have. Whoa. Are you my doctor? I don't have to prove shit to you.
Yeah, to be honest, I think most people around the world just want to get on with life and they'll do whatever it takes, you know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, to get on with it. So
that's the problem.
That's exactly that's their compliance.
Yeah, you're right.
Is really fucked with my freedom. Everybody that complies and puts on the mask and gets the vaccine, they're really fucking with my freedom right now.
Oh, it's gone already. This particular phase of the whole thing, I think we should prepare for the next big thing. It's finished. They've done whatever they need to do with this, and they're just rolling it out. So, there's nothing to fight anymore, anyway, for this round.
Oh, mate, there's more to come.
That's the thing. We got to prepare for the next one. It's going to be big.
It's not going to stop. I think they obviously know that possibly the end of the age, if that's correct. If there is a reset, a dump of water, or whatever the fuck, this energy change, MCO, and all that shit, like you're sort of disinfo. But I don't know, maybe they know when it all ends, so they're just
Yeah, I mean, they've showed what they can achieve already, and they've demonstrated what they have achieved and what they are achieving. So, yep.
Just keep working on their plan, man.
Yeah, most people aren't convinced by this though, so that there's a little ray of hope there. Like, people are going along with it for now because life isn't so bad. I think when life gets really uncomfortable, and people aren't allowed to work for silly reasons, they'll start to. The shit will start to go south pretty quick. I just
Yeah,
think that
maybe
right
the
now,
next.
people are too comfortable. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe they'll pull something the next time. I don't know. Maybe the next one will be an asteroid or something.
Aliens, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Aliens, asteroid.
I'm hoping for aliens.
Are you hoping for aliens?
Why are you hoping for the aliens? Why?
They're going to be crazy, man. They're going to introduce them and like, this is fucking whoever from planet fucking wherever. You know, it'll be one of these evil entities that are from wherever, another dimension, reality, another place.
They wouldn't even
Oh,
need to
really?
actually bring them in, though, would they, Panther? They would just have to put it on the news and everyone would believe it anyway. So,
Chat
here's
now with an
Dave
alien.
from the planet X3X.
Dave.
And every fucking Gem Panda goon will be like, yeah, that's legit.
Definitely.
And then all their TikToks will be blowing up, or whatever the TikTok equivalent is for that day. 5-10 years from now, be like, wow, aliens are so cool. They have their own TikTok or whatever cool thing it is.
They will be like, bro, there's as much evidence for this alien as there is for Bigfoot. You know? And they'll be like, but did you see the TikTok? That proves that Dave's the alien is real. It was the same arguments for aliens.
Dave's hanging out in his alien planet, in his alien apartment, you know.
Dave Lynn.
Who knows what they'll come with. There has to be an element of trauma associated with it, so it's not just fun and games. So it will be aliens, but something that's bad.
Especially for like Britain, man, we're a tiny island. We have to get everything in. So like once all the shit, the imports like stop, which I imagine they will, or at least reduce. That's medication, antipsychotic tablets that people are on, food, water, the electric grid. If that goes down, there's no water. We're all fucked.
Well, the medication is a big one. If they could really screw people up that way, yeah.
Definitely. People will be fucking psychopathic.
Why is everybody so quiet? Why is everybody so quiet?
Don't know, but did Matthew leave realizing that the Earth is flat?
Oh, the one that doesn't learn?
Yeah.
Yeah, his mind is
learn.
definitely. We've been picking at his mind, definitely, man. I think it's a matter of time before the penny drops.
I think the penny's already dropped. I think he's in this kind of phase of denial at the moment.
I agree.
Although it's kind of a weird denial because he's like, you know, you say to him, well, the only reason you're saying X is because you already believe it's a globe and you're trying to make it work. And he'll say, yeah, that's true. It's like, so you know that what I'm saying is true, and you know that this isn't a proof for the globe, but you present it as a proof of the globe anyway. But then when I say it's not a proof of the globe, you admit it. It's such a weird dance.
It's like the subconscious is fighting with the conscious mind that's not wanting to let go of the delusion.
Yeah. I mean, I think he knows it's flat, honestly.
Oh, he does. He knows it's flat. He's another one of those pretender liar ones. He's evil. That's why he talks so calmly and quietly. He doesn't overreact. It's the evil ones. True.
You think Matthew's a sociopath?
Crazy as fuck. No.
He could be, you know. He could be. That kind of weird calmness is kind of,
Right.
yeah. There might be something there. I don't want to speak ill of Matthew because I actually quite like him.
I see that's I don't like him at all, man. But I always, with my gut feelings, bro, I'm usually never wrong. I've spoken to Matthew. I got the sense of what he's all about, and he's another snake in the grass, bro. He's just waiting for his time to strike. He's been defeated so much that it's like an ego issue now. Now he has to sit in here and then try and fucking find a gotcha moment. So he sometimes comes in and tries to correct somebody just to get him on a gotcha. But he gets gotten back.
Yeah.
He stated that he was here to tell about the heliocentric model, right? To give a good representation of the heliocentric model.
I asked Matthew, I'm like, Matthew, tell me how is it possible to send a transmission from Mars to Earth, right? And he tells me the math works out. I'm like, what math?
Brilliant.
Right, I'm like, well, what math? Tell me this math, please. He's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, well, how the fuck do you know it works out if you don't even know the math? Right?
Yeah.
It's just stupid shit like that. That's what really pissed me off with him. He's like, well, the math works out. But I'm like, you don't even know the math, bro. He's like, I trust the authorities. I'm like, bro, that's a fallacy right there. You know that.
Can I check my mic, please? Anybody hear me?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah, you're fine, bro.
It just came up. It just came up. Microphone. What's that? Suppressed or some shit like that. This is unique. It only came up for like a second, then it went away.
Yeah, we've been hearing you the whole time, mate.
Yeah, the whole goddamn time, bro.
Nah, because I was saying, like, mic check, is there anybody there? And then I had to drop it and drop. When I came back in, it says mic suppressed. It was like quite a huge fucking message, but I couldn't really read it fast enough and it was gone.
Do you think that Pippo guy, whatever his name was watching Matthew get destroyed with interest? No, his name was Jesus, wasn't it?
It was Jesus and the people. There was two of them they were talking to, and Matthew.
Yeah, that's right.
Had he been joining in before Matthew started to take it? Was he sort of interacting?
Yeah, so Jesus was talking before Matthew came in, and then we started talking to Matthew, and Matthew was just getting absolute. Matthew was like a boxer on the ropes that refused to kind of fall down. It's like his knees are wobbling, his like, you know, his arms are jelly.
Are you talking about Matthew Lawrence?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Did you see we debunked the he was saying that time and date shows you the angle of the sun. So it happens that tomorrow the sun will set 270 west for everybody, and I just showed Flat Swan, and I showed that this wasn't even close today, let alone whenever. Time and date is just totally off.
Yeah, I mean, Indio was saying, Indio's normally reliable on this kind of thing, but I need to check it myself. He was saying that they don't even bother collecting data for that kind of thing. So, how would they know? Right?
Yeah, I think the time and date. Sorry, Vlad, go ahead.
They always make up shit. I mean, that's their thing.
Yeah. It might fit their model, but that doesn't mean it's actually true.
Exactly. I mean, everything's made up on their side. Fucking bullshit on top of bullshit on top of more bullshit. It never ends. The bullshit is fucking. it's. I don't know how to say. Their bullshit is like fucking over your head deep. Like if you stand in their bullshit, you'll fully submerged in bullshit.
It's endless bullshit.
Endless bullshit, exactly.
See, as long as they've got that bullshit, that they've got an answer for the question they weren't even asking, then they're happy, man.
They'll probably say, oh, with time and date, the sun angle is just an approximation, so forth and so forth. If you really want, they'll calculate so and this and that, but it's definitely not accurate for time and date anyway, sun angle.
Just like crypto, I'm sure I've heard Indio talking about it as well. that there's issues with it.
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of these arguments are from 2015 and they're kind of rearing their heads again. And they're arguments that I haven't really dealt with because I've only really been in this about 4 years. And it's funny because you think you've heard everything and then someone brings up an argument like, oh, that's new to me. And then you hear India go, oh, is this 2015's argument? And you realise, like, I probably came in just a year too late to miss the brunt of, like, the most retarded arguments.
I don't know, like, if you sit in the lobby for fucking an hour, man, it's fucking, the shit that comes through there is fucking insane.
Oh, yeah, but they're generally kids, aren't they? What I mean is,
Right.
like, the adults who were, like, the hardcore globe trolls, like, they've at least refined their arguments over the years.
Right.
You know? Whereas, like, climb a tree was, like, one of the go-to arguments for everyone when I was first into it.
Okay, so the whole time and date thing, the rise time of the sun and the sunset is always off, usually. And the equinoxes are not the when they say, like, the summer solstice and the winter solstice, those are not like the peaks. Those are only like the a transitional point. The peaks would be in midwinter would be like January, fucking like mid Aquarius. Is it Aquarius? Yeah, it goes Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, right? So mid Aquarius is when it's the peak winter, the darkest day of winter. And then in summer, Cancer starts it. Cancer. So mid Leo would be like the peak of the summer, right? So everything that you see on Google is wrong, especially when it comes down to the dates, the times, the sunrises, the sunsets, the angle, and everything. It's always wrong.
Yeah, the angle was what Flatswan and I were mainly testing today, and yeah, it's definitely way off.
Well, the one thing I would say is that you're competing with a couple of things that might make that. I mean, I don't know what you actually saw or what you measured, but of course you've got to compete with the optic itself isn't going to necessarily be accurate, but you've also got to compete with refraction as well. So the fact that what you're seeing is an apparent sun and not an actual sun. So I think that it's difficult to do all of these tests anyway because you're making a bunch of assumptions. So
yeah, but it's that's their problem. It's like the horizon as well.
For sure. Yeah, because they can't possibly know where the sun is because it's an apparent position, right? So that's where I would just stick them. I would just say, well, it's apparent, bro. The end. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's curious, in the south, it's definitely way more south than you'd expect for this latitude. It's southwest almost.
It's interesting that there's so much more land in there's so much more area in the south, but there's so much more kind of land and people in the north.
Yeah, yep.
That is interesting.
I've always found that fascinating, even when I believe in the globe.
Maybe they're hiding all the islands on the Pacific. There's so much water in the Pacific.
Yeah, something's odd for sure. Like it's either, I mean, I think the Earth's flat, so that would make the South much larger, which means that there's either just an absolutely ridiculous amount of water, or there's islands that they're not telling us about that we can't get to because we don't have access to the right equipment to get there or to see it.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you're going to try and travel, what are you going to have to do? Right? You can't just get on your own airplane and start flying towards a place you don't know.
Yeah, of course.
Right? It's the same problem with boats. And even if you try and sail somewhere, you might be stopped halfway by like the Coast Guard or whatever the fuck they are, the International Lake Watchers or whoever the fuck they are.
International Lake Watchers.
Well, I was thinking the Ocean Watchers, but they're international. There's like the world government, like the UN people. You know, the international.
Yeah, and they'll know because there's only a handful of places you can actually leave from. So if you're undocumented and you're leaving harbour, they'll know.
They'll know right away.
It's like Yeah, there's this idea that's like, oh, would they have to look after the entire perimeter of Antarctica? No. If you're trying to go anywhere in the southern oceans, you can only really leave from Africa, the tip of Africa, maybe New Zealand, maybe the tip of South America. If you're not leaving from there, you're probably not getting anywhere anyway.
Right. And it's not like they wouldn't have like radars set up fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
You know? And
You can see like 1,000 miles from an aeroplane. So it wouldn't be that difficult they would only need maybe a handful of kind of like fighter jets or whatever just patrolling the whole area.
It's not even, see, that's the thing. You don't even need patrol. You just need like a tower that's fucking a radar tower. It just keeps fucking radaring. You got some asshole that's sitting 24/7, or like 2 or 3 assholes that are working in shifts on one computer, you know, and as soon as they see that blip on the screen, they're messaging somebody right away.
Yeah.
You know, the blips on the screen, you're like, okay, gotta call somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not like it's not a complicated thing for them to survey shit. It's very easy.
Apart from the fact that most people wouldn't even bother, so it's probably not even something they would even need to bother doing.
Right.
But for sure they could do it.
Well, I mean, like, listen, if you like those Russian ex-military guys, they wanted to go explore the Antarctic, right? Well, they didn't get too far. They all got killed.
Yeah.
You know, that's on the Russian side. They're ruthless, man. Yeah, they'll get fucked up real quick. So yeah, the more you think of it, the more you are in jail, man. You're like in such a massive prison, it's fucked. Gotta go get a job, man. Gotta go do my taxes. That's another one. Oh, man. I hope I get some money this tax season.
Well, I mean, I've earned virtually nothing in the last tax years. The British government.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I didn't work like all year, but I still have my piece of paper that I need to for taxes because I was getting the government money. But it wasn't.
Right.
I didn't earn a certain amount, right? Especially including what they give me on top of what they gave me plus of what I made in the beginning of the year. I didn't cross a certain point where I'm pretty sure they owe me money. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, the British government owes me about 12 grand in tax. So hopefully,
they owe you?
Yeah, because I've paid loads of tax and I haven't earned anything this year. So we have a 12 grand tax-free allowance. And if you don't owe anything and you've paid a bunch of tax, then they pay you back.
They better, motherfuckers.
It's only if you're self-employed. Of course, self-employed people in England haven't worked for a year.
There you go.
A lot of self-employed people, including me.
Self-employed is the way to go, but when it comes down to this shit, it's all bullshit.
I think, to be honest, like 9 to 5 full-time work is going to be a thing of the past soon now anyway. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to move everyone towards gig economy bullshit.
What kind of economy?
Gig economy.
Gig?
Yeah, so like Deliveroo or like, you know, that kind of shit. But I think they want people in all industries to adopt that model.
Yeah, like, what do you call them? Those are contract work, but like on your phone, you know? You open up an app, you start working for a certain company, and then, go there, do some work, you know, go there, you know, go work.
Yeah, because technically, if everyone's gig economy, then no one's unemployed. and that makes it look better for figures.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But of course, if everyone's gig economy, everyone's basically unemployed because no
And
one's
it's all
earning.
going to be electronic, and it's all the currency is going to be electronic. Oh, here comes the crypto shit. Even more crypto. Yeah, crypto.
Well, I feel like you might as well be in it because it's inevitable now anyway. You might as well own some.
But that's what I've been telling everybody. Milk. Okay, listen. If you guys, we all agree, yeah, they're evil people controlling the monies. We understand all that. Well, why in the fuck wouldn't you just get in early? You know, make sure secure your position. God damn.
Yeah, there's going to be one more big crash on Bitcoin, and then it's going to go to 250k, and it'll stay there, I think. So I think the next crash
I
on
hope
Bitcoin.
there's a big crash because because it's so stable right now, and I've been looking at it for quite some time now. It's solid. It is so fucking solid right now. It's fucked.
Yeah, but bear in mind, you know, these coins, especially the really, really big coins like Ethereum, they're cyclical. They've always been cyclical. I think Bitcoin will always be cyclical. So if you look at the last kind of few cycles, it's, you know, went up to, I think, I'm trying to think what the previous one was, maybe $6,000, and then it crashed down. Then it went to 20, and then it crashed down to about 3. So it tends to go in like a 6 to 7 times the dip, and then 6 to 7, and then 4 to 5 times the peak. So I think that it's going to crash between 10 and 20, and then once it's somewhere between 10 and 20, you can never say really, but I would say if it gets below 20, it's time to buy it. Like,
I don't think he'll ever go back below 20. That's the thing.
yeah, it will.
No, I won't.
There's one more big crash in it.
Listen, if you see the chart the way it is right now, and I'm talking about the overall from the beginning to the end, this exponential rise that we just saw, it's never been like that before, ever. I'm talking about like.
Well, people said that when it went to 20.
Right. But the 20 was still early. Right now that the banks are adopting the Bitcoin, right? The banks are allowing people to use it, and then I don't know how many banks. I'll fucking find a list right now. All the banks that.
Now, what will happen with Bitcoin is it will get banned from like 1 or 2 countries. Like South Korea will come out or something and say, "Yeah, we're not using Bitcoin," and then crash, and then it'll be adopted by everyone, and then it'll go.
That happens so many times. It actually sometimes pumps it instead of dumps it. It boosts up the coin. All that kind of news, that weird shit, it doesn't really affect it. It's whenever, let's say, a bank starts. Okay, I gotta Google it. Hold on. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see. I can't see Bitcoin just going up and up and up. It'll crash once more, and then it'll be game over.
Do any banks accept Bitcoin? Which banks accept? We have a list of banks.
I still think it's worth buying Bitcoin now, though, because Bitcoin's going to get to 250, 300, maybe higher at some point.
Oh yeah, no.
So
people are seeing 2 million. Like some guy I talked to a guy yesterday. He's like 2 million now. I'm like, well, yeah, I know the 1 million was the safe bet that I knew that in a soon enough future, it's not going to be in like 10 years. It's going to be sooner than that probably. It might get
quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, it might get up to 1 million. Per coin.
Well, what you're going to see is that the supply is going to be massively reduced and exponentially until there's no more supply. Because bear in mind, you can't fork it. It's when the mining's done, it's done, and at that point, yeah, it's going to go very high.
Right, but you got to look at it. There's not much to mine, bro. It's almost done.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why it's going up already now. That's why I think there's one more crash left in it, because that's what it's done before. But after that, it won't crash. It won't crash again once there's none left to mine.
Right, and whenever you're looking at this chart, you're always looking at it's always against the U.S. dollar, right? So, I mean, I guess it's a good way of looking at it because the U.S. dollar pretty much runs the market right now. But then when the US dollar crashes completely, they're not going to compare it to the US dollar at that point. What are they going to
No, it'll be
compare it
compared
to?
to the euro or something.
Well, yeah, but the euro is going to fall suit. Like, as soon as the fiat system goes to shit, they're all going to drop. All those paper money.
Yeah, it could be. And then it would just be Bitcoin will be
It
the
might go
world's
to
currency.
it might go to the Asian markets because they've been using cryptos for a while.
Oh, yeah, in Japan, you can buy everything for cryptos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Japan's really fully adopted that shit. Yeah.
Japan is talking about settling debts with crypto.
Yeah.
Paying mortgages and credit cards and stuff.
But Japan's got a weird way of dealing with mortgages, doesn't it? You can actually inherit your mortgage in Japan. So you get like 100-year mortgages passed down to your kids. It's kind of terrifying.
Even the Chinese economy, they have a bunch of different tokens that they use internally. And I guess many people from the outside will want to steal commerce with the Asians. And they're going to need certain coins, certain tokens.
Well, it's a way of controlling the population, isn't it? Like, be a good guy and you'll get X number of health coin or whatever. And if you don't have any health coin, you don't get any health service. Easy way to control the population. But the other advantage to it is that you can literally just invent. See, cryptocurrency has an interesting way of being, because obviously you guys know that we've got central banks that are the scum of the earth. They print money and then lend it out at interest to governments when governments are actually allowed to print money for free and choose not to because they're under the influence of the central banks who are making all this money. Whereas it's very difficult to justify, say, like charging interest on Bitcoin, because people are kind of clued into what Bitcoin actually is. No one's under the impression that you print Bitcoin. So I don't know how they're
Here's
going to
a new one
centrally
for
bank
you.
Bitcoin, so to speak.
Morgan Stanley becomes the first big U.S. bank to offer its wealthy clients access to Bitcoin funds. Morgan Stanley, have you heard of those?
Yeah, they're just gonna expand the market, and they need to expand how people can access money, and that's where the digital assets and transfer of value comes in.
Then there's also some assholes that are like fighting against it so hard, but there's some banks that just they can't have it because they're gonna lose all their money. They're gonna become nothing after.
Don't forget that the cryptos also add to the transfer of information, and information is very valuable for these, big guys these days.
That's the main commodity of virtually all tech companies.
And you got like the Times, the Financial Times, because if you all this is propaganda too, right? So they're really fighting against the coin too. So there's the left that's fighting against the coins, and they like Bitcoin cannot replace the banks. Like literally, they have like titles like this for their articles. I'm like, get out of here. See how hard there's a lot of people that hate the Bitcoin because their whole economy is going to collapse on them.
Well, the Bitcoin is big, but the worldwide commercial world is way bigger. Bitcoin is gonna be integrated into it, but it's not gonna replace the commercial system.
That's wrong.
Bitcoin is gonna be part of it.
No, Bitcoin market cap is at 1 trillion right now.
Bro, there's like $40 trillion transacted daily.
Oh, bro, let's check that out. What's the market cap on the fucking market cap? And see, the world the IMF, right?
Bitcoin can't solve the commercial transaction on a day-to-day
So we
It's
don't
gonna
care
be
about
part. It's gonna be part of the system,
And
but
we
it's
know
not
that.
gonna
We
be
don't
the
care
whole
about that.
system.
Yeah, we don't care. We understand that you got like Litecoin, you got fucking Ripple, you got a whole bunch of coins that are going to be done for that. We're not even
Yeah.
talking about that. We don't give a shit about that.
But remember, even the big guys that hold Bitcoin, the big guys in the commercial world, they hold gold, silver, precious resources. Bitcoin is one of those things that is digital, but not not tangible like gold and silver. And the big guys really hold this stuff.
What, the gold and the silver?
Yeah, the Chinese, the Asians, they hold a lot of this gold. If let's say, I don't think the commercial system will go down, but if it does, whoever is holding the gold and the silver is gonna have a lot of holdings.
So here's what I was, okay, January 2020, right? The market cap for just JP Morgan Chase and Company was 433 billion. Bank of America, 306 billion. And all the rest of them are lower, like Wells Fargo's like 200 billion, right? Blah, blah, blah. Goldman Sachs is like fucking only 91 billion. Right. So these are just in the billions, and the highest one is only, it's not even like half a trillion, it's 433 billion. Whereas Bitcoin by itself, standing on its own, is at 1 trillion market cap already, bro. You understand the difference here?
Yeah, and that's because people are trading it and a lot of money is being put into it.
Because they can move it freely. Like you can literally take $1 million and move it without nobody noticing it.
Yeah, but for you to build cars, computers, and cell phones, you don't use bitcoins.
Yeah, so you can use rocks.
Yeah, you use other stuff.
Right, and then that costs labor. So you pay motherfuckers with gold or you pay them with bitcoins? Well, you pay them with bitcoins.
Yeah, in the new system, you pay them with digitally. Yeah, but Bitcoin is part of it, not it.
I mean, people are going to be choosing, like, what do you want to get paid with? Well, I want paid with Bitcoin. So on my Friday, boom, my deposit goes in automatically. They're going to get my Bitcoins.
Bitcoin has an issue on that because it takes a long time to make a transfer, so they're going to have to fix that.
Yeah, it's faster than a check.
Yeah, people are going to want their stuff
It might
instantly.
take me 2 hours to transfer $1 million, but it takes me like a week to clear my check, bro. That's like $300, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
There's a big difference why Bitcoin's the best. Bitcoin fucking solves all the
It doesn't
problems.
take us a week to pay you in check, dude. It doesn't take
No, for
write
me.
a check and cash it.
No, listen, I'm in Canada.
For your Bitcoin, dude, listen, I live in the motor capital of the world, the assembly state. You know what I'm saying? We built more cars here than anybody. Good luck to you if you want a person here to build you a car for Bitcoin. They'll laugh at you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna go to your people to fucking.
Yeah.
Why would I go to them?
They'll say, "This is Michigan, man. Cash is king." The hell, you big.
Yeah, okay. I'll be like, yeah, you keep that cash. I'm gonna go visit my friend Tesla in fucking the new state of Texas that he fucking went into, and I'll buy a Tesla car from him. Fuck your gas guzzling, fucking 600 horsepower. Fuck that shit.
Tesla's shit.
Buddy, these Teslas, they go from 0 to 60 in like 0.29 seconds.
I bought a Tesla, not for me, for my sister, but they're still shit. They require so much fucking maintenance, it's pitiful.
Yeah, that's the one thing they gotta fucking work on is
More input than output. I'll give you that. You can make them things faster and faster. You can
you can make them so fast.
But the thing is, you're going to burn out all your pickups. You're going to need all your shit rebuilt more often than a regular old gasoline car combustion.
Well, see, no, man, because there's less moving parts on these Teslas. You know that, right?
I do know that electrical systems are harder to maintain than mechanical ones. Do you know that?
Not really. The only
Yes,
issue with these
really. Are
Teslas.
you fucking serious?
No, the only issue
Ask
on these
Cadillac.
Teslas.
Ask
The only,
Cadillac.
okay, bro. The only issue on this Tesla is their lithium battery. The rest of the electronic components on there are pretty solid. So in 5 years, the lithium battery will go to shit. It's expensive to replace them. I know that.
Dude, you think all
So
them
what would you put
diodes
in
are
instead?
gonna last that long?
Curious, what would you put in instead of a lithium battery?
What would I put? Well, see, I would like these Teslas would be wicked if you had
generate its own power.
Right, exactly. That's what I was about
You
to
can
go on.
use quantum crystal batteries. They're like 5 times better than lithium batteries, and they don't go bad. They don't go bad. They last longer. They
There's
last
a whole bunch of
decades and
yes,
decades.
see, the thing is these assholes, right? That when they create new shit,
They hold the technology at the moment.
exactly, they have to because they don't make the profit. So if they make something that's like the best from the beginning, and you don't have to replace this ever, or you don't have to repair it ever, there's like no maintenance, no nothing. Well, they don't make no money on it, right? Right. So they have to make shit that breaks all the time. That's why they make the money. It sucks, eh?
It's kind of sad, isn't it?
You better get your low watt license plate.
I don't know. But you know, that's the thing. Like, what would I put in that? Like, I would have a generator, right? And I would have like, see, I would fucking like a hydrogen engine that just burns water. Well, I mean, the hydrogen from the water that you're like distilling, and it just all it does is keep turning that generator, and the generator produces electricity, right? And then I store the electricity into a nice little fucking into a battery, but like not the same as these lithium ones, a little bit different. And yeah, and you always have a constant supply going.
Yeah, and they always require software updates. Dude, as far as I know, the first 2 models require software updates every 3-4 weeks.
Good, because their software is shit. This guy was.
I don't understand though, because you've just said that you would just put in a combustion engine, basically.
No, a hydrogen. I wouldn't. Well, the thing is if I'm not using like a V6, right? I would use like a 2-cylinder engine, right? A 2-cylinder engine can easily turn a generator, an alternator into all kinds of voltages, right? There's like almost zero resistance at that point. You know, there's like. You get what I'm saying? So but
it's not an electric car at that point, is it?
No, it's still an electric car because all your motors are electric. You're not using the combustion to propel yourself. You're using the combustion to create the energy, the voltage with the alternator. The alternator stores into a battery or whatever, and then from the battery pack it goes into the system after, right? So, but you're not using like
Then you wouldn't have all of the overpaid lefty lovies wanting to buy it because they would see that it's got an exhaust.
Yeah, but it's not. That's why I said hydrogen.
Well, hydrogen, the exhaust throws pure water.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the people who buy Teslas don't actually buy Teslas because they think it's good for the environment. They buy Teslas
They're fanatics.
because they want other people.
Yeah, they're not even reliable cars, dude.
People to think that they care about the environment. So the fact that it has an exhaust would be a big issue
for the environment, though. These things are not good for. These Teslas do more harm for the environment because of these batteries that they fucking mine. The amount of fucking mining they have to do to get these batteries, and then all the fucking chemical processes just to get these batteries put together. These fucking lithium batteries are fucking toxic as fuck, bro.
For sure.
Yeah, man. No, they're really bad for the environment. So they're gonna build like millions of these Teslas, right? And then they're gonna be scrapping them, and then they're gonna have landfills of Teslas in the future, right? With all the fucking battery shit that's everywhere. That's not gonna be good for the soil, bro.
They've been holding the battery technology for a while.
Yeah, bear in mind, I agree with you, Vlad. What I'm saying is that people who buy Teslas are retarded lefties who don't really care. They just want to appear like they care.
Well, I know. Yeah. Virtual signaling assholes. They're everywhere.
That is Tesla's target market, is virtue signaling assholes.
high efficiency or reliable. They've been deemed the worst car maker in the U.S.
Well, they probably because they never built a car before. It's like the first time trying to build cars, obviously, right?
The Tesla company is actually
bought the company.
a scam.
It was already a company before he bought it. Elon didn't build shit. Okay, let's get that clear from the get.
Oh, I know that.
The other guy was ready to bail out, just sell his body style to a fucking automotive company, one of the big three.
Really?
Yeah, he was hoping to scam a bunch of liberals, just like Ron or Crypto said.
And he got the taxpayer money to do it.
They're not reliable. The builds are crappy. The shit falls apart. They constantly need updates, upgrades. You can be rolling down the road and have to pull over to get an update. That's real fucking cool.
That's amazing.
That's brilliant.
Listen, you know what's funny? I don't get why didn't they put just solar panels all over the fucking car, you know?
They can barely build the goddamn car they wanted to.
I mean, they could put a solar panel on the roof, solar panels on the trunk, on the hood. You can have solar panels on the doors, but I mean, you could literally make it all pure solar panels and discreetly.
Every wheel that spins on that car could be running multiple generators to a gear system. You don't even fucking need solar panels. For every mile you roll, you could produce gigawatts, kilowatts. Shit.
Yeah, but there's diminishing. There's like a return. I forgot the name.
You know the static that is produced between the vehicle and the road.
Yeah.
You could even harvest that, and also when the vehicle is stopping, you could always harvest that as well.
You can have these turbines on the side of it. Fucking.
Hey, what's the degree of loss in generation? 2.5% on a gigawatt. Would that really even fucking matter?
I don't know if you'll get gigawatts, but gigawatts is a lot, bro. You know how much gigawatts are?
Even the paint can absorb light. And
I do.
The paint.
But the amount we can produce with the movement of the tires for every mile it rolls, 10 times the energy we need to roll that mile.
Are you sure? Because then you're creating like infinite energy at that point. You know that perpetual energy.
You know what gear reduction is, right?
Yeah, technically. Like you get to go from high to lower.
One rotation of the tire, I can spin a fucking generator a million times, and
But it takes you more power to spin it, no?
What does it matter when the output is greater than the input?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How the fuck? That's where you show me where you can do
we
that.
have micro generators that can do 10,000 watts per rotation, dude. You can have 10 micro generators that's not going to stress the movement of that tire that much. You're thinking, oh, this complete gear system is going to slow it down. No, it's not. It's reduced. Gear reduction. You could still push the thing by hand. Push the entire car. Generally, one person can push one of the Teslas around.
Well, you get a bigger gear going to a smaller gear, right? That's what you're saying? You're using bigger gears to smaller, smaller, and smaller, and smaller? Or is it smaller gear to bigger and bigger and bigger?
No, that's not a reduction.
Right.
You had it right the first time.
Right.
So I'd have one large gear on the wheel assembly, the wheel hub assembly itself, and smaller gears attached to it all the way around, or a pivoting gear axle that comes off the hub assembly. And
but what I was saying is it's harder from going from high to low. So if you're on a bigger gear, yeah, it's going to take you.
No, what you're thinking is it's going to be hard to crank the tire. No, you're spinning the smallest possible gear you can. It doesn't work that way. The way it increases the energy you need to move the tire would be the small gear on the tire and the large gear on the fucking gear. It'd be the opposite gear ratio.
That's what I'm saying. So your big gear is connected to your power source, and your small is on your tire, right?
Yes. Have you ever pedaled a bike with a small crank in the front and a big one?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly where I'm getting my thing from.
It's easy as fuck to crank it, is it not?
What, yeah, but you're not moving far.
Yeah, you're not moving far because the tire is doing the least amount of rotations and crank the most. But the tire is doing the least amount of rotations in this one and the generator the most.
Well, so yeah, but on the bike you're going from small to big. You know that because you're reducing the gears with your legs. You're reducing the gears, but you're increasing the gears on the.
I know that. I'm telling you, it's not going to make it harder to move the tire.
Well, no, but
you can still
lots
spin
of
the
energy,
tire by
man.
hand.
It's a transfer because I was thinking about these fucking infinite energy machines for the longest time, right? And there's anything I've ever looked at, there's always going to be a loss of energy somewhere.
It's energy during movement. There's a difference.
But you're creating that movement. You're using that energy to create movement back. So you're feeding that energy back into the system.
Yeah, so you get more out than you put in. That's not infinite energy. That's just knowing how to use
But
it.
where's the initial kick?
The initial click is whatever it takes to power the engines that move the car.
Right.
Now that's the battery. The battery can only reserve so much, so you can't produce more than you can reserve, right? So at the least you could produce all that you could reserve every mile you drive. It's feasible.
I get what you're saying. No, I get exactly. I've been thinking about this shit for a while.
Feasible.
You're feeding back, like you said. You get these generators. Like
Listen, we do it with grocery carts. We put starter motors on them and we race them, right? But for every other tire that's not hooked to the starter motor, we put generators on them and run chains to the generator. We keep our batteries charged. We'll run 4 car batteries to a starter motor. When we race go-karts, we make out of grocery carts, dude. And they stay charged forever. We don't ever have to charge them because the generators charge the batteries as we use them.
But these you're still using a gas-powered engine, no?
No, you know what a starter is? It's an electric starter motor. It rotates your fucking combustion engine when you turn the key and give electricity to it.
Right.
That's electric.
Right.
An alternator is electric. A battery stores electric.
Right.
Where's the combustion?
So you're telling me you're using starters to drive these carts, and you're using alternators on the rest of the wheels, and the alternator's feeding back the electricity into the battery.
Yeah, it's better if you have a power cell, but not everybody can afford a 50,000 volt power cell.
Now there's ultra capacitors that are more powerful than the normal battery we use.
Yeah, but okay. So you're telling me you have this go-kart that's ready to go? Like you can just turn it on right now and drive it around forever? Or this basket cart? Because I really want to see one.
No, not forever. All things mechanical need maintenance, dude.
Right. Well, what I mean, like, you get what I'm saying. I mean, they'll still have energy the whole way.
Constant. Eventually, you'll burn it out. Generally, what we do is run them till we burn up the electric motor and replace it with another starter motor. Nothing's infinite, bro.
I get that, but I'm just saying, I'm because you don't have any gas involved in this, right?
No.
And it's constantly going. I'm saying, if nothing breaks, it will constantly keep going. You know what I mean? That's my question to you. If nothing breaks at all, no mechanical failure.
No, it won't constantly keep going because something's gonna break, bro.
But I'm saying if it does, well, that's my question. If nothing breaks, if nothing mechanically
It's not
fails,
a possibility. It's not in the equation.
okay, let's say within a year, right? If nothing breaks,
You're gonna burn up a motor within 2 days.
Well, that's not an efficient system.
It's not built to last forever.
Oh, fuck, man. How is it breaking in 2 days?
God. It's just a play toy built out of a car starter motor.
Right.
How about we build them with the stuff we build the satellites?
Because the starter motors aren't meant to, because I know what starters are. Like, they're not meant to constantly keep spinning.
It's an example that it's possible when you're actually trying to do that thing. when you can almost do it with rudimentary stuff.
Right, because you know, if you just rewire the alternator into a prop, well, yeah, can you make the alternator into a generator? Yeah,
An alternator is a generator, dude. What?
but no, yeah, I mean, into a motor. Can you create the alternator into a motor?
No, but I can take an electric motor and turn it into a generator.
Right, but you can't do it the other way around.
That's the thing. When you spin an electric motor, you also create electricity.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying you spin it. I'm saying you're using the current to spin it. You're using electricity to spin it, right? So if you wire the alternator, I've never tried this though. Never tried it. Because let's say just regular motors, like those electronic, like small, like fucking motors, right? If you plug up like a digital multimeter and then you spin the crank, right?
Yeah.
There's the voltage, right? But if I put a battery instead of a DMM, right? I put a battery, it starts spinning it for me, right? So it can work both ways. That's what I'm saying. Can you do that to an alternator, or alternators are mechanically made specifically to do alternation?
Screw the battery. Use an ultra capacitor.
Listen, this is a hobby that people do out of fucking shopping carts, man. I'm telling you, they race this shit.
That's funny.
Isn't it?
That's pretty funny.
They're all electric, chain driven. Here, I'll show you.
On starter motors. That's insane.
And you would think, well, Mike's a mechanical engineer, but the truth is, gearheads build this shit. They're not all mechanical engineers. Some of these guys don't even have a school education equivalent to high school. They don't
need to design the parts, man. They did the parts already
shit their entire life. So it's just, I thought everybody knew about these carts, dude. I've seen people build them with combustion motors, you know, but most people put starter motors on them and we just race them around our shops.
Yeah, but starter motors aren't meant to run constantly, right?
No shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So why don't you just put like a regular electric motor?
Some people do.
Right.
Some people just get an electric drive motor and use that and put a centrifugal clutch on it, like the one I'm showing you. That's a multi-drive electric drive engine with a centrifugal clutch on it and a chain drive. That dude's got a posi rear end. He got 6 lithium batteries. This dude built it out of scooters. You know, them little scooters you stand on, and they got batteries.
But his is not self-charging, is it? This one?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Some people just put fans on there. They put fans on the side of them. When you get going, it spins the fans.
Yeah.
They have belt drives that spin all nighters. Some people don't worry about trying to supercharge their shit. They just try to keep it at a constant thing. They started doing that so they could track race them. So we could say do 300 laps.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen guys with a grocery cart build a better car than Tesla. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why doesn't fucking Tesla just do this too? You know what I mean?
He's fucking people.
He's definitely fucking people, that's for sure. He's been fucking people for a long time.
He's trying to get his money back off the shit he bought, and then he'll do that. Then he'll do that other thing.
300 laps in a shopping cart sounds like a pain in the ass.
Oh, it is, but I mean more like 30, Lou.
I'll feel sick after the first 3 laps.
Hey, you know, the funny shit is watching some dude drunk on lunch slide into a brick wall.
Huh.
Uh-huh. Hey, there's a little oil over there, watch it.
Badamal, but the thing is, these cars, you could build them to run really fast, and they could be dangerous.
All electric motor cars can be really fast. It's 0-point takeoff. It can go from 0 to whatever. It depends on the capacitor you're running on it.
I mean, do they put helmets and body gear?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, gearheads are safety first, bro.
Yeah.
At least we try to look safe. with our shoulder pads and our helmets, our elbows, knee pads.
Yeah, you gotta look like a football player to ride one of these things, yeah?
I prefer to build the gas-powered go-karts that'll smoke a fucking Mustang. I just get them big-ass snowmobile motors, and I start fabricating and bending bars. I build a cage around that motor. I don't know what the hell it's going to look like when I'm done. Built some nice little drag carts, though. I'm trying right now to build one that'll actually corner, where you can solve them in it. You know, go left and right, and have good steering, independent suspension. Most of them I built, you know, just have sway link suspension in the rear, shock suspension in the front, and they're long, so you can do a whole shot and drag it in a straightaway.
But can it go to space?
Hell no. And if
Hell
it did,
no, bro.
So it's not better than the Tesla car then?
well, Tesla didn't put his shit in space. There ain't no clear coat that can withstand solar winds, and that's all I got to say. If there is, tell me that shit. Quit fucking around. I'm tired of the sun. The sun beats down my paint job right here on Earth. That's why I got a tarp. You know, people that own $50,000 cars, they don't just park it in a black parking lot and let the sun beat their paint job down all day long. They get out at the grocery mart and put a tarp over their car.
Is that why your painting place is still in business? Because of the sun?
Because, yeah. That's why a paint job's so expensive. Because of the sun. I mean, the sun here on Earth eats paint. So tell me when you're out there closer and in the solar winds, I'm protected from an atmosphere. Why the hell it wouldn't just strip it? It comes at a rate higher than a fucking sandblaster. It should just rip the paint right off. Just see it incinerate.
It's space paint special.
You can't bullshit me, man. Yeah, I'm a bullshitter. You can't bullshit.
Well, Vlad believe in Tesla, so talk to Vlad about it.
I know. He gonna buy a Tesla with some Bitcoin.
Yeah, hells yeah, bro. I'm gonna buy those motherfucking self-driving goddamn Tesla. Go damn. And listen, and I'm gonna modify it myself. Then I'll find firmware somewhere where I can modify my own firmware. Then I'll have my own crazy shit going on.
Challenge for you: build a sword out of some Bitcoin.
Man, fuck that. I'll just go get a steel rod and then I'll do it. Build a sword out of a steel rod.
So, Baramod, since you have a lot of experience in this, how about people that fix their engines to run in like in hydrogen gas, HHO gas and stuff? Is that feasible that people actually do this?
Well,
that you know of?
If we were going to do electrolysis, convert to hydrogen, we'd probably convert hydrogen to propane and run off propane. Because propane or hydrogen-based fuels like propane are a lot cleaner. Your forklift. Have you ever worked in a shop where the forklift is spitting out exhaust from a propane tank all day long, but you don't choke and it doesn't kill you? That's because what comes out of the exhaust is clean, purified, goes through another process. You know.
Propane smells funny though.
It does smell funny, but I would convert my hydrogen to propane.
But they add that smell to it because propane is naturally doesn't have a scent. The reason why they add the smell to it is because for the explosion factor, if there's like a propane leak, so that you can tell it's there.
Yeah, same with natural gas. The scent is added so you know if there's a leak.
Yeah, safety. Because that shit will explode and you don't even know it's there. You just spark and then boom, the whole fucking neighborhood is done. Dunzo. Single match, bro.
So here we are talking about souping up shopping carts and propane accessories. Where is Hank?
It beat
My God,
I was.
he's mowing the front yard with a shopping cart, Bobby.
This all works perfectly on a flat Earth.
Well, yeah. Damn it, Bobby. Quit stating the obvious.
I mean, but if we run out of fossil fuels, bro, what are we gonna do? We're gonna need Tesla.
I would run on biodiesel. We don't need fossil fuels. That's a hoax.
What?
Ethanol.
You mean the gas station that I put gas every other week? They scamming me?
Probably already got ethanol in it.
It does. 10%.
Yep. So they're already adding biodiesel to your petrol anyway.
And they make it from corn, which is kind of dirty. But if you do it from other sources like hemp, it's pretty clean and more efficient.
Check this one out. How do you like this? It's built out of half a moped.
That looks dangerous.
It is.
And just kidding, it looks cool. But I remember like young people building these things in the Caribbean, and they will have fun. But if they fell from them,
Dude,
oh my goodness, it was ugly.
I made some fast go-karts with just regular moped motors, but you got to know how to pour out the valves, big body carburetors.
Tortilla oil. How do you make tortilla oil, Crypto? You just like squish it or something?
Yeah, you gotta juice it. You gotta get a juicer.
Choice it tortilla.
That's another form of corn oil, right? Mm-hmm. I reckon I like them there tortillas.
Tortillas, quesadillas.
Mm-hmm. I reckon some burritos.
My favorite mispronounced Spanish food word is jalapenos. Like everyone in England says jalapenos.
Jalapeno, yeah. I've heard people say
You
that
never
way.
had them there jalapenos in your chili?
No. Because I actually met Spanish people.
Jalapenos, yeah.
I had these Mexican guys that I worked with for a while, and we went to this like custard stand. It's these like old white people that run it, you know, and the Mexican guy orders his food in front of me, and he said that like all the stuff that he wanted on there, he speaks really good English, and he said he wanted jalapenos. I think he said jalapeno, right?
Jalapeno, yeah.
Right? And she's like,
Yeah.
what? She's like, what? He says jalapeno. She said, what again? And jalapeno. He's getting frustrated. She looks at me and she's like, what did he just say? Like,
That's the actual name, jalapeno.
I go jalapenos. And she's like, oh, jalapeno. Like, looked at him and like tried to correct him. Like, it's jalapeno. Like, I was laughing.
Yeah. Gringos do this all the time. They change the pronunciation of words and they think they're correct about it. Like avocados? No, aguacate. What? Avocados? No, aguacate.
I mean, it's not that hard to figure out jalapeno versus jalapeno.
You're right.
Without that hard E, she couldn't fucking get it.
Yeah. This happened to me when I went to Colombia, and they make burgers. They make burgers, but they call them burgers. And I said, can I get a arepa burger? And he was like, what? An arepa burger? What are you talking? Like, en español, ¿qué usted dice? What are you saying? And then my wife said, una arepa burger. Oh, okay. He got it. From burger to burger.
Burger. I went back and forth with the same guy, Javier. Like he was talking about lasagna, but it took me. I made him repeat the word like 10 times before I understood what he was talking about. Like he kept on saying lasagna. I'm like, what the fuck is lasagna? He's like, lasagna. Come on, white people eat lasagna all the time. Like I'm like, lasagna? The fuck is lasagna? Like. He's like, noodles, cheese. I'm like, oh, lasagna. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. That happens a lot in words are very similar, but some people are used to a specific way of saying it. That if you say it a little different, they don't get it.
Yeah, it happens. It's just the funniest with correcting the Mexican on how to pronounce his pepper, with an Italian dish or something, sure, you might be able to get picky, but with the Mexican and peppers, I think he's got it right, not you.
How do you say pepper in Spanish? I forgot.
Like fajita. You say, how does Spanish say fajita?
Fajita.
It's Arturo, not Arthur.
I'm really stoned, but I had this idea for an argument to make for flat Earth, and I want your guys' opinion on it.
Well, you're off to a good start.
So Matthew Learns was in here earlier, and he posted a picture of this pencil in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And it's refracted, and he's like, oh, see, this is what's happening with the laser. But then I was thinking, with this picture and the water, what if the water was spinning at 1,000 miles per hour? Would you still see the refraction of the pencil? Or is it when the medium is moving, it's going to warp it?
My argument
Because
is
now if the laser is
the
in...
atmosphere is not water.
I know, but the atmosphere, the medium that the laser is in, is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. So shouldn't it really, really, really fuck up the laser's ability to hit the target? Right?
I wouldn't expect it to refract that much because it's not fluid. It moves in a fluid state, but it's not in a state of matter known as fluid. The atmosphere.
Speed shouldn't affect it.
And when Matthew brought that up, the argument should have then been nothing had to do with rotation or anything like that. You notice that the angle changed when it went from one medium to another medium, and that it still continued. It looks straight in water and it looks straight in air. It bends where at the point like an elbow where it switches. It doesn't just arc. It doesn't just arc as it's going through the water or as it's going through the air. It's so.
But what I'm saying, maybe I'm making no sense because I'm so high, but I'm just thinking with the pencil in the water, imagine that water is spinning, somebody just turned the jet tubs on, that you're not going to see that perfect refraction anymore.
Nope. And listen, what Lou's saying is that's two different media there, air and water, glass of water. But the atmosphere is only one medium. Are you with me?
Well, the glass.
Well, you got glass too, yeah. So you can say 3 media if you want. But still.
From what I remember, the laser bends because it superheats the air that it's traveling through, and that's what causes it to flip up. That the air gets too hot, and then it hits cold air and it bounces up. From the laser heating it.
Well, that's something we could test.
Well, that's what happened. Anyway, I was just talking to him when they were doing the when Sheeple was there. Sheeple and Karen were both at that laser test.
Yep.
We were keeping in touch with them. They had a live stream and everything. So basically they just couldn't keep the laser on too long, or else it would make the beam diverge and split up and bounce around and shit.
That's crazy.
You know, this Brazilian group of researchers that they build their own laser. They said that it was more powerful than any laser in the market because they wanted a powerful laser, and they said the ones in the market were expensive, and they said let's build one, and they built their own laser. And they did a lot of tests, and the laser showed that there was no curvature.
Isn't that what FE Core did too? They used their own laser.
Yeah, they had a custom laser built.
Yep.
So the laser the Brazilians built, it had like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6 beams around and one in the middle. It was like multiple beams of light.
Did they had any results, Riggs, with this laser test?
Yeah, it's the one we use. The FE Core laser
No,
test.
you said that they couldn't. I thought you were talking about somebody else.
Nope.
No.
No, they had to cut down the laser time so they could get accurate readings. Otherwise, it would start to warp around. The laser was so hot, it would literally cook the air and start to split up.
Yeah, and so and the lasers themselves, like what Jaren found, they heat up and you can fuck up the laser. So like trying to aim something at 25 miles fast so that you don't wreck your laser or destroy the beam, like there's a lot of challenges involved in that from what I understand.
But the beam never diverged down, mind you. It always bounced up. So didn't really help the ball either way.
One doesn't
Maybe
it,
it's
like,
concave.
with the laser test, I know we use it for proving that there's no curve, but I just feel like also it kind of, in some way, has to debunk axial rotation, because if the beam of the laser is now in the inertial reference frame. So it's also, while it's being refracted, also has to account for Coriolis. It just seems impossible that it would hit the target. Right? Like, if we really were on the ball.
Are you of the convention that light has a speed?
Or mass?
Because
Or
that would point to what you're talking about. But if light doesn't have a speed, or if it's indiscernible, then it would depend on the medium that's refracting it. Like if you have calm conditions, there's not really an argument either way.
But still, it's traveling, like it's hitting a target that's moving. Right? Like while the light is being refracted at the same time. Like
if both targets are not moving,
has to be happening simultaneously in
but
order
both
for it to
targets
work
aren't
on
moving.
If the laser beam is in the inertial reference frame, right? At this point, because it's not attached to the Earth, right? Just like the drone footage that we use. No?
Yes, but you're assuming that light has a speed, right? And that it has mass, so that it would not be affected by Earth's rotation.
If it were a bullet, that's basically what I was trying to put together for you. Like if it were a bullet, it had its own velocity and mass and everything, then we could find a difference. But light, as far as we understand, it's essentially instant. There's no real projectile. And both targets, like the target and the emission, it's non-moving. So, you know, you're not wrong about lasers being able to prove or disprove rotation, though. I mean, that's literally how they did it. You just have to have a different setup.
Okay, because
there is a way to do it.
It works both ways because it's being. I don't know, just the things this laser has to be doing all at the same time to hit a target 20 miles away or whatever is it's like it's impossible. I was just thinking about it and it's so crazy hearing their side.
Here's a high test for you. What does laser stand for?
Oh, I don't know.
Boom. Light amplification through simulated emissions of radiation. I always felt cool when I was 12 and I knew that.
Yeah, you know, I've never even thought to question what does it stand for or anything. Light amplification through, you said,
simulated emissions of radiation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way light could prove rotation, though?
No, it does. Like, there is a way to do it, but you have to have a mirror that splits the light into two different paths, one path being longer, one path being shorter. Okay? So, essentially, if light has a speed, which it does in relativity, then the light beams would reach it at well, no, I'm going too far. Okay, so they predicted that the light would have a speed. Okay, they didn't understand everything just yet. So they predicted that basically light was like a projectile, that one would be faster, one would be slower. And they would get there at two different times because of the distance. Like, there was one beam that had to go further than the other. But what happened was that both beams met at the same time. So they were like, well, if they're both meeting at the same time, then, space-time is warping. That everything's relative. I mean, they didn't actually show any evidence for this. They just proclaimed it. And in reality, if you just take the results themselves, if both beams are meeting at the same time, it would be fair to assume that with as much granular evidence as you have, like, light doesn't seem to have a different speed, except depending on the mediums. So they don't really, I don't think they have any evidence that light has a speed. They just kind of claim that too.
Well, and is light affected by a medium if the medium is changing, like moving?
Oh, you mean like swirling? Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? Right?
That's a thing. Yeah, that's a thing. But I just,
like, can you point a laser beam in swirling?
Well, that's okay. So what you're doing is you're what's it called? Begging the question. You're basically assuming that Coriolis is measurable and defined, and it's not. So there's no control. You're basically saying that, well, clearly some gyration or some obstruction of the light path is is going to have an irregular result. But if there's no control because Coriolis is bullshit, then I mean, if anything, it doesn't prove their point, and it doesn't prove our point, but it doesn't prove their point either.
Hitting the again? I'm just like in my mind. I'm like, how could it be hitting the target if their medium, which they think is our atmosphere, is moving? Like, even if it's just one medium, even if it's not refraction, but.
Well, I mean, according to
If there was any
Coriolis,
movement, like, you know what I'm saying? Like a laser beam pointed into an aquarium, but the aquarium is like the water is moving. Would the laser beam be able to hit, like, would it still go through the other side? Or would the light get caught up in the... Never mind. Okay. I'm just so high, but I swear, like, I'm just thinking of, like, I'm trying to just think of a way to get
yeah, I get it.
on.
I've had that much smoke
laser beam
before.
hitting with Coriolis, somehow with Coriolis.
Shit, I that made sense to me yesterday.
Here's another thing to think about, Kai. You know, they say that they shoot laser beams at the moon and get a response back. How far has the Earth and the moon traveled in the time that it takes to get that laser beam back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how could it?
Great. Yeah, seriously.
How could it possibly return? I mean, does the laser beam know to track with the Earth? Of course not. And they say it's massless.
Yeah,
remember that the guy they left in the moon that time, he's holding the reflectors and pointing them correctly, so the laser
Doesn't matter.
comes
Even
back.
if he was, you'd miss. It's like you've got two targets that are both moving at different speeds, and you're shooting something, and what? It's just gonna move with the Earth, even though it has no mass. Doesn't make any sense.
We're talking about Genesis in here. Don't forget.
So the caveat to that, I think, is that because the moon is tidally locked, the angle stays the same.
It's not the angle that you want to worry about.
The light is now traveling through two mediums: a vacuum and the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's not even the mediums or the angle that matters. What matters is that you've got two quote unquote balls in space. The second you fire that laser, the balls have both moved.
Oh no, for sure. And I'm just saying, on top of that, the light's got to travel through a vacuum.
Oh yeah. There's
like
many problems.
I know, it's just so funny. Like, in order for it to work on their model, just so many ridiculous things all have to be happening at the same time.
Yep.
Sorry. It's just really funny to me.
It is pretty silly.
You know, an old argument I used to bring up all the time, and then I realized that Globers don't get it, is quite a simple one. You can't have a crescent moon. What way is it? You can't have a crescent moon at night. Is that right? Sorry, I'm tired. I haven't slept much. You can't have a crescent moon during... Yeah, it is. You can't have a crescent moon at night. And you can't have a full moon during the day. Yeah, we see both regularly.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I knew the full moon during the day one was a problem, but I didn't know the crescent moon.
But they'll argue it, and they'll say, "Oh, well, in this very unlikely scenario, when everything aligns perfectly, then it is technically possible." But of course, that's not what you see. You see a crescent moon in all times of night.
That's kind of like a selenelian. It's just like it's an angle that doesn't make sense.
And then they point to their unrealistic model, interpreting a model that's never been made of something that's never ever actually been filmed or had a picture taken of.
With all of those crazy, ridiculous things that have to happen, we know they're happening because we already know we're on a ball, right? I mean, that's just all there is to it. Oh shit, wrong server. My bad.
It's literally like saying, I know I own a Ferrari because I'm a millionaire.
Yeah, there you go.
I know I own a Ferrari because I'm a millionaire. I know I'm a millionaire because I own a Ferrari. Like, neither of them actually have to be even true. They just prop each other up. All good. They are both true, by the way. I'm just saying.
Oh, of course.
I'm a millionaire, and every single glober that comes in is an astronaut.
Can I borrow your Ferrari?
I figured you'd have a Bentley instead.
Nah, you need some of that Italian style. See, what Americans don't realize is that while Americans might think that Brits are like super cultured and super posh, British people all think that we're shit and that we need to go to Italy for our flair and to France for better food and all the rest. It's like the best expert is always someone who's outside of your country.
Yeah, I gotta ask, man, like, all of these channels have basically removed or hidden their videos. Where do I find any of these Globebusters or Jaren's videos or anything?
I know he's got his stuff up on Library. I don't know if he's got all of his stuff there, if it's just all gotten moved there, but he does post to Library, so that might be where you can find it.
Okay. What about Globebusters? Anybody?
I don't know. I haven't really.
Shit.
Those are the channels that I started out watching before I ever joined in here, and I haven't really watched much in a long time. I just come here instead.
Well, I was able to download like half of their channels, like a while back, and then I got hung up on something else. So I got all those videos, but I'm just surprised they're all gone.
I would guess, since they did kind of the same thing, that it probably Library for Globebusters also.
Okay.
Wait, Globebusters videos are gone?
Well, they've done it a couple of times where they just removed their entire YouTube library. And then,
Well, they said they were going to change like
a while back they did it, and they re-uploaded them all. They took them all down, then re-uploaded them all, and then recently they took them all down again.
You mean YouTube did this?
No, I mean like the Globebusters did it.
Huh.
Globebuster.
I mean, I'll imagine that they made them private, because to re-upload everything, that will take a lot of bandwidth.
Yeah, it'd take a lot of time, but
time is relative. Bandwidth is expensive.
They just warped space-time. Happened in a few minutes.
Yeah.
You know, that's another thing too, is they love to talk about time dilation on different planets and stuff. But if you think about it, they say, okay, the Earth couldn't have been made in 6 days. But if you can change time, then sounds like it's possible.
Yeah, one of their own stupid theories totally validates that as a possibility.
Right. Oh, it only works in the other direction, not that direction. Globebusters. Let's see. Yeah, but it's not all the same ones, man. We're missing so much. So much content just gone.
Maybe they're still uploading the library to Library. You know what I mean? Because it would take a long time.
Just check the CIA library. What's the name of that company that has a headquarters in Utah? They record everything, save it in their warehouses.
I was looking for a video 2 days ago when we were at lunch to show the kid that been training for a year now. And just even over this last year, the last 4 years, really, like the censorship's been so bad, but over this last year, it's even picked up more. I mean, they've really taken so much stuff down. A lot of the videos that I've shared with him, like just sent him in text message and stuff, he clicks them now and they've been removed. And I was trying to find something and I got frustrated. I couldn't find it on YouTube. Like, YouTube was shit. You know, I can't even use it anymore. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I wonder if. So I went on to BitChute, tried that. BitChute works for shit on mobile. It wouldn't load a video. So I tried Library. I pulled up some stuff on Library, and he's like, all of a sudden he's like, where are you getting these videos? You know, like, I'm like, Library. Like, he's never even heard of it. I'm like, yeah, you know, because of all the, explain to him, like, all the censorship that YouTube's done, causing all these other platforms to pop up. So now you've got, you know, your Library, DLive, BitChute, brand new Tube. There's another one. And he's never heard of any of them, but like, yeah, he's getting there. He's waking up, and it's just kind of a bad time to start waking up when everything's being censored. It makes it really difficult. So I had to point to some of these alternative platforms from YouTube. But he was like, because I can't find I can never find any videos like this. I'm like, yeah, you're looking in the wrong place. That's just it too. It's like, you have to know what you're looking for before you go and find it, right? You can't just like you used to be able to just type in latest conspiracy vids. You know,
Used to be super general. It would pull up.
Yeah, and it would just feed you hours worth of shit. You'd be like, wow, this is a really interesting video. This one's really interesting. Now you have to like already know what you're looking for, and then you got to search and scour the internet for it.
You have to go through the conspiracy debunking videos first.
There was a video that explained how they came up with relativity, or at least he used the excuse of the laser divergence, and like, I'm not divergence, I'm sorry, where they split the laser. One was further distance, one was shorter. I forget the fucking thing. My head hurts. Can someone just remind me?
Huh?
Like splitting the laser to detect or falsify Earth rotation, or like relativity.
Michelson-Morley.
Yes, yeah. Michelson-Gale.
Michelson-Gale.
There was a video that kind of went through all the explanation of it, though, they had on Glowbusters.
Oh yeah, they did. I think Jaren did like it's like an hour and a half worth of thing about that whole Michelson-Morley, right? It was a long one.
Yeah. There was a demonstration video that had like somebody explaining why it was wrong. And it had a bunch of blue and like just like really simple explanations. They were playing on Glowbusters. I will never find this. Thank you, Google. I guess I could plug in my hard drive and see holds up.
Anyone alive?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's happening? You're right.
Hey, actually, man, I wanted to thank you. There was that 6 hours of NASA footage bullshit.
Classic. That's a fucking classic.
But that video got taken down off YouTube, and if you hadn't copied it, I wouldn't have been able to copy it either.
I've had a few I just got my last copyright strike. I'm allowed for fucking the Rabbi Finkelstein interview. I've had that up for like almost a year, and they just struck it like fucking 2 weeks ago, a week and a half, or some shit. Bastards, man. So that's me on my last strike.
Yeah, it's crazy that they can just change the rules, and then all of a sudden, you know, you could have videos that are up for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you know, and it was never a problem. They change the rules tomorrow, and all of a sudden, your video has never had a problem before. Now it's a problem, and it can have your channel removed, taken down, deleted completely without warning. Completely fucked up.
I'll post you the screenshot of it. Man, that's the 3 strikes that I've had have been for the last 2 videos have been up for like 4, 5, 6 or 7 months or some shit. So like none of them's been like I've put them up and then got a strike. It's been months, and that last one was almost a year.
Yeah. Well, what that is too like. So I think maybe it was High Impact Flicks talked about this. I mean that's just YouTube, Google breaking their own contract. Like, because when you uploaded that stuff, it wasn't a violation of any of the rules.
Right.
You know, they changed the rules, and then you are somehow, you know, in the wrong. No, they're the ones that are in the wrong. They're the ones who broke their contract.
And all the time that people put in creating the content is just wasted now.
Yep.
There's the strikes in the live stream.
Dude, I love being that stoned where I'm thinking to myself, I cracked the code. I cracked the code. The next day I'm like, oh wait, no. no, I didn't.
Which code?
That wasn't the point, Panto.
Dude, look, the warning in October they gave Panto was Fall of the Cabal, Part 1, Harassment. Harassment.
To who?
And then the Pandemic 2, it's medical misinformation. And the Ravi's the small hat, I guess. Ravi Frankenstein interview. Hate speech.
No. He was blatantly telling you what they do. He's like, yeah, we got the Goyim, we give them some shekels, and you know, everything's cool, and we take the sheikhs of goddesses, and because we like them. It's pure fucking insane, his character. It was like hilarious. Just fucking scary as well, man. I don't know why the fucking image has been cut. It should be the whole picture, man.
But wait, the first one, harassment, like harassment to who?
It's got a bit cut off for some reason.
So they're doubling down on the censorship.
I don't think I've seen the Plandemic 2.
That's
I downloaded. I have Plandemic 1 on a hard drive. I don't think I knew that there was a 2 out.
I didn't know that either. That's what I thought when I saw Plandemic 2.
I follow the Cabal was alright, man.
There's one that I'm waiting for that I keep checking every like week or so to see if it's out. It was supposed to be out earlier already, like a month or two ago, but they pushed it back. What is it called? Yeah.
The Eric Dubé one.
No.
Because he's got one coming out. Maybe out. I don't know. Looked.
Planet Lockdown.
Still back up.
It's already the 20th of March, and it still says, please come back in March of 2021. Once the movie is released, it will be available on this page, but it's still not out. Here's the website where it's going to be when it comes out. You can you can get some of the interviews for it already, but the documentary's not out yet.
Oh, let's see the Plandemic 1. How big is the file? Was it 100 meg or less? No.
I don't know. I'd have to plug in my hard drive to see, but it wasn't that bad. No, because it was just it's not in like super high def or anything like that. I think it was yeah, whatever. It's not big. It's not huge.
Jink, you could send it to me or you got Nitro.
I have just the $5 a month Nitro. I can do up to like 50 megs, I think, in direct message, but in the server we can do, like 70 or 100 or something like that.
100, yeah. See if it's 100 or under. Do you think you could drop it in admin mods for me?
It doesn't matter where you put it. If you put it in the lobby here or admin mods, any one of those things it's not supposed to be there. People seem to forget, like when we get a warning about, posting like content that, breaks terms and stuff like that in the server, people seem to think that it's okay to do that in the admin mods room, but not in the public rooms. Like, no, anywhere on the server, it could get it taken down.
But I thought somebody had to complain about it.
No, nobody has to complain about it.
That's what the deal was.
Yeah, that'll get it done faster. But it's just not supposed to be on the server at all, period.
Right. Fuck.
I mean, if let's say something does get posted in the lobby or the live stream channel and somebody makes a complaint, now Discord comes and runs a scan on the whole server, and then they find the admin chat filled with a bunch of shit that breaks terms.
Right.
Oh, it must be nice having like 50 boosts.
It helps. We got a warning, like nobody else gets warnings.
I just found this video.
Yeah, but look at fucking.
But that's not. I don't think that's what I'm looking for, though.
Wall Street Bets had about fucking 50 boosts and they still got fucking deleted.
Yeah, but they fucked with the pocketbooks of billionaires. So
No, but they're actually back, and they got like 2 times the amount of subscribers they had before now. Actually, 3 times.
What?
Yeah, they had like 150,000 or something, almost 200,000 when they got shut down, and they got over 600,000 people.
What? In another Discord?
Yes, in Discord.
in a new Discord that they just started up again, or like
the same one, the same Discord.
So they gave them the server back.
Yes.
What? They must have appealed it or some shit.
They give warnings now. Like they send you a DM that say, "Hey, we're going to give you time to take this off your server."
At this moment, they have 593,598 members, 59,992 online, 5,032 boost.
Fucking hell.
Oh, whoa. 5,000?
What's the point?
Wow.
Yeah, after 30, it doesn't do anything for you. It's just those other 5,000 boosts that they have.
They could give them.
Just there for good measure to say, hey, look, we're making you money, Discord. Don't fuck with us.
Fuck's sake. Can you send me a link for that, please? Is that?
Sure.
I'm not sure who's speaking. Sure. I had it before, but... Oh, James is right, you, bro. Sorry.
Well, what? I mean, the Plandemic and Plandemic 2 should be up on the Plandemic website, right? Like...
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they just have...
No, but do you not have to pay for the download?
No. Check this website.
I'll charge you.
Yeah, if you get it from me,
if you really want to pay.
Otherwise, I'd suggest just going straight to their website.
Should I share the link here for Wall Street Bet in the live stream? Is that okay or no?
If you want to, I mean, it doesn't matter.
There you go. I'm just asking, you know.
Hey, that guy was a moderator there, right? The guy that came over.
Oh yeah, we had multiple of their mods coming in here.
How did that go?
We had a raid with them. They've been on like for a couple of days.
I gave him highly suspect, but I took it away after that. I mean, after a few days. They bring people in here. They sometimes they speak about Flutter in there, and people join the server. And some of the mods, they've been in here and they invite people. One day, one of them came with like 2 girls. In the past, they brought girls to speak in a server, and you know they're kind of make fun of it a little bit. And the girls were kind of like trollish, but they actually had some decent conversations in here. So I haven't seen them.
Okay, and so now I'm looking at this Plandemic website. Yeah, I did know that there was a Plandemic 1 and 2. I have them both downloaded. It's
okay. Download it from there, yeah.
Yeah.
So just Plandemic.com.
Yep. Plandemic series. I'm going to delete the link to it, though. Hope you clicked it already.
Yeah, but...
Good thing you said that, Lou. I mean, normally I don't share that stuff, but now I know that that stuff can't even be shared anywhere in the server. So that's good to know.
I thought that was pretty self-explanatory. Like I don't know why people don't understand that.
You know what? I thought about it. I was like, I imagine, like, it's, in the. I mean, I was wondering something of that sort, but now that you put it like that, it makes sense. Not everybody thinks as profound as you, Lou. But he has that.
Now you're doing it too. Fucking the kid at work too. Like I'll be like, can basically call him an idiot and say like, come on, it's common sense, or it's or it's simple, and he'll say some shit like you just said, like, not everybody can be as perfect as you. Like,
It's common sense to know how Discord works, right? Like everybody should know that.
Dude, Discord doesn't make any sense.
Nah, see, when you get here, I never had a fucking clue what the fuck to do when I was here, man. Not a fucking clue. I was like in here for like 3 hours. I could see people talking, but I wasn't able to get into VC. And I was like talking to people on YouTube, and I'm like, I'm in the server. What the fuck did I do? Like 4 hours or something. Took me to get Karen B. She ended up verifying me.
Pento, you lose your accounts like every other week or something?
Yeah.
Nah, a couple of weeks ago, I lost my phone, man.
Oh, your phones. That makes sense.
And sometimes he gets in a fight, and then he drops his phone and picks up the guy he punched phone, and then they swap.
No, that was the way No, the guy, they fucking attacked me, man, bastards.
Point made.
Sometimes you go to the restroom with your cell phone and it falls in the toilet and you flush it by accident.
No, it's usually through some kind of violence or being absolutely smashed.
Absolutely smashed?
Aye. Melted, as we say.
Bro, be good to your cell phone. Come on, bro. It's not your cell phone's fault.
Yeah, I don't know, Panto. Somehow, like, there's always something else going on with you. Like I got kicked out of my flat again. Like that's every other month. Also, like that, losing a phone, getting kicked out of where you're living, getting into another fight with somebody out on the street. Like,
so it's a rough place in Scotland, man. Scotland's fucking crazy, man. Especially in the system that I'm in, the temporary accommodation, because it's just full with people that are fucking crazy, man. Huh? So they want to fucking steal anything. They'll do anything to get anything. They'll kick your door in when you're out if you've got like valuable stuff. They'll just kick your door in.
There's violent people around you and stuff. They look.
When your door gets kicked in, you're the problem, and you get kicked out.
No. If I've been kicked out a few times because I've not made the curfew, because you might be in at 11 o'clock, and if they don't, then what they do is they just phone the council and they remove you, basically, and then you're kicked out, and then you have to go back to the council in the morning, and they reallocate you someplace, and it's fucking usually an absolute shithole they move you to.
Damn.
But this place is semi-reasonable, man. It's full of fucking clowns, but the manager, he seems really fucking nice.
Where do you live? Nazi Germany?
It's not far off it, man. It's Scotland.
Or North Korea?
No, it's crazy, man. The fucking literally the system in here, everybody's fucking paranoid. They've even put new like red strip lights on the buses. When I was on the bus the other night, I noticed that it's like the red alert thing from Star Trek. It's fucking crazy, man.
Hey, what was that emoji that Indio was asking for? Was it rage quit?
Yeah, that was the one.
Okay. Checking the.
Right, that's loading up in live stream voice text when I check the fucking lights out on the bus. Literally, it makes the whole bus red. Taking ages to load up though.
They're probably using the light to kill the viruses and the stuff in the air.
Just to keep the psychological danger feeling in everybody's mind, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But you still get your free fucking newspaper on the bus when you get on, giving you all the fucking official narrative bullshit. Just easy to pick up when you walk on the bus. Is sitting in like a little box full of newspapers. Like, so that must be like extremely contaminated. Everybody's touched it with their gloves and their other shit, and it's all over the place. So me getting on the bus without like gloves and a mask, it's actually a risk to me because of all these other people spreading shit everywhere.
Free newspaper sounds like a good deal. All you gotta do is give your freedoms.
And you can still walk into like the co-op shop. There's a Costa coffee machine, and you could make your own coffee. Take the little stirrers, the sugar, the chocolate to put in your cappuccino or whatever. So then you could just make it yourself. But it's deadly, man. You need to.
Are you washing your hands like every 10 minutes?
No.
Why?
Anybody asked me that? Oh, why? Why would I?
All right, I uploaded rage quit to the server emojis.
Which one is it?
Well, just hit emojis and type in rage.
It does not exist.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, emojis, right? I can't see it. Take me a bit of the restart for it to get that.
It should be there. Type in rage quit without space. See if it pops up then.
You don't need to put like those little dots.
Rage quit -1.
Here's another rage quit from another server. I'm not sure where this one came from.
It's
You don't need to put those little, like two little dots at either side of the word. Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you not have to put the little dots at either side of the word for it to come up as an emoji?
Search one, you should just be able to type like RA and then it'll start, like whatever. It'll get rid of things that don't have those letters, right? So like you can just type out part of it and then it should show up.
With the dots.
Yeah, you don't need to add the dots in yourself. No, it just does that on its own. I mean, it depends on how you're trying to do it. Yeah, like if you're just trying to type it out, like in the text bar, yeah, you would have to do like the colon, rage quit, -1, and then colon, and then that should pop it. Well, something like that. That should do it, but it didn't.
Oh my god. Boy, gamer rage.
I actually like this black one, Rage Quit one, better.
So much
because it's that squiggly, not the dash.
Hey, Crit, you might know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. There was a Globebusters. Basically, they were reviewing like a technical breakdown of the Michelson Morley, and it went through all the ways that like it didn't work or didn't make sense. And it was like a blue background. It was a really basic overview. And then what Globebusters did is after they did that 3-hour session or whatever, they cut like a 10 or 15-minute video of that clip.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, all their shit's gone now, so
Riggs, I feel your pain. Just DM Bob.
Yeah,
I can't.
They
I have to be his friend to DM him.
Yeah, they take stuff down a lot. They'll put it up and take it down, and sometimes it gets knocked down, mass reported for like who knows what. The globalists they're on. I don't know what to tell you, man. They are on a lot of people. They're just like they freaked out. Okay, they are on a massive freak out, and I'm not sure if they're even possible to engage with them at this point. They just need to have the rest of the year or for a short time frame, just have a temper tantrum, and then somehow get back to normal. But man, at Gems, it's just getting worse. It's just, no matter what you say, the only response is, you're retarded. You're all these ad homs.
That's why I called them out, man. It's not even worth doing it anymore.
Yeah, then you try to engage with them, and somehow then they want to teach you a lesson for how you responded. It seems like at this point it's all about control. They just want the control. So if someone posts a flat Earth video and they take it down, in their mind, they just prove the Earth is a globe. That's what you're dealing with.
Yeah, no, they're kind of they're like sitting on their high horse right now, feeling like they've got victory and they've been like they're winning because of the censorship that's happening to flat Earth, and well, anything conspiracy related or alternative. But the thing, they still don't get it. Like eventually, all this shit's gonna really affect them too. When we have the Ministry of Truth running, it doesn't skip people. Like they're gonna get censored too. There's gonna be something they want to talk about that's not gonna be allowed.
It's about thought and mind control. This is like some sort of, if they can get you to think. Like Voltaire said it best. If you can get people to believe absurdity, they will commit the atrocity. So if they can get other people to think that somehow they're not the problem, other people's thinking is the problem. Thinking is the problem.
It's anti-humanist. How dare you think?
Yeah, you can't think. You're not
or
allowed
desire.
You should be told. It's almost like, in the military, it makes sense, right? Because you have to rebuild people into like machines and, make them think more about the groups and their individuality. So they've almost got these people deprogrammed in some sort of anti-thinking, anti-human, militarized cult that they're constantly at war with people who are still thinking. So then the next step is what they try to do then is they change the battle. Because before it used to be like, mock you or ridicule or all this other thing instead of actually engaging and trying to understand. Now in their mind, they see shutting the debate down is proving that they're winning. And another quote was like, I can't remember who it is right now, who said, the first thing that's lost in a battle, in a war, or in a conflict is the truth. So they wanted to make it so you don't know what the truth is anymore.
Dun, dun, dun.
Like, just throw the Monopoly board across the room and, like, now you win.
Yeah, they won. Because their idea of winning was to disrupt the game. They haven't, I mean, not that it should never been a game to begin with. It should have been, hey, I think the Earth is flat for this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Okay,
Hey, do you
cool.
think Chemo gets paid, man? Because he just, like, I was listening to him earlier, and he literally just says nothing. Just goes in there and just, as long as his mouth is using words, that's all he's trying to do.
Yeah, who's that, bro?
Just Chemo.
Yeah, well, actually, when they were doing all of this stuff, like constantly changing my colors back and forth, like he really didn't want. I asked him, "Hey, man, can you just restore my colors back?" They're doing this weird shit where they're trying to control my text color because Shroomi's all worked up by the color green, and they've been doing this for like 2 weeks now. He didn't really want to participate. He goes, "No, I'm not going to touch it. CB will take my roles away. They can see in the admin." Who adds colors and who takes away colors or roles and everything. So
why do you give them any franchise, man? Like, just leave the server.
Yeah, just leave server, right?
I mean, I got myself banned, but I was gonna leave anyway. So
yeah, that's another thing too. So you were banned for using the N-word. Every time Shroomy talks to me, he drops the N-word on me. It's basically instead of saying,
it's a double standard.
Yeah, instead of saying crit, he just calls me the N-word. And there's nothing. They don't even tell him to stop. They don't mute him or anything. It's just allow him to go off on some sort of weird N-word spiral. And when he gets tired of it, then he goes on to something else that he's.
But he's a moderator too, right?
I don't know what he is.
How is he even anything? The guy can hardly form a sentence. Like, actually.
Yeah, apparently they made it seem like somehow he's got some issues, like mental, physical. He's addicted to like a heroin user or something like that. So they want him to have a place where he can feel safe and secure. Yeah,
methadone.
Yeah, it's like a some sort of weird meta. Because if you're cruel to him, this sort of weird. Demonetized or isolated person, then it gives them the justification to be rude to you because you're bullying this guy on the internet. It's like I have no idea, how they get to it, but that's their logic.
It's like a justification to be
toxic, right?
Toxic or something.
Yeah. So if you get somebody in here, they pull someone in here. I'm not sure if it's role play, if it's real life. It could probably be real, right? This guy's got some problems, like physically and mentally. And he'll just, say a bunch of weird shit. And if you try to tell him you don't want to engage, they can say, oh, fine, well, you don't want to engage with Shroomy. There's no reason to have to engage with you either. And a lot of times, too, a lot of those mods over there's like a group of them who don't ever talk. They're always on like server muted, like admin muted, like the red microphone. Because it's almost like you trying to decipher like whose sock account is whose. Like you might seem like there's a lot of people over there, but there's only a handful talking. There's only like 4 people talking. There'll be 50 people logged in, but only like 4 people talking. It's a gimmick, They got a good thing going over there for them, but I mean, like I continue to engage, I guess, because maybe it's kind of entertaining, it's kind of fun, but yeah, I suppose I understand why other people don't want to. I mean, it's tedious and tiring, and everything you say is taken out of context. They read words in that you didn't type. You're sitting there talking about the flat Earth. Like I could sit there and just talk about flat Earth, and they hear I'm making fun of them because they think the Earth is a globe. They just add in some random logic, like some random motive that I'm just saying, hey, I'm here to explain Flat Earth to you guys to at least make you to understand Flat Earth better. Or people have different ideas about all kinds of stuff. And what they hear is, word sounds, word salad. They didn't gain any insight into what I'm even on the server for. I must be a Poe, right? If you try to present any sort of... If you're not presenting the Flat Earth Society, you're virtually like you're play acting or something like that, or Poe. They call it Poe's Law. They have all these loaded jargon terms for it. But the thing too is like, there's people on that server who actually want to talk with flat earthers, and all this nonstop trolling is pissing them off. So there's like this civil war going on right now, that they only want to engage. Like, there's people who want to actually kind of engage with flat earthers and talk with people with opposing points of view.
Then they have to come to a different server.
Yeah, and but there's other people who want to shut the conversation down, and they're at odds with each other. Because one side wants a conversation for entertainment purposes or whatever. The other side wants to control the conversation. But the issue is that both sides agree that they don't really like flat Earth people. So they kind of fight to a certain point and then direct their hatred back to flat Earth.
See, okay, there's the problem right there in itself. Like, and we have it on this side also. Like, we have certain people who just, if you're a Glober, you're the enemy. You're a bad person. You're a Satanist. You're something along those lines. And for them also, if you're a flat earther, you are the enemy. You're a bad person. You're what's wrong with society. And it's just ideas, man. It's just like people don't have to agree on everything, and you should be able to have a debate about it without it getting personal like that. There's no reason for it.
Yeah, I know, and this is the thing I can justify that is the Earth is flat and stationary. There's only so much space here. People kind of fight for their space. It's almost like this idea of tribalism is predicted in the flat Earth model. But on the same side, given heliocentric and given an endless universe, there'd be enough space for all ideas, where anything is possible, right? They tell when I was younger and they teach you the heliocentric model, they said it's so large and so vast that if you can imagine it, it's real someplace. Someplace it's real in this whole galaxy. This galaxy or another galaxy. It's virtually endless possibilities.
It's so big that there might be different versions of everything, even versions of yourself.
Yeah, it's so big out there that there could be a 1-for-1 copy of Earth right now. And exactly playing it out, exactly the same things happening. So I'm like saying, well, that's interesting. So if anything is possible, then why are humans still stuck?
It's so big that if you had coffee today, there's another place that you had tea.
No, that's multiverse bullshit that they're talking there. Like,
yeah,
every instance, every possibility ever to exist or that could ever someday exist already exists.
Bro, that's how big the heliocentric model is. Yeah. That is part of it.
Well, not really. I mean, it's derived from the heliocentric model. I wouldn't say the heliocentric model has anything to do with multiverse, though.
Oh, bro, have you looked at the deep field image of the Hubble telescope? That they said that they only took a small segment of the universe and they looked at a certain point and they could see thousands of galaxies. So just looking on that little dot of the universe, they can see thousands of galaxies. That means a lot all around the universe. There's gotta be trillions and trillions and trillions of galaxies like the Milky Way.
Right, and then seeing as how every one of those clouds is supposed to be made up of billions and billions of stars, and each one of those stars could have planets, and any one of those planets could possibly have life. And no, I get, no, that's all true about the heliocentric stuff, but that doesn't. The idea that basically all possibilities already exist in some multiverse, that's a little different. That's
Bro, they speak about this. They speak about this shit. Alternate timelines and alternate universes, and they speak about it.
They watch too much Rick and Morty. That's all.
Good morning, family.
Good morning.
Because
Crypto was in a debate in a Twitch channel, and people in there, they argue, they were talking to some flat earthers, and they said in a way, one of the guys said that, these flat earthers don't believe in a, how do you say, how do you say, he used the word, the term
parallax,
multiple timelines, multi-timelines.
Multiverse.
Yeah, we were just talking multiverse. Yeah,
multiple
timelines. Oh,
yeah.
That is very satanic doctrine, to be honest. Because their astrophysics, they say that neither mathematics, neither physics forbids time travel, but nature forbids it. It's forbidden in nature to time travel. It's impossible, because you cannot go back and become the father of your own father and grow up your own father to procreate you, you know. But they go against that.
But they'll talk to you like, if you don't believe in different timelines, you're the crazy.
Yeah. I know, it's coming from Hollywood. This super villain, Superman that's going back in time machine. It's the worship of Lucifer, this time travel thing. Because Lucifer's father is Satan. And Satan was created by God, but he was not given life and body. So a non-living being cannot bring into existence a living, immortal being. So Satan must first be given life and body before he can bring into existence this entity. So Lucifer is trapped into the space-time travel paradox. He's literally in a place of non-existence. That's where he is. He's bound there by time. This is the gate of hell. And once they unlock this, then they can bring him back. And they will worship him because he is a living being. He has this biological feature, you know. He was created just like us by the same creator. He's got that fingerprint, and people will see him resembling with them. He looks very much like us. And they will see he cannot die.
So there's a kind of a little bit of an argument that, see, like most people tend to believe in free will, kind of get upset if you say that it's only an illusion of free will. But that whole idea of like the multiple timelines, like the multiverse thing, like if you assume free will, then that means okay. So like I'm picturing like when Doc from Back to the Future is drawing it out on the chalkboard and he shows you the timelines, right? Like we went back to here. Panther, you all right, bud?
Lunatic.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. And I'm gonna mute you while you hopefully come out of that. Anyhow, so like with the free will, like imagine you're walking down one line, right, and all of a sudden you're forced to make a choice, right? You have three options you can take. You can take door 1, door 2, or door 3. And you pick one of those doors. Well, door 2 and door 3 also happened as a possibility in the multiverse. And now they are running along side by side, right? In this multiverse theory. This is part of why I think, if God knows how it's going to end, he knows the beginning, he knows the end. I don't think we really have those choices 2 and 3. I think every time we're presented with choice 1, 2, or 3, that it's already known which way we're going to go. It's just the illusion that you have choice, 2 and 3. So like, and then in that case, it would actually be just a linear timeline, just a single linear timeline from start to finish, instead of this, infinite possibilities.
This is actually a problem coming from the quantum computing, the optimization of the answers. This optimization means picking the best solutions, answers, in businesses, in financial decisions. They can use this quantum computing. And but the problem is that this quantum computing will give them all the answers, which are financially and economically possible. But it's hard to pick the best ones, because you have all the possible choices which can happen, with a result. So they say that all these choices, they exist as multiple timelines, but they are not.
Predictive programming, right?
Yeah, only our reality exists and is real. All the others, they are imaginary, and they materialize if you make those decisions. But this means you need to use the answers of Google, of this quantum computer, like let's say you are in USA. What do you know about the kitchen from China or Japan or my country, Romania, so you search Google for a Romanian or Chinese recipe, and Google will give you all the ingredients you need, and he will tell you which supermarkets to go and buy from your area, so you can cook that Chinese recipe. But without it, you wouldn't know it unless you search a Chinese man to tell you. And we perceive it as being something very like nothing, like it's very normal to search the internet and find the answers. But the implications of it is very deep.
Gamer girl was asking for her friend to be unmuted whatever happened to that friend. I don't see them up in check-in or down here anymore.
Yeah, it was interesting what you were saying earlier, Lunatic, about these flat earthers who are bashing the globers. It happened to me yesterday. I was talking with a guy. He was new to the flat earth subject. He didn't know much. And I think Roger took him through the 3 points. And then I was answering some of his questions and I was sharing some information, trying to tell him how to view and the problems of the globe. And this guy just came in. I don't think he was Elijah, but I think it was fraud, or I didn't look who it was. But this guy was very frustrated, like, against this guy, you know. Hey, you are a glober, you are this and that, get out of here. And
Yeah, we have a few people who do that.
yeah, and I'm sorry to say, but I don't think these are honest flat earth. I mean,
well, I think a lot of them are. It's just, yeah, they don't. I guess they kind of get emotionally tied up into it instead of. I don't think they really realize what they're doing when they act like that with somebody who's new. You know, like, are you trying to help the person? Are you trying to spread, you know, the good word about the flat earth?
Yeah.
Like, or are you just trying to, you know, have a, you know, a little safe little corner in the internet where, you know, you only talk to people who agree with you? And
you know, the men really ask normal questions when you come new to the flat earth subject and start hearing what we say. They ask these default questions. And he said, what about Antarctica? If it's flat and there should be this, there should be that. And I was trying to tell him, you know, look, all we know is we have this Antarctic treaty. We cannot go there as a civilian. So it's out of our reach. And to say that over there is this and that, it's just speculation, you know.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
we're
100%.
talking about the fairy tales, and he seemed to understood this, you know. But then he was being attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait a minute. Nikto.
Yeah, what's
Yo,
up, bro? Yeah, what's up?
what's your problem?
What do you mean?
Somebody's
what's my problem?
talking.
Fuck do you mean? What's
Yeah,
my problem? I don't have a problem, bro.
So somebody's talking and you're making weird noises.
Just get him out of here, man. This gamer girl bullshit and her friend, just fuck off.
Yeah, sounds like a total cunt, to be honest.
He was coming very low also.
I mean, she already posted a video. Might as well just can her anyway.
Oh yeah, what'd she post? Because I was about to yell at the guy.
It was some like Earth Chan bullshit. She's been trolling here for weeks. Garbage.
Gamer girl? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ban her too, fuck.
We need to stop simping over this shit, man. Just get rid of him.
Yeah, she just scooted anyway.
Yeah, done.
Roger got her.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like. Is the simping over bitches on the internet, guys. Don't do it.
Sorry, Jeppy Jet. I mean, you were immediately in your
no problem. It's fine. I'm glad to hear you guys, the family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick up the speed.
I was also about to say about you, Vlad. when I was talking about that guy attacking this glober, to give you as an example that sometimes you shout at people and you argue with them, but you do it with a reason, and we all know what's going on. It's
Oh
not
yeah,
like out of the
exactly.
blue. Yeah,
I don't do it for no reason. I always do it for a reason.
yeah. But yesterday, this guy, I don't know who it was, but he did it like out of the blue. He just came in and he was attacking this guy. And I was having a pretty civil conversation with him. He was that kind of man. You can talk civilized.
Maybe they have history, no?
Who knows, yeah.
Because sometimes I come in pretty hot on people that you guys are having conversations with, and I don't know, but I had previous conversations with these people.
Yeah, that's what I also noticed, that you don't attack someone who you don't know.
Oh, never, man. No, I don't.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like I attacked them. It's they open themselves up. When they're talking, as soon as they open themselves up, it's like, okay, well now I have no choice because you guys they're pushing it to ridiculous levels where you have to stop them.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I go crazy. I don't even go crazy. I just, how do you say?
I mentioned that it does happen over here, but what we were really talking about was that's what they've been doing pretty much exclusively over at Gems. In the opposite, they've been doing it. If you're a flat earther, immediately they hate you. They just all agree that they hate you because you're a flat earther. It's more. It's less about the argument. They don't really want to have the argument or the conversation or debate or any of that, right? It's about you're a lowly flat earther and you shouldn't exist. The fact that you do is my problem to deal with. And that's why some of them go to the extreme distances that they go to try to dox people, calling their jobs, fucking calling CPS on people, trying to get somebody's kid taken away because they argued with a guy on the internet who thinks that the earth is flat instead of, wow, you got an issue.
Yeah, I know that they really are at war with what people should and should not be allowed to think. That's really their
communism. Those are all fucking leftist commie fucks.
Yeah,
it really does boil down to leftism. Yeah, it really does. They are radical leftists, and they really want this idea that, Voltaire nailed it. If you can make them believe absurdity, they will commit the atrocity.
So, guys, our friend Nixofleo has apologized for his bad behavior and would like to come back into the live stream. And I've said to him, double or quits. If he's still a prick, I'm going to server ban him. What do you guys think?
Yeah, let me have that.
I'll go for it.
I'll keep turning. I'll keep turning their cheek. I'll deprogram this guy the best I possibly can.
Everybody,
sounds like a good idea.
Trigger for the hard ban law.
Make him hold his ankles. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'll just talk to him. I'll try to break it down very easy for him. I can even go through the Miggy 3 points. Yeah, let's try with this guy. What's the worst that can happen? He melts down again and gets banned. The best that can happen is at least he walks away thinking, flat earthers aren't what the internet told me they are.
What's up, Nixofleo? So, do you wanna come in slightly less? Yeah.
Okay. So, ever since I was probably 8, I've been wanting to know this because I would watch YouTube videos about flat Earth and it was pretty intriguing, and I was interested, but I don't know, there was never enough. I couldn't really understand it. I understand the whole fact that the Earth is flat, but I couldn't understand the fact that it's flat. You get what I mean?
Are you 13?
No, 19. Why? I turned 20.
Because you said when you were 8.
Riggs, come on, dude.
Wait, what?
No, they didn't have flat Earth videos back then. That's what I was saying.
What do you mean? No. What do you mean?
Yeah,
You
what he's
said
saying
it
is the flat Earth YouTube videos didn't really start coming out until maybe like at the
15.
very earliest 2012.
Oh no, dude, it wasn't like major videos. It was like low key ass videos. Like it was very low key. I don't know if I can even find it, man. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, you probably forgot.
Yeah, like how would I remember? You know, like
So maybe you were 12 or so.
maybe. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of threw a number out there. You know, like I just
Yeah.
like kind of just get the point out.
Just throw them out like that. But listen, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
No. I never said the Earth is a ball. I said I think it's flat, but I don't know if it's flat.
Oh,
Like,
yeah?
I know it's flat, but like I don't know.
Why,
If it's,
why do you know it's flat?
well, I mean, because the video told me.
What video?
I don't know, man. It's like it's been a couple years.
Because the video told you this.
Some video out of nowhere told you you're gonna believe it's flat,
Well,
right?
how the fuck else am I supposed to know?
Well, go outside and measure the fucking curvature.
How, bro? I'm a fucking high school dropout.
Oh, you're a high school dropout. Okay, well, it makes sense.
I
Especially
fit your
with
demographic. I fit your demographic.
No, you don't. Trust me, you don't.
Don't.
No,
Yeah.
you don't.
Trust
Yeah,
me,
you
the
don't.
amount of
So, like, why are we getting
engineers
Why are we
on this
getting
server is beyond. You don't even understand who the fuck you're talking to, kid.
You're right. But,
No,
but
no
why
one
are we
here
getting-
believes that you're a flat earther, so just drop the act. and
I
start
know, but can you
asking
teach me? Teach me the way, man.
Tell us your troll questions so that we can answer them. We don't believe that you're a flat earther. Come on.
Well,
Can
I'm
I go
not
through?
yet.
Well, we could go through the 3 points with them.
Yes, please.
Okay. So right now, it would be how much do you believe that this understanding of the globe is a belief, or is it something you know?
Well, I don't really know yet because I've never like seen like like I've seen like the pictures of the Earth, but like I've never really like seen it. You know what I mean? Like I never went to like space and saw the Earth. Like it's just pictures. You know what I mean? So like there's like a
Yeah.
solid like 405 to like 8% that like
Okay. So you're very low. So you believe the globe, but a very low percentage that it's a globe, right?
yeah, like there's still like a little bit of doubt that flat Earth might like be fake, but like I'm pretty sure it's real. I don't know.
No, we're talking about the globe right now, not flat Earth.
Oh, like how much do I believe it's a globe?
Yeah, because if you've seen photographs from space,
Oh yeah, that's all I know.
okay. So does that present to you a globe or a flat Earth?
The photographs from space.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked a little bit like fake, like photoshopped, but like
Okay.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
they're
Like,
fine.
oh, okay.
So in the globe model, the heliocentric model, it makes 3 positive claims. It makes a claim of curvature, a claim of rotation, and a claim that space is a vacuum, is a medium that you can travel to. So my first question to you, and no wrong answers, okay? Just tell me what you're thinking, so we can basically get you a role on here to participate more with the server. At any time in history, from ancient times until now, is there a method to directly measure the curvature of the Earth? If so, what was this method, and it was performed by who?
Well, from what I know, no, but there might have been. You know what I mean? But like from my experience, man, like I don't think there is.
Okay, you can't think of one time that the curvature of Earth has ever been directly measured, right?
I mean, yeah, not really.
Okay, so next question. At any time in history, from ancient times until now, has anyone directly measured or detected the axial rotation of Earth? If so, what was it and who performed it?
Didn't Neil Armstrong do it?
Okay, how did he do it?
I mean, I don't know. I swear I read that in like my history book. I don't know.
Okay, so on the confidence wise, how sure are you that he did this, even though you can't reproduce it?
Probably like a 4%.
Okay, so it's pretty much a belief, right? You just believe that he did it?
No. I mean, like I kind of just assumed because of the book, but like I don't really believe it. It's just like 4%.
Okay, so is space, or the vacuum of space, a medium that can be traveled to, or a place that actually exists? If so, can you establish or verify this firsthand? That this medium, one more thing, that this medium is adjacent to the air that we breathe, gas pressures out of the container, with no presupposition or invoking of a container of any kind. This is very important because the heliocentric model claims that Earth is an open system.
Well, based off like my great uncle, like I would say maybe, but I can't really like I can't prove it.
So your great uncle traveled to space?
Well, I mean, I'm just going off what he said. I mean, I don't really know.
Okay.
But I can't prove it.
All right, so there you go. So now you see that your understanding of the heliocentric model is based off something you read in a history book in school. You have no idea how the curvature of Earth was measured, and you just have a story that an ancient relative went to space, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that relative like also like passed down like the femboy genes, you know, like they gave me like thigh highs and like yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so you think they also passed down knowledge of the multiverse and the universe with you?
I mean, it's possible because like if you really think about it, like the interconnected like brain like theory, so it's possible, but
I feel like you're just saying random words now.
Yeah, if he tried this like on Gem Panda server, they call it making word noises, and you basically get muted for it.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So I mean, you're allowed to do
it. Look it up.
Yeah.
Interconnected brain theory, man.
Okay, yeah, I've heard about it before.
What Crit just said.
Yeah, I've heard that story before about the people. It basically about this idea that if it's a trauma, that trauma is then carried through. There's a moderator here called Battlemod who talks about that. He talks about there's even passages in the Bible that suggest such a thing is true. That you know,
I've actually heard like, you know, there's those common nightmares that people have, like either falling or being chased or like snakes or bugs or whatever, and like I've heard them say that they think that might be like basically residual from the traumatic experiences that our ancestors had, like even back to, you know, with evolution when they just say we were chimps and shit swinging from the trees, like
exactly. You see?
Yeah, generational trauma. So
Yeah.
this is actually like a huge thing with the Holocaust too. So like you'd have like a family member and they would have been like so poor they would have had to like reuse coffee grounds. And then like you have like their children and they just can't stand like drinking coffee without it being like more watered down, if that makes sense.
Drinking
Yeah.
coffee is a luxury, so we can talk about
Hence why they only had a
bullshit.
little bit of it back
Oh,
in
yeah.
the Jewish
I
families.
don't know what any of this has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Earth's a globe.
Yay.
Who just said it's a globe? You fucking dumb fuck. Who are you? Speak up. Where are you? It's not a fucking globe, you retard.
Yeah. Hey, that's not appropriate.
It's a cool one.
Okay. So sometimes people drop swear words, but it's not. You can't just swear directly at somebody. That is inappropriate. Like also if I say like
introducing yourself.
yeah, you have like if you went over the server rules and whoever VC verified you should have told you that swearing is not really appropriate to begin with, but it is overlooked if it's just like a random swear word. It's like if I say like, oh, I was going to the gym and like, oh fuck, I got a flat tire and I was late or something like that. I didn't say, you know, like I was going to the gym because I was talking to some. I got to the gym late because I was talking to some effing, you know, retard on the internet. You know, that see two different ways.
It's okay to drop just completely random swear words like you have Tourette's though either.
Yeah, that too. I mean, there is the goal here is to reduce swearing as much as possible, but people do have potty mouths, and that's okay as long as they can not have a sailor's mouth or whatever.
Either way, the point is here though is we already know that Nyctophilo is still basically trolling. He comes in and starts cursing out someone for thinking the Earth is a globe here. It's a troll in regards to the conversation we were having minutes ago.
Yeah.
She's a massive troll. Just
It's
like
the thing too is they came in here with a script, right? So they came here with a script, they want to talk to flat earthers, but they want to not really listen. They want to do like they kind of want to control the conversation, and their goal is to get banned, to get muted. So I guess like how do you like if they want that goal, they're going to get it, right? Because they come here, if they come here to have that happen, it's not hard to do. I mean, if I wanted to get banned, I could probably get banned right now, right? You know, I could just start randomly saying a bunch of shit, right? You know, I mean, I could violate the server rules to such a point you'd be like, hey, Crit is clearly, even though I've known him for like a year and a half
I don't
now,
believe you, Crit. I don't believe you.
like a challenge accepted, right? Like I could open up my webcam and start like, you know, I don't know. I'm saying like just go crazy, right? Go completely crazy.
But
So,
Crit, sometimes if you say level is curved, that's swear.
Yeah, that's it, right? Levels curved, right?
But that is a big swear, man. Because if you tell me that, man, it's better that you tell me fuck you. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like if there was a swear jar here, you know, not just like the F word and, you know, like cunt and, you know, the N word and like retard, but levels curved would also be in the swear jar.
Yeah.
Well, if you say that to a mathematician, he will say that is blasphemy in mathematics. To say that, you know.
Yeah, it's really, at the end of the day, it's kind of like you do get this idea that globalism is all about the changing of words.
Yeah.
Say that to Pilot.
Yeah, tell him he's flying a straight line, but that straight line is curved.
Yeah.
And then the other thing too, it's like a lot of times the globals will show you a flat Earth map and explain to me east to west on this map. And you're like, yeah, certainly that you follow like the latitude around. Like you can't because I'm flying straight. I'm like, dude, even if your straight line is curved. So what's your problem here?
Problem is they always try to tell the story. And when they start telling the story, they start with defining some words, defining the meaning of some words, you know, and it's not actually the real definition of those words. They are redefining in that story. And then if you keep that path, then yes, that story will have a sense and meaning because you redefined the words used, which their real meaning does not account with reality. Like gravity.
But
they like
when
to
you
say
ask,
gravity is weak force, but they hate to say it's non-existent. You know.
Yeah, but for example, three questions. You ask first question, and I answer. You know, and I said this guy measured. It was that year. It was repeated year that. It was repeated 1 million times with this guy. Then rotation. That was this guy. It was that year. It was repeated. Then the third one, and you do that in, let's say, in 10 minutes. You answer that.
Yeah.
And everybody go home.
Question, Merlin, is this a name change or whatever? Like, I don't think. I mean, Merlin might be cool, but I'm not sure who Merlin is, and having the DJ role, I'm not sure if that's appropriate.
Yeah, Merlin is like he's on Jim Panda's server all the time. This guy.
I don't know why it's got DJ, but he's a good guy.
Yeah,
I've known him for several years.
He's been here for a while.
I've known him for a while as well.
Yeah, he makes those.
Is he valued and trusted enough to have the ability to play music, use the music bot on the live?
Hey, well, if I can't play music, I don't think he should. But you know, I don't make the rules, so.
Well, I didn't give him DJ, but I did give him valued. So.
Yeah, I don't know who I gotta find out who's loosely giving out the DJ role. It's not it actually comes with real permissions. It's not just a vanity tag.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, that's the same. Even you guys locked it down even more because all Gold Plus could still issue bot commands to the music bot. and then he said, nope, actually only the DJs can now.
Yeah, I made it so that moderators can hand out the DJ role to themselves or to others that are trusted, and then once they have the DJ role, they can use it. But yeah, we don't want. It's too easy to accidentally play copyrighted material or something inappropriate with it.
That should be given only with proper inspection.
With great power comes great.
Yeah.
Great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah, Merlin's pretty solid. He doesn't really like me too much though, but you know.
Even Bambi complained last night that someone was playing some sound effects.
Oh, they weren't using the bot for that though. They did their own.
I see.
Little soundboard.
Yeah, Justin has a pretty funny soundboard.
That's just one way to put the curved lines to bed. Just pull out a ruler. Sometimes the simple approach is the best.
What was that, sorry?
Sometimes the simple approach is the best. If somebody's telling you a straight line is curved, just pull out a ruler.
What if the ruler
that what he
is
said?
too short and maybe it has to be longer for it to start curving?
Like, okay, I'm definitely gonna find out who's giving this out. We also got Wolfer, who is a silver valued gladiator that has the DJ role. He's definitely not supposed to have it.
I think Whammer or Crypto gave it to me.
Whammer can't.
Okay. Maybe Crypto?
He already said he didn't.
I imagine it was somebody that was on a phone. So check any of the mods that use phones.
Yeah, it could have been a misclick. Maybe it wasn't anything intentional.
Well, there's no the role giving and taking away thing is broken on phones, so I imagine that's how it happened.
Oh, okay, so like they were trying to give one role, but instead it applied DJ instead.
No.
Like is DJ something next to something else that's commonly applied?
Well, there's never been really an issue with me, like ever, really anywhere.
Well, I'm not saying that there is. It's just a matter of like a hierarchy, like permissions that like you're allowed to have given your other roles and stuff like that.
Sure.
So I had sorry to interject, but I had a call. Those two guys were booted?
No, they're in Cogdis. I sent them a message to join Cogdis VC, but they haven't joined yet. I feel like I can work on them because their script is pretty weak. It almost, like they've really come in here.
I don't think they give you the time of the day. So, I mean, he was literally just filling you full of shit, and you were treating him like a formal opponent or something.
Lou, wasn't the DJ role just an empty role before you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, it always gave certain permissions, but we didn't use it in the live stream. Now that it's used in the live stream, we got to be extra careful about it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
See, I have special kind of relationship with Gem Panda and Tim Osman because they trolled me a lot when I first came out. Same with Mark Taylor. That's all it is. We go way back. I know what they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They've never changed. They're consistent in being globe trolls.
Yeah, because really, that's what they are at the end of the day. They really don't have any clue of the Earth or the globe or the heliocentric model. They just want to believe something, and if they find it an affront to their sensibilities if people are allowed to believe other things.
I mean, they have a dedicated room, and they've managed to bring a few people back to the globe, like Sean G, Skyfly Bry, Jose. So they're quite successful gaslighting techniques.
You have Jake on the plane.
Kosho.
Yeah, some of these people, they said that they were flat earthers and they got programmed back into the cult.
Yeah.
It's about tearing people down to make them think they can't even trust their own senses, to trust the cult.
Exactly.
Everything lies to you. Their whole goal is to tell people everything lies to you. The whole world is nothing but a lie. And even your senses lie to you. But them, right, Mark Taylor and stuff, they're the only ones telling you the truth. They can bring you out of the darkness. Just follow them. Because we'll show you all these other people who are also lost in the sauce. Like Crit, right? Crit's walking around the world blind. So do you want to be like him, or do you want to be like us? And that's why they never. It's hard to get them to even use like first person pronouns. It's always a we, an us. It's like
appeal to authority.
If you're talking 1v1, you're talking them. It's a 1v1 debate, and they still can't identify as an I. It's breathtaking, right? It's like that's how plugged in they are, and how much what I'm saying. To deprogram someone from a cult, it's a very difficult thing. I mean, even people who are professionally trained at deprogramming don't have a 100% success rate.
I'm typing you something.
Oh yeah, I know. This is what I was telling the other day when Sheeple's Phoenix was just having a nuclear meltdown on me. He kept asking me all those yes and no questions. And he said, do you have an older brother? And I'm like, I started to answer, but he wanted a yes or no. Because yes, I have an older brother, but they're much older than me. Okay, they were already out of the house by the time I was like, 10. So, but I did have an Uncle Jerry. Okay, I was going to try to tell this to him, right? And my Uncle Jerry was always making fun of me, right? Like I had big buck teeth as a kid, and he'd call me Beaver and all kinds of weird stuff, right? Just having fun. But at the time, I thought him as being cruel and mean to me. So I asked my dad, I'm like, why is Jerry so mean to me? Like he said, I'm sorry. I asked him, why doesn't Jerry like me? He said, if Jerry didn't like you, he wouldn't even talk to you.
Exactly.
So yeah, I get you, dude. I see you. I'm just having fun too. It's really good because like the whole idea when the globalists make fun of the Lisp, it kind of shows you like, wow, you actually share this idea with Merlin, right? You guys have some sort of understanding, right?
Camaraderie.
Yeah, it's like so why can't if you can't get along with me because of the Lisp, you should certainly be able to get along with Merlin because he doesn't like the Lisp either.
Yeah.
But this thing too, I've got no ill will to any of those people over there. What they're telling you like that you go, oh man, it's like you feel like I go to Gem Panda server and you want to go take a shower after you're there, like you just feel dirty.
Yeah.
So I have a question. And this Jose dude, right? He was a flat earther, and I heard him talk about how NASA is faking stuff, and now he's believing that again, or
yeah.
Oh,
wow.
He's back on, because that's the one thing they used to separate Jose from other people is he thought the lunar mission was fake.
Yeah, they kind of congregate. They kind of congregate there in Gems. It's like a hub, and then they can branch out to their own streams, but it's like a little network.
Yeah, like a spoke of the wheel. That's like the central zone.
Right.
Well, I heard one time Widget was in his channel at Jose's, and he was talking, and that guy was cheering for Witsit, like NASA is fake and this and that, and now he's again like NASA's real, and how's that possible?
That Space Pope guy is really not believable, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's funny. Because I have Nitro, right? I can give. I made my own emojis. So, like, here's one I did because remember they're getting all worked up by colors.
Yeah. I
spammed this one. So then later on, they started clicking it too. I'm saying I didn't spam it. I every time they tried to talk about color, I would put this react. So they also reacted to it, and then took a screenshot because the reaction's called Crit, the King of Colors.
It's great. They don't quite know how to deal with you because you bring humor. You don't get emotional. You're very even.
Yeah.
So one tactic is to draw you in and then trigger you. That's one of their tactics.
And if you don't take the bait, right, then they say they ran me off the server. If I do take the bait, I triggered. And instead of me just like, it's their room, right? So it's like, yeah, this is like what you got going on, not me.
Yeah, I mean, I just, for me, it's sort of to keep my tools and my sword sharp. It's like an exercise for me, and
Yeah.
I like hearing what their arguments are and what they've got to say. Because you got to remember, like, most of the world thinks like them.
Well, not really. You know?
Not really, man.
No, not even close.
And their arguments aren't good, so I stopped learning there a long time ago.
Yeah,
Made it really easy.
Most people have no clue. They know it's a globe, or they think it's a globe, but they can't really articulate it. And if you ask them some simple questions like, where's the ISS? It's like someplace, on the way to the Andromeda Galaxy. You're like, how many people are in space right now? It'd be like, there's like 4 colony ships going to Mars. The people have no clue, right? And you have to also too, like, if you were to ask if there's still even like some debate about flat Earth or there's flat Earth people, they say, "Oh no, that's just an internet meme," right? Most people don't care about anything other than their own life. It's like even you can see this in politics. Like, look at the percentage of people who just vote. It's like people don't care about anything other than themselves and what their own thing is going through. So if you were to go to just random people on the street and be like, hey, if someone's wrong on the internet, do you feel like you should take, how much of your day should you take out to try to correct that person? They'd be like, I don't give a shit if all the people are wrong on the internet,
Yeah.
But these globalists, they have an idea that just because someone's wrong, they need to be corrected. Did you hear that when I was talking to Snack, right? He kept asking me that loaded question about PNS waves and shadows. And no matter what answer I gave him, it wasn't an answer. Because, I actually clipped it too, because his whole shtick was, he was asking me a question, but the only possible answer could be the Earth is a globe. And because I wasn't giving him that answer, I was being annoying and I was a piece of shit. And I'm like, well, look how annoying you are. You give me a loaded question. I answer it my way. You don't even act like I gave you an answer, and then just go back that because I didn't give you the answer you wanted. It's a me problem, not a you problem.
Shit.
Joby's pretty funny in there where he just says like, hey, why do you hate flat Earth? Really, at the end of the day, I'm more sure that the Earth is flat than anything I've ever said before in my life. And because of the way they act. Because their behavior to me is directly counter to their own model. It doesn't make sense. And their level of tribalism, hive mind cult behavior, it's broken inside their own model. And they're the ones who really think it's a globe. They're the ones who'd be like, they would try to like level up the conversation to some sort of like cerebral exchange of ideas for all humanity, for all of mankind. To even invoke a hive mind type. See, I say like really what they're going for is they see the next step of human evolution as like the Borg, not as like Vulcans. Or even more so, or maybe like Klingons. You know, they don't have an understanding that there can be a sort of a live and let live philosophy to life.
Mm-hmm.
They need control, and they need control at a massive level. That's why they never leave that echo chamber. Very few of them do. And if you even call it an echo chamber, they fight against that.
Many deny possibility of creator or intelligent design as well.
Oh yeah, because of atheism. That's the other thing that kills me too. So they have one of the most fringe idea that 99.9% of all people are wrong about some version of a creator. And they're right. It's all by random chance. It's all just chances. And at the same time, they say that the people presenting the globe to them are telling the truth, when the people presenting the globe to them also tell them there's a creator. And then they feel like they have to attack people with other fringe ideas. If like everything they do is completely self-destructive. It's like God telling you to laugh at them, to show you God's real. Because God, like natural selection, could not create people that stupid. Like so stupid that they would generally work against their own self-interest to push an agenda. Like when their own agenda defeats their own goals. Or should be their goal.
It probably sounds weird. I kind of feel sorry for him, to be honest.
I mean, in a way, I mean, I wouldn't say I feel sorry for them, but I kind of feel like if they're going to do what they're going to do, I just want to hopefully defuse enough of the rhetoric that no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
You know, because they talk about finding flat earthers and beating them with baseball bats. You know, like I offered that thing that Lamont was talking about, it's like some sort of MMA style competition, and they wanted to say that they'd show up with machetes and chop up the pedophiles. You know, like someone's going to get hurt here, because you basically when I started seeing that people were going to get hurt was the Dallas Convention in 2018. There was like a dozen bomb threats called in to disrupt the Flat Earth Convention. There was like a post on Reddit about some guy with a rifle talking about he's going to pull a victory royale.
Yeah.
That's really what I guess kind of my goal in this conversation is, to at least insert enough humanity on the Flat Earth side that they'll have to think about what they do when they're finally going to invoke the violence.
Yeah, no, I don't ever see. I mean, M. Stone turned up and George. I don't think they're anything to worry about. There's no threat. There's no threat.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're on Discord in a little room.
Yeah, not now. I mean, not right now. But if they can program someone completely psychotic, like say somebody who's already got some mental health issues,
mm-hmm.
You know, someone like Snack, like someone like that. You know, if you have watched the movie Higher Learning.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
yeah.
So what I'm seeing here is you've got someone like Snack or like a branch, and they get this person thinking they're part of a community that they're not really part of. They're just being a useful idiot, and they just keep pushing them to think that they can get something from this community that the community isn't even offering. And if they do this stuff, they'll do it for science, or they'll do it for, you know, the advancement. To make them seem, because even people who have a very low self-esteem about themselves, it's even easier to get them to do weird stuff if they think that this other group, it's psychological manipulation.
Yeah, I think some people in there underestimate Branch. He's been there like since the beginning. He knows those fools, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's sort of why, like.
Oh, here, no, Lori. Okay, here's a better one. That maybe Branch. It was an unfair assessment of Branch here, but that one guy that L'Oreal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be another one. Yeah, because man, this guy.
Evidence.
Yeah, this guy had gone completely crazy in my DMs. I mean, he's blocking and unblocking me. He went over to Brandon's server yesterday, had a complete meltdown. He was on Ladies' Night last night. He started manufacturing a bunch of evidence that I had said that I'm a Satanist. He actually sent it to Indio to try to say, like, hey, you've got the flat earther who's a Satanist, and you remove him from the server.
Wow.
Yeah, and Indio's like, hey, you're an idiot, right? I know Crit for like a very long time now, right? He's, you know, and it's like his screenshot was so bad. His screenshot was so bad that it was like, Indio just laughed at it. He posted it in the text chat so everyone else could get a laugh too. This is basically what he says here, that he tries to take my flat earthers' behavior and reflect it back to them and show them some leveled up, obscure version of it. And I said, you just need to calm down and relax, right? If you can't control your own behavior and I'm controlling your behavior, it's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so here's what I said. I said, you have some sort of hidden agenda and have a high lack of control over your own emotional state. You also take meaning out of context to suit your own ideas that you need to be in control. Then you push the block button. Because what he'll do is he'll send me a message and then block me right away, so I can't respond. So he says, no, he disagrees. And he says, I just reflect you. Because remember I say I'm just following the room, right? So now he wants to take that out of context when I'm talking about, following the trolls and the admin, that now he'll just take it out of context and apply my interactions with him to be the same as my interactions with moderators and admin on Gem Pandas. He said, I followed your behavior. So if I lack emotional control, it's because of what I need. I need him to lack emotional control. And I've repeatedly tell them, like, okay, calm down. And he comes back with, like, he's calm. Stop telling him to calm down. And it's like, he's trying to get me to ponder that I'm in control of him. Okay, so he says, if I look into the mirror, I'm showing a lack of emotional control in me. So he just wants to be me. And then he says, since this mirror also reflects emotional control, a lack of emotional control on my part, he will continue to postpone the 1v1 until I can reflect on that. And then blocks me.
You almost need to, like, put a mirror up and just stand behind the mirror.
I told him that this is what he should do. He should show these DMs to somebody who cares about him in real life. Like a sister or a friend. Be like, hey, this is, like, maybe even do like an experiment, like blot out both the names and ask which person is thinking logically and reasonably and which person is completely batshit crazy. And if they give you if they confirm your bias, then maybe that should be your wake-up call. Because obviously, if you're not going to take my word for it, anything I say, you'll twist or turn.
Yeah, it's 100%. 100%. I think that's why Gems is good, because it teaches people about things like tactics, manipulation, sophistry, all the fun stuff that we get to deal with, And it's always the same people, like, that venture out into Brandon's or Jose. It's always the same people, pretty much. So you got to wonder what's really going on here. Hence gatekeeping. Shill gets brought to the table. But, I don't want to start any rumors. Just keep your sense of humor, Crit, and don't take them or it all too seriously. In there, anyway. That's my sage advice. Actually, when they're not talking about what we're talking about, they're actually quite cool. Just as people,
This is funny too. There's so much of my fans that they're actually, as we're talking right now, they're talking about what we're talking about over there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't escape these people. They follow me wherever I go. I went to Brandon's last night, and they followed me over there. I'm back in 20. I'm here on 24/7, and they're talking about me over there.
Mm. Yeah. There's quite a few people listening out there. You wonder who those 39 people are? Hi 39 people, hi 40 people watching.
A lot of times they're moderators in here. Do it to catch trolls and stuff like that, or they're just listening in that way while at work or something like that.
Awesome.
A lot of times it's that. Then there's
Oh.
your gem globers who gotta make sure that they're monitoring everything.
Yeah. Space.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ildiko.
Good morning. I heard someone mention that there was something on Globebusters debunking the Michelson-Morley experiments, and I was wondering if anyone knew or could synapse it for me so I get an understanding what their objection was. Does anyone know?
No, I someone mentioned why the video was taken down, but no.
I'm trying to find that video right now. I'm getting closer, but I found other ones. It didn't debunk what the experiment did. It changes how you infer the results. So like because of that experiment, they came up with the transform equation or the Lorentz contraction.
Yes.
Right. But there's no necessity to apply that. It's just something that they applied to keep it a globe. Right.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with the Michelson-Morley experiment. That came
after. That was after the fact. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that wasn't what the point was it? On Globebusters?
No, that wasn't. The point was just that they proposed this thing as evidence of rotation because of all the information we've extracted from it. But no, like the original, if you just look at what they did and what they got out of it, it showed nothing. It showed nothing but that light. Well, either light has no speed or also we're not moving. So they had to come up with this contraction to pretend like they're making up for some difference in motion.
Yeah, well, wasn't the hypothesis that if the Earth was moving, it would move through an ether medium, right? And they would have to detect this, and they put up a number like we have to detect X amount, right? But they did detect it they did detect something, but not enough to claim that it is because of Earth moving. So they said, well, no, ether isn't a thing because we aren't detecting it. Because if we would be detecting it, it would be way more, right?
Yeah, because they the premise was that the Earth was rotating.
Yes.
Yeah, so that was the assumption going into it, and that's why they made all these other claims.
So the thing they detected, they erased with the Lorentz contraption, saying that
They erased the ether with it. Yeah.
Yes, saying that the device contracts, right? It
Yeah.
it makes it smaller, right?
Shrinks it from the.
Yes. By
What an
equations.
absurd- Yeah, I mean, can you just imagine such an absurdity being accepted?
Have you guys seen the movie My Cousin Vinny?
No.
Oh, well, you need to. You need to. But there's it's like a court case, but there's a scene in the movie where he cross-examines one of these these witnesses, and then he basically gets him to admit, well, he accuses him that grits cooks faster. The laws of physics are different in this guy's kitchen because he can cook grits in 5 minutes when most people takes 20. And it's just, if you had seen the movie, it would have made more sense, but whatever.
I don't have Netflix or a TV.
Yeah, it sounds like My Cousin Vinny, right?
Yeah, that's yeah.
I love that movie because the guys get the kid who played Karate Kid is the defendant in that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Him and another guy. Yeah.
Yeah, because it turned out to be that there's 2 cars and 2 cans of Spam. The eyewitnesses were all kind of messed up.
Right.
Yeah, that's it's one of those comedies that actually they're talking about a serious issue. Like the idea of comedy and tragedy, the way to really do these storytelling tropes.
Yeah, in law school, they actually it's recommended viewing because I guess it's like a real court case too. Like it checks out. Well, at least that's what my lawyer friend said yesterday. So.
Yeah, my lawyer friend Mickey, my uncle lawyer friend called Mickey, told me all about Uncle Vinny.
Hey, some great news though. If you guys are using Library with Odyssey, you can just right-click the video and click Save As. It's way simple.
I mean, I'm not sure which of these other sites is going to end up being the big one that like everybody's on. Library seems to work a lot better than BitChute. I haven't tried DLive yet, or I don't know. There's a couple other ones, but yeah, YouTube is. It can't go on much longer, right? Like it's they've destroyed what YouTube was, like why it got big.
Oh, the whole fell out. I mean, the bottom fell out, man.
Yeah.
The YouTube's done, except for like maybe a live stream or TikTok videos or something.
Yeah, I mean, at least for people like us, we're definitely like I myself, I'm like hardly ever using YouTube anymore just because I know none of the shit I'm looking for is on there.
Right.
So
don't you guys like being censored?
Mute me some more and then I'll let you know.
It's not even me that's being censored. I'm just trying to get some fucking information, but the information I'm looking for is fucking censored.
I'm sure it's at the bottom of the ash pile somewhere.
Remember when they went to Congress and they asked YouTube to almost shut Flat Earth down?
Yep, they said it was that was right after Trump got in, and they had a whole congressional hearing about fake news. Like it was basically about like the Russian collusion and all that stuff, and wanted to know what YouTube was going to do in order to combat fake news, specifically with conspiracy theories like 9/11, vaccinations, flat Earth, and things talking about Israel. All those were mentioned, and they said that they would be removing channels and shadow banning and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they openly did that right in front of Congress.
But it's just a conspiracy theory, right?
No, not at all.
I can't believe it took me so long to see it. It's right in front of me the whole time.
Yeah, I wish I knew sooner, but thing is, humans like imagination and storytelling. So when you get caught up with the storytelling of outer space, I mean, you're pretty lost, right? Lost in space.
Twilight Zone.
Well, I got a bunch of videos, but I didn't get that one. So maybe Jose or somebody's got it. My bad. That was a pretty decent segment too. So essentially what happens is Bob from Globebusters, they may even have a copy like on a hard drive somewhere. Somebody should reach out to. But Globebusters show, they review a video talking about the experiment, the Michael Samorla experiment. And I really liked that footage, but I have it. Hey, does anyone know the command for the bot to show the meme for like a magnet moving gas in a tube?
Magnet gas tube.
What?
It just said magnet gas tube. Try that.
No, there's like a.
No, it doesn't work.
No, there's like a basically like a neon light or something, like, and then somebody holds a magnet above it and like moves it back and forth. And the light bends to the magnet.
Yeah, they have. Well, they have like for fluorescent tubes. Like, yeah, you can. They have these little. I don't know exactly how they work. Maybe it's with a magnet, but yeah, you just wave this wand in front of it, and it'll start to glow in that area, and that's how you can test if the tube is good or not. We had one of those back when I was doing maintenance at the brewery for every once in a while we'd have to change out lights and had one of those tester things, so you don't have to actually like plug it in to see if it's good, to see if it works. You can just wave this wand in front of it.
Man, when they delete stuff off YouTube, it really goes niche, man. It really, really goes niche. I like some of these search results I'm finding. It's like, 2 search results for a video that maybe got thousands and thousands of views, got downloaded and copied and re-uploaded a million times. 2 search results to nothingness. Text only. It's annoying.
Could I ask a quick question for you guys, if you don't mind?
Shoot, bud.
Sweet. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going back in my Antarctica research the last couple days, and I have this question that's been like bothering me for like almost a year now. The sun is ripping around the outer edge, and I suppose that would be the winter. Would that be the summer or the winter? Right now, it doesn't matter. But and then compared to when it's going around the outer edge, right? As compared to on the other season where it's spinning in the inner part of the, as you could say, circle. Wouldn't someone be able to take video footage of the sun on the outer edge and compare it to the sun on the inner edge? And for the purpose of on the outer edge, wouldn't that sun just be like ripping by at stupid speeds, just to complete that 24-hour cycle, as compared to the middle where it would not have to move as quickly, like a merry-go-round?
What are you assuming? You know what the sun is?
No, I don't. And I'm not really assuming anything. It's a legitimate question. It just doesn't make sense in my mind why, say that you were in Antarctica, even in one of the tourist zones, you wouldn't, if you were to take a picture of the sun over top of you, shouldn't it be moving like relatively much quicker than if you were in somewhere in Greenland during the same season?
Okay. The sun does what the sun does, right?
Mm-hmm.
First, you need the footage. So to make any comparison, you're now just trying to claim something.
Oh, right. Yeah. I hear you, Roger. I guess I just thought the videotape thing would have been one way to express my point. But so let's say, okay, before anyone takes any video footage, let's just talk about it. Or I guess my question was just that was one way I was thinking about it. So, but another way I guess you could say it then was just out of I don't know, principle or something, wouldn't the sun if you were down in Antarctica, visually speaking, just be like observably moving quite faster across the sky than if you're in northern Greenland. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking about it incorrectly.
Well, that's making an assumption that that the world is a disc, right? A round disc. How would you know?
Okay. I thought everyone here was under the assumption that it was, but I could be wrong again about that. But
no, I can't speak for everybody, but I think 99.
He's a Glober. He doesn't deserve the flat Earth tag, bro.
I mean, 99.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Vlad, I don't really appreciate the harassment every time I come in here once a month.
You're fuck off, guy.
Dude,
You're
stop harassing me.
I'm not harassing you. It's the shit you ask. You ask a million fucking times, and then you come in here drunk all the fucking time. You deserve zero fucking respect. I should just ban you right now.
Okay, well, I have a second question. I have a second question.
Don't give me no fucking attitude. And the answer for your first question is, how the fuck do you know what's going around the outer edge? Who told you that? Why are you making that assumption? Yeah, you're assuming that, and then you're asking us a fucking question and answer with your assumption involved. Do you understand that? That's a fucking fallacy you're doing?
I don't really appreciate your abuse. Do you want to...
It's not abuse. It's fucking putting your fucking head straight.
Okay, what was my mistake again, Vlad?
Where does the sun go when it goes around winter?
What
did you say?
Can I talk to somebody else?
No.
Rather than Vlad?
You can't. No, you
because
can't.
Vlad is the last person I want to talk to.
Nope. At this point,
can I get a manager?
Nope.
Yeah, I do want a fucking manager. Okay, Vlad, what's up?
You're going to get the boot right now. Answer my question.
I've been here for like 1 minute.
Buddy, I was listening exactly, and I was waiting for you to come on. Waiting for you to come on.
You're waiting for me? I come in like once a month.
Bullshit, you were here the whole night.
I listen all the time, but I
were you listening a few hours ago when I was calling you out? No, you weren't.
Well, why were you doing that? Because I think I was probably sleeping.
Exactly.
All right, can we like take the disagreement to a different room? I'm happy to moderate
I know
somewhere else.
He does this every time I try.
There's not a disagreement. I asked you the question. You're not answering. You're obfuscating, guy.
Okay, what's the question?
There's people sleeping, man. You're waking people up yelling like that. Come on.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay, Vlad, what's your question, Vlad?
What do you mean? What did you ask? What was your first question? When the sun goes out towards the what edge? The outer edge? And I'm saying, who told you that the sun does that? That's the question. Who told you that the sun is going towards an outer edge?
Well, lots of people believe that.
No, who? Name one person.
Just because somebody says something doesn't mean I believe it. So
we talk about nobody. First off, they don't say it goes to the edge. Just for specifics.
By edge, okay, that could be semantics, but
it's not semantics.
Between the tropics, right? Is the idea anyway?
Go south.
So whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth,
still south.
The sun goes 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south of the equator.
Do you get where you made the problem now, buddy?
How about you clear it up for me, lad, buddy? Friend.
Where's the position of the sun when it's at Capricorn?
I love all this buddy, pal, friend stuff, man. You guys are...
Oh yeah, Vlad's my best friend of all time for sure. Hey man, I
asked you the question. Where's the sun when it's at winter solstice?
Meaning December 21st?
Well, you could around winter, doesn't really matter because at that point you won't even know. Trust me, I know you wouldn't even know.
Oh really? Because you don't even know when winter solstice is, apparently.
Listen, I know exactly when the winter solstice is.
Okay, so where's the sun?
And it's not on the 21st of December. Let's just say that.
Okay, when is it? Just curious.
Middle of winter.
Okay, what's the middle of what date would that be, Vlad?
The middle of Aquarius. Okay. Now go figure that one out. It's easy.
I'm sure I could.
The winter solstice, December 21st.
No. That's the one that you see on Google. But what did they say? What did they say?
He's talking about the first day of winter and the first day of spring in the middle.
No. When they say the solstice
or the summer.
So when they say that, they say it's either the shortest day or the longest day of the year. But that is wrong. That is completely fucking incorrect. The longest day is in the middle of winter, and the shortest day is in the middle of winter, and the longest day is in the middle of summer. And I've had this argument a million fucking times.
Right.
Exactly. And I'm like saying, just like Google says it's a fucking sphere, it's wrong. Same thing with the solstice and shit. It's all wrong.
Okay, but it's really interesting how you don't really seem to talk so much until all of a sudden I raise my voice.
No, I was talking all night. I was talking all night, but you still can't answer my question.
I just woke up. That's why.
Well, what's the position of this? No, the question is to your question. E.T., do you not understand what I'm trying to do here? That's fucking stupid you are.
Nice insult. Good one, by the way. Very creative.
It's true. That's why it's effective.
That's such a creative insult. You're
why you crying? Why you crying?
I can hear a 5-year-old.
Well, it's true. But it's true. I can't deny that. Why are you denying the truth?
Okay, so what do you want me to know?
I'm asking you the question, and I'm asking, what's the question I'm asking? I've been asking you the same question for like fucking 10 minutes now.
Well, you were ranting, basically.
It's not a rant. Zero rant.
Okay, ask me one more time. I'll let you know my response.
What's the position of the sun when it's the winter solstice? And I'm keeping it stupid so that it's for you, you know? I'm not going to get into details. What's the position of the sun when it's in the winter solstice?
Good one, by the way. Well, I think it would be towards the more southern region, slightly more less southern.
Where?
In the middle of the solstice.
Also, it's no longer on the outer edge, right? Because we corrected you on that one.
You didn't correct me on anything.
No, but you said that was your first thing that you said. It was on the outer edge. Did you not say that? Those were your words. Go rewind the video.
Give it the mock. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that, friendo.
Okay, and
I'm saying slightly.
Are you going to correct yourself or no?
No, absolutely not. Slightly less south is what I'm saying. Given your crazy questioning and interrogation,
slightly less south.
Am I wrong? I don't know. I'm just still learning. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm like.
Lunatic
How can you learn if you cannot be corrected?
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me?
How can you learn if you cannot be corrected?
I came here with a question. I didn't come here to lecture anyone.
Well, you're being corrected.
Are all questions good questions and relevant?
Well, you know what's funny about that? Nobody was talking about anything when I did decide to chime in. I never come in and ask for a question if the conversation is busy because I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Again? Why are you crying again?
How come you cry every time I join the chat room?
No.
Well, you get angry. That's for damn sure.
Vlad just gave you a point of view and what to look for, information to look for. And you just after that you just said, "Oh, you cannot correct me on this."
Okay, well, you don't understand how Vlad deals with me every time I come in here. He does it every time. So, Vlad, how about you tell me where is the sun then in the middle of the winter solstice?
I don't know. It's an apparent position, buddy.
Oh, okay, great. You could have just said that. Thanks for the help. So you still
how come you do not? How come you do not know this? This is like a thing everybody knows. That's been in the flat Earth community as long as you've been in the flat Earth community. Yeah, you come in here and ask the same stupid fucking question every goddamn time.
Like what?
It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment, bro.
An embarrassment? Name one more time.
You're an embarrassment.
You're in a fucking embarrassment. No, name one time I have ever asked a stupid question. Well, can you remember
every time? Just the first one you did. The first one you came in here. The first question.
Asking about the speed of the sun on different parts of Earth. How
everything
is that
about
stupid? You didn't even answer the question.
I just gave you the reason why it was stupid too. Like, see, you don't listen. That's what really pisses me off.
Yeah. We are saying that the sun is always in the sky, whether it's summer or winter. This is what we experience and what we see.
Okay, yeah, totally.
No, I'm not talking about the accurate position because it's a moving object in the sky, the sun. It's not a fixed object. And from what I understood that of your claim is something like you talk about this edge of the earth and that the sun is going beyond that edge, so it's going outside the world. Something.
I never said that. I don't believe that.
Yes, you did.
That's the picture I got from what you were saying.
Oh, okay. Well, let me maybe clarify if you don't understand exactly my viewpoint, but I never said that.
No, we understand what you're saying. It's just now you're trying to change it not to look stupid.
Well, not to look stupid. I have the exact same viewpoint as I
No,
did
you're
before.
just no, man, buddy. You think we live on a flat disc? You said that's the Flat Earth Society bullshit, bro.
I don't think we live on a flat disc.
That's what
I
you
don't
said.
believe.
That's what you just said that, and then you're like, don't we all believe that?
Well, but hey, man, if I said anything, if I said anything,
go rewind.
if I said
your words, bro.
okay, fine. If I did use the word disc, I'm referring to, and if I do again, I'm referring to the space that we live on within Antarctica. That's what I meant by that.
Within a what?
Within Antarctica.
Within Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
On a disc.
I didn't say it's a disc, man. I think that thing might go on forever. You don't know just as much as I do.
Surrounded by Antarctica.
At least our little area.
To make that claim, you first need to prove it. That Antarctica is surrounding the world, and most of the flat earthers never got to prove that. We don't have that proof.
Okay, but a lot of people do believe that.
That's just speculation. When we are talking about going beyond the 60th parallel, you're going against a worldwide treaty.
Exactly.
Which has never been broken. Yeah,
that's what I'm referring to.
You are a civilian, and when you enter a military zone, who are you?
You might get killed. Yes, I know that.
Yeah, definitely you will get killed. You
I
are
know
the
that
enemy.
So in a way, you could almost use the word disc, even though that might be inaccurate.
No.
And it's not even a crime when they kill you.
What's on the other side of this disc, ET?
Yeah.
Well, why would you ask me that? You obviously know that I don't know the answer.
You're saying it's a fucking disc. I'm telling you, it's not a disc.
I didn't say disc. I'm not one of these people who think the world is like a compact digital CD or something like that. Like I don't believe that. Okay, so just back to F off at Vlad. I'm sick of your shit.
You're talking too much shit again, and you're lying.
Here we go. Every time I raise my voice, Vlad's here to shut me the F down.
Why are you raising your voice? Because you're frustrated and you're not drunk.
Frustrated and not drunk, but that's another thing you do. I'm always drunk. Okay, so you didn't still answer my first question.
You're always drunk too.
About the sun and the speed of it. You know what? I think you're frustrated because you don't know the answer to my original question.
No, I gave you the answers. You're just not listening. You're too stupid.
Can you repeat it?
What? To which question?
My original one.
Well, the one with the speed of the sun?
Yes.
Well, how do you know if you don't know the position or the distance of the sun?
It doesn't matter about the shape
on this sun.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Do you have a speedometer on this sun that is spinning above us?
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out right now.
I'm trying to tell you. Do you know the position of the sun?
I don't think anyone does.
Well, exactly. So how in the hell would you measure the speed?
I came in here to try to figure it out in my own head, if nothing else.
No, you just came in here to bullshit like you always do.
No, I didn't. I came in here with a very legitimate question.
That was answered 100 times for you, buddy.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I just answered it again.
No, really? I'd like to see you find one time you've ever answered that question.
The question was, do you know the position of the sun? That answers your question. Because if you don't know the position of the sun, you don't know anything else about it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how far away it is, so you're right about that, Vlad. But I came in here with a very innocent question.
How would you measure speed if you don't know from what position it goes, travels from what position to the next position, and the time it takes? How would you do that if you do not know the positions?
Exactly. You couldn't. is the answer to that question. You couldn't do it. It'd be impossible. And if you came up with an answer, it would be inaccurate. I came in here with a very innocent question.
No.
And then you came in with a bombardment of attacks.
Bullshit again coming out of your mouth again.
Fuck you.
Nothing fucking smart. Just pure bullshit.
Oh yeah, you have very genius responses to my questions. I'm applauding you right now.
They're good enough. They're actually the best.
Are they? They don't even answer. Okay.
Yes, they do. Am I going to be a NASA engineer and going to make up all these fucking numbers for you about the speed of the sun, how it fucking rotates around above us?
How about this, lad? Seeing as you always just chime in. Hey,
man. Come on.
Okay, Vlad.
It takes
a
24 hours to go around the rotation.
You always just chime in.
Rotation to 24 hours. It's always
after you hear me ask my question, answer me this then. Wouldn't the sun in Antarctica be moving across the sky, visually speaking, faster than in northern Greenland?
How do you know?
I'm just assuming it might be. That's why I came in the form of a question.
Well, explain your assumption. Why would you assume something so fucking stupid?
Because on a flat... So stupid? Yeah. Okay, well, on a flat Earth, if the sun is rotating across from us, such as a merry-go-round, the speed of the sun would have to be going faster on the outer side. Outer meaning more southern.
Okay. Do you know what the elevation of the sun is, bro? Because when it comes up closer towards the north, it's a lot higher than it is when it's going way up the south.
See, now we're talking. You don't know
any of this.
Oh, I know some about this. Yeah.
You're not a flat earther. Can somebody please take flat earther? Well, that's the one thing that's pissing me off. This guy's not a flat earther. He's never been a fucking flat earther, but yet he still has this flat earther tag.
This guy gets triggered every single time I raise my voice.
Fucking on the fencer at the most.
Yeah, who gave him that role? I know he's not.
He's not a fucking. He's not a flat earther.
He does this every time I raise my voice. He's like, "Who gave this guy the flat earth role?"
Because you're mislabeled, man, and we take the roles serious here. That's all.
Well, I'm taking this pretty seriously too. And to answer your question, Vlad, I think because on the seasons it acts like a coil, and that's why it comes down and then comes back up and outwards.
So fucking stupid, bro.
Oh, stupid! Good insult. Never heard that one before. You're stupid.
You probably hear it every day from other people.
Only when I come in here and you're not sleeping.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Gem Pandas obviously loves you, right? So go back to Gem Pandas.
Good one.
Well, no, because you fit in. Because there's a bunch of fucking idiots and they call you smart.
Stupid, idiot. What other insults do you have?
Buddy, I can go harder, bro. Trust me. You don't deserve it, though.
What are you going to use? The R? You're going to use the R word?
I'm not insulting you. You're insulting yourself, first of all. Okay, get that.
Well,
right.
You don't even answer my question. So
I answered all your questions. You just don't want to listen.
Do we have to start over again?
No, there's no reason. I just need your flat Earth role to be revoked.
You won't start over again, or you can start over again.
This is what's going to happen because you're talking too much. You're on mute, right? And can somebody please, lunatic, take his flat Earther role and put him on the fence, please?
I don't know. I think
he's never been a flat Earther ever.
He's raised some eyebrows with me before when talking about like space aliens and shit.
Well, no, like that's the thing. You can go on to fucking. He'll talk about space aliens for hours, bro. He's gonna start talking about fucking the vacuum of space and shit. I'm like, bro, if you're a flat earther, you know all that shit's bullshit. No, but then he's gonna start obfuscating, start talking about the space aliens again, bro. It's nuts, bro. He's fucking psychotic.
Yeah, these people are actually kind of dangerous because they will achieve these roles and then they will start, one day they will talk some weird, funny subjects in here. You know,
that's what he does. No, but that's exactly what he does. Yeah. What he just said is when everybody's gone, when people like me are not around, he'll be here and he's just going to start a conversation with random people that are not usually monitoring because this happens, especially at night. This guy comes here at night all the fucking, and then he starts ranting and it's live stream and recorded and people are listening to this nonsense, thinking like, okay,
I've seen him.
Flat earthers look bad. Let's just say. He's
Yeah,
not a
you
flat
guys are
earther.
making some pretty good points about it.
Obviously, bro.
Globe skeptic.
Yeah, keep him a globe skeptic.
Yeah.
Fuck. Not a flat earther ever in his life.
He'll
But
complain
flat
to,
Earth
he'll
means
complain to somebody if he
to.
is flat
If
earther,
he
man.
complains, me and you are gonna go talk to that person, right? And then if anything, I'm just gonna bring it up to Indio, and Indio's gonna fucking set his fucking foot down, because I'll tell him the pretty word.
The thing is, okay, so just so ET knows, like, yeah, I agree that you guys are all together. Like, Rig said something, Get, you also, like, about some of the stuff that he says. I don't know if it represents the flat Earth well. So for that reason, Globe skeptic, I think, is better fitting. I'm not picking your side, lad, in your little personal freaking argument with him. Okay,
That's fine. I don't care.
Like, I think it's freaking hysterical.
I don't really care. Listen, I try to help the cocksucker, but he doesn't want to listen to me. So, and it's been years like this. Years, lunatic. You got years. Even from the last server, bro. It's been years, man. And it just gets upsetting because he's so dense. And he tries to pretend, oh, I'm such a friendly guy, the way he talks. So I'm so friendly. Like I know how he is, bro. Don't worry. And then he plays the victim card all the time. Like he didn't come in here and say all that shit. Get out of here. Gotta watch what you say. And then and then it's every Glober. You know what their biggest giveaway is? Their memory is that of a goldfish. You talk to them one day, they'll wake up and it's like Groundhog's Day, and it's like you're gonna have to redo the whole fucking conversation again and again and again, and it's every day. It is very frustrating, and this guy's all about that. 100% Glober. He's never been a flat earther, nor will he ever be a flat earther. He's opposing lying shit, bro. That's all he is.
Well, with the alien stuff, he cannot believe in a flat Earth.
Hey, I don't think he's lying, man.
He was.
I really don't think he's lying.
He was pushing the disk model. He was pushing the disk model.
I mean, can I just talk to you in a different room or something?
With me?
Oh.
Yeah, you.
Why you want to talk to me for, man?
Because I'm not trying to turn the live stream into some kind of bullshit drama like some people.
Well, that's what he's doing. That's what I said. Just shut him off, put him on mute, and everything is good. There's no drama.
All right, man. Yes or no?
I'm kind of busy. If you want to go to them here, let me fucking switch channels. Go down. I'll follow you.
All right.
Supposed to be a nice day today. Like 60 degrees and sunny. Woo, spring's finally here.
Yeah, just in Scotland, Lou, it's really sunny here, man. It has been for like a week.
The same here, but it's sunny and still a bit cold.
Yeah, when the sun's not on you.
Yeah, when the sun's not on you, yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out and little bit here. Sun's just coming up, really. When it warms up a little bit more, there's still a little frost on the grass. Warms up a little more. I'm going out there to do some work on the old truck. Dude, my old truck, because I just got a new truck. Some of you have heard about it, I'm sure. I spent a bunch of time last weekend changing all my tools over and everything. But the old truck, oh my God, it's so bad. I didn't realize how bad it is. Like every one of the cabinets, like they got a bunch of toolboxes on it. Like at the bottom, just filled with like random screws and nails. And I got to have easily like 10,000 nails just floating around that thing. I got to go and clean all that stuff out and try to make the thing usable again.
You'll be busy.
Yeah, it's a big truck. If I want to get it like clean and nice, like I think I could probably work on it all day here today and not be done with it.
Definitely, yeah.
Let's get a 12-pack of beer and set it down next to the truck.
And think, first you have to think how you will do the work.
Oh, I know
Planning.
already. I'm parking it next to the dumpster, and I'm taking a freaking dustpan and just scooping shit out and throwing it straight in the dumpster.
Like that pack of beers and one chair, like they had on the NASA rover.
That was actually the chair idea. That was sort of my idea actually yesterday, because we got the 19-year-old kid that I train at work. I asked him, I was like, hey, you want to get some hours tomorrow? He's busy this weekend though. But yeah, I was pretty much just gonna like sit there and drink beer while I told him what to do.
Yeah, that's the best thing. Yeah.
I should have forced him. Nope, this is mandatory overtime.
It's not forcing, when you abuse a young man energy.
Oh yeah, no, he's a good kid too. He's got a good work ethic.
Yeah.
Usually he's trying to get as many hours as he can. Most of the time,
He's
if I asked him
learning, yeah.
to work on a Saturday, he totally would. He's got something he's doing.
They don't even feel it when they work.
The good ones, I mean, the thing is like you can't find like good hard workers hardly at all anymore. Like at that age.
If
We've been searching for we've been searching for a good, hardworking, young, a new employee that wants to learn for the last like 6 years. Finally, got one last spring. But we've gone through a dozen people that just they either don't really want to work, they're unreliable, or they're just too stupid to freaking actually do anything. Like it,
lazy as fuck.
Yeah.
I like to do a hard shift, man. It makes the day quicker. If you just get right in, you're stuck into work. As soon as even if it's break time and my breaks, I've ate my whatever I have to eat, I just go back to work. Man, it makes a quicker day. I'm the first in. I'm right in the hole. I'm the first one digging the foundations, and I'm the last one out.
Well, when you've got a lot to get done, and it's on you to make sure it gets done. Like if you're say like I'm in construction, I'm a foreman on the job. Like I'm the one who's responsible for getting this entire job done. Like, and I can't make it take all fucking summer. Like we got to get this thing done. So yeah, when there's a lot on your plate, like the day goes by really, really fast, like too fast. It's like, damn it, how are we already every day it's like I didn't get done as much as I wanted to, but yeah, for a lot of these kids, they're just punching a clock and watching it, like how long till, let's see, if I just drag this little easy job that I was giving out longer, then I don't have to work as hard, working hard, it's good for you. And like you said, makes the day just fly by.
They're looking at the watch, and then as soon as it hits, say they finish at 6 o'clock, they'll just drop their tools, bang on 6 o'clock. They'll not finish what they're doing or nothing, man. Yeah, I wish it was close to you, Lou. I'd take a fucking job, mate. I'll bust my ass when I'm working.
Well, we need another guy too, because we just yeah, we hired these two. They're good friends last spring. One of them turned out really good. The other one is a complete dunce. He's the opposite. He's what we were just describing about the lazy fuckers. And he's just not smart. And you don't have to be a genius to do this. He's just really dumb. But he's going to the military now. Like in a month or two, he's going off to the Air Force. He had to get to get the job that he wanted in the Air Force. He had to get a 73. Okay, that's out of 100, 73% on this test. He got a 56. A fucking 56 out of 100 on a fucking military like placement test. Like they were looking for a C average student. They were, and he got a fucking, what would a 56 be? That's an F, right? A 56 is an F? I think so. Yeah, he failed it. So now he's not going to get the good job that he wanted in the Air Force, but he's got to go take something where maybe they can do something with him.
They will train him.
It's the Air Force. I don't know. He wants to
go exactly what they want.
I've worked with him, and look, I did electrical too out of high school. Like, he wants to be an electrician. I was an apprentice electrician for a little while.
Yeah,
I can tell you right off the bat, like that this dude will never be anything but a wire puller as an electrician. He will do nothing but drill holes and pull wires. He will not know what wire goes where and why. It'll just be pull these wires through. Like that's, and he'll never go farther than that. Like
he's tell him what to do.
See, down in London, man, when I used to work down there, I used to do some cable pulling and like fitting stuff, like running cables. But at the time, we'd have the blueprints and all the plans, and I would like know what wire was going where. And fuck knows what it was to do, but we were getting really good money doing it, man. That's why I was down in London so long.
Yeah,
we got we were getting like anything from 800 to £1,200 a week.
Yeah, a lot of it, because that's what I did at first going in as an apprentice. That's what they have you do in residential right away. Is like, but they even for your new kid, they want you to know how to read a blueprint. Like you said, you're supposed to be able to look at the print and say, okay, we're getting this many outlets, this many, one on each wall. You got to know the codes. 6 feet from an opening, and then every 12 feet. Beyond that at a minimum, that sometimes they add him in, like whatever else, but like you still had to have a general idea of like how it all goes together. And I don't know if he'll ever figure this out. Like I was trying to teach him how to hook up freaking just a light like next to somebody's door, and trying to I think I had to tell him 15 different times, and I still don't think he understands. He always comes back like, which one is the hot wire? The white one's the hot, right? Like, no, you fucking idiot! Like, don't touch that light. No.
We tell him you should do a learning test because he may have like specific manners to actually get the stuff into his brain. Because I found out at college that I'm a visual and kinesthetic learner, visual, and I have to be sort of hands-on, so somebody has to physically will show me, and then I have to physically do the task myself while in front of whoever's shown me for it to be programmed into my mind. Just someone standing there and just like in the classroom, like they say they would stand there for 15 minutes explaining stuff on like one of the softwares we were using. He could stand there and say all that shit and it wouldn't like lodge in my mind. As soon as he was finished talking, like 15 minutes ranting, and he would come off of it, and I'd be like right back at the start, having to ask him to show me and like get him to confirm that what he was showing me was correct.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Trust me, that's how I mostly do the teaching with these new guys. Is like, so I had both of them, right? I got one that's doing great and one that sucks. The one that's doing great, yeah, I'll say, hey, come over here. I want you to learn this, and I'll show him what I'm doing. Like, you know, and he pays attention. You can tell he's getting his nose over your shoulder to get a better look at what you're doing, and like,
that's what you want, man.
The other one doesn't give a fuck. He just stands there. You can tell, you can see he's not paying any attention. He's just trying to talk about fantasy football or some shit like while you're doing it, and he's not learning a damn thing. He doesn't want to learn. So
he's obviously there just for his wages, man. He's just wanting his pay. That's it, man. Yeah, well. Some people like that can change, but I'd say most won't. They just it's the deal, man. They get into a construction job that gives them a reasonable pay, so they're just interested in getting the hours done and getting fucking home and fucking wasting their money on whatever. I'd say I was like that when I first started working, when I was like 16, 17, shit like that. But by the time I was like 20 odd, I was like, when my friend, he offered me to go to London to work. I was like, fucking right, let's go. Well, to start with, I was like, whoa. I was just a young kid at the time, basically. But then I was like, right, fuck it, man, let's go. And I was doing there like 7 or 8 years. It was amazing. Fucking amazing, man. Wish I'd never left. Should have fucking stayed there.
Well, this kid's trying to just take it the easiest way that he can too. Like, even when it comes to picking a trade, like in residential, like of all the trades that are on the jobs, like the electricians are kind of known as the prima donnas of all the crews. Like they don't want to get, you know, dirty or cold or hot. They get to work indoors after everything's like ready for, you know, basically they've got the easiest job. And so he wants to be an electrician, and he wants to go learn it by joining the force. But he picked what? The biggest prima donnas of all the forces, the Air Force. So he wants to go to be an electrician for the Air Force. I think it's kind of funny. It's like he's just trying to get the easiest path to pay. That's it.
Just the way some people are, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to do the same, but I'd say, just like what we were talking about previously, I think that's the easiest way to pay, is to learn what you're doing, be able to get on with it. So get to the job in the morning and just see the boss and say, right, give me a list of shit that I have to do, and then just get stuck in. I think everybody wants the easiest way to get paid, man, but obviously doesn't realise what the easiest way is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't know if that's true that everybody does, but it's smart. That's smart. Like, I mean, that makes perfect sense. You know, it's logical for that, but it's more if you're going to be doing something for the rest of your life, like it's more than just the money, you know, like it's
all right, man. There's no point going doing
that
something
you like doing, or that you get a feeling of accomplishment from doing, you know, even if it's, and sometimes that extra labor, that hard work is part of that satisfaction too.
Well, definitely, 100%. Definitely. Hey, maybe he just doesn't realise that yet, man. We just need to fucking keep at him. Try and break that sort of way he's thinking just now.
No, we did it for a year, and the one thing that I can say is he's reliable. Shows up every day,
right?
And that's, dude, in construction, being able to show up every day, that's half the battle. I mean, easily. Like,
you're not fucking right.
So he had that going for him.
Well, man, that shows at least. Well, that really technically it shows that he just wants his fucking pay. He doesn't want any reason to not get paid. But I suppose acting in the manner he is, that could get him fucking sacked.
Yeah, no, he would have been fired from almost any other company last year, but instead, though, like we just need short on people, need somebody there, even if he's not getting much done, he can at least be an overpaid extra set of hands, like hold this, like go get me that. But yeah, no, he wouldn't have made it with most companies as long as he did, and it's on his own accord. He decided to go to the Air Force. He knows it's not working. He sees his buddy who got hired after him. I mean, he started at $20 an hour, and it was huge. Like he should not have been given $20 an hour to start. His buddy started a month later for $15 an hour, and right away was doing twice as much work. Like, and so already, like now the guy who started after him, he's now making the same. Like he went from $15 to $20 an hour in one season. So, but yeah, like when your buddy's lapping you immediately, and you're like, hey, you were the one that supposedly had experience and shit like that. Like, it doesn't look good. I think it kind of eats at him, and that's why like, all right, yeah, I got to find something else. It's not working for me.
Oh. Is he in the Air Force now then?
No, not yet. He's gonna. The Air Force called to kind of like see if just ask some questions about him, like, and so he's going, but we don't know exactly when yet. Like another month or two.
Thinking you're going to keep him on till then, at least.
Yeah, we'll keep him on till then. We need, like I said, still need that extra set of hands because we're running two crews. Like I've got the good one on my crew. The other crew leader, he's got the shitty one. And well, Matt, the good one, he thinks like he said a bunch of times he thinks like it would really do Zach, the shitty one, a lot of good to have to actually work with me. He thinks that basically Matt thinks that I've probably done a better job of teaching and training than Corey, the other crew leader. So that could be part of it. Yeah. But a lot of times we combine crews too on a big job. So we got all four of us going, and when that happens, a lot of times I do go and try to work with Zach, and no, it's just he doesn't have any of the drive or motivation to want to learn or to get anything done. Like literally, it's just I can't handle him. I can't make that trade. I was saying last year that it was probably time to get rid of him.
It's a shame, man. I mean, at least someone who's going to get out of their bed every day, you at least think that you'd be able to mold them and get them like into what they're meant to be doing. You think, because like a lot of people, you could get really, really good workers, really skilled, get the job done, but they won't turn up on time. They're fucking drinking the night before. They're fucking got excuses constantly.
Yeah. No, we don't really have those problems with either of these two. They're not alcoholics or drug addicts or anything like that. So.
Yeah.
I mean, even when they drink like White Claw and shit. So like a bunch of pussies. What's wrong with White Claw? If I have to explain it to you, you're fired.
Alright, boy. Don't come back.
Yo.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to get some coffee and then start working on that truck. See you guys.
Right.
Yeah. Later.
It's exactly what I'm doing right now. Some coffee.
You want instant or real coffee?
No, it's instant dough Egberts.
Instant. Okay, yeah. I used to drink instant all the time, and then when I switched to proper coffee,
yeah, man,
I couldn't go back.
Difference, man.
But it's so strong, isn't it? Proper coffee to instant.
Yeah, man. Well, that's why I try and buy at least the shit in the shop that's, well, the normal corner shop that's expensive, but it's just cheap shit anyway. But sometimes in the local shop, there's the reasonable stuff you get for the cafetiere. You know, the one that you put the powder, the crushed up stuff, and you push the little thing down.
Yeah, that's what I use, the cafetiere, yeah. It's not that expensive, really.
Do you heat the cafetiere up first?
What I do is I put the coffee in the cafetiere, then I boil the water. I know you're not supposed to boil it, it's supposed to be slightly less than boiling for coffee. Yeah. Then I put the water in, and then I let it mix for a little bit, and then I push it down.
Well, what to do is, man, see, before you do that, before you put the coffee in, pour some boiling water into the cafetiere so it heats up, plunge it up and down a couple of times, pour that out, reboil the water, put boiling water in to begin with, like let it chill, let it cool down a bit, then put the coffee in. Don't fill it right up with water, just put some boiling water right at the bottom, let it cool. Well, the heat obviously spread out within the metal and the glass in the cafetiere, then put the coffee into the, about a quarter of water, and then push it down. After that, once it's some kind of little.
Oh, does that make it nice?
Yeah, but it makes it a bit hotter, man. Because see if the cafetiere's cold.
It goes cold quickly. Yeah, good point. Yeah. But it's only a small cafetiere, so I only get like 1 cup out of it anyway.
Right.
But I also use the little pods. There's a coffee machine in my kitchen. It takes those little pods. You can buy You can buy a pack of 20 from Lidl for like £2.20 or something.
No, I've not got the ticket. You need some specific device for to use them.
Yeah, you just get one of those machines that takes the pods, and you just put the pod in, and that's it. Just press the button.
Well, I've never tried them yet, but I've seen them advertised the past couple of, or maybe a month or two. The coffee and tea bags, like normal tea bags, but it's got ground coffee in it. So
I've tried the coffee bags. They're weird. I don't know if I liked it or not. Yeah, they're like bags of coffee. I've tried them because they're so cheap. I was like, yeah, this is amazing, real coffee. But couldn't get into it.
They definitely weren't cheap. I think them, man, they were quite expensive, bro. That's why I keep just buying like Dow Egberts, or usually there's either the Co-op, Sainsbury's.
Sorry.
They sort of change, you get a special offer in one of them 1 week, and then the next week it'll be in a different store. So because I'm in Edinburgh City, and there's like multiple of each of the stores, like just within walking distance around me, I usually go and have a look. Can I go there, go to the Scott Mid or the Co-op at night after 7 o'clock and get the reduced stuff? Because sometimes you get loads of like fish and stuff like that for the put in the freezer, man.
Oh yeah.
Because I stopped eating meat, so I'm kind of limited now what I can eat. So when I go to the shop, there's very little I can eat, man. I do eat a little bit of fish, but I don't eat it every night. And maybe once a week I'll eat fish. But apart from that, I'm living on pizzas and some fruit juice and fruit itself and just shite, bro. I'd rather get the dairy out of my diet as well, man, because dairy's fucking toxic poison as well, man.
It is, yeah. It's so hard, especially in this country, knocking all the processed food on its head. Like Britain's biggest industry, apparently, is food manufacturing. Ready meals and stuff like that. We make tons of that shit.
Nutrition in them at all, man, and then you stick them in a microwave, and that kills any more. Fucking, if there was any nutrition in them, the microwave kills it. Plus, the microwave radiation that it still supposedly leaves residue, or at least it does something to you, man. I've not done it myself yet, but I know somebody who says they've done it, and I've seen loads of it on YouTube where people microwave water, and they've got two plants roughly the same sort of like size and amount of like stems and stuff, and once they'll let the water cool down, but once you've microwaved that water, you'll kill the plant.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't microwave anything. I've used the microwave in years. I guess I've eaten in restaurants where they've probably microwaved something at some point. But yeah, I don't use one.
Yeah, man. Oh man, if I'm out eating, I try not to be too fussy or like to the people who are making the food, because I'm always paranoid they'll fucking spit in it or some shit like that.
Yeah.
He's told me he doesn't want this like that and he wants that like that. Like, fuck him, spitting my food. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, you've always got to be nice to the people making your food.
Dare believe it.
Yeah. Well, I've tried to quit aluminium this year. That's hard. Because I was doing some research, and it seems like there's a strong connection between aluminium and dementia to me. Like they both came about at the same time. Like,
yeah, man, it's literally in everything. Chocolate, fucking.
Well, that's it. Like those coffee pods that I use, they're all aluminium, and it's pushing hot water through it. So try not to use them. Packet of crisps, it's aluminium. A tin of beans, it's not made out of tin. It's made out of aluminium. A can of Coke or anything like that. So it's a tough one to get off. So even your knives and forks and your pans, it's all aluminium.
Well, nah, stainless steel. You'll get your forks and spoons.
Oh, sorry, yeah, your knives and forks. Sorry, yeah, you're right. But pans are aluminium. It's not steel. It's not really steel anymore. It's only non-stick pans and shit.
Well, supposedly those Teflon pans, they're meant to be not good for you as well. But what the fuck? I've looked into, man, and the more I find out, it's like I keep finding stuff that I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm like, what the fuck did I start eating dirt? Just eat dirt and drink fucking rainwater. If you can't even drink the water at the tap because it's got fluoride and toxic poisons like chlorine and bleach and shit in it, man.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a water purifier that I bought, like one of those ones where it just takes everything out of the water, turns it into steam and back into water. And no, not a Brita. Well, I've got a Brita in the fridge. It's one of those ones where it's like it heats up 3 litres of water, turns it into steam, and then turns it back into water.
The star, yeah, I had one of them myself, man. But for some reason, it said on the information in it, like the little menu thing you got with it, the information sort of package, it says run at least a few to 6 cycles, like before you start drinking the water, because like the flavour it's got, because it's new, obviously. And I must have run 15 cycles on it, man. And literally, once the water cooled down, I'd stick it in the fridge, and I'd go back to it, and it would still have a disgusting taste, man. Just like you could taste the metallic sort of shit.
You need to add stuff to it, like because it's pure water, and I was drinking it solely for a week, and it messed me up. Like I didn't feel right at all, like because it just goes straight through your body. Like people say they drink it all the time, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, it's meant to detoxify you, man. It's meant to like take all the heavy metals and stuff out of you. You drink it like just purified. Like I wasn't wanting to start distilling my water, then adding more of the fucking toxic poison that they tell you is good for you, man. So I just wanted to see. It's what it says on Scottish water. It says that they don't actually put any fluoride in the water. They say it occurs naturally in the environment. So I'm like, well, it's an industrial waste chemical. Where the fuck? How the fuck does it? Like,
well, there is two types of it, isn't there? Fluoride, the industrial waste and actual fluoride. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But
yeah,
there is. I think there is good and bad. But the shit we get is the bad, like for sure.
Some places in Scotland, like when you run a bath or a shower, if it's because I always like put the shower on beforehand, maybe run it for 5-10 minutes just so the place is heated up. But in certain places in Scotland that I've been, literally, especially if it's like a really hot bath you've run, you go in and it literally smells like the swimming pool, bro. Literally smells like a fucking swimming pool. And I mean, obviously, don't notice it as much when you're just drinking a glass of water or like having tea or any shit like that. But I mean, that's another way of getting that shit into you, because you'll go and lie in a roasting, boiling hot bath for like an hour or something, listening to music, smoking a joint. All that stuff's easily getting transferred in all your pores.
Yeah.
All the petrochemicals that are in the shower gels, Lynx, and like literally all the shower gels and shampoos, they've all got like so many petrochemicals in them, man.
Yeah, you could. What was an eye opener for me is obviously I've taken like thousands of baths in the UK, and I went to a hot spring in Japan. You know, where you sit in the hot spring. I must have taken 1,000 baths, you know, in my lifetime in the UK. And then I went to a hot spring in Japan where you sit in that and you come out, and the difference in feeling's amazing. Like you feel really good after one of them, and that's just water.
Aye, man. So,
it's just pure water.
Do you know that like you can, once you've like purified your bowl, distilled your water, you're best to put it in the sun, because it what's that word? It's not organised. Some kind of meaning organised, but you probably will find it kind of the same idea as that as well. Restructures. That sounds similar to what it was, but yeah, man, it something's the water, and literally, you see, there's a guy called Dr. or Professor Yoshimoto or something from Japan.
The water guy. Yeah.
And literally, like, if you talk, you could literally talk to water and say, "I love you, water," or "You mean so much to me." And so you say all these good things to it, and then you freeze it, and you look at it under a microscope. It's got all these geometric, beautiful patterns all through it, and beautiful stuff. But if you play like thrash music, or you speak to it really angry, like, "I fucking hate you, water. I despise you. I hope you fucking die, and I hope you," then you give it all that shit, and you freeze it. And then you look at it, and it's all like really fucked up shapes that are not symmetrical, and it's like it's fucked up. So we're made of water, man. So all the information that gets fucking blown at us through the TV, the radio, other people speaking, that, even though like we consciously don't like register it, like we could come in from work and would have maybe read the newspaper through the day and seen shit about war or something, eating your dinner at night, talking to your wife, and the TV's on in the background, and the news is showing you explosions going off in, like, say, Iraq or wherever, Afghanistan or whatever, and literally, you're not, like, looking at it, but it's going into your consciousness, man. It's literally that. As far as I'm concerned,
like negative vibrations. Have you seen the one with rice, where they add the water to rice? You can visually see the difference where, like, they show love to one jar of rice that's got water in it, and they hate the other one.
It goes black.
Yeah, and it goes all black and mouldy and all that shit. But the one that gets worse is the one that gets ignored.
Yeah, fucking right.
It's crazy. The one that gets ignored and it goes all rotten. The one that gets hate goes all like red and shit.
Yeah.
And the one that gets love just stays normal.
Yeah, bro. Fucking crazy. I mean, we're made of water, so what does that tell you about this environment? Not just the stuff in the air and the water and the food, just the information that we're bombarded with every day. Especially nowadays, the shit that's going on now. Like, even though I'm not walking about paranoid like most of the people I see, but obviously that information is still registering in my subconscious someplace.
Is it bad enough up in Edinburgh for everyone wearing masks and stuff?
Oh man, it's crazy. There's people arguing all the time, and I call it Rona rage, because they're like
Rona rage. I got one yesterday. Some guy on the tube. I live in London. On the tube, he asked me where my mask was. This is a random guy. I said, I just panicked and went, "I'm exempt," and he turned around.
I mean, the conductors and stuff. I mean, we really shouldn't be talking about this anyway. Like, I'll say this. Like conductors and bus drivers and stuff like that, they shouldn't be asking you, mate. Literally, they're not meant to ask you anything. They're not trained. They're not medically trained. They've not got your medical files, Data Protection Act. They're not allowed to ask you anything. Some of them still do, but I've had quite a few arguments with bus drivers, and they're like, "Where's your mask?" And I'm like, 1, I'm exempt. 2, you shouldn't be asking me, and free, I wouldn't wear one anyway. And they're like, well, what are you exempt for? I'm like, that's nothing to do with you, mate. You're not medically qualified, and it's data protection. And they're like, well, that's my job. And I'm like, no, it's not, mate. You're not fucking meant to be asking.
Yeah, I got into a really bad one on the train when this all kind of kicked off. Like, I was on the train, and this ticket guy, I don't know if he was a ticket guy or a mask checker or whatever, he came up to me, and he's wearing rubber gloves, a face mask, and a visor, right? And he goes, I had a mask on out of courtesy just over my mouth. And he goes, can you pull it over your nose? And I was like, no. Right, and I went, I've got a broken nose, so I can't really breathe out of it properly. So this is before I knew about all the exempt stuff. And then he went on some rant about how he's risking his life every day working on the train. And then there was like 3 other people on the whole carriage. And he's like, you're making everyone feel afraid and stuff like this, you know.
No, he is.
and he was raging. His eyes were like popping out of his head, like, you know, like he wanted to punch me or something. So I said,
Rona rage.
I just said, no, I can't breathe properly out my nose. It's broken. And then he walked off. And then literally a few minutes later, his voice came up on the tannoy system, going, "Oh, saying if you've got a broken nose, you're exempt." Like, because he's gone to the office, called back to the station.
For fuck's sake.
But the piss take of it was, right, this guy's walking around, and I went to the shop on the train. It's just this little girl, no mask, no visor, no gloves, just sat there like everything's normal, working in the shop. And this guy's risking his life every day. He's a fucking awesome.
You know, see, the thing is, I don't wear masks. 1, I have panic attacks. 2, I've got inhalers and stuff. And literally, as soon as I put it on, I tried it in the house to start with, because I thought that they were mandating it, like, where you had to get on the bus, you had to, like, because I do use the bus or the train sometimes, very rarely, but I'm thinking, am I going to have to? And the first time the only time I've put one on, then I started like hyperventilating, like over breathing, started like getting into the mode of a panic attack. So I took it off, and I was like, I can't wear one. I'm never wearing one again. And then like there's an exempt thing in the UK, but you can apply for it, and they don't ask you your medical conditions. So like anybody can just apply for it regardless, and that's what some of the drivers are asking you. I'm like, well, I'm exempt, mate, and they're like, you got the exempt card, and I have to tell them, like, mate, that's not anything to do with the NHS or your medical conditions. That's literally just something you can apply for. You got a lanyard and you got a little card. But they're just wanting you on a system, mate. That's all it is. They want just a list of people that they could say, right, these are the people that are not doing what we told them. We'll probably get rounded up and put in.
You just download it. That's all I did. You just download the picture.
Aye. All right, I've never even watched. What, you just upload your picture and then download it?
Nah, I don't have a face picture. I literally have a little picture that says I'm exempt from wearing a face mask. If anyone asks, I just show them. If I have to, I show them that. But I've not had to show it to anyone for ages.
I'm going to have a look for that, bro. Cheers.
That's it. You didn't have to sign up for anything. If you want, I can DM it to you.
Yeah, please, mate.
What's your name on this one?
Panomath.
Panomath. Yeah, I'll DM it to you. Just give me 2 minutes.
I spoke to you before, bro. I recognise your voice.
I recognise your voice. Yeah. So you just get this picture, and that's it. Like, if they're not allowed to ask you to show you this exemption thing. Like, and I've pulled them up on that before, and all you've got to say is the government says, and then straight away they go, well, the government says, in the mind, and then they pipe down after that. As long as the government said it, it's okay. I've had one woman ask me to take a mask off because I wasn't wearing it properly. She said, if you're exempt, you're not allowed to wear it. I was only wearing it over my mouth to go in a charity shop. And she was like, I'm just trying to protect our families. And I was thinking, what are you talking about?
There is a couple of charity shops, man, that they'll just not let you in without them. I like to go in the charity shops, man, especially because I'm in the city in Edinburgh. You get quite a lot of good shit just fucking handed in.
No, they're not allowed to not let you in. Like, I have it out with the charity shops. So I go in and collect all the old books and sell them on eBay. So I was going around while they were open for a little bit, and like, as soon as you get used to hearing that, just say I'm exempt, nothing else. Just go, I'm exempt, and then that's it. just walk past them. That's all I do. There you go. Just sent it. Yeah. I get on the tube every day, pretty much, and everyone's wearing the mask, and I don't, and it's kind of empowering because like these people that have already been tricked into gagging themselves, they ain't gonna do shit apart from give you this stink eye.
It's fucked up. This whole place is. I said that the other night. It's the first time I thought of it. It's like we're in an apocalyptic movie, man.
Yeah. But the spell's wearing off, or the vaccinated people at least are kind of like not wearing the mask as much.
We better get off this subject anyway. I know we're not actually talking any specific.
I think we're not allowed to post in the chat about it. Is the rule?
No, we're not. But it's just to keep it safe, man. Like we're not spreading disinformation, but we did lose a server with like over 10,000. I think it was 11,000 members at Icewall, and they said that the reason for it was spreading disinformation about COVID. That's what they said. And all we were doing was just, fair enough. We were sharing loads of links and stuff. We had a lot of stuff in there, man. But like, if we're going to get shut down, we're going to get shut down for Flat Earth, not for anything else.
Yeah, okay. It's so crazy how that's the world we live in now. To anyone that questions shit, it's fucking bonkers, isn't it?
Oh, it's fucked right up, man.
Not allowed to talk about this, not allowed to talk about that.
Oh man, it's not that we're not allowed, but just in here, we're just trying to.
I mean not the server. Yeah, not the people in the server. I mean the government
just in general.
Or whoever. Yeah. They're going to shut us down if we talk about certain things, which is mental.
Man. Bro, I'm surprised that we're still going with the Flat Earth. Because like we've gained a lot of fucking members over a short period of time, man. We're almost back to what we had in the old server.
Because they've got Flat Earth under control.
Oh, I think they're deliberately releasing it. Like they've got the pressure.
They've got it under control more than ever. Yeah,
like see when you look at the fake NASA stuff, like it's obvious as fuck. As soon as you critically look at it, it just falls apart. Because that was the first thing that I'd done back when I was like 6 years ago, roughly, and I decided because I met a guy the week before and I was on acid, and I met him at the petrol station at like 3-4 in the morning. I had the iPad with me and pumping tunes through Tractor through a big speaker, and we just went to the garage just for like cigarettes and skins and shit, and we met some other dudes there, and then we started talking the usual conspiracy stuff, 9/11, vaccines, the Rothschilds and shit, and it was like 10 minutes in it, and he's like, there's no space. I'm like, what? He's like, there's no space, there's no ISS, NASA's not in space, they've never been to space, space doesn't exist. And I'm like, mate, come on, bro, because I loved space. I used to watch every documentary, and fucking I loved it, man. I used to sit there and ponder pictures from like Hubble, like from 13 billion light years away and shit like that, and think, oh my god, man, look at that. They used to sit there and pore over them for hours and hours, man. And fucking so the week later, it was like the next Friday or the next Saturday, I was like, right, because I seen something about Flat Earth like on Facebook or YouTube, because I used to go into the comment section of these videos, and I wasn't paying attention to the videos because I had such a strong belief in space and the heliocentric model, and I used to love it basically since I was a kid. My mum's boyfriend, he met me when I was 7 years old, and the first thing I done was show him a book with the moons on Saturn, and I don't remember it, but that was the first thing he remembers about me. I showed him that shit, so obviously I've loved it since I was like a really young child, and fucking so that night when I looked at when I decided, right, I'm going to look at this, and when I was there critically observing, literally as soon as I looked at it, man, and it was a video that I'd previously seen, and it just fell apart instantly, man. And I knew that was all I had, keeping me thinking that I lived on a ball flying through space. I knew I hadn't seen curvature. I'd never had these discussions or debates with anyone, but I knew I hadn't seen any curve, and I knew we never felt movement. I knew all the constellations revolve, the planets move back and forth. I knew that they don't change. It's like a clock. It's like it's like artwork and a clock above us rotating as it always has done, man. So when I seen NASA hanging on wires, I was like, holy fucking shit, man. That was it. And the next day I woke up, man, I literally woke up before my eyes opened, and I remember my eyelids opening and just staring at the roof and going over like what I'd seen the night before. And I lay there for like usually as soon as I open my eyes, I'm right in my bed, right straight away, man. As soon as I'm up, I'm like ping. But I just lay there staring at the roof, and it felt like the whole place was falling down on me. And obviously, I'm not talking visually, but it just felt like I don't know if it's metaphorically or something, but it was like the room was like falling down, and I sat up, and I was like quite dizzy, and I was like it was chalk white when I looked in the mirror, man. And I was like, fuck. And the first thing I done, I thought, I have to tell people. So I got right on the phone.
Yeah. But you can't do that.
This? And I wrote all this fucking shit. Like, first thing to my ex-missus, like, because like we talk to each other all the time. I've not spoken to her for a while because of COVID, and I kind of fell out with her about that and vaccines and stuff. And fucking, so I fucking wrote a big, huge paragraph, like talking about the stars and then talking about the vacuum and like all this stuff that I'd already knew, but I hadn't put together. I'd consumed all this information, but because I had such a strong belief in the heliocentric model, I never put it all together. And eventually, when I did put it together, it was obvious as fuck, especially with the visuals from NASA when you see it, man. Like astronauts gone wild and shit. Like it's just fucking crazy, man. So I thought, I have to tell everybody. Everybody's going to be like, wow. Nobody was wow. They were all like, what are you talking about? Don't be stupid. And I went and I was out in the street. And the first thing I done was speak to the first person at the bus stop. And I'm like, man, do you know what the Earth is? Blah, blah, blah. And again, nah, man, don't be silly. And that. And I still have these discussions, like literally everywhere I go, bro. It's literally everywhere I go, I have these discussions, man. And it's a little bit easier to get through to people now because of the shit that was happening. People are pissed off. People like also, maybe if it's an older guy and he's away to get on the bus, his glasses are steaming up because of the mask. He's struggling to breathe. And I'm like, man, you don't have to wear that. No, it's law. I'm like, no, you don't. Especially if you're older and you've got fucking medical conditions, you're exempt. Like, you're struggling to breathe, man. I'm like, take it off. You're going to make yourself ill. And some of them will do it like straight away. They're like, bang, I've unmasked, I don't know, at least 10 people in the past couple of months. Like, just as soon as I've spoke to them, within minutes, they've took it off. I've got their email address. I've sent them some resources. And it's fucking, I don't know, man. I think all this is, like, they've got everybody locked in their house. And then a lot of people are coming to Discord. They're more on Facebook. They're seeing more information. So I think they want us jumping from one belief system, space and planets and rocks flying through it, to ice walls and domes, and I think that's just more belief systems. Like I don't go for ice walls and domes and all that shit, man. I think that's just another control system.
Well, it's just speculation, really. We don't know what's there.
Yeah, but I think they want us in dogmatic belief. I think that energy, the way that our brain vibrates, like in the different states, alpha and beta states. So if they've got your brain and your entire system vibrating at a certain state, then you're unable to, I don't know, break free from the control system, man.
Don't know. It feels like the more attention you paid at school, the harder it is to break free of all this shit.
Yeah, of course. That's the whole plan, bro. Like, see, when you go and get a degree, you're getting a degree in masonry, man. Like the mortar board, the hat that they wear, they've got like a round cap on your head, and then they've squared the head off, and then they hang a phallic symbol on the top of it, that little tassel thing. So literally just mocking you, man. Like, we'll round off your head, we'll square it, then we'll hang a knob on your head. It's like, what?
Mic check.
Mic check.
Yeah, your mic's working fine, man. How you doing?
What's happening today?
Not much, man. Not much. We're just chilling.
Yeah, fuck off.
Any ballers out to play?
Nah. There was one earlier. A few.
I see Rumpus is there. What is he on? Deaf and mute?
I don't know. Check.
What Rumpus is it? The Rumpus, no way.
Come on, Rumpus, amuse me.
Nah, he's not on Deaf and mute. No.
So, what do you think of Bob Nodel's assertion that gas goes down, go boom boom?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you haven't
Say that
heard?
again?
Oh, I was watching it. Yeah, the Nathan Oakley video. I watched it. Yeah.
What was it?
They just won't admit it. Like
You
that.
watch it? You want to explain it to him? Tell him what Bob asserted?
Well, my understanding was that Bob's asserted that gas moves down, and Nathan says no, it moves in all directions. But they won't admit that it moves in all directions. They're showing some diagrams saying, "Look, gas goes down." Nathan's like, "Look, here's a kettle, gas goes up."
Well, I suppose it depends, like what elevation you release the gas and what kind of gas it is. Like carbon dioxide and oxygen, they tend to be down here for the flora and fauna. You let go of helium, it goes up. So I suppose if you let go of carbon dioxide here, it'll probably go in all directions, but I would think it would tend to stay down here, as far as I believe.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying that gas will come down to the floor where you got to sweep it up.
I don't know what you mean, bro. What do you mean sweep it up?
That's just a joke. Gas doesn't go down and pull underground.
No, I don't mean that. But like, depending on the elevation, like if you go up to like Mount Everest and you release oxygen, that's not going to go up, man. Maybe some of it is going to go like in all directions, but I would say most of it would be coming down, just to find equilibrium again.
Exactly. But that's not what they're claiming. They're claiming dielectric acceleration, incoherent dielectric acceleration, and they're claiming a downward bias that everything goes down. No, that's not where I stand. There's no downward bias. Sorry.
So what's the explanation of helium then?
That's the whole point. There's no downward bias. They're asserting that there's a downward bias to everything.
My guess is they'd say helium is moving up and down at the same time or something ridiculous.
No, is he saying that helium goes down as well? Same, lads. Is he actually saying that helium goes down as well?
I guess so. If helium's a gas.
Yes,
yeah.
he did. He absolutely did say that. So if you put a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, I gotta find. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll post it.
Yeah, well, man, see if like in a car, what was it, man? It was in a car with a helium balloon, and when you accelerate, does it go forward? Yeah, it goes forward. Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Of course.
And I know that what's his name? That guy that's got we've got a meme for him, Insanity, because he keeps coming here all the time. Fokker. Or Flacker, whatever his fucking name is. He showed me that, and he told me it was gravity that was doing that. But then I found out, obviously, that when a car accelerates, the air rushes back the way, so the heavier molecules will shift back, and the helium moves forward. But he was trying to tell me that was gravity that did that, because he's dishonest.
That's the whole thing. Not to cut you off. I'm in a mechanic zone, so I got to get off. But not to cut you off. If you look at Global, it's called the special report. And that's when they go over the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, could you send me the link for that?
Yeah, I can send it, yeah.
Send, bro. I'll check it out later.
Yeah, it's two videos. They're quite good, actually. Like Nathan just beats this guy into the corner.
They're all Kent Wheeler Muppets. That's what it is. They're being indoctrinated by Kent Wheeler.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the way Nathan deals with it, man. I think that, like, especially for like noobs, people that are just maybe actually really interested and honestly wanting to see the point of view, I think that the way Nathan deals with it scares people away, man.
That's part of the show. You know, I'm on the panel there, so I side with him, but a lot of times I cringe too. I'm cringing. I'm like, man. Oh no.
Like,
some people deserve it.
He's fucking screaming and shit, bro. It's like, it's counterproductive, man. I'm in this game to try and help the people that are trapped in the system. That's my only thing that I want to do.
Hold on. If you come in, you got serious questions, and you're honest about it and not just trying to be a fundy baller, I haven't seen him yelling at people. It's just the fundies and the idiots that come in one way, but really they're trying to go in another way. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
if you
I
listen to their
understand,
first
man,
shows,
but
if you listen to their first shows, listen to QE and listen to Nathan. They were literally abused. Okay, now the tables have turned, and people don't like it.
Hey, man, I know,
Yeah,
man. I've
you-
heard people
you
giving
t-
them shit.
You type in Nathan Oakley into YouTube, and look at the amount of abuse. I didn't realize it. There's so many different people that have made YouTube channels just based around giving
What happened,
abuse to Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, man.
Like,
Bro.
they
I've
absolutely
seen it,
batter him. Like,
but that's what I'm saying, man. That's counterproductive to what I'm trying to do, at least. And like the abuse, because the thing is, like if somebody comes in here and they get a little bit of a harsh sort of what do you call it, like a welcoming committee of people being right down their throat sort of thing, it makes them dig themselves in further. So they're like,
oh yeah,
right,
I totally agree.
argue with
Like
these guys. And they're like, fuck these guys, I'm going to argue and I'm going to make sure that I win and I'm going to make sure that I give them abuse. And then you're literally just wasting your fucking energy talking to them, man.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, you're never going to agree with the guy shouting at you. You're always going to try and fight
Now, hold
against
on.
it.
Let me say something. You got to remember now. Just listen to Nathan has never not said that he's in it. He's got a YouTube channel, and that's how he makes a living. Okay, but he doesn't deny he's a flat earther. But he's also has a YouTube channel, and it has an entertainment value. It's listed as educational. So, everybody's got different personalities. I'm there.
I totally agree. Like, Nathan Oakley's totally right to do what he does.
Yeah, everybody has different personalities.
Yeah,
a lot of times, it's just a certain people, they get a tongue lashing and they deserve it. But I listened to earlier shows and Huey was a different person.
Yeah, he was. He was a different person completely. Listen to his 2016 debate with Rumpus.
Exactly, with Rumpus.
He's a different person.
Even then, he couldn't get a freaking, what do you call that? He couldn't get an illustration, Rumpus. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
Making an illustration of it, and he couldn't get it. Anyway, it's very noisy. I'll just be listening.
In Nathan Oakley's show, he's not talking to newbies. He's talking to seasoned flat Earth debaters and diehard globers. That come in, they lie, bend the truth, they do all sorts of crazy shit, and they deserve it a lot of the time.
I don't think they do, man. Like some of them that are just there deliberately to be a fucking asshole. Like, but I think most of them are digging themselves in and being an asshole because of the delusion they're stuck in. And I feel sorry for them, and I give them a lot of energy, bro. Like, people come in to check in, and they'll be like, I'm a flat earther, I believe the earth's flat. And they, like, just the first couple of words, if not syllables, and I know they're not a flat earther. And
exactly.
Like, some people might, like, just ban them instantly. But, like, I'll keep trying to give them a chance and keep trying to get through to them.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not talking about this Discord. I'm talking about Nathan's channel.
Oh no,
the people who come on. The people who come on his channel, that they've come specifically to debate flat earthers. They usually have their own live streams set up where they're even muting what Nathan says anyway. They're muting his responses so their own streams can't hear him.
Well, the funny thing is this: he has an hour-long show. Anybody's welcome to come on. They won't come on. But then as soon as not even the after show, they won't come on. But then when he closes up, the recording stops. That's when they all come out in the after show. I don't understand that. If you got a valid point, bring it forward. Somebody show me proof that we're on a spinning water ball. Because I was a space guy. I loved it. You kidding me?
See, I was the same, man. I used to watch every fucking documentary about space or fucking anything to do with anything like that. I'd watch. And even if I'd seen it before, I'd watch it again. And then I found out that if you watch like a documentary, if you watch it with subtitles, because you're reading it, listening to it, and watching it, and reading it, it causes different neural pathways in your brain, so you can like recollect it easier at a future date. So like I was consumed all this stuff, and I'd jump right back on the spinning water ball if somebody could fucking show me, man. Somebody could prove it to me. Give me something that I can fucking back up. I'll jump right back on it, man, happily. But a lot of people think that we're fucking just like, they come here thinking retard flat earthers. I'm going to bullshit them. I'm going to call them names. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. But I just try and keep calm and try and get through them. Try and relate to them in some way, even if it's not about flat earth. Try and get them to laugh, or just try and break the troll. Like, I've spent sometimes like hours with some people in Cogdis. There was one guy, I spent hours with him for several days, like in a row, and eventually got him back out of Cogdis, and he wasn't being a troll in it. I've never seen him again, but he wasn't being a troll anymore. And he was like a hardcore troll. He seemed like he was like autistic as well, and he was like just constant abuse when I was unmuting him. But I managed to break it over the course of several days. And I get satisfaction from that, man. If I can talk someone down from their fucking insanity.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, my only bias is to whatever the truth is. If someone proves to me it's a ball, it's a ball. But
Yeah, man,
no one's proved it to me. Like,
Exactly.
the truth it's a hard truth, but it's the truth. But water
I don't
isn't
want
curving, you know.
Who the fuck wants to be a flat earther? I mean, like,
I know,
if you ask
yeah.
me, right, Phil, like, we're not wanting to be standing out from like most of